Chapter 1. A refund of 300,000 and a broken engagement. In the state of Yin, within the Gu residence, the matriarch, Madame Jiang, presented a calendar to Gu Wanyou, pointing out two auspicious dates. Wanyou, take a look at these two. Dates one is the 8th of December, and the other is the 16th of March next year. Madame Jiang, a woman with a pointed chin and adorned with somewhat gaudy phoenix eyes, wore a beaming smile as she spoke. I believe the 8th of December is quite favorable. What are your thoughts? Wan's bright, clear eyes scanned the calendar and then rested on her beaming stepmother. Madame Jiang, a cold smile flickered in her heart. The 8th of December was less than 2 months away, and she had only just celebrated her 16th birthday in August. How eager Madame Jiang must be. Indeed, following the trajectory of her previous life, the sooner she wed, the sooner Madame Jiang could seize control of her substantial dowry. After waiting for over a decade, impatience was only natural. Alas, even if Madame Jiang waited another 10 years, she would never lay claim to that fortune. Yes, she had been reborn not too early, nor too late, but precisely this morning that in her previous life, she had chosen the 8th of December, donned her bridal attire, and, with a mixture of shyness and joy, entered the bridal sedan chair to marry Jiang Xian, the nephew of her stepmother. Though born into a humble family, Jiang Xian was handsome and scholarly, having treated her with great kindness since childhood. She had harbored boundless dreams about both him and their union. Little did she know, it was all a conspiracy orchestrated by her stepmother and her maternal family, merely to deceive her mother's legacy of several 100,000 as a dowry. Years ago, her mother had passed away due to complications during childbirth when Wanyou was merely 6 months old. Before her death, she had made arrangements regarding the dowry, enlisting the clan leader and local officials to draw up a decree. This decree stipulated that the entirety of her wealth was to be designated as Wan's dowry, managed by the steward, Hua, until her marriage, during which time the Gu family would receive 3,000 taels annually for her upkeep. The document further stated that should she pass away before marriage, the fortune would be inherited by Hua's family. In her previous life, Wanyou had never pondered why her mother had established such a decree. Yet in her rebirth, she was immensely impressed by her mother's wisdom and foresight. Despite the document's meticulous safeguards, her stepmother had exploited a loophole, for it only bound her before marriage. Thus, Madame Jiang encouraged Jiang Xian to approach her, to win her trust and affection, before marrying her, thereby deceiving the Gu family out of the substantial dowry, ultimately leading to her demise, allowing her own daughter, Gu Wanyou, to enjoy the riches in her past existence. Their scheme had succeeded. She had entered the Jiang family with a dowry worth 500,000 taels, only to meet her end 2 years later. "Mother, I wish to break off the engagement," Wanyou said, suppressing her emotions and taking a step back. "Break off the engagement?" Madame Jiang exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "Impossible." With a dismissive wave of her hand, she returned to her chair, her countenance icy and devoid of any room for negotiation. Wanyou was not surprised by this expected response. Madame Jiang had spent over a decade plotting, and now that the fruit of her labor was within reach, how could she possibly consent? As she had anticipated, there was no way to withdraw from the engagement through conventional means. Fortunately, she had devised a strategy that would allow her to annul the engagement without allowing them to pocket a single coin. With a subtle shift in her gaze, Wanyou looked at Madame Jiang and tentatively suggested, "Mother, I understand this may cause difficulties for Uncle's family. Perhaps they could initiate the request to withdraw the engagement, and we could offer a compensation of 50,000 taels." Noticing Madame Jiang retract her scrutinizing gaze, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, and Wanyou added, "You have worked so hard for my marriage, and it would be disappointing for you thus. I wish to offer you 50,000 taels as a token of my apology." As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Jiang shot her a piercing glare, her voice seething with indignation. "Do you think the Jiang family can be swayed by mere gold? This is an insult. The Jiang family's reputation cannot be compensated by a paltry 50,000 taels." Seeing her stepmother's outrage, as though the Jiang family had been grievously affronted, Wanyou couldn't suppress a cold smile. Reputation? How laughable! A family that exploits their son's marriage to amass wealth possesses a reputation. Her father, a 6th-rank official earning less than 200 taels annually, would never accumulate 50,000 taels in his lifetime. Moreover, The Jiang family's meager income of less than 1,500 taels annually would take them 30 years to reach 50,000 taels. How could they claim such a sum was insufficient? They simply found the amount lacking. They did not want 50,000 taels as compensation. She awaited the moment when Madame Jiang would learn of her decision to donate the dowry, leaving them with nothing. Would she lament the loss of that 50,000 taels then? Of course, should she agree to the 50,000 taels, they would still not receive a single coin. Even in her rebirth, she would not allow them to profit from her. Madame Jiang's anger simmered. Wanyou, who had always been obedient and pliable, had suddenly proposed this outrageous notion of breaking the engagement, much to her displeasure. With a frosty expression, she demanded, "What on earth is going on?" Just based on Xian's attributes, his handsome appearance, and promising future in the imperial examinations, let me speak plainly. If he has not dismissed you, that is your fortune. Wanyou remained silent, feeling repulsed by Jiang Xian. Ah, I see now. Madame Jiang suddenly clapped her hands. Is it that you feel unworthy of Xian? You are right to think, so I must say, you do fall short of him. But fret not, for you have me. I have always treated you as my own. How could I bear to let you suffer? Listening to her, Wanyou couldn't help but laugh coldly within. Treated as her own? To scheme for her wealth, to benefit her biological daughter, and call that familial affection? In her previous life, she had trusted Madame Jiang entirely, which had ultimately led to her tragedy. This trust was fostered by the stepmother's seemingly genuine kindness, shattering the stereotype of wicked stepmothers. When she was young, the family's maid would often recount tales of misfortune, detailing how others had been mercilessly punished by their stepmothers for minor offenses. She had been living under her stepmother's roof, and those stories had instilled fear in her heart. So, after hearing each tale of woe, and then the maid's concluding remark about her own good fortune in having such a kind stepmother, Wanyou had felt incredibly fortunate. Her stepmother had never mistreated her. On the contrary, she had always been gentle and caring. In Wanyou's mind, Madame Jiang was the epitome of a benevolent stepmother. Thus, she had resolved to be obedient, never defying her, and to be a dutiful daughter. Gradually, she transformed into a knave fool, reliant on her stepmother's decisions, grateful for her kindness. In retrospect, it was evident that Madame Jiang had skillfully ensnared her. Wanyou, with your mother by your side, you need not fear anything, Madame Jiang said, noticing Wanyou's silence on the engagement. She moved beside her, offering a slight comfort. Madame Jiang was adept at using both gentle and harsh tactics to manipulate her. Wanyou remained quiet, simply responding with a soft before excusing herself. Upon returning home, she changed her attire and set out to find her property manager. Previously overseen by Steward Hua, the management had now been entrusted to his son, Huayang. Huayang, I heard that the grain sent to Huajiang was devastated by a snow disaster, and now the court is soliciting military fund from the populace. Is that correct? Huayang, puzzled, wondered how Wanyou, who rarely ventured out, had come to know of this but refrained from asking, merely nodding in confirmation. Seeing him acquiesce, Wanyou inquired further, how is the fundraising going? Not very well, he replied. Indeed, the state of Yin had endured years of warfare, leading to a depleted treasury. This year had brought a multitude of calamities, from floods in Jiangnan to droughts in the north, compounded by the need to supply the frontier. The court had already organized 2 rounds of donations. The first had seen enthusiastic participation, while the second had garnered only half-hearted compliance. As for the third round, those who had the means had already contributed twice. They were loath to part with more, fearing an endless cycle of requests, and collectively lamented their poverty. Those without funds were even less inclined to give. The fundraising efforts were indeed dismal. In her previous life, it was during this very period that Jiang Xian had seized upon this excellent opportunity, encouraging her to borrow money from Huayang to donate to the court, which had led to her father's promotion from 6th to 4th rank. Since Jiang Xian, that scoundrel, can utilize her wealth to secure benefits for the Jiang family, she too shall follow suit and donate funds for her own advantage. After all, Jiang Xian married her solely for her fortune. Without this wealth, he would have nothing to gain should she not mention the annulment. He would hastily deliver the divorce papers. Brother Huayang, I wish to donate 300,000 to the court as military funds. Wanyou candidly expressed her intentions to Huayang, who furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time. Since Miss wishes to proceed, I shall ensure it is accomplished. The one responsible for fundraising this time is Lord Xie, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. I share a certain rapport with Lord Xie, and since you are donating 300,000, securing an audience with the Emperor should not be difficult. Wanyou's assurance indicated to Wanyou that an audience with the Emperor was nearly certain, for he was a man of discretion who never spoke without confidence. Indeed, her motive for the donation extended beyond the annulment. It was also to secure a meeting with the Emperor. Should the Jiang family discover her intention to donate her dowry, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. With her father away at war, and the Jiang matriarch wielding unchallenged power, the most ruthless method of harm would be to arrange a perilous marriage for her. An audience with the Emperor was an appeal for marriage. With the Emperor's blessing, the Jiang family would hesitate to act against her or her engagement. No matter how many nefarious schemes they devised, they would remain unspoken. When her father returned, it would be her time to settle accounts with the Jiang family. As a reborn individual, she possessed ample leverage to ensure their downfall, and choosing just a couple of incriminating pieces of evidence would suffice. As for the suitor, he was none other than the valiant General Nanzheng, currently battling in Jiang and in dire need of supplies. This thought, Wanyou felt a twinge of guilt, silently apologizing to Nanzheng, who was far away in Jiang. Esteemed General Ji, I do not aspire to be your wife. I merely wish to borrow your identity for a while. Upon your return, I shall personally apologize and promptly restore your freedom. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 2. Playing the game of the scoundrel. 2 days later, after finishing her breakfast, Wanyou received a donation document and a letter from Jiang. The letter conveyed the Emperor's great appreciation for the donation, stating that after the morning court session tomorrow, Minister Xie would escort her to the palace for a significant reward. Wanyou carefully stored the document and arranged to meet Jiang Xian at Yinshan Tea House. Brother Xian, I have a surprise for you, a truly magnificent one. Wanyou sat at the tea table, suppressing her inner repulsion, and feigned the usual adoration and admiration in her gaze directed at Jiang Xian across from her. Oh, Jiang Xian, holding his teacup, smiled softly, his eyes radiating a warmth that could melt hearts. Coincidentally, I have good news to share with you as well. Jiang Xian, possessing a clear and bright appearance, exuded an aura of scholarly righteousness. His smile bore the charm of a refined gentleman, making Wanyou's maid secretly delighted. Master Jiang is so gentle and affectionate towards Miss Wan. They're such a perfect match. Yet, Wanyou found it increasingly difficult to maintain her facade, almost succumbing to nausea. Ever since she could remember, Jiang Xian had cared for her like an elder brother, showering her with warmth and concern. In her past life, even after their marriage, Jiang Xian continued to treat her with utmost tenderness, albeit without sharing the same chamber. Explaining that, little sister Wanyou, I love you too much. I fear that if I succumb to your tenderness, I will lose my ambition. I must focus on my studies and strive to achieve success, and then we can grow old together. Wanyou believed him. Not only did she believe, but she was also deeply moved, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. However, it wasn't long before she fell ill, inexplicably suffering for 2 long years. Even in her sickness, she clung to hope, yearning for the day she would recover and live a blissful life alongside Jiang Xian. It was only moments before she was smothered to death by her sister Wanyou with a pillow that she realized Jiang Xian's refusal to consummate their marriage was merely to preserve his chastity for Wanyou. The illness that plagued her for so long was a result of slow-acting poison administered by them. The happiness she believed she had never existed. The seemingly perfect and gentle husband was wholly devoted to her sister. This marriage had been a deception from the very beginning. Brother Xian, please go ahead. Wanyou continued to center her attention on Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian took his time, sipping his tea and gazing at Wanyou with tenderness. Sister Wanyou, do you know that the grain supplies sent to Jiang by the court were destroyed in an avalanche? The court is currently soliciting donations for military funds. Seeing the excitement flickering in Jiang Xian and Appo's eyes, Wanyou suddenly had a thought. She decided to withhold her knowledge of the donation for now. Jiang Xian had been deceiving her. This was her chance to toy with him, allowing her to vent her frustrations while also hastening his decision to withdraw from their engagement. Does this relate to the good news you mentioned? Wanyou feigned confusion, knitting her brows as she looked at him. Jiang Xian set down his teacup, his eyes alight with excitement. It does indeed. Do you know what battle General Ji's army is currently engaged in? Wanyou shook her head, feigning ignorance. I'll tell you. It's the battle for Qinggu Pass. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor. The Huajiang border had been contested for decades, with most losses incurred at Qinggu Pass, a crucial stronghold. Securing this pass would pave the way for the recovery of Huajiang. Rumor has it that General Ji has been preparing for this final strike for half a year. He is the most outstanding warrior since our nation's founding. An entire populace of Yin Nation believes that victory is within reach. However, if military funds do not arrive in time, morale will plummet, and all efforts could be in vain. So, Wanyou feigned disinterest. Jiang Xian, feeling frustrated that Wanyou did not share his enthusiasm, patiently continued. The court is in dire need of military funds, but the fundraising efforts have been lackluster. The latest urgent report indicates that the supplies will only last for a month and a half at most. Imagine if our Jiang family could donate at this crucial time, setting an example for others. Wouldn't that make us valued by the emperor? Wouldn't my path as an official be smoother? Finally to the point. In her previous life, Jiang Xian had said similar words to her, encouraging her to lend money for donations. At that time, enamored with Jiang Xian, she viewed his future as her own and readily agreed. What had she said back then? Oh, she had immediately responded, and Oppose, Brother Xian, then you should go and donate. If the funds are insufficient, I will borrow from Huayang. Jiang Xian had not hesitated, directly requesting 50,000. Wanyou quickly obtained the sum from Huayang. Though 50,000 was not an enormous amount, it was significant for a mere sixth-rank family like the Jiangs, making their donation more touching than 100,000 from wealthier clans. After the Jiang family donated 50,000, the emperor was both moved by their sacrifice and sought to set a precedent for others, promoting Jiang's father from 6th to 4th rank. With the 6th-rank family having emptied their coffers, other officials dared not claim poverty and were forced to contribute. Jiang's father was promoted twice as a result, and later, Jiang Xian ranked 132nd in the provincial examination, earning favor from the emperor due to the donation, and was exceptionally appointed as the governor of a prosperous region in Jiangnan. Such an arrangement meant that if Jiang Xian achieved any success, he would be promoted back to the capital within 3 years, soaring to great heights. One could not deny Jiang Xian and Oppo's astuteness. His strategic move had secured immense benefits for the Jiang family. Now, she was merely following his game plan. Sister Wanyou? Noticing Wanyou's contemplative silence, Jiang Xian grew impatient, frowning as he awaited her to initiate the conversation about the funds. Brother Xian, do you wish to donate to the court? Wanyou asked faintly. Jiang Xian appeared visibly displeased. Had he not made his intentions clear? Truly foolish of her. Yet, he still managed to nod patiently. Wonderful. I was just thinking along the same lines. How much do you think would be appropriate to donate? Seeing Wanyou finally catching on, Jiang Xian, envisioning the emperor's favor, let go of his minor irritation. He gestured with his hand, indicating 5, the sum of 50,000. 50,000 seems rather modest. If we are to donate, let us contribute a larger amount, Wanyou replied cheerfully. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with delight at her response. Of course, the more, the better. But you know, our Jiang family and Oppo's resources. In Jiang Xian and Oppo's hesitation, Wanyou promptly interjected, I have it. Chapter 3. The face of a scoundrel. Jiang Xian was delighted by the words he desired. Indeed, Wanyou could not escape his grasp, just as he reveled in his triumph. Wanyou spoke. I have instructed Brother Huayang to convert the entire dowry into 300,000 taels of silver to donate to the court. Do you think Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Wanyou's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Xian, or rather, by the sound of tea splattering across the table and onto Wanyou's sleeve. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. What did you say? Jiang Xian, momentarily disregarding his own disarray, demanded sharply. He fixed his gaze on Wanyou, his earlier tenderness replaced by a chilling intensity. Say that again. Brother Xian, are you overwhelmed by this surprise? Wanyou replied, maintaining her composure, her words layered with double meaning. Jiang Xian struggled to digest this bombshell of news. It felt as though his very breath had been disrupted. Ignoring his image, he gulped down tea, pouring 3 cups in quick succession before suddenly leaning in closer to Wanyou his eyes ablaze with fervor. I understand now. Sister Wanyou, you are jesting with me. Are you not? Wanyou instinctively shifted away, a glimmer of contempt in her gaze. Oh, still clinging to hope? Ah, yes. Had it not been for that letter of annulment, I would find it revolting to even glance your way, let alone sit here, feigning admiration. The documents were already prepared, and the banknotes counted. Wanyou leisurely took the documents from a maid and handed them over. Jiang snatched them eagerly, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the contents for an extended moment before lifting his gaze to glare at Wanyou, his earlier ardor now frozen into a frigid glare. Filled with disbelief. You took it upon yourself to decide such a significant matter? The words slipped through his clenched teeth, icy and menacing, causing the maid beside them to tremble. Wanyou merely chuckled disdainfully. Of course, she had acted independently. Did he still perceive her as the naive Wanyou, whom he could manipulate at will? Brother Xian, do you disapprove? It is my dowry. Am I not entitled to decide? She asked, feigning innocence. But you are to marry into the Jiang family. That wealth belongs to us. How can you dispose of it as you wish? Where does that leave me, Jiang Xian? He bellowed, unable to contain his outrage. His meticulously crafted plans, his aspirations for wealth and status, now lay in ruins. The court was in desperate need of funding, and the Jiang family's timely donation could be akin to a lifeline, earning royal favor and encouraging further contributions. Yet, Wanyou had unilaterally decided to donate all. Not only had his ambitions been thwarted, but their impending marriage now seemed futile without her dowry. Good heavens! Who will compensate for the sacrifices I have made? The insincere gestures of care? How could I have been so foolish? That sum was not merely 30,000 taels. It represented the honor of the Jiang family. His father, once a second-degree scholar, had remained a mere sixth-rank official due to a lack of connections and financial backing. Without Wanyou's money, he was a nameless scholar, needing to exert thrice the effort to achieve any semblance of success. Moreover, that wealth was tied to his happiness with his cousin, Wanyou. He harbored feelings for her. Yet the Jiang family was impoverished, while the Gu family, despite its decline, retained a solid foundation and wealth. Wanyou had been raised with care, her beauty and talent making her a desirable match for any prominent family. An agreement had been reached. Once he married Wanyou and passed the imperial examination, Wanyou would become his bride. He had confidence in his academic prospects. Yet marrying Wanyou was a necessary sacrifice he was willing to make. Now, with the wedding imminent, this foolish woman had jeopardized everything. Without that money, how could his aunt possibly agree to allow Wanyou to marry beneath her station? Wanyou was ruining his future and happiness. Jiang felt a wave of despair wash over him as he slammed his fist on the table. The flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished by dark clouds of turmoil. Wanyou, however, found a peculiar satisfaction in his plight. He wished to ascend the ranks and embrace beauty without putting forth the effort. Compared to her past tribulations, his despair was trivial. If he despaired now, what would he do when faced with obstacles in the imperial examinations? Jiang, filled with regret and rage, poured more tea, his mind racing. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he focused intently on Wanyou. Sister Wanyou, the donation was submitted to Lord Xie, correct? Let's find him now and amend the documentation. Jiang quickly rounded the table, reaching for her hand. Let's change the donation to include both our names. We are soon to be wed. We are one and the same. With my name on the document, it would be equivalent to my donation, aligning with my original intentions. Such a substantial sum would only benefit the Jiang family. Jiang, now desperate, urged, once the donation bears my name, I will gain the emperor's favor. And as my wife, you too shall reap the rewards. What say you? Wanyou responded with a cold smile. One and the same? Spare me. Who wishes to be united with you? Brother Xian, you're hurting me, she said, pulling her hand away, suppressing her aversion. My apologies, Jiang muttered impatiently. But we must act swiftly. Should the document reach the palace, all hope would be lost. Time is of the essence. Brother Xian, did you not notice the date? This document was finalized yesterday. Wanyou and Appo's voice was frigid. Brother Wanyou mentioned that when he left, Lord Xie had already gone to the palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately grabbed the document, searching for the date. Previously, he had been so overwhelmed by the donation and the seal that he had neglected to check the date. You. Jiang Xian raised his hand, horrified, unsure whether to push or strike Wanyou. Ultimately, he remembered he was a scholar. Should this incident become known, it would tarnish his reputation. With a clenched fist, he retracted his hand, filled with resentment. Wanyou's eyes darkened. She continued to play the innocent. Did the emperor not inquire about what rewards Lord Xie desired? At that moment, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up like a star piercing the night. Sister Wanyou, I was overly excited just now. Let us go find Lord Xie and inform him that we are to be wed on the 8th of December, inviting him to our wedding feast. Good heavens, I lost my composure. Gu Wanyou's donation of 300,000 would surely earn royal favor. If Lord Xie recognized their relationship and spoke favorably on his behalf, the outcome could be equally beneficial. Chapter 4. The Imminent Bomb. Wanyou deliberately guided Jiang Xian, fully aware of his intentions. Suppressing her disdain, she said, Brother Xian, I do not know Lord Xie. Do you? You made a donation. How could you not know him? Jiang Xian felt an inexplicable agitation rising within him. Unfazed, Wanyou continued, Brother Xian, my father is currently battling in Huajiang. My donation was solely to ensure that he and the brave soldiers could have enough to eat and wear, and to return home victoriously. Thus, I had no desire for any reward, and had Huayang donate anonymously. Jiang Xian. At the peak of his emotions, he felt utterly devoid of feeling. The stars that once sparkled with hope in his eyes plummeted like meteors, leaving behind a void of darkness. He was uncertain whether his feelings leaned more towards disappointment or anger, perhaps both, equally overwhelming, leaving him without a moment to breathe or contemplate. He appeared stunned, standing there for a long time without reaction. Eventually, a profound sorrow surfaced within him. He mourned for himself. To anonymously donate 30,000? Good heavens! How could someone as foolish as Gu Wanyou exist in this world? And he, Jiang Xian, a man of considerable intelligence, had fallen for such an unparalleled fool? How ironic! Will you still invite Lord Xie to the wedding? Wanyou asked, her heart racing with a mix of pain and curiosity. Jiang Xian. Even in such a situation, Gu Wanyou still harbored thoughts of marrying him. Oh heavens, please rid the world of this simpleton. Brother Xian, I have lost my dowry. You cannot abandon me. Wanyou continued, further provoking Jiang Xian. Not only did her words irritate him, but she also endured her disgust to grasp his arm. Get away. Jiang Xian forcefully pushed Wanyou aside, as if repulsed by something vile, gritting his teeth and shouting, Do not let me see you again. With that, he strode away, vowing never to encounter Gu Wanyou again, wishing to never hear her name. Gu Wanyou represented his disgrace. Staggering from Jiang Xian and Appo's shove, Wanyou nearly fell. But fortunately, Bai Lu was quick to catch her from behind, preventing her from hitting the ground. Feigning urgency, she called out to Jiang Xian's retreating form, Brother Xian. Although I have lost my dowry, I am skilled in handicrafts. I can create embroidered goods to sell for some silver. Moreover, I am willing to endure hardship. I do not mind your family and Appo's, as poverty. In response, she received an unfeeling back turned in disdain. Once the door closed, her expression turned cold, her eyes, as clear as lake water, filled with the chill of a wintry dawn. How could she have been infatuated with such a person in her past life? She realized how blind she had been. Miss, is the young master angry? Will he? The maid said with concern. She had been so joyous before, and now was filled with trepidation. It was evident that her mistress had been infatuated with the young master. What are you worried about? Are you concerned he will call off the engagement? Wanyou shot a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. Bai Lu pouted, tacitly agreeing. Wanyou smiled with satisfaction. That scoundrel Jiang Xian had nearly driven her to madness today. It was only natural that she would receive a letter of annulment from the Jiang family at dawn. At this critical juncture, would he truly call off the engagement simply because his fiancée donated military funds to the court? If word of this reached the emperor, Jiang Fu's career and Jiang Xian's examination prospects would be irrevocably damaged. Whether it would reach the emperor depended solely on her whims. She held this ticking bomb in her hands, ready to manipulate Jiang Xian at her leisure. In her past life, Jiang Xian had relied on her to ascend the ranks and marry his beloved. Now, he could forget about wealth and promotion. As for marrying Gu Wanyou, under normal circumstances, it was impossible. Gu Wanyou had been raised by her stepmother to be vain, self-important, and proud of her beauty and talent. She had made her conditions for marrying Jiang Xian quite clear. He must achieve a degree and acquire her dowry. Now that the wealth was gone, unless Jiang Xian became the top scholar, but how easy was that to achieve? Without donations to earn favor with the emperor. Even if she did not use the annulment as leverage, Jiang Xian's ranking of 132 would only earn him an awkward position among the candidates. Who would Gu Wanyou ever find appealing among the candidates? However, Wanyou was determined to facilitate this ill-fated couple. In her previous life, Gu Wanyou had been the one to betray her. Wanyou would not be so cruel as to make her pay with her life. Instead, she would ensure that Gu Wanyou and Jiang Xian were bound together. She would manipulate Jiang Xian's future, forcing him to find a way to marry Gu Wanyou. Even if it meant resorting to theft, he would do anything to bring Gu Wanyou into his home. An unfulfilled scholar, a vain woman yearning for wealth and status. A perfect match. In a good mood, Wanyou stopped by the Gathering of Talents Pavilion to pack her favorite soy sauce duck and fragrant ribs. Upon returning home, she personally delivered the packed delicacies to the Jiang residence. Elder sister? As soon as she entered, she heard her legitimate sister, Gu Wanyou's voice. Elder sister, why have you returned so late? Gu Wanyou pouted in feigned reproach. Gu Wanyou had celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony in March, turning 15. She was sweetly beautiful, her smile revealing charming dimples, and her eyes sparkled brightly. When she spoke sweet words, her voice was as soft as rice cakes. Even when she scolded, it retained that same gentle tone. In her past life, Gu Wanyou had used her signature sweet voice to send her on her final journey. Shortly after the palace examination, Gu Wanyou had arrived at her room, adorned with finery and exuding an air of triumph. Elder sister, she had said, you have suffered too long from illness. As your sister, I cannot bear to see you in pain. Today, I shall see you off. At that moment, it had all come too suddenly, leaving Wanyou feeling as if struck by lightning, questioning her why. With a smile, Gu Wanyou had sweetly replied, Brother Xian has never liked you. He has been kind to you solely for your dowry. The one he truly loves is me. He endures his disgust to be near you, all for my sake. He studies diligently to pass the exams for me. Now that Brother Xian has achieved the status of scholar, once you are gone, I shall marry him, using your wealth to secure his bright future. I will ensure that the Jiang family becomes both rich and noble. Wanyou had then asked if that is the case. Why not eliminate me sooner and marry him right away? Gu Wanyou had smiled. If I had married him early, what if Brother Xian failed the exams? Wealth alone is not enough. Holding a position of power is essential. I, Gu Wanyou, desire both wealth and status. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Elder sister? Gu Wanyou's words were entirely accurate. In her previous life, how could her foolishness be summed up in a mere word? She had been so naive that even her deceased mother would not have recognized her. At times, she pondered whether her rebirth was a result of her mother rejecting her and sending her back. Is there something concerning, second sister? Wanyou inquired with an indifferent expression. Indeed, Miss Zhou's coming-of-age ceremony is tomorrow, and she has invited me. As you know, Miss Zhou's father is the Minister of Rights, and her acquaintances are all of high standing. Since I have been invited, I must not allow others to look down upon our Gu family and Oppos as daughters. Would you agree? Elder sister? Is second sister lacking something? Wanyou, as before, played along, echoing whatever others hoped she would say. Gu Wanyou smiled charmingly. Elder sister, may I borrow that set of pearl jewelry? Borrow? Wanyou could scarcely restrain herself from scoffing. Chapter 5. Borrowing without return from childhood to adulthood. Gu Wanyou could not recall how many items she had borrowed from her. Whenever Gu Wanyou laid eyes on something of value, she would simply take it without a thought of returning it. The set of jewelry she mentioned, purportedly made of pearls, was in fact worth far more than mere pearls. The bracelet alone contained 5 rubies, encased in intricately carved gold, surrounded by a circle of pearls. This singular piece was valued at around 500 taels. Moreover, the set included more than just the bracelet. It featured a necklace adorned with a large ruby, worth no less than the bracelet, as well as earrings and 2 floral hairpins, all embellished with precious stones. The entire set, gifted by Wanyou last year during his travels in Jiang, exceeded 2,000 taels in value. Not only was it made of precious materials, but the craftsmanship from Jiang was exquisite, truly opulent. In her previous life, after Wanyou borrowed this set of jewelry, she had no intention of returning it. However, as she herself cherished the set, she once requested it back from Wanyou, only to be met with a look of grievance. "Elder sister, I've already worn that jewelry in public, and everyone admires it. If they find out it was merely borrowed, how could I possibly show my face again?" Wanyou's words struck a chord, and at that time, her disposition was such that she could hardly muster the courage to insist on reclaiming it, ultimately resigning to let Wanyou have it. Now, however, Wanyou did not respond immediately, feigning contemplation for a moment before stating, "As for that set, I believe it is far too precious. I entrusted it to Brother Huaiyang for safekeeping." She spoke no falsehood. Indeed, she had given the entire set to Huaiyang, along with other valuable items she had taken since her rebirth, just to be cautious. "Elder sister, are you implying that keeping it at home is unsafe? Who are you guarding against?" Wanyou's plans crumbled, and her expression shifted instantly. While she had indeed intended to deceive Wanyou out of her jewelry, she genuinely needed it for an upcoming ceremonial event. Miss Zhou, the daughter of the Minister of Rites, would host a gathering attended by young ladies from distinguished families. As the daughter of a 5th-rank official, she would be inconspicuous among the elite, but donning Wanyou's exquisite set would undoubtedly make her the center of attention. Her aspirations dashed, she could not openly express her fury as the items were not hers. Instead, she resorted to veiled sarcasm aimed at Wanyou. "Wanyou, why don't you find another set for your sister?" Jiang remarked coldly. Wanyou's reluctance to allow her treasured possessions to be safeguarded by Huaiyang, an outsider, left Jiang feeling displeased. Since the jewelry was not present, she resolved to have another set prepared. After all, she had already made her intentions clear, and Wanyou must provide a set of jewelry. However, Wanyou replied, "I have already sent it to Brother Huaiyang." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang fixed her gaze on her. "Do you not trust me, or are you unwilling to part with your sister in Appo's jewelry and thus resorting to deceit?" Wanyou, unperturbed, responded, "Neither. Recently, wasn't there an incident at Lord Sun's residence where thieves invaded? I thought, what if our household were to face a similar fate? Brother Huaiyang's storeroom has dedicated guards. It is undoubtedly safer. Mother, you must also secure your belongings. I heard that all of Madame Sun's treasures were stolen." Her argument was sound and demonstrated concern for Jiang, leaving her with no counterarguments. Yet, an unsettling anger simmered within Jiang, which she could not voice, instead harboring it deep inside. "Elder sister, you could have Brother Huaiyang send it back in time." Wanyou remained resolute. In her memory, Wanyou was not one to deceive. She trusted her words. "Second sister, your beauty is such that you require no adornments. Your face alone is a highlight." Wanyou smiled sincerely. Wanyou, ever vain, was indeed aware that the Minister of Rites held a 2nd-rank position, and the attendees would be daughters of high-ranking officials. As a daughter of a 5th-rank official, Wanyou was merely a supplementary presence. How foolish to think she could outshine others. She recalled how, in her previous life, Wanyou had worn her jewelry to a banquet, only to receive polite compliments, while whispers behind her back accused her of wearing fakes. Given the family's financial standing, no one believed they could possess such exquisite items. One must understand their own position. Donning items that do not align with one's status is a personal matter. Yet to seek to flaunt such possessions is a folly that invites ridicule. Of course, Wanyou would never comprehend this. In her previous life, she learned later from her aunt that there were murmurs of Wanyou parading in counterfeit finery for show, and upon hearing this, she felt a pang of sympathy contrasting with Wanyou's smugness upon returning from the banquet. "Mother, I feel a bit fatigued today. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Jiang's response, Wanyou performed a bow and turned to exit. "Mother, what was her attitude? Has she lost her mind?" Wanyou pointed towards the door, still processing the encounter. The former Wanyou had always been quite submissive. How could she refuse her request? To leave without waiting for their mother to speak? Who gave her such audacity? Jiang Shi was equally taken aback. This version of Wanyou was unfamiliar to her. While she appeared courteous, her eyes held an unmistakable coldness. Jiang Shi recalled the conversation from a few days prior regarding Wanyou and Appo's proposal to break off their engagement. And inexplicably, a sense of agitation stirred within her. The following morning, shortly after Wanyou arose, she was hastily summoned to the main courtyard by a servant closely affiliated with Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi, Gu Wanyou, her mother-in-law, and her sister-in-law Jiang awaited her in the courtyard. Jiang Shi and her mother-in-law sat in chairs, while Gu Wanyou and Jiang stood to either side, all craning their necks in anticipation of her arrival. Upon seeing them, Wanyou could not help but smile in satisfaction. Her predictions had come to fruition, as they had indeed come seeking her early in the day. Gu Wanyou, may you meet a most unfortunate end, you deceitful wretch. You have cruelly deceived my son. Jiang's mother was the first to unleash her wrath. With reddened eyes and a tone of hysteria, she berated Wanyou. Wanyou was not taken aback. This was a scheme, with Jiang Shi as the instigator and Jiang's mother as her willing accomplice. 300,000? That was wealth that Jiang's father would never amass in a lifetime. The mere thought of such an immense sum was enough to make them salivate. This fortune, which they believed was within their grasp, had suddenly slipped away. How could they not be driven to madness? Before Wanyou could respond, Jiang Shi immediately interjected. I will ask you only this. Is it true that you donated 300,000? While enjoying her breakfast, Jiang's mother burst in, furiously recounting the details of Wanyou's purported donation and insisting on breaking off the engagement. Jiang Shi's first instinct was disbelief. Wanyou had been raised under her care, molded into a pliable figure who would seek her stepmother and Appo's approval for even the smallest matters. She could not fathom that Wanyou, who had always been timid, would undertake such a monumental decision without consulting her. Impossible, she thought. She had to hear it from Wanyou's own lips. Chapter 6. The Ruthless Countenance Mother. Wanyou said calmly, gazing at Jiang Shi. What? You truly. Jiang Shi's words trailed off as she clutched her forehead and began to sway backward. Seeing Jiang Shi faint, Wanyou Kuden and Appo's helped but smirk inwardly. Her fragility was rather comical. Yet, she could fathom how the news of the donation struck Jiang Shi like a thunderbolt. After all, Jiang Shi had meticulously plotted for over a decade, and just yesterday, she had consented to allow Jiang Shi to manage the dowry. Jiang Shi must have been devising ways to embezzle funds, calculating how much to misappropriate. And now, it was all donated. Not only were her cunning plans shattered, but the schemes of the past 10 years crumbled alongside them. The dream of wealth evaporated, and Jiang Shi's meticulous, manipulative education over the years had met with utter failure. It was entirely natural for Jiang Shi to be unable to accept this reality. Mother. Gu Wanyou shot Wanyou a glare and hurried to support Jiang Shi, while a nearby maid quickly pressed her fingers to Jiang Shi's acupoint. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. Jiang Mu, witnessing Jiang Shi's collapse, refrained from offering help and instead hurled the envelope in her hand at Wanyou's face. You foolish wretch. You shall never step foot into my Jiang family's door again. Take this. Her son had just turned 20 and passed the imperial examination. Surely, he would excel in the next round. His future was boundless. Gu Wanyou, lacking family support, raised by a stepmother who had rendered her useless, rootless, talentless, and devoid of virtue, could not possibly be worthy of her son. Wanyou picked up the envelope that had fallen to the ground, tearing it open. Indeed, it was a notice of the broken engagement. Broken engagement? She feigned curiosity. What? Now that you've lost your dowry, you wouldn't still wish to marry my brother, would you? Jiang glared at Wanyou. My brother is destined for greatness. Just look at you. Bah, you wouldn't even pass a glance in the mirror. Originally, it had been agreed that Gu Wanyou's assets would yield 30,000 as her dowry, an impressive sum, considering that the dowries of ordinary noble ladies range from 30 to 50,000. Given their family's initial circumstances, a dowry of a mere 1,000 taels would have been the utmost they could muster. With those 30,000, she would have held her head high in her future household. but now it was all gone, completely vanished. Jiang seethed with rage, wishing she could tear Wanyou apart. At just 14, Jiang's sharp tongue rivaled that of an old crone, prompting Wanyou to chuckle silently. In her previous life, after marrying into the Jiang family, Jiang had called her sister-in-law with such warmth, for Wanyou had been generous. Each address was a transaction of sorts. Casting a glance at Jiang's hairpin, Wanyou remarked, "Oh, Jiang, your golden hairpin is quite lovely. Is it the one I gifted you?" Jiang's face flushed crimson as she quickly withdrew her wrist. For the bracelet on her arm was also a gift from Wanyou. Wanyou smiled slightly. "Your earrings look quite familiar as well. Are they not the pair I gave you for your birthday this year?" Being only 14, Jiang's complexion shifted from red to pale in rapid succession. She forced a grin. Who would covet such gifts? I only accepted them due to my brother's influence. Since the engagement is off, my dear sister, you need not feign reluctance. Return them to me now. Wanyou extended her hand, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Jiang stood speechless, torn between shame and a fierce desire to keep them. After all, to return them would be utterly humiliating. Yet, to keep them felt just as wrong. She bit her lip, glaring at Wanyou with a mix of guilt and defiance. How dare you ask for them back? After all these years, you still owe for your choices. At that moment, Jiang yanked Jiang aside, directing a hostile gaze at Wanyou. I shall relinquish nothing else. You cannot provide it. Let the house in the east of the city suffice as compensation. Jiang was incensed, her demeanor as if she had suffered a great loss. The Jiang family possessed merely a modest 2-courtyard residence and 2 smaller annexes, while Wanyou had invested 18,000 taels to procure a grand 3-courtyard estate with a garden as her bridal chamber. Now that the marriage was annulled, they still coveted her property and had the audacity to act as if she owed them something. It was utterly ludicrous. Prior to this, Jiang had not displayed such a countenance. She had once said, "The more I see of Wanyou, the more I like her. Once she enters my Jiang family, I shall treat her like my own daughter." In her previous life, after marrying into the Jiang family, Jiang had not been harsh. She merely lamented her own lack and the family's struggles in Wanyou's presence. Yet, after marrying into the Jiang family, Wanyou had not only furnished them with shops and estates, but had also elevated their standard of living significantly. Now, however, the truth of their nature was painfully clear. Gazing upon Jiang's malevolent visage, Wanyou felt no desire to engage further, coolly stating, "Sell it." Oh. Jiang grasped her forehead, teetering on the brink of fainting. She had dreamed of residing in that grand garden estate. It had been agreed that once her son married, the entire family would move in. She had even arranged her room within that house, eagerly anticipating the day she could flaunt her new abode before envious neighbors and old acquaintances. Just the thought of it thrilled her. But now, the house was gone, the envy extinguished, everything had vanished. Jiang felt her heart plummet like a stone. "Eldest sister, what happened to your hair?" Wanyou, attending to the unconscious Jiang, turned to question Wanyou's appearance as Jiang began to regain consciousness. "How do you find my new hairstyle, dear sister?" Wanyou smiled unperturbed. In her previous life, Wanyou had always praised her thick bangs, claiming they accentuated her features and made her look youthful, alleging that Jiang favored them. Wanyou had never questioned it, maintaining her bangs for years. Now, having been reborn, she desired a new visage. This morning, she instructed her maid to sweep her bangs up, revealing her smooth forehead. To her surprise, the absence of bangs not only astounded her maid, but also rendered her unrecognizable even to herself. Was this truly her? Without the bangs to obscure her features, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her entire face radiated with renewed life, transforming her completely. She couldn't help but speculate that Wanyou's previous insistence on her bangs might have been insincere. In the current moment, while others were preoccupied with matters of wealth, Wanyou was concerned about her hairstyle. It hinted at ulterior motives. "Quite lovely," Wanyou admitted begrudgingly, her heart tinged with jealousy. Though she prided herself on her accomplishments in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she felt overshadowed by Wanyou, particularly in terms of beauty. Although she was pretty in her own right, standing beside Wanyou made her feel inadequate, especially with Wanyou's bright, captivating eyes that seemed to hold the world's allure. Thus, she had deceived Wanyou into keeping her bangs, knowing they would detract from the brilliance of those enchanting eyes, while rendering the otherwise articulate Wanyou somewhat awkward. Now, however, Wanyou beheld Wanyou, who appeared as though illuminated by a unique radiance, her clear, bright eyes and fair skin accentuating her delicate beauty, her lips resembling a lovely flower, slightly pursed as if dissatisfied with the world around her. Perhaps it was the clarity of her gaze that lent her an air of serene elegance. In contrast, the previous Wanyou had often spoken with her chin lowered, her bright eyes revealing a timid demeanor, exuding an air of insignificance. Unbeknownst to Wanyou, Wanyou had been reborn. She was unaware of the betrayal and machinations she had endured in her previous life. All she could see was the striking transformation in Wanyou's demeanor and grace, as if she were witnessing two entirely different individuals. Is this truly Wanyou? Wanyou's face bore astonishment, while her heart surged with tumult. The woman before her was too radiant, igniting a sense of inferiority within her. Indeed, having swept up my bangs looks delightful, does it not? Sister, your previous judgment. Wanyou shook her head, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. However, how could Wanyou fail to discern that she was referring to the matter of having previously deceived her into styling her bangs, which seemed rather unnatural? She then inquired, Elder sister, have you truly donated everything? She had heard that Jiang, who managed the finances for Wanyou, was quite adept, and at that moment, she couldn't help but ponder whether Wanyou possessed more than just 300,000. Although Wanyou may not be particularly astute, she certainly would not be foolish enough to donate every last penny. There must surely be some funds remaining. As long as Wanyou still had money, that was sufficient. As long as she did, Wanyou would devise a way to obtain it. Chapter 7. The Stepmother's True Malice. 300,000. Do you think I have any surplus? Wanyou understood the ulterior motives behind Wanyou's intentions, leaving no glimmer of hope. Wanyou merely sought to ascertain how much silver she still possessed, hoping to extract more from her. Yet, her hopes were in vain. Silver, indeed, she had in abundance, though the exact amount remained a mystery even to her. Once, she had inquired of Jiang, who assured her, there is plenty, Mississippi, spend as you wish, you will never exhaust it. But Wanyou, it was futile to contemplate. Elder sister, how could you be so cruel? With a confirmed answer, Wanyou's last shred of hope evaporated, her gaze turning venomous, as if grievously wounded. Her meticulously devised plan, once Jiang Xian achieved success, and Wanyou perished, she would wed him. Although Jiang Xian's background was lacking, his handsome appearance offered promise. With a title and some monetary influence, becoming a wealthy official's wife would be within reach. Now, her carefully laid plans lay in ruins, shattered by Wanyou. In truth, with her attributes, marrying a suitable gentleman from a reputable family should not have been difficult. However, a matching status often implied modest means, and if he were a second son, he would not inherit, rendering her subordinate. She could not accept such a fate. Initially, she sought better prospects, but now Jiang Xian had become a discarded pawn, and the possibility of finding a worthy match seemed bleak. Malice? Wanyou scoffed inwardly. Wanyou had once schemed to take her life, spending her silver, and dared to accuse her of cruelty? Was this truly malice? When Wanyou married Jiang Xian, living a life contrary to her aspirations, both would suffer in mutual torment. Only then would they grasp the essence of true cruelty. Second sister, I am donating my own silver, contributing to the nation. How is that cruel? Wanyou regarded Wanyou with a sardonic smile. Or have I shattered some of your plans by donating this sum? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wanyou's face. Wanyou's words hinted she knew more than she let on. At that moment, the unconscious Madame Jiang regained awareness, trembling as she lunged toward Wanyou, accusing her. You wretched girl, I treated you as my own daughter, and you unilaterally made such a significant decision. Clearly, I have been too lenient, allowing you to act recklessly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in honor of your deceased mother. Since marrying into the Gu family and discovering the dowry documentation, Madame Jiang had been plotting, after years of scheming, to end up with nothing, who would compensate her for the years of feigned affection. Heaven knows she was but a stepmother, and a petty one at that. Madame Jiang's heart brimmed with despair and fury. Wanyou observed the unfolding drama, where one would exit only for another to enter. As Jiang, he felt a wave of shame, and Wanyou found herself at a loss for words. Madame Jiang took the stage. Is having a mother such a remarkable thing? I may lack one, but today I shall wield power as if I did. That 300,000 was left to me by my mother, Wanyou reminded her. Just because your mother left it, does it belong to you? Madame Jiang's eyes reddened as she bellowed at Wanyou. You carry Gu blood, and thus all you possess belongs to the Gu family. What you donated was our family's wealth. Someone, give her 20 lashes and lock her in the woodshed without food. Without food? Is it meant to starve her? Wanyou felt a sense of satisfaction watching Madame Jiang's rising indignation. Just yesterday, she was a caring mother. Today, she transformed into a venomous stepmother, all for 300,000 taels of silver. How fickle human hearts are. It seems the tales of Money Mama were not mere fabrications. Indeed, stepmothers can be ruthless. Reflecting upon it now, considering Madame Jiang's malice, had it not been for her mother's foresight, she might not have lived to see her current age. Even now, with such a cruel disposition, had she not left herself an escape route. By the time her father returned, she might well have been a forgotten name. With a command from Madame Jiang, Money Mama, ever efficient, swiftly summoned the punishment instruments. Wanyou approached the wide bench used for disciplining servants. Mother, I know you're upset that I didn't inform you in advance about my donation. However, I now wish to preemptively say that I have heard the Emperor will summon me to the palace today for a reward. Who do you think you're fooling? Jiang mother scoffed immediately. Xian has already mentioned that your donation was anonymous. Who are you trying to deceive? It's laughable. At my age, I have never witnessed such foolishness. You squandered 300,000 and chose anonymity. How foolish indeed. Madame Jiang, already filled with doubts, grew even more furious upon hearing Jiang mother's words. Though Wanyou was not her biological child, she had raised her. Her foolishness was a disgrace to her. Without further contemplation, she sternly ordered, strike her. Her anger reached a boiling point. Without punishing Wanyou, she could not quell her rage. Wanyou, glancing at the sky, estimated that Lord Xie would arrive shortly. She only needed to delay until he did. Mother, you cannot blame me entirely. We had discussed compensating both uncle's family and you 5,000 for the broken engagement, but you refused. Still bringing that up? Madame Jiang felt a pang of regret. Had she known it would come to this, she should have agreed to the compensation that day. After all, she could have negotiated for more. Anything would have been better than ending up with nothing. Even the very least, she could have secured 5,000. What 5,000? Jiang mother sensed something amiss and questioned Madame Jiang. Wanyou took satisfaction in Jiang mother's reaction, eagerly clarifying. Just the other day, I mentioned to my mother that I wished to break the engagement, offering the Jiang family 5,000 as compensation. But she didn't agree. What? Jiang mother's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you make such a significant decision without consulting us? Madame Jiang, already furious, coldly retorted, if I had told you, would you have agreed to a 5,000 tael compensation? Are you not aware of your own greed? Jiang mother, refusing to back down, replied, had I known she intended to break the engagement, I would have certainly agreed. And what do you mean? Should I compensate you 5,000 taels? Madame Jiang snapped back, her own regrets surfacing. You certainly owe it. If not for you, how could Xian have been so severely deceived? This is all you're doing. Jiang mother pulled at her chin, unwilling to relent. Ultimately, the whole affair had begun with Madame Jiang approaching her, and now she had nothing to show for it, having lost years of pretense. Had it not been for you, Jiang mother felt a surge of suppressed anger finally find its outlet, but was silenced by Money Mama's hand over her mouth. Madam, are you prepared to sever ties with the Gu family? Money Mama warned sharply. Jiang mother still simmered with rage, but refrained from shouting. Just then, a servant rushed in with news. Madam, Lord Xie from the Ministry of Revenue has arrived. Lord Xie from the Ministry of Revenue? Is he truly here? Could it be that Gu Wanyou spoke the truth? Jiang mother glanced at the instruments of punishment nearby, quickly signaling Money Mama to remove them. But Lord Xie had already entered. Lord Xie, what brings you here? Jiang mother forced a smile as she greeted him, and the others followed suit. Lord Xie got straight to the point, stating that the emperor wished to meet Wanyou to confer a reward. Upon hearing this, Jiang mother felt her legs quiver. If Lord Xie happened to arrive just as Wanyou was being punished, and learned it was due to her donation to the court, wouldn't she be in a precarious position? Jiang mother shot a fierce glare at Madame Jiang, suddenly filled with dread. She noticed Lord Xie's gaze drift to the still-present punishment bench and felt her heart race. Surely, wouldn't he discover anything? In that moment, Jiang mother also realized the gravity of the situation and hastily grasped Wanyou's arm. Wanyou, hand over the letter of engagement to your aunt. Just now, your aunt was merely in a moment of panic. Wanyou pulled her hand away, saying nothing, and did not return the letter of engagement, following Lord Xie as he departed. As Wanyou departed, Mother Jiang's legs weakened, causing her to collapse onto the ground. It was over, it was over. What if that wretched girl spoke indiscriminately? The Jiang family would be doomed. Mother Jiang's face was etched with despair, her heart filled with trepidation. She was terrified. If Wanyou were to claim that the annulment of the engagement stemmed from the Jiang family's dissatisfaction with their charitable contributions, it would be tantamount to expressing discontent with the court itself. Surely, the emperor would not let the Jiang family off lightly. It was truly over. Mother Jiang lamented incessantly, while the Jiang family trembled in their anxiety. Could that wretched girl truly be reckless enough to speak out? Chapter 8. Aspiring to marry General Ji in the grand hall of the palace, the middle-aged emperor sat imperiously upon his elevated dragon throne. Wanyou, though reborn, was encountering the emperor for the first time and felt a flutter of trepidation in her heart, despite it being a mere audience. Your Highness, I am willing to part with my entire dowry, which was left to me by my mother, she replied. My father always said, without a nation, there can be no family. Now, as our soldiers at the borders suffer from hunger and cold, it is my duty as a subject of the Yin to contribute. Wanyou recited her words as if reciting a lesson. Haha, what a sentiment! A lady of the Yin, with such a grand vision for the realm, ensures the prosperity of our nation. The emperor's laughter boomed, for her generous donation was indeed a timely blessing. News of the dire need for military funds had circulated for 10 days, yielding less than 60,000. However, upon the announcement of Wanyou's contribution, the court erupted in response. In times of hardship, a single woman could relinquish her entire dowry, leaving those in positions of power unable to claim poverty. Within less than an hour, an additional 200,000 had been gathered. It was imperative, for urgent reports from the front indicated that the remaining supplies would last no more than a month. Without timely funds, the soldiers would soon face starvation. How can one fight with empty bellies? Fortunately, the immediate crisis had been averted, and Wanyou's contributions were pivotal. The region of Huajiang had been fragmented for over a century, enduring countless battles and losses without resolution. Now was a critical juncture. Nanzheng was a talent rarely seen in 100 years, and the emperor held unwavering confidence in him. As long as the supplies were sufficient, he believed Nanzheng would decisively conquer Qinggu Pass, reclaiming Huajiang, and thus securing his legacy. The emperor, in high spirits, declared, I hear you wish to meet with me. Speak, what reward do you seek? Your Majesty, may I express any desire? Wanyou asked, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Speak freely, the emperor replied with conviction. I humbly request your Majesty to arrange a marriage for me, she boldly stated. The emperor erupted in laughter, marveling at her audacity. In matters of marriage, it is traditionally dictated by parental orders and matchmakers. Yet, this lady dares to propose herself? However, a woman capable of donating 300,000 taels was indeed extraordinary. Which young gentleman has caught your eye? Speak boldly, and today, I shall take it upon myself to grant your wish, he said, seemingly in high spirits. Your Majesty, do you truly mean it? Wanyou asked, her heart racing as she sought assurance against rejection. Indeed, the emperor's demeanor shifted, becoming stern. Do you question my word? I would never dare. She quickly prostrated herself in apology. The emperor chuckled again at her frightened form. Speak, no matter who it may be, I shall grant your request." The emperor mused that while Wanyou was daring, she could not be so presumptuous as to desire his crown prince or any of his sons. As long as it was not one of his sons, he would indulge her wish. Gaining the emperor and Appo's approval, Wanyou subtly curved her lips into a smile. "I wish to marry General Ji," she finally articulated, though her heart raced as if she had swallowed a thorn. The emperor fell silent. Who claimed this woman lacked audacity? Her request was nothing short of outrageous. Ji Nanzheng? The emperor clenched his teeth in secret, recalling that the most sought-after figure in the Yin was not his crown prince, but Ji Nanzheng himself. As the emperor's most esteemed general, Ji Nanzheng was the embodiment of valor and strategy. In terms of worth, aside from the emperor and the crown prince, Ji Nanzheng was the most valuable man in all of the Yin, one whom even the emperor's own daughters yearned to marry. Wanyou dared not raise her gaze, but could feel the oppressive atmosphere weighing down upon her. She had anticipated the emperor's reaction, considering Ji Nanzheng's esteemed status. Not only was he a celebrated general, but as the legitimate son of the esteemed duke of the first family, he was far beyond the reach of a mere fifth-rank official's daughter. But the emperor had made a promise. He, as a sovereign ruler, would not go back on his word. After all, Lord Xia was still present to witness. Lord Xia wished he could disappear. Wanyou had cleverly maneuvered the emperor, and if he were to withdraw his decree, who would stand as the sole witness besides the inner court officials? A precarious situation indeed. While Wanyou bore the weight of the emperor's scrutiny, Jiang Xian's father rushed to the Jiang residence with great urgency. "Have you delivered the annulment letter?" He gasped, not even pausing to catch his breath. He had stayed over at a colleague's house after a night of drinking and returned home upon hearing the news of Wanyou's donation. "Master, I." Jiang's mother looked at her husband, her eyes filled with trepidation. She was well aware of his intent and was trembling with anxiety. Slap! Jiang's father, sensing her hesitation, immediately understood that the annulment letter had been given. He struck her across the face. "Fool! Do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions? You better pray that girl hasn't spoken out of turn, or you shall see the consequences." Jiang's mother, holding her cheek in shock, teared up in reluctance. "That girl donated her entire dowry. Am I to marry her now?" Jiang's father felt an overwhelming urge to strike her again. Defeated, he slumped into a chair, placing his dwindling hopes on Wanyou. Jiang Xian, like his father, felt despondent upon learning that his mother had indeed submitted the annulment letter. He had been furious the previous day, writing the annulment letter himself, sealing it with his father's official stamp, and then isolating himself in his room with a bottle of wine. Upon returning, his father had informed him of the calamity they faced. With no time to grieve, he rushed over, hoping it wasn't too late and that his mother had yet to finalize the annulment. But alas, he was too late. He sat in a corner, feeling like a drowned rat, placing all his hopes on Wanyou. Ultimately, the situation hinged entirely on Wanyou. If she did not speak up, there would be no issue. He thought of her kindness and the affection she held for him, believing she would never wish to harm him. With this thought, Jiang Xian's despondent eyes brightened slightly. After regaining some composure, he furtively glanced at Wanyou, seated diagonally across from him. Upon sensing his gaze, she turned away in an instant, as if she had not seen him at all. Chapter 9. A bargain for now within the hallowed halls of the imperial palace. The emperor lingered, his response hanging in the balance. Though Wanyou perceived his tacit agreement in the absence of explicit denial, the suspense gnawed at her, as if time itself had ossified. "I consent," the emperor finally declared, his voice resonant with authority. Such a woman, possessing profound magnanimity, is indeed worthy of the most exceptional man in Yan. Yet, only the emperor knew the arduousness of this decision. Ji Nanzheng was risking life and limb on the frontier, while he, in the rear, bartered him away for a sum of 300,000. That intractable disposition of Ji Nanzheng. Once, he had offered the hand of his most beloved princess Jiang, only to be met with an immediate and vehement refusal. Ji Nanzheng had proclaimed that, as a subject, he was willing to dedicate himself to Yan, to the emperor, even unto his last drop of blood. However, as a man, he sought only a woman who stirred his heart, irrespective of noble lineage, and implored the emperor to grant him this wish. His words then were imbued with such earnestness and conviction that the emperor glimpsed a reflection of his younger self, a time when he too had clung to his principles. But what had become of that? He was now surrounded by countless women, yet his heart remained desolate. He admired Nanzheng's unwavering commitment to the nation's welfare, his decisive and ruthless leadership on the battlefield. He cherished such a rare and capable general. If only he could spare him this sacrifice. But he was the emperor, bound by the exigencies of governance. Wanyou's donation was substantial, a paragon of generosity in these trying times. Moreover, her request was not unreasonable, and Nanzheng was unattached. He was the emperor, and he had to maintain equilibrium. Above all, he had spoken rashly, committing himself beyond retraction. The emperor suddenly felt the weight of the adage, a sovereign's words are inviolable, a shackle of his own making. Very well, he mused, he is the emperor, and his subjects are, by their very nature, expendable. Though Nanzheng was invaluable, 300,000 was a considerable sum. A bargain for now, he thought. In all likelihood, his stubbornness will lead him to reject the union. And when he did, he would feign reluctance, yielding to the inevitable. No one could fault the emperor for inaction. He would then bestow upon the Gu woman some other form of recompense. Having assented to Wanyou's request, the emperor bid her to raise her head. She had been bowing, and from his distance, he had yet to discern her features. But as she lifted her gaze, the emperor was transfixed. Her luminous eyes possessed an enchanting quality, holding his gaze captive. How long had it been since he had beheld such eyes? A wave of regret and infatuation washed over him, recalling a fleeting encounter from years past. A decade and more, perhaps. If only I had seen Wanyou sooner. He lamented. I would not have needed to barter Nanzheng. I could have simply brought her into the harem, bestowing upon her the rank of imperial concubine for her munificent donation to the nation. How perfect that would have been. The emperor felt a pang of regret. But in the next moment, his spirits lifted. Nanzheng's obstinacy would likely lead him to refuse the marriage, leaving Wanyou available to him. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wanyou said, oblivious to the emperor's musings. Finally receiving her answer, the tension within her eased, and she offered a respectful curtsy. Siekue, standing nearby, wiped beads of perspiration from his brow and took a deep breath. Miss Gu, congratulations, Siekue said, his demeanor affable as he offered his felicitations to Wanyou outside the palace. Wanyou responded with a courteous smile. I am indebted to you, Lord Xie. Not at all, Siekue replied with another bow, then added, earlier, I visited your residence and noticed a disciplinary bench. He cast a knowing glance at Wanyou, seeking to gauge her meaning. Upon entering, he had sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The gazes directed at Wanyou were peculiar. Drawing upon his years of experience as a seasoned courtier, he had formed his own suppositions. Of course, as a seasoned courtier, he would not meddle in others' affairs. However, as the Vice Minister of Revenue, he had gained favor with the emperor by processing this donation, and Wanyou, as the donor, was, in a sense, his benefactor. Now, she was to be betrothed to General Ji, making her the future general's wife. Although he held the esteemed rank of a third-grade official, Nanzheng, of the Duke of Dinghua's lineage, was not someone he could easily curry favor with. This was a rare opportunity, and he intended to express his goodwill, hoping it might prove useful in the future. Seeing Wanyou's candid expression, devoid of hidden meaning, he said, should Miss Gu ever require my assistance, I would be most honored to provide it. Lord Xie, Wanyou said, aware that Siekue's benevolence was partly due to her impending marriage to Nanzheng. Nonetheless, she responded sincerely, there will be many occasions in the future when I will need your help, Lord Xie. I hope you will not find it burdensome. She intended it as a mere platitude, but Siekue's eyes twitched. The words were eerily familiar. Indeed, Wanyou had employed the same tactic with the emperor in the palace hall, using the inviolability of the sovereign's word to her advantage. Dealing with this Wanyou requires vigilance, he thought, but the words had already been spoken. Siekue's astute eyes darted about as he replied with a smile. Of course, as long as Miss Gu requires it, I will do my utmost. Siekue personally escorted Wanyou back to the Gu residence. As Wanyou bid farewell to Siekue and entered the second gate, The Jiang matriarch pounced upon her like a ravenous beast, seizing her arm. "Wanyou," she said ingratiatingly, "what did the emperor say? You didn't oppose. He mentioned the annulment, did you?" The Jiang matriarch and Appo's eyes were fixed on Wanyou. Her earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a pleading expression. As the Jiang matriarch spoke, the others turned to Wanyou, their eyes filled with apprehension. Wanyou's gaze swept over the assembly, taking in the deflated countenances of those who had once been so haughty. A sense of satisfaction welled up within her. These people were finally realizing that, despite losing the 300,000, she had been in the emperor's presence and was no longer someone they could easily manipulate. Judging by their reactions, they were desperate to know if she had revealed their wickedness to the emperor. Let them worry. The more they worried, the less she would say. "Oh, do tell us," the Jiang matriarch urged impatiently, her heart pounding in her chest as Wanyou remained silent. "What difference does it make whether I tell you or not, Aunt?" Wanyou asked. "Now you're anxious. Where was this arrogance when you threw the annulment papers at me?" "Wanyou, you surely didn't say anything, did you?" Jiang Xian interjected, seeing that his mother was getting nowhere with Wanyou. Wanyou was fond of him and would naturally show him deference. In fact, he had been observing Wanyou ever since she entered. He sensed that she was different, more radiant than before. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that Wanyou's transformation was due to her hair being swept back. Previously, she had always worn heavy bangs, making her appear dull and uninteresting. Now, with her forehead exposed, her eyes were remarkably bright and beautiful. Indeed, as a child, Wanyou had been exceptionally pretty, but over the years, her bangs had obscured her beauty, and he had almost forgotten. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "I did," Wanyou replied, disgusted by Jiang Xian's use of sister. "You!" Jiang Xian exclaimed, his teeth clenched in anger. Wanyou had actually given him the cold shoulder? This was a first. Moreover, how could she not consider his future prospects? He was both furious and alarmed. Upon hearing this, the Jiang matriarch was utterly distraught. "How could you be so malicious? What are we going to do? We're doomed." She clutched her forehead, on the verge of fainting. "Malicious?" Wanyou retorted coldly. "Aunt, you were the one who threw the annulment papers in my face. How am I being malicious by stating the truth?" "Stating the truth? Did you say I threw the annulment papers in your face?" The Jiang matriarch's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. "We're doomed. Aunt, you know I wouldn't lie. I'll fight you." The Jiang matriarch shrieked, nearly losing her mind. She lunged at Wanyou, determined to destroy her along with the Jiang family. Wanyou remarked that the emperor would undoubtedly punish the Jiang family, leading to their downfall. She could not allow Wanyou to find peace. Chapter 10. A clash of faces. "Stop it!" Father Jiang exclaimed sharply, forcefully pulling Mother Jiang aside, his gaze filled with cautious pleading as he looked at Wanyou. "Child, tell your uncle the truth. Did you truly speak to the emperor?" Father Jiang, whose career had seen better days, perpetually exuded an air of despondency. Wanyou held neither a particularly favorable nor unfavorable impression of him. She collected her thoughts and replied, "I was prepared to speak, but ultimately, I refrained." Upon hearing that Wanyou had chosen silence, Father Jiang felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. "Good child, thank you," he said. The implications of this situation were vast. Had Wanyou chosen to make a statement suggesting that their marriage was rescinded due to her charitable contribution, it would have been tantamount to openly opposing the court. Losing their positions would be a mere trifle compared to the potential severe repercussions from the emperor, an ordeal the Jiang family could scarcely endure. Watching from the sidelines, Wanyou regarded Wanyou with disdain. Fool, she thought, not seizing such a splendid opportunity. If it were me, I would have taken revenge without hesitation. Truly, what a simpleton. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian felt a sense of pride. Observe, he mused, Wanyou may have styled her hair beautifully, but she remains foolishly infatuated with me, unwilling to harm me. As the atmosphere shifted from gloomy to bright, Wanyou smirked coldly. Let them revel in their joy for now. She had chosen not to disclose the truth about the broken engagement, though she could have embellished the tale, weaving a narrative that would surely invite the emperor's wrath upon Father Jiang and ruin Jiang Xian's examination prospects. Yet, she remained silent. It was not that she lacked the desire for revenge against the Jiang family or Jiang Xian, but rather that such a declaration from her own lips would lack finesse. This type of revelation would be far more effective if articulated by another at a crucial moment. For instance, after Jiang Xian's examinations, but before the palace test, bringing the engagement cancellation to the emperor's attention would yield far better results. Patience, it seemed, was a virtue. Moreover, holding this explosive secret would allow her to exert influence over Jiang Xian, compelling him to devise a means to marry Gu Wanyou. Good child, Father Jiang said. Let us pretend nothing has transpired regarding the broken engagement. You and Xian have been close since childhood. Let us proceed with the marriage as planned, shall we? With the tension in his mind alleviated, he began to plot the next steps. Uncle, I fear that cannot be, Wanyou replied with calmness. I have already sought another marriage proposal from the emperor. Who? Jiang Xian blurted out, incredulity coloring his tone. Wasn't Gu Wanyou enamored with him? How could she suddenly pursue another marriage? His earlier self-satisfaction was doused with cold water. General Ji, Wanyou stated nonchalantly. Who? Jiang Xian's expression twisted into one of scorn as he processed this absurdity. A woman he deemed unworthy was to be linked with General Ji? Had it not been for his attempts to maintain a scholar-esque composure, he would have urged Gu Wanyou to look in a mirror. Elder sister, you of cousin has broken off the engagement, and you are angry. Seeking someone to vex him is understandable, but you ought to choose someone credible. Gu Wanyou laughed, her face covered in mockery. General Ji? How audacious of you to even think that. She scoffed, her laughter echoing in disbelief. Nanzheng? He is the dream of every young woman in the capital. Surely, Gu Wanyou must be afflicted with delusions. Indeed, Jiang chimed in, her youthful heart aflame with jealousy. You truly dare to harbor such foolish fantasies? Have you looked in the mirror? My brother Wunti even glanced your way, and yet you presume to imagine yourself with General Ji? Aside from Father Jiang, everyone else wore expressions of mockery and disdain. Insanity. To even contemplate General Ji. Surely, she has lost her mind. Who in their right mind would commit such a foolish act as donating 30,000? Wanyou merely smiled, offering no defense. Before long, the imperial edict arrived, and the assembly fell to their knees. The Jiang family remained in the residence, kneeling as well. The decree commended Wanyou as charitable act and bestowed rewards upon her. A plaque inscribed with the emperor's commendation, 200 taels of gold, an assortment of jewelry and silk, and, notably, a marriage arrangement with General Ji. The mere mention of the plaque in gold was enough to incite envy among the onlookers. A marriage to General Ji? Is it truly happening? They gasped as though struck by lightning. Once the palace attendant departed, Gu Wanyou erupted. Impossible. Who is General Ji? What right does Gu Wanyou have to such an honor? Is the emperor blind? Elder sister, did you plan this? Gu Wanyou suddenly pieced it together, her eyes glistening with accusation. Did you donate that money specifically for General Ji? Wanyou found the situation amusing. And if I did? What if I didn't? Does it concern you? Second sister, why do you act this way? Should you be happy for me marrying General Ji? Wanyou smiled, her gaze teasing Gu Wanyou. A lump of bitterness lodged in Gu Wanyou's throat. General Ji? Everyone knew he was the object of every woman's desire in the capital. Yet how many dared to voice it? She was merely one among many. And while she admired such a man, she felt unworthy. If she felt that way, how could Gu Wanyou possibly be deserving? How could she ascend to the status of a general's wife or belong to the duke's household? Such a lofty position was a monumental honor. Her hatred for Wanyou deepened, surpassing even her resentment for the 30,000 she had donated. No, she could not bear to hate Wanyou alone. She would amplify the conflict, ensuring everyone despised her. Elder sister, if you have your eyes set on General Ji, why must you pretend to be enamored with cousin? Is this not a cruel joke? Upon hearing the news of Wanyou's betrothal to General Ji, Jiang Xian felt an overwhelming discontent, greater than the bitterness of sour vinegar. Gu Wanyou ignited the flames of indignation, and he felt compelled to react. Gu Wanyou, what do you mean by this? If you were already enamored with General Ji, why masquerade your affections before me? How cruel can you be? He disdained her, but was enraged that a woman he deemed beneath him was to marry the most illustrious man. He felt jealousy and resentment, as if Wanyou had trampled upon his dignity. Seeing Jiang Xian adopt the demeanor of a victim, Wanyou's eyes flashed with irony. Have you not been pretending for years? Had I not made that donation, you would still be playing your part, wouldn't you? The engagement letter is already in hand. It is time to tear off your mask. Moreover, you have already broken off the engagement. Surely, you do not expect me to remain chaste for you until death? Jiang Xian was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. After a brief pause, he retorted, "What have I pretended? I treated you with utmost kindness, yet you were fickle. I, Jiang Xian, must have been blind to be ensnared by a woman like you." Wanyou chuckled softly. In terms of shamelessness, Jiang Xian was truly unmatched. If we're discussing blindness, you truly are quite lost, aren't you? Her gaze flitted between Jiang Xian and Wanyou. A heart devoted to a woman so enamored with vanity. Was that not blind? But you're not the most blind of all. I merely offered a dowry, and you swiftly returned the engagement letter. Tell me, does that not make me the more foolish one? Chapter 11. The good days come to an end. Jiang Xian found himself enraged and speechless by Wanyou's veiled criticisms. He could hardly fathom how the gentle and obedient Wanyou could utter such cutting words, each piercing like a dagger. Wanyou swiftly clarified his confusion, stating, "Do you believe my tongue has suddenly become sharp? In truth, you are mistaken. This is my true nature. I had merely indulged your preferences in the past. But now that my eyes have been opened, I am simply being myself." Seeing Jiang Xian's discomfort, Wanyou rolled her eyes elegantly and continued, "However, I must express my gratitude to you. If it were not for your timely withdrawal of our engagement, how could I have approached the emperor to propose marriage? How could I become the fiancé of the general of the season? Wouldn't you agree, cousin?" She smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling with mischief, thanking him for his unwitting assistance. At this point, Jiang Xian could no longer deny that his act of withdrawing from the engagement was precisely what Wanyou had desired. Ultimately, he had not only lost everything, but had also served as a stepping stone for her ambitions. Torn between regret and resentment, his heart felt heavy. His fists clenched and unclenched in frustration. Am I dreaming? The general of the season has turned down even the princess. Some people will undoubtedly face rejection again, Jiang Yi remarked with a venomous edge, having witnessed her brother's humiliation. The onlookers, realizing the implications, exchanged glances, their envy morphing into schadenfreude. Wanyou cast a cool glance at Jiang Yi, smiling faintly. "Then I wish you all your dreams come true." Jiang Yi's words were not entirely without merit. It was evident that Nanzheng would not take a liking to her. After all, he had already rejected a princess, and she was not deluded enough to think otherwise. Yet, her invitation for marriage indicated her confidence that Nanzheng would not refuse her proposal. However, who could predict the future? One thing was certain: a man like General Ji, even with the title of an unresolved fiancé, was coveted by countless women. Would and oppose. Do you agree, Sister Jiang? Jiang Yi, feeling insulted, retorted sharply, "You may revel in your triumph now, but the higher you stand, the harder you will fall. Who knows what disgrace awaits you? That may be true, but at least I have stood at great heights. I am far luckier than those who cannot even find an opportunity to stumble." Wanyou replied, her spirits lifted. "Bailu, Qiugu, gather our things. We are leaving." She wished to avoid the ugly countenances of those around her that marred her good mood. Bailu and Qiugu hurriedly collected the emperor's generous gifts under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Suddenly, Wanyou stepped forward, blocking Wanyou's path. "Elder sister, it is rather unfair that you should keep all these rewards without sharing a portion with our mother, who has raised you with great effort." Wanyou was envious of the exquisite jewelry awarded by the emperor. Despite having obtained some fine items from Wanyou, they paled in comparison to the treasures of the palace. Attending gatherings adorned with royal gifts would surely attract envious glances. She relished the feeling of being the center of attention. "Dear sister, the emperor's gifts are not a reward for our mother's nurturing, but rather a token of gratitude for my donation of 300,000 to the court. If you wish for similar rewards, you must also contribute 30,000. Wanyou's words cut deep. "Oh, by the way, I have become so impoverished that this is all I possess. The annual 2,000 taels I use to provide for our household will no longer be forthcoming, which may severely impact your daily expenses." "Such as?" Wanyou scrutinized Gu Wanyou from head to toe. Gu Wanyou had dressed meticulously for the banquet, donning a luxurious water-pink brocade and the exquisite golden-laid jade jewelry she had prepared the previous night. Her appearance radiated opulence, and one would hardly dispute her noble lineage. Sister, with that ensemble, you may need to consider your finances when you wish to purchase similar garments in the future. The Gu family was a declining noble house, and while they were not destitute, their patriarch, Gu Yin, was a low-ranking official with scant resources. Without Wanyou's annual financial support, Gu Wanyou could be assured she would not want for basic necessities, but maintaining her lavish lifestyle would become a distant dream. Initially, their mother had promised only 3,000 taels annually, but after Jiang's family expressed their difficulties, she persuaded Huayang to increase the amount to 20,000. Thanks to Wanyou's generosity, their household had enjoyed a life of luxury. Gu Wanyou had already received more than enough bad news that day, but she had overlooked a critical issue. Wanyou was about to cut off her financial support. What would become of her cherished, expensive clothes, fashionable jewelry, and high-end cosmetics? As she began to carve out her identity within the social scene, it was apparent that a striking appearance could elevate her status, even if she hailed from a modest background. Conversely, appearing shabby would invite mockery, regardless of one's pedigree. Out in the world, one's attire served as a fade that could not be neglected. Gu Wanyou was acutely aware of her family's financial situation. Without Wanyou's support, how could she maintain the image she desired? Oh dear, Gu Wanyou's face paled. Simultaneously, Jiang's countenance mirrored her distress. This day had brought her nothing but despair. She had forgotten that Wanyou's donation not only shattered her dreams of wealth, but also dismantled the comfortable life she had previously enjoyed. This was the true essence of despair. Noticing Jiang's ashen face, Wanyou asked with a smile, "Mother, what troubles you? Surely, you must be overjoyed at the thought of becoming the mother-in-law of the general of the season." Upon hearing this, Jiang pressed her forehead, nearly fainting again. Wanyou's words were like daggers to her heart. She had been harboring resentment, hoping to reclaim her dignity through Wanyou. But now she found herself in a precarious position. How could she dare to oppose Wanyou, the woman favored by the emperor? If she truly married Nanzheng and became the general's wife, she would be forced to bow to Wanyou in every aspect of life. Rather than confront her, she would have to be even more accommodating than before, terrified of offending her. What a calamity! What deity had she angered? At this moment, Wanyou added, "But do not worry, mother. Although I may be out of silver, the household expenses will not fall upon you. Brother Huayang will take care of it." For Jiang, this was a small consolation. She could not afford to neglect Wanyou's demands. If she truly sought her support, it would be a significant burden. Thank goodness, Jiang thought, relieved. Wanyou, sensing Jiang's silence as acquiescence, felt a surge of triumph. Jiang was indeed blinded by the prospect of wealth. Did she not realize that when their father returned and learned that his precious daughter was being supported by outsiders, there would be dire repercussions? Surely, Jiang had some inkling of how much their father adored her. This single incident could strip her of her dignity as the matriarch of the family. Chapter 12. Nanzheng has returned Sister Wanyou. Just after Wanyou left the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang hurried after her. Wanyou heard him, but feigned ignorance. "Sister Wanyou, wait a moment. Master Jiang, is there something you need?" Wanyou replied coldly. "If I recall correctly, you stated yesterday that you no longer wish to see me, did you not?" Jiang, caught off guard, displayed a rather unnatural expression, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If given the choice, he would not want to slap himself in the face, but reflecting on the matter, the marriage dissolution letter was in Wanyou's possession, which could obliterate the Jiang family at any moment. "Sister Wanyou, now that you have secured a favorable match with General Ji, why not simply destroy the dissolution letter?" Jiang quickly added, "And let us also annul the engagement letter, as if this union had never existed." How does that sound? Many were aware of his engagement to Gu Wanyou. However, Jiang had thoroughly analyzed the situation. General Ji Nanzheng was renowned as a formidable war god, and Gu Wanyou's donation in exchange for her marriage to him would undoubtedly provoke resentment among many. This act would incite public scorn against her intentions. Thus, who would believe that it was the Jiang family that initiated the dissolution? With just a slight manipulation of public opinion, anyone would assume that Gu Wanyou had chosen to withdraw from the engagement due to the court's military funding crisis, subsequently donating to secure her marriage. As long as Gu Wanyou did not present the dissolution letter, no one would genuinely believe it was the Jiang family that rescinded the engagement. However, once the letter was revealed, dated and all, the Jiang family would find themselves defenseless against accusations of having dissolved the engagement due to Gu Wanyou's donation. Wanyou remained unaware of Jiang Xian's precise machinations, yet she could not easily relinquish the dissolution letter to him. Pretending to ponder, she said that could work. However, I have a condition. What is it? Jiang Xian inquired eagerly. Do you know why I wish to dissolve our engagement? Wanyou regarded Jiang Xian. Because I am aware that your affections lie with my second sister. How did you know? Jiang Xian asked, somewhat flustered. That is of little importance. What matters is that I believe you two are exceptionally well matched. Therefore, if you marry my second sister before the spring examination, I assure you that upon your marriage today, I shall destroy the dissolution letter tomorrow. What significance does the dissolution letter hold? While it could solidify their actions, disrupting Jiang Xian's prospects in the imperial examination did not require such validation. It merely needed someone, like Lord Xie, who handled the donation, to utter a few ambiguous words before the emperor. The emperor, with utmost regard for his realm, would see to it that Jiang Xian's ambitions were thwarted with but a few spoken words. Indeed, she did not intend to exact a cruel revenge upon a Jiang family. Jiang Xian, possessing some talent, held himself in high esteem and aspired to rise through the imperial examinations. Such a person would find his greatest vulnerability in the obstruction of his academic pursuits, coupled with a wife who yearned for wealth and status. Perpetually expressing disappointment and disdain for his mediocrity, her retribution was, in essence, merely to cast Jiang Xian into a state of depression and discontent in his career, while his family suffered turmoil. Why do you say that? Jiang Xian asked, bewildered. He could not fathom that Wanyou's intentions were not rooted in benevolence. I simply believe you two are suited for one another, a pair of star-crossed lovers, destined to be together, Wanyou said, walking away and leaving Jiang Xian with a cold silhouette. Jiang Xian stood dumbfounded, gazing in the direction of Wanyou's departure. His thoughts were still muddled. In the span of a single day, not only had his plans unraveled, but his future had also become precariously uncertain. Just yesterday, he had deemed Wanyou an insufferable fool, a source of shame. Yet today, that very fool had turned the tables on him. He had failed to see that Gu Wanyou was merely acting, provoking him to retrieve the dissolution letter, and he had become the unwitting fool in this charade. Moreover, Gu Wanyou still held leverage over him, compelling him to comply for the sake of his future. Marry his cousin? He certainly desired that, dreaming of it endlessly. Yet now, he pondered what resources he had to pursue such a union. Gu Wanyou was clearly forcing his hand. Jiang Xian sensed that Wanyou was no longer the same as before, but he lacked the will to contemplate further, his heart adrift like a paper boat, lost and aimless. Miss, I have heard that the madam is ill. The next day, while Wanyou reclined on a lounge chair, perusing her mother's journal, Xiaoge delivered this news. This was entirely expected by Wanyou. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The longer a dream is held, the more painful its shattering. The Jiang family schemes, spanning over a decade, had come to naught, leaving them with no opportunity to unleash their ire upon her. Wanyou instructed Bai Lu to deliver some supplements to the Jiang family as a gesture of condolence. As for herself, she would not go. Between her and the Jiang mother-daughter duo, there was a mutual understanding, an unspoken acknowledgement, with merely a thin veneer of pretense remaining. Miss, what exactly did the madam write? Xiaoge inquired, her curiosity piqued. You seem more engaged than when reading a tale. After Bai Lu delivered the supplements, Xiaoge craned her neck to glance at the journal, though regrettably, she could not read. A diary? Do you know what that is? Wanyou asked, looking up at Xiaoge. Xiaoge shook her head. Wanyou smiled. My mother referred to it as a diary, chronicling her daily thoughts and actions. Though I have not seen her, I can imagine her through the pages of this journal. Xiaoge appeared to grasp part of it. When Bai Lu returned, she pulled Bai Lu aside and whispered, Sister Bai Lu, do you think Mrs. recent temperament changes might be related to the madam's diary? Bai Lu glanced at Wanyou, pondering for a moment. I have heard the older servants in the household say that the late madam was unlike other women. She disliked trivial formalities, focused on effectiveness, and was clear in her rewards and punishments towards the servants. Our Mississippi. Bai Lu glanced again at Wanyou. It seems she is indeed becoming more like the madam they speak of. Exactly, Xiaogu affirmed, now convinced. Miss must surely be influenced by the late madam. Xiaogu had secretly felt that Wanyou's transformation resembled someone who had lost their spirit, but with Bai Lu's words, she became convinced it was merely the influence of the late madam. As long as it was not a loss of spirit, she was relieved. Wanyou was aware that the two maids were whispering about her, but chose to ignore them. The journal left by her mother, which she had scarcely glanced at in her previous life due to a lack of understanding, was now a cherished keepsake. Her mother had written that she originally lived in the 21st century and had traversed to this world alone. In her past life, when she had encountered the term traverse, she had been bewildered, unable to fathom what it meant, nor could she imagine a world beyond her own. It was only upon her rebirth that she realized if a person could be reborn, why could there not also be a concept of traversal, as described by her mother? Thus, she began to read the thick journal earnestly, becoming increasingly captivated by her mother's vivid depictions of that world and her insights, leaving her profoundly astonished and even yearning. She resolved to live as her mother had described, a free-spirited woman. Her mother had said that her arrival in this world was akin to embarking on a journey. Therefore, she too was prepared to venture forth. In her previous life, she had perished in the confines of the inner court at a tender age. Now, she intended to step outside, to experience the world in its myriad forms. As soon as the weather warmed slightly, Wanyou disguised herself and left the capital with Huayan. When she departed, the peonies were in bloom. By the time she returned, the lotuses were flourishing. Time had passed, and over a year had slipped by. Had she not heard of Nanzheng and Appo's triumphant return, she might still have lingered in Jiangnan, admiring the quaint bridges and flowing waters. In her past life, the news of victory had arrived just before the spring examination. While she lay in bed, hearing that her father was about to return in triumph, she had been overjoyed but never lived to see him again, as Wanyou had suffocated her before her father's return. Now, it was August, a full 6 months earlier than her previous life as victory. Elder sister, General Ji has returned. Are you not pleased? Early in the morning, as Wanyou sought the Jiang family's blessings and prepared to go out, Wanyou observed her with a knowing smile and said, General Ji's return signifies that father has returned as well. Of course I am delighted. Wanyou pretended not to comprehend the underlying meaning in Wanyou's words. Noticing Wanyou's calm demeanor, Wanyou felt a surge of irritation and feigned concern, stating, Elder sister, there are whispers outside that General Ji will surely reject any marriage proposal upon his return. It would be wise for you to stay indoors, if recognized. They will mock you. As she spoke these words of apparent worry, the unmistakable glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She exchanged a knowing glance with her mother, Jiang, and the two shared a look that spoke volumes about their anticipation of the unfolding drama. Wanyou, feigning ignorance, simply replied, I have endured ridicule for over a year. A little longer makes little difference. In truth, Wanyou was genuinely displeased. In a world seemingly devoid of justice, she had generously donated 300,000 to provide provisions for the soldiers at the frontier, a noble act that had garnered her nothing but ill repute. Instead of gratitude, she was met with scorn, accused of harboring ulterior motives, of being an unrealistic dreamer, of a toad believing it could feast on swan meat simply by offering silver, and of having usurped what was not hers, the esteemed General Ji. How absurd! It was not an act of theft. She had purchased it with her own hard-earned money. Therefore, Wanyou was not entirely mistaken. Should she be recognized, mockery would indeed follow. Yet, she could not afford to remain idle. If Nanzheng were to preemptively approach the emperor to decline the marriage proposal, she would become the subject of ridicule. And not just from others. This very mother-daughter duo would surely be cackling with glee. She could not commit such an unfilial act. Chapter 13. The Illusions of Humanity. As Wanyou stepped outside, The main thoroughfare of the capital was already thronged with people. It was said that the line stretched from the city gate all the way to the perimeter of the imperial palace, with everyone jostling to secure a spot in the front row, eager to catch a glimpse of the triumphant return of the war god general. Bai Lu and Xiaogu shielded Wanyou, enduring numerous disdainful glances before managing to squeeze into a more favorable position. Hud, hud, hud. As the sound of drums from the city gate drew nearer, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Miss, the drums are sounding. General Ji is back. He exclaimed, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent. During Wanyou and Appo's travels, it was Xiaogu who feigned illness at home, stifling her own yearning to venture out. And now she felt like a jubilant dove finally set free. Keep your voice down, Bai Lu cautioned, glancing around to silence Xiaogu. Wanyou, donning her veil, also surveyed her surroundings and, seeing that no one was paying her heed, let out a soft sigh of relief. I told you, General Ji would surely conquer Jiang this time. A robust male voice boasted from within the crowd. Indeed, if General Ji could not succeed, I wonder when we might reclaim Jiang, another responded. I've heard those barbarians are so frightened they've retreated to their lairs, surrendering the remaining 2 cities. And they pay tribute to our country each year, bowing before Yin State. What a delight. Yes, it's all thanks to our General Ji. As the men discussed Nanzheng's military exploits, the women were preoccupied with different matters. Oh heavens, am I really going to see General Ji in person today? Is he truly passing by here on horseback? One female voice exclaimed excitedly. Haha, of course it's him. Who could possibly be his substitute? Another retorted, laughter rippling through the crowd. Oh my, I can't believe I'm about to see General Ji. How thrilling. Listening to the rising tide of chatter, Wanyou quietly shook her head. Human illusions indeed, as the tales of Nanzheng were nothing short of legendary. It was said that he first distinguished himself on the battlefield at the tender age of 13, driving back the relentless sea bandits to their lairs, and since then, his fame had spread far and wide, earning him the title of general, with brilliant legends echoing across the northern and southern borders. After 2 years of meticulous preparation, he donned his armor once more at the age of 22, setting forth to reclaim Jiang, the territory he had vowed to recover since childhood. Jiang comprised a total of 18 cities, historically fragmented among various factions, plagued by continuous disputes and warfare, leaving its inhabitants to suffer the relentless ravages of conflict, homeless and hungry. Since the founding of Yin State, every emperor had aspired to reclaim Jiang, fulfilling the aspirations of their ancestors and fortifying the nation as defenses. Yet, over the course of more than a century, countless battles have been fought, claiming the lives of innumerable sons, husbands, and fathers, all without success. Nanzheng, however, accomplished this feat in under 4 years, gazing at the densely packed crowd clamoring to see the general. Wanyou silently mused that Nanzheng was indeed worthy of such admiration. Hey, do you think General Ji will truly refuse to marry Wanyou? A voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Upon hearing her name, Wanyou instinctively tensed. Being recognized would certainly spell trouble. What do you expect? How could General Ji possibly take a liking to someone as insipid as Wanyou? A voice scoffed. I've heard that Wanyou suffers from a peculiar ailment, a mere medicine jar, bedridden for years. That is not right. My cousin S. cousin S. niece told me that Wanyou is disfigured, hideously ugly, and she is only pretending to be ill to avoid being seen. Another chimed in. She is truly outrageous, daring to harbor thoughts of our General Ji. Exactly. If General Ji does not refuse her, I'll go live in a convent. Let us not speak too much. General Ji will certainly not want her. Xiaogu listened to the malicious gossip about her mistress, her face contorting with anger. But Bai Lu firmly held her back to prevent her from engaging in a quarrel. Wanyou discreetly stepped further behind Bai Lu, knowing that being recognized now could jeopardize her very safety. Thankfully, despite her renowned name, few had actually seen her in person. Here they come, here they come. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. As the clamorous sound grew louder, Wanyou caught sight of the neatly organized troops approaching. Miss, I see General Ji, Xiaogu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her earlier displeasure, overwhelmed with joy. Wanyou followed her gaze. Not far ahead, atop a magnificent white steed, a man clad in shimmering armor glinted in the sunlight, exuding a regal aura. "Welcome back, General Ji." A powerful female voice rang out from the crowd, leading to an immediate chorus of cheers. "General Ji, General Ji." The deafening noise reverberated all around. Wanyou found herself overwhelmed by the cacophony, the thrumming excitement of the crowd, making her feel as though she might be swept away. "Bai Lu, push me forward harder." As Ji Nanzheng's horse drew near, Wanyou instructed. She aimed to create an opportunity to speak with him. Today, she risked public ridicule to intercept Ji Nanzheng, hoping to persuade him to accompany her into the palace, where she would implore the emperor to annul the engagement. Initially, she had sought Ji Nanzheng's status to shield herself and counter those who belittled her. Now that her father returned alongside Ji Nanzheng, with him in charge, she no longer needed the guise of being the general's fiancée for protection. It was time to grant Ji Nanzheng his freedom. However, should Ji Nanzheng genuinely refuse the marriage, it would be an immense embarrassment for her. Wanyou and her daughter, along with the Jiang family, were eagerly awaiting news of Ji Nanzheng's refusal, ready to expunge the frustrations they had languished under for over a year. To take the initiative in dissolving the engagement, while somewhat akin to burying her head in the sand, was a sacrifice of pride she was willing to make. Some semblance of dignity could be cast aside, but this particular instance of face-saving was essential. So many longed for Ji Nanzheng, while she, Wanyou, had it within her grasp, yet was choosing to relinquish it. This would not only preserve her dignity, but elevate her status in the eyes of others. She could only imagine how many would be envious. With a sudden shove from Bai Lu, Wanyou stumbled forward, instinctively taking a few erratic steps before halting just in front of Ji Nanzheng's horse. Noticing the unexpected figure, Ji Nanzheng hastily reined in his steed, gazing down from his height at the petite figure standing before him. "Miss, are you all right?" Just as Wanyou regained her balance, a woman rushed to her side, extending a hand to steady her. "Yes, miss, are you all right?" In no time, a throng of women emerged from the crowd, converging upon Wanyou, forming a small barricade in the middle of the thoroughfare. The very first woman to assist Wanyou grasped her arm, her gaze fixated on the handsome man atop the steed. The others, arriving shortly thereafter, made no effort to disguise their awe, their expressions dumbfounded as they gazed at Ji Nanzheng. Hiding behind her veil, Wanyou glanced around, quickly realizing the truth. She had been used as a mere pawn. These women had capitalized on the moment to block Ji Nanzheng, hoping for a prolonged glimpse of their fantasies. "Oh my, I can actually see General Ji, so close. I can see him so clearly, his eyes are so bright," one exclaimed. "Indeed, he is even more stunning than the tale suggests." Another gasped. "Pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. It's so surreal. I can even see the mole at the corner of his eye. Could this be real? My goodness. I can't handle this." General Ji just looked at me. One particularly bold girl, hidden among the crowd with her friend, remarked, "Did you see General G's lips? I want to bite them." She believed her voice was hushed, but in her excitement, she failed to moderate her volume, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter, all eyes turning towards Ji Nanzheng's strikingly defined lips. Wanyou also heard that audacious remark and inwardly exclaimed insanity. Pure insanity. Simultaneously, she succumbed to the allure and glanced at Ji Nanzheng's lips. Unlike many men whose lips are often cold and thin, or disproportionately full, Ji Nanzheng's lips were perfectly sculpted, neither too thin to appear frigid, nor too thick to seem cumbersome. The corners of his tightly pressed lips were slightly turned downward, reflecting his resolute character, while subtly reminding those around him to maintain their distance. Seated upon his steed, Ji Nanzheng, the focus of the crowd and damp, Oppo's attention, possessed a gaze that burned with intensity. He too had heard the rebellious words, yet he remained unfazed, as if oblivious to the provocation. His surrounding soldiers chuckled softly, and he merely scanned the vast assembly, his gaze ultimately resting on Wanyou, who stood in the middle of the crowd, adorned with a veil. Suddenly, with a flourish of his cloak, As if a gust of wind had swept through, Nanzheng gracefully leapt from his horse. Chapter 14. The Intriguingly Persistent Wow. The crowd was rendered speechless by the graceful dismount of Nanzheng, a chorus of exclamations echoing in the air. Nanzheng had dismounted, splendidly so. Wanyou, concealed behind a curtain, discreetly observed the man before her. Clad in a helmet that obscured much of his face, his sharp brows and eyes were like swords sheathed. His stature tall and imposing, limbs long and well-proportioned, more striking and austere than the rumors had suggested. He seemed to emanate an invisible barrier, deterring anyone from approaching. So this is the bearing of General Ji? Indeed, seeing is believing. Over the past year, Wanyou had encountered numerous men of varying temperaments, gentle, rugged, reckless, and humble, but none had captivated her quite like Nanzheng, who was uniquely attractive in both appearance and demeanor. His presence was exceedingly formidable. No wonder the women had rushed into the street, disregarding their modesty. To be infatuated with such an exceptional hero was no disgrace. After Nanzheng dismounted, a group of soldiers followed suit, beginning to disperse the audacious women who had dared to crowd the street. Who gave you the audacity to gather here? Disperse at once. The crowd, reluctantly and slowly, began apart. Seizing the moment before anyone could usher her away, Wanyou inhaled deeply and took 2 tentative steps toward Nanzheng. General, may I have a word? The soldiers tasked with dispersing the crowd turned to intercept her approach, but Nanzheng waved them off. You're Wanyou. His voice was like a distant interrogation, soft yet penetrating. Did he know? A large question mark loomed in Wanyou and Appo's mind. Yes, she replied softly. She glanced around to see the crowd had indeed dispersed, likely forming a protective semicircle around Nanzheng. She and Nanzheng were within this arc. Then what prompts you to obstruct this general? Nanzheng's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, yet equally frigid. Obstruct? She was clearly being thrust forward, and her eyes need not shine so brightly every moment. Like them, I merely wish to catch a glimpse of the general and Appo's triumphant demeanor. Wanyou said, gently from beneath the curtain. Upon hearing this, Nanzheng and Appo's deep-set eyes flickered slightly, revealing a faint, cold smile. Miss Gu has her maid push her forward merely to catch a glimpse of my splendor. I am most honored. His tone was casual, laced with evident mockery. He sat high upon his steed, surveying the scene, and Wanyou's maid had indeed thrust her into view, a detail he had keenly observed. This bold action led him to speculate about the identity of the veiled woman before him. He had learned of Wanyou's philanthropic endeavors through a family letter, which described her as a woman willing to employ unscrupulous means to marry into the Duke's household. This notion lingered in his mind, and he was well aware of the numerous women who adored him. In his perspective, Wanyou was merely a bold, imaginative woman with ample wealth, enamored with him. To characterize her as unscrupulous was not an exaggeration. Now this woman stood before him, 2 steps away, petite and veiled. Did she not realize that impeding soldiers in the streets could be a grave offense? Did she truly believe her little ruse was known only to her? Indeed, she was audacious and unscrupulous. As a general accustomed to the battlefield, he possessed an innate wariness towards the unusual. Curiosity piqued, he dismounted. Wanyou and Appo's self-staged act had been uncovered, leading to a moment of slight embarrassment. Fortunately, her veil concealed her from view. Recognizing her exposure, she promptly addressed the matter directly. I wish to inquire, General, you would not refuse marriage, would you? To prevent any unnecessary conflict. Wanyou moderated her voice so that only Nanzheng could hear, while the surrounding onlookers remained oblivious. You possess a keen self-awareness, Nanzheng replied, his voice low, each word imbued with an almost palpable weight that tightened the nerves. Of course, Wanyou responded quickly and candidly, astonished by Nanzheng's commanding presence. A fleeting glimmer of dark amusement crossed Nanzheng and Appo's eyes. I appreciate Miss Gu and Appo's generous donation to the court, but let us be clear, marriage is not a transaction. 3 years prior, when the emperor had sought to betroth him to Princess Jiang, he had stated that while he would heed the emperor and Appo's arrangements in other matters, Marriage was a domain he would govern himself. He wished to follow his heart. As the text professed, one must feel a heartbeat. Should his heart ever race for a woman, she would be his destined choice. Gu Wanyou, regardless of her nature, sought to entangle him in this manner. Her intentions were undoubtedly suspect, and he would never acquiesce. "The proposal is one I must refuse," Nanzheng declared, his voice resolute and devoid of ambiguity. Wanyou was not taken aback. She stepped closer, parting her veil slightly, gazing sincerely at Nanzheng. "You suspect my motives for donating are impure, do you not? But what ulterior motive could I possess? General, you are but a fantasy of this world. I am merely a humble girl, harboring a fondness for you." Her words held no fault. Had she not been labeled as someone who would stop at nothing to marry Nanzheng? She chose to acknowledge it openly, seeking honesty in return. Nanzheng raised an eyebrow slightly. A fantasy of this world? He had heard others jest about such sentiments, but it was the first time he had heard a woman voice them directly. Now that you acknowledge it as a fantasy, why not extinguish it? Nanzheng revealed an ambiguous smile, yet his words lacked warmth. Wanyou remained composed. Her father had once remarked that the general was a man of both steadfastness and clarity, a pillar of strength with a heart attuned to the world. If the general refuses marriage, I would undoubtedly become the jest of the entire capital. How could I endure such a fate? I am but a single grain among countless others. The general cannot simply disregard me. Nanzheng raised an eyebrow once more. A pillar of strength? A single grain among countless others? Gu Wanyou certainly had a talent for flattering him, implying that should he ignore her plight, it would somehow reflect poorly upon him. Suddenly, Nanzheng chuckled, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Interesting. Your persistence is indeed amusing. Miss Gu, I am a general tasked with warfare and securing victories, not responsible for the futures of women." Indeed, he was the stoic general, relentless and impervious. The general's refusal of marriage will not invite the emperor's wrath. Yet it may be seen as a slight, Wanyou remarked softly. "That is my concern," Nanzheng replied, patting the neck of his steed, preparing to mount. Wishing to end the discourse. "General, if you were to take me into the palace, I could voluntarily request the emperor to annul the marriage proposal. You would neither have to wed me nor defy the emperor, achieving a perfect resolution." After so much superfluous dialogue, she finally broached the subject at hand. Chapter 15. The hand of a hero. In truth, Nanzheng's refusal to marry was an act of defiance. And Wanyou and Oppo's contradictory stance before the emperor was likewise an act of rebellion, both fraught with peril. However, with Nanzheng leading his troops to reclaim Jiang, the emperor was elated. At this juncture, it was unlikely he would punish a woman who posed no threat and had contributed to the restoration of Jiang. Noticing Nanzheng and Oppo's furrowed brow, Wanyou seized the moment. "Will my proposal to annul the engagement tarnish the general and Oppo's reputation? Is it within your power to tarnish my reputation?" Nanzheng retorted without a moment and Oppo's hesitation. "Then, does the general consent?" "Very well." Nanzheng acquiesced after a moment and Oppo's contemplation. The annulment of the engagement was of little concern to him. He felt no obligation to adhere to formalities. Whether Wanyou acted boldly or unscrupulously, she had rendered tangible service to the Yan nation. Nanzheng had always been discerning, unwilling to generalize. Wanyou's actions were merely a means to preserve her dignity, as long as she did not persist in her entanglement with him. Granting her request was not objectionable. Nanzheng scrutinized Wanyou, appreciating her quick and pragmatic thinking. Undeniably, her intellect surpassed that of most women. Her initiative served to maintain her dignity and, in a way, was advantageous to him. The defiance of the marriage proposal would not truly trouble him, but if it could be avoided, it would indeed be preferable. For the emperor's mood was unpredictable. "Thank you, General," Wanyou replied cheerfully. As she spoke, a gust of wind stirred, parting the veil of her hat and revealing a glimpse of her face. At that moment, Nanzheng beheld the stars flickering in her eyes, those of a spirit elated by the fulfillment of her desires. A question arose within him. Was it possible that Wanyou sought not his refusal of the marriage, but merely an opportunity to retract her proposal? Unlikely. He dismissed the thought. He was not vain, yet he was perceptive. He recognized the infatuation some women harbored for him. If Wanyou were to differ, it was only in her audacity. General Ji, His Majesty has sent me to congratulate you on your triumphant return, announced the chief eunuch, who had approached unbeknownst to them. Thank you, Your Majesty, Nanzheng replied respectfully, and my gratitude to you, Eunuch Hong. Eunuch Hong then turned to Wanyou. Might I inquire if this is Miss Gu? Sent by the Emperor to summon Wanyou to the palace. Eunuch Hong had learned of her presence in the market and fortuitously encountered her conversing with Nanzheng. His keen perception led him to deduce her identity. Indeed, Wanyou responded, puzzled by how Eunuch Hong recognized her despite her veiled appearance. His Majesty requests the presence of Miss Gu and General Ji in the palace. Eunuch Hong declared. Upon hearing this, Wanyou felt an urge to roll her eyes at Eunuch Hong. Had he announced his intentions sooner, there would have been no need for her to engage in this roundabout conversation with Nanzheng. Let us proceed, Nanzheng said, casting a dubious glance at Wanyou's veiled hat as he mounted his horse. Wanyou reluctantly climbed into the imperial carriage, her thoughts racing. Did the emperor possess a pair of eyes planted within her? The onlookers, witnessing her conversation with Nanzheng, felt a tumult of emotions. Jealousy mingled with curiosity. Few were acquainted with Wanyou and with her veiled hat. They were eager to uncover the identity of the woman who had captured the general and Oppos as favor. Yet, with the soldiers standing guard, their stern demeanor silenced their speculation. As Wanyou entered the imperial carriage, her distinguished treatment fueled rumors of her noble status, igniting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Seated within the carriage, Wanyou vaguely absorbed the chatter outside, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. After today, she would finally be free. Upon arriving at the grand gates of the palace, Wanyou was assisted down by Bai Lu. The throng of spectators kept at bay, the majestic palace looming before her. She removed her veil and offered Nanzheng a subtle smile from a distance. With the veil lifted, her radiant visage emerged, causing Nanzheng and Oppos' eyelids to flutter. Her eyes sparkled like crystalline lakes nestled in snow-capped mountains, her cheeks resembling flawless jade. In his memory, Wanyou had seemed audacious yet somewhat calculating and mundane. Yet the woman before him radiated purity and simplicity, her gentle smile akin to a lily swaying gracefully in the breeze. He had encountered few women, but Wanyou was distinctly unique in both beauty and temperament. Nevertheless, he quickly averted his gaze. He was willing to acknowledge her beauty and singularity. Yet that was where it ended. He possessed a superficial side, yet he was not solely defined by it. In his eyes, a woman's beauty was significant, yet mere appearance was insufficient. A clean and pure heart was his true desire. It was evident that Wanyou and Oppos' exterior was commendable, clean, and beautiful. But as for her inner self, clean, pure, those qualities seemed entirely foreign to her. No matter how extraordinary a woman might be, if she failed to stir his heart, she remained just another ordinary woman. Handing her veil to Bai Lu, Wanyou approached Nanzheng, bowing with the utmost respect. Shall we? Nanzheng and Oppos' horse had been led away, and he spoke as he strode ahead with long strides. Wanyou, in good spirits, followed suit. General Ji, what has happened to your hand? Wanyou inquired, noticing the bloodstain on the back of his hand as she walked one step behind him. Nothing of consequence. Nanzheng replied, glancing at his hand dismissively. It is merely a wound that has yet to heal. On the battlefield, such injuries are badges of honor. I shall tend to it, Wanyou insisted, not waiting for his consent. She stepped forward and took his hand into her own. In the next moment, she realized the impropriety of her actions. What was she doing? Wasn't it inappropriate for a man and woman to engage in such intimacy? Regardless, having already grasped his hand, she resolved to be a good Samaritan and clean his wound. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a handkerchief and placed it in her palm before holding Nanzheng's hand. With the handkerchief as a barrier, it felt akin to a doctor checking a pulse through a cloth. Surely, this was not too forward. She then produced another handkerchief to wipe the blood from the back of his hand. The wound, about an inch deep, had bled profusely, some of it already congealed. Wanyou, empathetic, proceeded with utmost gentleness. As she cleaned, she noted several old scars on his hand, some even around his wrist, and the roughness of his palm was palpable through the silk cloth. She had seen Jiang, Xian, and Appo's hands, which were long and smooth, aesthetically pleasing. In contrast, Nanzheng and Appo's hands, while longer and stronger, bore the marks of battle, the roughness of his palm evident even through the handkerchief. Yet this was the hand of a hero. Over the past year, she had traversed many places, witnessing the trials of the world, gaining a tangible understanding of the stability of her homeland. Without heroes like Nanzheng leading thousands of soldiers to protect their nation, where would the common people find peace? Through this hand, Wanyou envisioned the battlefields, dusty and chaotic, filled with the clash of swords and the cries of warriors. Though she could not envision the reality, she could fathom the immense difficulty of carving out a realm amid such bloodshed. Her father was also a soldier and had recounted the perils of war. Nanzheng, as a leader, bore the heaviest burdens. His role was the most arduous. Contemplating this, her heart felt as if it had been gently plucked by an unseen force. Nanzheng was indeed a hero to all. The realization that she had taken advantage of this hero filled her with remorse. With this thought in mind, her touch softened further, imbued with reverence. Chapter 16. Nanzheng and Appo's lack of chivalry. Nanzheng found himself in a rather awkward situation, his hand firmly held by Wanyou. He contemplated withdrawing his hand. Yet upon glancing down, he hesitated. Standing a head taller than Wanyou, he observed her delicate eyelashes quivering gently, her pale fingers barely managing to grasp the edge of his palm, resembling pearls emerging from dark sand. With her other hand, she meticulously caressed the back of his hand, as if it were a precious gem, fearful that even the slightest pressure might mar its smooth surface. When she gazed at him, he detected an underlying pain in her eyes, a seriousness and delicacy that left him momentarily speechless. In his life, the women closest to him were limited to his mother and his cousin. His cousin, innocent and passionate, had always exclaimed her desire to marry him, interacting with him without the constraints of gender propriety. She had tended to her own wounds with genuine care. However, while his cousin's concern was overt and unreserved, Wanyou and Appo's seemed to conceal 7 parts, revealing merely 3. This left him with an inexplicable sensation, one he could neither articulate nor comprehend, allowing Wanyou to maintain her hold. "All right, General, remember not to get wet." Wanyou lifted her head, smiling softly. Nanzheng felt as though that smile had pricked him, abruptly averting his gaze and striding ahead without uttering a word of thanks. Upon arriving at the imperial palace, Nanzheng led the generals into the hall to report and receive commendations, while Wanyou was escorted by palace maids to a side chamber to await her turn. After an indeterminate wait, she was finally summoned into the Golden Throne Hall. The emperor remained the same, adorned in his embroidered golden dragon robe. Nanzheng stood at the lower end of the hall. To his side was Wanyou's father, Gulian. Although Wanyou was aware of her father and Appo's presence among Nanzheng and Appo's entourage, military protocols forbade her from making any unwarranted disturbances. Now, with her father retained by the emperor, it seemed to her that the matter of her marriage to Nanzheng was at hand. "Commoner pays her respects to your majesty." Wanyou knelt and bowed, eliciting a gentle smile from the emperor, who permitted her to rise. A year had passed since the emperor last laid eyes on Wanyou, and he noted that she had acquired a certain allure that she did not possess a year prior. Last year, she resembled a flower bud waiting to bloom. Now, she appeared as a fully blossomed hibiscus, perfectly timed for plucking. The recapture of Jiang was not merely a territorial gain for the emperor, it fortified the borders, marking a significant achievement in his illustrious reign, destined to be celebrated by future generations. The emperor was exceedingly pleased, experiencing a joy and contentment he had never known before. As the saying goes, with a name on the gold list and candles in the bridal chamber, at such a moment, what could be more perfect than adding a beautiful woman to the mix? The emperor suppressed his carnal desires, feigning nonchalance as he addressed Nanzheng. "General, the lady by your side is Wanyou, who has generously contributed her dowry for the military's expenses. She claims to have affection for you, and I believe she is worthy of you. What say you?" Although the question was directed at Nanzheng, the emperor had nearly formed his own conclusion. Having witnessed the rejection of a princess in the past, Nanzheng, with his proud disposition, would hardly be inclined to accept a proposal from Wanyou. Rejection was inevitable. Despite being the emperor, he could not entirely disregard human sentiment. Whether it concerned Wanyou or the princess he had previously been spurned by, he bore no grudges against them. He prided himself on being a wise and illustrious ruler, unlike those foolish emperors who jeopardized their realms over personal grievances. Unable to tolerate even the slightest defiance, such defiance would invite even harsher repercussions. Did the emperor truly believe he could dictate every aspect of existence? Individuals like Nanzheng, if wielded wisely, could be invaluable allies. If mishandled, they could become formidable adversaries. Personal affections were merely that, personal. They bore no relation to the state. If it concerned the stability of his empire, he would not hesitate to confront anyone daring to challenge him. The emperor and Appo's heart was buoyant, eagerly awaiting Nanzheng's refusal of the marriage proposal. Should he decline, Wanyou would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Providing the emperor with an opportunity to issue a decree to accept a concubine as compensation, thereby earning praise as a benevolent ruler rather than being labeled a lecher. He had deliberately kept Yin present, allowing both father and daughter to witness the decree firsthand, ensuring that Wanyou would not have to return home, but would instead be ushered into the imperial harem. "Your Majesty." Almost as soon as the emperor's words fell, Yin knelt, beseeching, "I implore your Majesty to rescind the decree. My daughter is unworthy of General Ji. I only wish for her to marry into a family of equal standing and live a simple life." While Yin would be thoroughly pleased with Nanzheng as a son-in-law, he possessed the self-awareness to know whether he could afford such a match. He was baffled as to why his beloved daughter harbored such fanciful notions. If a rejection was inevitable, he at least wished to preserve some dignity for his daughter. Wanyou regarded her father with astonishment, recognizing the kinship in their thoughts. She quickly knelt alongside him. At that moment, the emperor felt an even greater delight. Nanzheng's refusal of the marriage was a foregone conclusion, yet such a response could slightly tarnish his regal authority. Conversely, permitting the Gu family to withdraw the proposal would earn him a reputation as a compassionate ruler. Caught between supporting his beloved general's rejection and aligning with public sentiment, he naturally opted for the latter. Moreover, this way, the concubine he took would no longer be one Nanzheng desired. Bearing a reputation for lechery was inconsequential. The emperor mused, "Yin is quite agreeable. I shall find an opportunity to promote him further." However, accustomed to fishing for reputation, the emperor did not wish to reveal his ambitions too soon, and thus feigned a serious demeanor. "Qing, whether she is worthy or not. We must consider General Ji and Appo's opinion." The emperor smiled broadly, his gaze fixed intently on Nanzheng, thinking, "Nanzheng, you have rendered me remarkable service. I have afforded you ample respect. I've laid the groundwork for you. All you need to do is follow my lead." Nanzheng met the emperor's gaze, declaring, "Your Majesty, I am willing to marry Wanyou." After a moment's hesitation, he replied earnestly. The emperor's smile faltered abruptly, his expression akin to a comical shock, as if a part of him had nearly fallen out. He hastily reassured, "Nanzheng, although I have issued a decree, marriage is a personal matter. If you truly do not wish it, I shall not force you nor punish you for it." While defying the emperor could be seen as treasonous, he expected Nanzheng to comply. Nanzheng had defied before. He should not claim fear of doing so now. Meeting the emperor's authoritative gaze, Nanzheng replied, "Your Majesty, I do not feel coerced. I am willing." This declaration nearly shattered the emperor's composure. "Nanzheng, you scoundrel! It appears I misjudged you. What prideful demeanor! What disdain for women! Yet here you are, evidently captivated by Wanyou's beauty." The emperor's ambitions were thwarted, his heart filled with regret. He should have acted immediately when Yin first spoke. A self-inflicted wound, a self-inflicted wound. He lamented, I aspire to be a wise and illustrious emperor. Women are merely women. There are countless women in the world. I shall find another. Thus, the emperor gritted his teeth. Wanyou felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Could it be that Nanzheng has lost his senses? Wasn't it agreed upon? Why is he now acting so unchivalrous? No, she truly did not wish to marry into the Ji family. Wanyou quickly calculated her options. If she insisted on informing the emperor of her change of heart, would it bear fruit? She silently glanced at the emperor. The sight startled her, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. The previously jovial emperor now appeared as though a storm were brewing. His expression shifted with alarming rapidity. The unpredictability of royal authority was indeed no mere saying. To associate with a sovereign was akin to courting danger. What more could she say? She dared not utter another word. If she inadvertently angered the emperor, her own life might be of little consequence. But what of her father's? Thank you, Your Majesty, Nanzheng declared with resolute clarity. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Wanyou spoke with reluctance and a heavy heart. Chapter 17. Inexpensive joy upon exiting the palace. Wanyou called out to Nanzheng, seeking to understand the sudden change of heart he had displayed. Nanzheng, seemingly aware of her inquiry, coldly uttered a few words. As a subject, I merely obey the imperial decree. Having spoken, he nodded to Gu Lian and, with a long stride, mounted his horse and rode away, leaving a bewildered Wanyou in his wake. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You follow the emperor and Appo's orders. What am I to do? She thought. Once Nanzheng had departed, Gu Lian finally had the opportunity to converse privately with his daughter. He gazed at Wanyou with affection and had a multitude of questions regarding her intentions toward Nanzheng. He believed she was rather bold to set her sights on the esteemed general, a notion he found somewhat inappropriate. Yet, in the end, he merely remarked, you truly take after your mother, bold and spirited as ever. As he spoke, pride illuminated his face, though a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes as he thought of his late wife. Temporarily suppressing her doubts and unease, Wanyou joyfully embraced Gu Lian's shoulder, her sparkling eyes revealing a softness that only appeared before her father, and she playfully said, Father, I am indeed my mother's daughter, so of course I share her qualities. The reunion between father and daughter was filled with emotion, both glistening with tears. Gu Lian felt a profound gratitude for being alive and witnessing his precious daughter's vivacity before him. My heir is becoming more beautiful by the day, he expressed sincerely. When he had departed, she was still under 14, with thick bangs framing her face. To him, she had always been lovely, but compared to the present, she seemed a mere shadow of her current self. The daughter before him had inherited all the finest traits of both him and his late wife. Truly a striking young lady. A swell of pride surged within Gu Lian. The thought that Nanzheng could be a potential father-in-law now seemed less significant. While Nanzheng was undoubtedly distinguished, his cherished daughter was equally impressive. Perhaps it was Nanzheng and Appo's fortune to win her heart. Gu Lian dismissed the royal carriage and, taking Wanyou in his arms, mounted his horse to return home together. At the Gu residence, Gu Wanyou and Jiang awaited at the entrance, their voices raised in anticipation. Jiang awaited the return of her triumphant husband, while Gu Wanyou bided her time to mock Wanyou. Upon seeing Wanyou ride alongside Gu Lian, a pang of bitterness struck Gu Wanyou. It was one thing when they had ridden together as children, but now that Wanyou was grown, the sight of her father protecting her in such a manner ignited jealousy within her. She resented that it was not she who sat in her father and Appo's embrace. Gu Lian dismounted first and gently lifted Wanyou from the horse. Jiang found the scene unsettling. Her initial joy was tempered, but she masked her feelings as she approached. My lord, she called out, her eyes reflecting the emotions of their separation. Gu Wanyou felt a stir of emotion upon seeing her father. She called out to him, feeling an urge to embrace him as Wanyou often did. She took a half-step forward but hesitated, knowing her father favored Wanyou's affections. The joy of their reunion was thus overshadowed. My lord, you have finally returned, Jiang said, stepping closer, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, longing, and a hint of grievance. Gu Yan squeezed her hand in acknowledgement. You must be weary, come. Let us return and rest. As Jiang Shi walked beside him, Gu Wanyou trailed behind with Wanyou as they entered together. Big sister, did you see General Ji? Gu Wanyou inquired, brushing aside her bitterness and preparing to mock her sister. She had heard whispers of a woman in a veiled hat entering the palace with Ji Nanzheng, and she speculated it was Wanyou, anticipating news of a rejected proposal. I did, Wanyou replied nonchalantly. General Ji. Gu Wanyou and Appo's words hung in the air, hesitant to continue. What do you wish to ask? Wanyou replied with a hint of mockery. Need I say more? Ever since the emperor decreed the marriage, I have eagerly awaited the day Ji Nanzheng would reject you, just to see you humiliated, Gu Wanyou thought. Big sister, I am merely concerned for you. I have heard General Ji has a childhood sweetheart, and the Duke and Appo's wife is quite pleased. I worry, genuinely worry about General Ji. Worried that I might be rejected? Wanyou interjected, voicing Gu Wanyou's unspoken thoughts. Gu Wanyou paused, realizing that was indeed her intention, but not out of concern, rather a desire to see her sister humiliated. After all, they were sisters, and it was inappropriate to be too blunt. She feigned concern, asking, Surely General Ji would not truly reject you? What do you think? Do you believe General Ji would favor me? Wanyou queried. What did Wanyou mean? Gu Wanyou quickly pondered her sister's words and concluded, her heart racing with excitement. Oh my, General Ji has truly rejected her. What a joy! If Wanyou were to marry into the Duke's family, it would be a lifelong burden for me, no matter whom I marry afterward. Heaven is merciful. Gu Wanyou felt an exhilarating thrill, despite her efforts to conceal it. The gleam in her eyes betrayed her elation. What should I do? What should I do? I am so happy. She pinched her wrist, attempting to temper her joy's visibility, but the pinch was too hard, causing pain that expelled her excitement to the surface. Then, feigning sorrow, she comforted, Big sister, do not be disheartened. General Ji has turned down even the princess, so you are not alone in this. Not alone. I believe it is rather shameful. Losing money and dignity, I am indeed a laughingstock, Wanyou retorted, as she felt another surge of joy creeping up. Gu Wanyou pinched herself again. Not shameful? I find it quite embarrassing, Wanyou declared. Since Wanyou had spoken her mind, Gu Wanyou felt no need to hold back. Big sister, I must say, you should never have set your sights on General Ji. He is a man of distinction, not someone of our station could aspire to. To be honest, it is rather shameful, not just for you, but for me as well. While Gu Wanyou felt genuine shame, it did not concern her as long as Wanyou did not marry Ji Nanzheng. This way, Wanyou would return to her mother's grasp. What did it matter that their father had returned? Mother would undoubtedly find her a suitor beyond reproach. Prepare for a turbulent future. Wanyou cast a glance at the secretly delighted Gu Wanyou, her expression bland, saying nothing. Finding delight in the misfortune of others is indeed a sorrowful pursuit. Let her revel in her inexpensive joy for now. Chapter 18. The wedding date at the Duke's residence, Ji Nanzheng returned triumphantly from a great victory, a monumental occasion for the Duke's residence, where over a dozen family members eagerly awaited his arrival. As Ji Nanzheng dismounted, the Duchess rushed forward to embrace him tightly. My dear Nanzheng, she choked, unable to articulate her overwhelming emotions. Having given birth to 6 sons, Ji Nanzheng was her most accomplished and cherished child. During his time at the frontier, she had lived in constant fear, anxious about the dangers he faced. Now, seeing him return safe and sound, the Duchess was overwhelmed with tears. As Ji Nanzheng gazed upon his long-missed family, he felt a deep emotional stir. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Many soldiers meet their fate on the battlefield. At this moment, he was grateful to destiny for allowing him to return victorious and whole. Mother, father, I am home. Once inside, Ji Nanzheng respectfully knelt before his parents. The Duchess's long-held fears and yearnings transformed into a flood of tears, which only subsided thanks to the comforting presence of several daughters-in-law. Nanzheng, has the emperor troubled you regarding your marriage? With their son safely returned, the Duke was now primarily concerned about Ji Nanzheng's matrimonial prospects. a matter of great significance. They had previously reached a consensus through letters to refuse the emperor's marriage proposal in person upon his triumphant return. The emperor valued talent, and with Nanzheng's military accomplishments, they all understood that he would not face serious repercussions for declining the proposal. Yet, the matter still weighed heavily on their hearts until it was conclusively settled. Nanzheng, have you agreed to the marriage? Nanzheng hesitated slightly. What? His words struck the Duchess like a bolt from the blue, leaving her incredulous. Cousin, how could you possibly agree? Wang Sijuan leaped forward from the crowd, her round eyes wide with indignation. I do not consent. Nanzheng's piercing gaze fell upon Wang Sijuan as he replied, one cannot defy the emperor's will. I refuse to believe that. Wang Sijuan shouted in anger. When you turned down Princess Jingyi, did you not consider the emperor and Oppose as command then? Nanzheng averted his gaze, looking at his parents. Father, mother, times have changed. This statement served as an explanation to his elders. The Duke quickly grasped the implication. Previously, Nanzheng was needed by the emperor, but now that the frontier was secured, there were concerns about potential repercussions. The Duke felt a pang of sympathy and patted Nanzheng's shoulder. My son, I apologize for your plight. The Duchess understood the weight of his words as well. Like her husband, she felt a sense of injustice for her son and harbored resentment towards Wanyou. If it weren't for Wanyou's unwelcome interference, her son would not have been subjected to such indignities, nor would her plans have been disrupted. Nanzheng was the most promising among her sons, and the family's future glory rested upon him. This honor was to be bestowed upon her niece, Wang Sijuan. To put it bluntly, Wanyou's mother was merely a merchant's daughter, her father a mere fifth-rank official, and even as a concubine, her status could only be that of a respectable concubine, never a favored one. Now, she aspired to become the principal wife. The Duchess was filled with both hatred and anger. The joy of her son's return was overshadowed by Wanyou's actions. Perhaps the Duchess's silent curses against Wanyou were so intense that, far away in the Gu residence, Wanyou, having just received the imperial decree, suddenly sneezed. She certainly did not suspect that someone was cursing her. She was rather pleased. The emperor and Oppose's rewards had arrived. Gu Yan, who had originally held a fifth-rank position, was now promoted to the third-rank deputy minister of war, thanks to Wanyou's contributions. For a man, few things could bring greater joy than a promotion. Seeing the delight and emotion in her father's eyes, Wanyou felt genuine happiness for him. Jiang was even more ecstatic. A third-rank position? In the capital, this rank was a watershed moment. For instance, at flower viewing events hosted by noble families, officials below the third rank were seldom invited unless they had substantial connections. However, a third-rank official was different. Even a bare third-rank official would receive invitations from noble households. Now that Gu Yan had been promoted, it meant that in the future, when the noble ladies hosted tea parties or flower viewing events, they would extend invitations to her, Jiang, officially allowing her to enter the upper echelons of society. Furthermore, her children would have access to better matrimonial prospects. Jiang was overjoyed, and, as soon as the palace maid left, she beamed with compliments and flattery towards Gu Yan. She even generously instructed the steward to provide extra rations for the servants, hurriedly leaving the others to make arrangements. With everyone busy, only Wanyou and Wanyou remained in the courtyard. Elder sister, why are you so cruel? Wanyou was about to leave when Wanyou, with reddened eyes, confronted her. The reason for her anger was the emperor's personal decree regarding the wedding date of Wanyou and Nanzheng, set for October 18th, 2 months hence. Wanyou had initially reveled in the thought of Nanzheng declining the marriage, and the news of her father's promotion had only heightened her joy. Today was supposed to be the most exhilarating day of her life. Yet, in the next moment, she learned of Wanyou's wedding date. The feeling was akin to reaching out to embrace the sun only to be drenched by a sudden downpour, a chilling surprise that left her distraught. She felt hatred and pain, as if her heart were breaking. The joy she had previously felt now transformed into intense resentment. Wanyou, who did she think she was? She was utterly devoid of talent in the arts, her humble background unworthy of comparison, yet she was to marry Nanzheng? Wanyou's anger surged as she cursed Nanzheng for his blindness, calling him a coward for not daring to resist the imperial decree. Despite her father's promotion granting her better options, who in the entire Yin kingdom could compare to Nanzheng? She excelled in every regard compared to Wanyou. Yet she was to marry beneath her. This was unacceptable. Wanyou bit her lip, staring at Wanyou, her eyes red with rage and hurt. Nanzheng had not refused the marriage, yet Wanyou had deliberately allowed her to misunderstand. Had there not been a prior misunderstanding, the exhilaration would not have been so intense, and her current pain and hatred would be lessened. Wanyou was intentionally cruel, and Wanyou was filled with loathing. Wanyou cast a fleeting glance at Wanyou, a faint smile playing on her lips. If my younger sister is so upset, I too feel quite wicked. Wanyou's calm demeanor only fueled Wanyou's jealousy further, prompting her to confront Wanyou more aggressively. Elder sister, are you marrying General Ji now? Have you begun to look down on others already? Wanyou could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Believe what you wish. With that, she turned to leave, clearly indicating her disinterest in Wanyou. Just as she exited the courtyard, she encountered Jiang. Perfect timing. Wanyou is just looking for an outlet for her pent-up frustration. Jiang approached, a smile on his face. Are you here to see my younger sister? Wanyou inquired playfully. Congratulations, Wanyou. Jiang's words were polite, but his eyes held no sincerity. Like Wanyou, he believed Wanyou was unworthy of Nanzheng and anticipated that Nanzheng would inevitably refuse the marriage, eager to witness Wanyou's humiliation. In doing so, he hoped to alleviate his own frustrations. He had even contemplated that once Wanyou was rejected by Nanzheng, he would seize the opportunity to use his charm to regain her affections, free from her constraints. However, he never expected Nanzheng to agree. With Wanyou becoming the general's wife, it would be exceedingly easy for her to overshadow the Jiang family, leaving him with no means to counter her. Thank you. Wanyou smiled sweetly, adding, I also wish you success in the imperial examinations next spring. Jiang stiffened at her words. Wanyou's remark was not a mere wish. It was a reminder that the examinations were fast approaching, and if he did not act swiftly to secure Wanyou's hand in marriage, his future would be bleak. It seems that Wanyou is determined to compel him to marry Wanyou. Why must my sister Wanyou insist on my union with my cousin? Jiang yearns for an answer. Chapter 19. Like an abandoned dog, I have mentioned before that I believe you two are well matched. Wanyou, not wishing to linger any longer, spoke and departed. Jiang, deprived of an answer, felt a heavy stone weighing on his heart. Although marrying Wanyou was his heart's desire, he felt neither secure nor content under duress. Frowning, Jiang stepped into the courtyard. Cousin? As soon as Jiang arrived at the hospital, he spotted Wanyou storming out in a huff. Filled with indignation upon seeing Jiang, she could not help but furrow her brow. Cousin, what are you doing here? Wanyou's cold tone seemed to convey, why are you here? Hurry back. Uncle has returned triumphant, so I came to see him, Jiang responded hesitantly. His intentions were not purely for familial affection. Since Wanyou made her donation, Wanyou had been avoiding him, treating him with marked indifference. He had not seen her for quite some time. With Yin's return today, he seized the opportunity to visit, secretly hoping to see Wanyou. Father is inside talking with mother. You should go in, Wanyou said dismissively, showing no desire to engage with Jiang and turned to leave. She wished to avoid him more than ever. Wanyou had Nanzheng, while she was merely the object of Jiang's affection. Previously, she had thought Jiang handsome, but now, even his pleasing visage filled her with disdain. To be liked by Jiang felt like a humiliation. Cousin? Jiang called out urgently, his eyes filled with deep affection, words stuck in his throat. Wanyou impatiently turned back, asking, what do you want? Jiang was wounded by her frosty demeanor, his heart aching. Cousin, I have not gone anywhere these past days. I have been diligently studying. Do you believe in me? I will surely achieve excellent results in next year's spring examination. Jiang spoke with trepidation, not daring to meet Wanyou's gaze. After Wanyou's donation, Jiang's mother and Jiang urged him to abandon his feelings for Wanyou, telling him that without Wanyou's dowry, neither his aunt nor Wanyou would willingly marry into the Jiang family. Yet, he had cherished Wanyou for many years. How could he simply let go? Especially after Wanyou threatened him with the idea of a broken engagement. He felt he had found an irrefutable reason to cling to his affection for Wanyou. He knew he possessed no leverage, save for his talent and potential. Thus, for over a year, he had strived harder than ever, hoping his aunt and Wanyou would recognize his efforts and see a promising future, thereby consenting to their union. So what? Wanyou's eyes were filled with disdain. Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment. Cousin, you know I have liked you since childhood. All my efforts are for you. What about you? Wanyou could no longer contain her exasperation, interrupting Jiang. His declaration of affection ignited her pent-up jealousy. You want me to marry you, don't you? Wanyou's voice, once sweet, now dripped with sarcasm. Don't dream. So what if you become the top scholar? Can a poor scholar succeed? When will you ever succeed? Even if you do, how could you compare to Nanzheng? Seeing the somewhat grotesque expression on Wanyou's face, Jiang felt a sharp pain in his heart. He was uncertain whether it was for her sorrow or his own humiliation. Cousin, I know you are hurting. But what good will it do for Wanyou to marry into the Duke's household? Will either General Ji or the Duke's family treat her kindly? I like you, cousin. I will treat you well and give you my very best. My best. Pray tell, what do you possess? Wanyou retorted scornfully. Jiang felt his face flush. Indeed, what did he have? Cousin, I will strive harder. Please believe in me. I do not need to. Wanyou interrupted loudly. My father is a third-rank official. I have many good options. Do you think I am as blind as Wanyou? Cousin, how can you say that? Jiang looked at Wanyou in disbelief, unable to accept that she had uttered such words. He had always believed that Wanyou avoided him due to his aunt's disapproval and had thought she harbored some affection for him. Perhaps she had never liked him at all? As this thought took root, Jiang's once fervent heart plummeted into an icy abyss, shivering with despair. Cousin, it is best you extinguish this heart of yours. I will not marry you. Wanyou dismissed him coldly, leaving Jiang alone. He gazed longingly at Wanyou's receding figure, feeling like an abandoned dog, his eyes filled with desolation. Back in her room, Wanyou could no longer contain herself and smashed several worthless vases to vent her frustration. At lunch, she took a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Unable to eat, she lay down for an afternoon nap, but sleep eluded her, tossing and turning in bed. After an unknown duration, she suddenly sat upright and asked her maid, Qing Shuang, tell me, who is more beautiful? Or Wanyou? Of course, you are more beautiful, Mississippi. What do you mean by more beautiful? Wanyou pressed further. Qing Shuang pondered before replying, Miss, your smile is sweet, and you speak kindly. The eldest lady always has a cold expression and does not speak endearingly. Qing Shuang did not mention looks because there was truly no comparison. Yet, Wanyou took delight in this. That fool Jiang was completely infatuated with her. Nanzheng, no matter how capable, was still just a man. Wanyou was to marry General Ji. So did that not place her at an advantageous position? If she successfully secured Nanzheng, replacing Wanyou would be a breeze. With such thoughts, Wanyou envisioned a bright future, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. When it came to enticing men, 10 Wanyous could not match a single Wanyou. Miss, young Master Hua has arrived. In the afternoon, as Wanyou rested on a chaise, Xiaogu rushed in to inform her. Huayang is back. Have him wait for me in the flower hall. Wanyou tidied herself briefly and hurried to the front courtyard. Huayang, the son of the Hua shopkeeper, was a remarkably gifted businessman, having managed independently since his teenage years. Under his stewardship, Wanyou's assets had multiplied several times over. Having created considerable wealth based on the shares allocated by Wanyou's mother, Huayang had become a mysterious tycoon. In her previous life, Wanyou had been oblivious to the extent of her wealth, and now, in her rebirth, she had not inquired about her assets with Huayang. He had once suggested showing her the accounts, but she had declined. Firstly, she had no aptitude for business. Secondly, she had absolute trust in Huayang. He had told her she could use as much as she wanted, treating him as her own bank, withdrawing as needed. Over the past year while she traveled, Jiang had always accompanied her. Though she did not wish to trouble him, he insisted, saying he too needed to travel and might even expand his business. Consequently, she had witnessed many facets of him in the outside world, yet to her, Jiang remained a warm elder brother. In her heart, he and Gu Lian were her most cherished relatives. Miss, as Wanyou approached the flower hall, Jiang stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Noticing his fatigue and disheveled attire, she realized he must have rushed over without returning home, which warmed and touched her heart. Miss, what of General Ji? Jiang spoke hesitantly, but Wanyou understood the unspoken words behind his inquiry. She had not concealed her plans to propose marriage to Ji Nanzheng from Jiang. Upon learning, he had not raised any objections, merely stating, Miss, do as you wish. I will support you. Wanyou understood why Jiang was anxious to arrive. The current situation was contrary to her original intentions, and he was worried for her. Wanyou succinctly recounted the events of the day to Jiang. After listening, Jiang fell into silence, seemingly contemplating a perplexing matter. Most of the time, his gaze bore a hint of melancholy. It was only when he engaged in profound contemplation that the depths of his decisive nature emerged. Were the young lady and Oppos, as plans for the future? Jiang inquired after a considerable pause. Chapter 20. Liquidation of the Jiang family. Jiang, it is now imperative that I marry into the Duke's household. Fortunately, as this union is sanctioned by the Emperor, the Duke's family dares not impose undue hardship upon me. Although General Ji may not harbor affection for me, he is not an ill-natured man. We shall see how things unfold. Wanyou sought to comfort both Jiang and herself. She had never truly contemplated marrying Ji Nanzheng, for her yearning for freedom was profound, and she firmly believed that neither Ji Nanzheng nor the Duke's household would endorse such a union. Consequently, thoughts of marrying Ji Nanzheng had never crossed her mind. Yet now, she found herself compelled to consider it. Not the nature of her relationship with Ji Nanzheng, but rather how to survive within the Duke's household. Wanyou was acutely aware that she was not favored by the members of the Duke's family. In this era, a daughter-in-law who is not well regarded by her mother-in-law faces a challenging existence. Moreover, Ji Nanzheng had 6 siblings, which meant there were 6 sisters-in-law, all living together. The inner residence was akin to a battleground devoid of gunpowder. The greater the number of women, the more chaotic the strife. She would not actively engage in warfare or partake in the subtle intrigues among the sisters-in-law. Yet she understood that conflict inevitably ensnares the innocent. One cannot remain untouched simply by abstaining from participation. Wanyou considered her current capabilities for survival and self-preservation to be commendable, yet within the confines of a grand estate, where rules and human sentiments abound, she felt a twinge of anxiety. If possible, she hoped for a future in which she could part ways with Ji Nanzheng. Wanyou pondered this and chose not to conceal her innermost thoughts from Jiang. Miss, it is not an easy path, Jiang remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. I understand, yet one must act according to circumstances. Despite the patriarchal nature of Yingua, the societal customs were relatively progressive, and the system of divorce was more accommodating towards women than in previous dynasties. While instances of divorce were not abundant, there were notable examples, such as the Empress Dowager Duanjing and Princess Xing, the emperor's elder sister. After her divorce, Empress Dowager Duanjing devoted herself to social welfare, securing numerous benefits for women. Meanwhile, Princess Xian remarried in Jiangnan. The difficulty of Wanyou's potential separation from Ji Nanzheng lay in the fact that their union was an imperial decree. Such a decree would require the emperor's approval for any dissolution, which necessitated a compelling justification. Childlessness was the only sufficient reason Wanyou could conceive. The absence of heirs constituted a grave offense warranting dismissal, but given the royal sanction of their marriage, the Duke and Oppos' household could not unilaterally issue a divorce decree. Rather, it would necessitate an imperial pronouncement. Thus, she concluded that this matter could not be rushed. She would proceed with caution. Jiang remained silent for a considerable time, as if contemplating the breadth of mountains and rivers, before succinctly stating, "Then I will arrange for your dowry." Jiang was often reticent, preferring to ponder rather than speak. There is no need for any grand arrangements. Wanyou replied, articulating her plan. Whatever dowry the duke's household offers, we shall return in kind. The rewards bestowed by the emperor last year can be presented as well. However, Huayang's brow furrowed slightly. This would invite criticism upon you. Wanyou was aware of Huayang's concern. Traditionally, a woman's dowry was a significant aspect of her marriage. She smiled lightly, saying, Huayang, you know I am indifferent to such matters. Besides, I trust only in you to safeguard my possessions. In her second life, she had come to understand the importance of concealing wealth, as revealing her financial standing could lead to misfortune. Her past tragedies were rooted in financial strife, a lesson learned at the cost of her life. Huayang smiled. As you wish, Mississippi Huayang. Must you always call me Miss? Wanyou frowned. Despite numerous protests, urging him to regard her as a sister, Huayang remained obstinately resistant, like an unyielding stone. I cannot, he replied, his expression turning serious. Wanyou pouted. If I cease to speak, you shall remain a stone-hearted man. After bidding farewell to Huayang, Wanyou returned to her courtyard to prepare for the evening's family banquet. With her father now returned, it was time to settle accounts with the Jiang family. On the momentous day of Gu Yin's triumphant return, the entire family, including concubines and illegitimate children, gathered together. The head of the family had returned. Having been promoted, such a joyous occasion. A lavish table was adorned with exquisite dishes, and joy illuminated every face. At 40, Gu Yin had risen to the rank of third-class official, and he reveled in the glory of his accomplishments, drinking and dining with unrestrained enthusiasm. Once the meal neared its conclusion, he brought up the emperor's rewards. For victorious soldiers returning from battle, promotions and gifts of gold, silver, and jewels were customary. With a tipsy gaze directed at the Jiang family, he declared, my promotion from 5th to 3rd rank cannot solely be attributed to my own merits. Wanyou's substantial donation is a significant factor. Let us allocate half of the emperor's rewards to Wanyou as her dowry. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyelids twitched, and she remarked, naturally, the girl has accomplished a great deed. However, now that the master has been promoted, the household must undergo renovations and host a banquet. Perhaps the Gu family's financial situation has escaped your notice. Jiang's words trailed off as she suddenly began to weep, for only she understood the hardships of managing the household alone over the years. Would they even be able to afford the expenses now? You have worked hard, my wife. Gu Yin responded affirmatively, understanding that women express their grievances to seek comfort. I am well aware that the household is not affluent, but it is not to the extent of being unable to afford expenses. Wanyou has donated her entire dowry, and we must prepare something for her. Indeed, my lord speaks true. However, regarding the dowry, Wanyou has given away such a substantial amount, and now she is marrying into the duke's household. Should our Gu family provide a scant dowry, it would bring shame, and if it is excessive, we may not be able to manage. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang subtly disparaged Wanyou. Had the girl consulted with me, her stepmother, she ought to have reserved some for herself. Now, she faces difficulties with her dowry. Listening to Jiang's words, Wanyou couldn't help but smile slightly. She had been waiting for this opportunity, and Jiang was unwittingly providing it. Father, mother is right. I should indeed set aside some for myself. At least the annual subsidy of 20,000 for the household, so that mother does not suffer so greatly. An annual subsidy of 20,000? Gu Yin's eyes widened in shock. When did this come to pass? As a soldier, Gu Yin possessed a natural authority, and his fierce gaze sent a shiver through Jiang. Frightened, Jiang refrained from speaking, casting a venomous glance at Wanyou, wishing to tear her apart. How could this quiet girl suddenly turn so lethal? Gu Yin then turned his attention to Wanyou. Wanyou, you speak. Father, please do not look at me that way. It has not been long, just let me calculate. Wanyou feigned contemplation. It was when I was 9 years old, which is not even 9 years. 9 years? Jiang stammered. You actually... Gu Yin suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Jiang had deceived a 9-year-old child regarding money. Chapter 21. The loss of stewardship. Gu Yin felt a heavy weight in his chest as he glared at Jiang Shi. Their household was not affluent, with an annual income exceeding 10,000, which was sufficient yet modest, especially when combined with Zhou Heir's 20,000. totaling over 30,000 annually. How could she claim they were struggling? He demanded to know how much the noble families spent each year. As a fifth-rank household, was 30 or 40,000 insufficient for her expenses? What exactly had she spent it on? Gu Yin was filled with anguish. In the years past, when the Yongqing Marquis' estate was confiscated, it was revealed that their annual expenditure was around 50,000. They had over 100 servants and lavish banquets that cost a fortune, not to mention their ostentatious displays when venturing outside. In contrast, the Gu family was a once prominent clan with fewer than 30 servants. Their residence, though grand, required no pomp, and they didn't host extravagant feasts. As long as they avoided extravagance, 10,000 taels were more than enough. Jiang sure held over 30,000, but still complained of hardship. For the first time, Gu Yin felt a deep-seated aversion towards her, the woman who had shared his bed for over a decade. He had not realized her insatiable greed until now. Master, our children are growing, and expenses are rising. Yin heir is ready for school, and Yu heir wishes to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These require money. Jiang sure hastily defended herself. Then you cannot deceive Zhou heir out of her silver, Gu Yin retorted angrily. Master, I did not deceive Zhou. I merely mentioned our household difficulties. You know Zhou has always been considerate. She willingly offered her help, Jiang sure stammered, her heart racing as she attempted to downplay her greed. Wanyou observed Jiang Shi's duplicitous demeanor and smiled coldly. Jiang Shi had indeed lamented about their dilapidated garden and old furniture, expressing a desire for an additional 20,000 to alleviate their burdens. At that moment, she had seemed so compassionate, eager to relieve her beloved stepmother's worries, readily agreeing to part with 2,000 without a second thought. When she mentioned this to Huayang, he said little, but his mother, Mama Li, seemed hesitant to speak, ultimately saying nothing, and Huayang accepted the money. Father, you misunderstand Mother. That money was given willingly. She did not deceive me. You know Mother has always treated me as her own. I feel I have done too little for her, Wanyou interjected. See, Master, I truly did not deceive Zhou. After all these years of marriage, how could you think so poorly of me? Jiang Shi lamented, tears streaming down her face. I have worked tirelessly at home for you and for the Gu family. Jiang Shi's pitiable appearance quelled some of Gu Yin's anger. Yet, Wanyou continued, Mother, I understand that without those allowances, it must be challenging. I regret not considering this thoroughly. Although my living expenses have been covered by Brother Huayang this past year, I still feel guilty. What? You? Gu Yin interrupted, slamming his hand on the table and standing abruptly, glaring down at Jiang Shi. You do not even provide for her food and clothing. With red eyes filled with pain and anger, Gu Yin lamented that despite his struggles outside, his daughter was being supported by another. Jiang Shi's face turned pale, realizing she had struck a nerve with Gu Yin. She regretted not simply agreeing to Wanyou's demands earlier, feeling cornered. Master, I did not. Zhou offered willingly. Jiang Shi stammered, trying to defend herself. Just because she offered, does that mean you can neglect her? She is still just a child. Is this how you choose to act as a stepmother? Gu Yin shook his head, his heart heavy with disappointment. Enough. All the Emperor's reward will go to Zhou, he declared resolutely. Master, Jiang Shi cried out in despair. Zhou is her daughter. What about Yu heir? She is also of marriageable age and needs a dowry. And Yin heir, your only legitimate son. Do you not think of him? After years of being accustomed to the allowance from Wanyou, Jiang Shi found it difficult to adjust. The Emperor's rewards, though only a few thousand taels, could indeed accomplish much. The precious treasures from the palace were of the highest quality and would make a splendid dowry for their daughter. Gu Yin, entirely disregarding his other children, was determined to favor that wretched girl. Jiang Shi was filled with regret and anger. I have made my decision, Gu Yin stated impatiently. Wanyou was pleased with how events were unfolding. Observing Jiang Shi's despondent expression, she gently remarked, Father, you truly misunderstand Mother. She has treated me well over the years. While you love your daughter, I cannot be selfish. As for the rewards, I only wish for the jewels and treasures. The rest can go to the family. Though she found several thousand taels insignificant, the imperial gifts were invaluable and could not be bought with money. Jiang Shi was perplexed. wondering why Wanyou would not seize the money she had. But then she realized the girl's intentions. "Mother, I was unaware of our household's income until now. It seems substantial when calculated. Mother, you must plan your expenditures more carefully. Otherwise, no amount of silver may suffice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi's eyes widened in realization. Had this girl been waiting for her to slip? Just as she began to defend herself, Gu Yin coldly interjected, "If the household funds cannot be managed in your hands, then perhaps someone else should oversee them." Gu Yin glanced at the side where concubine Xie sat. "From now on, you shall be responsible for the household finances." "Master, I have not been in charge of the household. I fear I may not manage it well." Concubine Xie timidly replied. "If you cannot manage, then learn." Gu Yin replied curtly. Concubine Xie shrank back, her voice trembling as she said, "Then I shall try." Gu Yin's good spirits were depleted, and he left the dining hall, weary and disheartened. "Master," concubine Xie hurriedly followed him. Chapter 22. The Soul Duke Elder Sister. "You seem happy." After Gu Yin departed, Gu Wanyou, who had been sitting quietly and suppressing her emotions, bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at Wanyou. She observed her mother's reputation being systematically dismantled. Though a part of her wished to defend her mother, she was acutely aware that doing so would earn her father's disdain. Her father had always favored Gu Wanyou, and she dared not stray from his good graces. She too yearned to be the beloved daughter. Indeed, Wanyou was elated. In her previous life, Jiang had plotted against her wealth and her life, and all she had done was strip Jiang of her managerial authority. Although for a legitimate wife, losing such control to a concubine was a significant blow to her dignity. It paled in comparison to Jiang's past transgressions against her. "Father has returned, and I am delighted. Is my second sister not?" Wanyou deliberately sidestepped the question, her gaze chillingly sweeping over Jiang, who lay crumpled on the floor like a defeated dog, before turning to leave the dining hall with her maid. The following morning, the stewardess, Aunt Xie, approached Wanyou. "Miss, the master has just returned and has received a promotion. Visitors are surely expected today. Coincidentally, the mistress has fallen ill. The master sent me to inquire about your wishes." "Ill?" A flicker of amusement danced in Wanyou's eyes. "Inform my father to invite my aunt to assist with the reception, mentioning that the mistress is unwell and should not transfer her malaise onto the guests." Jiang was well aware that with Gu Yin's promotion, visitors would flood the household. While Aunt Xie could manage the inner quarters, she was barred from greeting guests. In due course, Gu Yin would undoubtedly request her presence. Thus, Jiang feigned illness, intending to leverage this to reclaim her managerial authority. It was a rather fanciful notion. If she wished to be ill, so be it. Although her aunt was married to the second son and had no management role, her family was of considerable standing. Assisting with the reception would pose no grave errors. Aunt Xie's eyes brightened at this. "I shall convey your message at once." "Miss, do you think the mistress is feigning illness due to the loss of her managerial role?" asked Qiujie as she arranged breakfast. Wanyou smiled, scooping a spoonful of chicken congee. It tasted notably richer than usual. Jiang and Appo's little ruse was transparent even to the simple-minded Qiujie. Who could she deceive? Meanwhile, Gu Min was preparing to visit the Gu family to congratulate her elder brother on his promotion. Just as she was about to leave, a servant from the Gu family arrived. Upon learning she was summoned to oversee the reception, she was elated and hurriedly packed a bundle of clothes. Inside, Jiang awaited Gu Yin's invitation, growing anxious with each passing moment. Shortly after Gu Min arrived, news reached her ears, inciting her to smash a bowl of medicinal soup in fury. "Madam, it is said that the eldest miss wishes for the aunt to come," Mama Qian reported. Zhang's eyes flashed with malice. That wretched girl seemed determined to oppose her until the end. "Go, brew me a pot of bitter medicine," she commanded. She had to maintain the facade of illness, ensuring everyone in the household was aware of her plight and that guests witnessed her consuming the bitter concoction. Otherwise, she would lose all face. The Gu household was bustling with visitors, far exceeding Wanyou's expectations. Through Qiujie's inquiries, she concluded that the influx was largely due to Nanzheng. Before his expedition, Nanzheng had been a second-rank general, but now, having triumphed, The emperor had promoted him to the rank of first-rank general and appointed him as the crown prince's mentor, thereby bestowing the title of heir to the Duke of Dinghua. The hereditary succession of the duke's title had been altered to a perpetual inheritance. Presently, Nanzheng's father was the 5th Duke of Dinghua, and traditionally the next generation would inherit the marquisate. However, the emperor's decree meant that the duke's lineage would continue indefinitely. Moreover, the emperor retained the right to bestow the marquisate to the next generation, implying that upon the current duke's passing, the Duke of Dinghua's house would possess both a duke and a marquis. In the entire Yin kingdom, only Nanzheng's family and the Yi family's Duke of Zhenghua could still be referred to as dukes. The Duke of Zhenghua was the last of his line, destined to be succeeded only by a marquis. Thus, once the nearly 70-year-old Duke of Zhenghua passed, the Yin kingdom would have but one duke, the Duke of Dinghua. In the future, Nanzheng would stand as the sole Duke of Yin, a title of unparalleled honor. Consequently, many sought to align themselves with Nanzheng, though such aspirations were not easily realized, as Nanzheng was now the son-in-law of the Gu family. Those lacking connections began to navigate through the Gu family to curry favor. Many visitors, while ostensibly there to congratulate Gu Yin, were secretly eager to befriend Nanzheng's father-in-law. Wanyou shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. Her father would not hold the title of father-in-law for long. Such pursuits were misguided. When Jiang received this news over lunch, her heart sank. Her husband had merely attained a 3rd-rank position, while Nanzheng had soared to unparalleled heights. The disparity was infuriating. Moreover, the realization that such an exceptional Nanzheng was engaged to Gu Wanyou rather than her own daughter Gu Wanyou stung her further. She lost her appetite and lay in bed, lamenting her fate. Yet after a few moments of contemplation, a spark ignited within her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was Wanyou's mother. If Wanyou married into the Ji family, she would become a general's wife. As the mother of the general's wife, her social standing would dramatically elevate. Conversely, Gu Wanyou, as Nanzheng's sister-in-law, would also ascend the social ladder. Determined, Jiang sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming with ambition. I must find that wretched girl. In her haste, she collided with the approaching Gu Wanyou. Jiang immediately began to outline her strategy. Yuer, I must seek out that girl. I now see that your father is favoring Hua Jiang and is convinced I mistreat her. That wretched girl remains silent. Your father will not relent. Though she harbored deep resentment towards Wanyou, the situation dictated her actions. She needed to mend their relationship, even if it meant lowering her pride. With Nanzheng and Appos as connections, many dignitaries and Appos wives had arrived, marking their opportunity to shine in high society. Even if it meant pleading with Gu Wanyou, she was determined to present herself as the true matriarch of the Gu family. Gu Wanyou, already aware of Nanzheng's accolades and feeling the sting of jealousy, had resolved to entice him. However, she was resolute in preventing Jiang from approaching Wanyou. A calculating glint appeared in Gu Wanyou's eyes. Mother, the eldest sister has been cavorting with Huayang for over a year. If the Duke of Dinghua's household learns of this, do you think she will still have a chance to marry? Jiang's eyes widened in shock. Yuer, do not be foolish. This matter must remain a secret. Chapter 23. If we are to perish, let us perish together. What is there for me to fear? When Wanyou embarked on her travels, she did not conceal the fact that Xiao Gu was feigning illness at home, for with the passage of time, such a deception was impossible to maintain. Instead, she openly informed Jiang Shi of her departure, instructing Xiao Gu to impersonate her and declare to the world that she was unwell. Jiang Shi would protect Wanyou, for she held the annulment letter from the Jiang family as leverage. As a daughter of the Jiang family, she was bound by blood ties and could not disregard the family's interests, naturally seeking to keep this matter under wraps. Gu Wanyou expressed concern that Wanyou might retaliate against the Jiang family. Of course, Gu Wanyou understood the stakes. Mother, how could I let it slip? She reassured. But why not use this to threaten our elder sister? Marrying General Ji is her ticket to a life of luxury. If we present ourselves as willing to go down together, how could she dare to stand against us? Her losses would outweigh ours. Jiang Shi pondered this notion, her eyes gleaming with calculation. In truth, Wanyou had not mentioned that she was with Huayang, It was a discovery made by them. Yet, acknowledging it openly was fraught with danger. How could they dare to say that Wanyou, a betrothed woman, was out with another man? If the outside world were to learn of this, the Gu family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer, and the prospect for their children's marriages would be adversely affected. Furthermore, if the Duke of Dinghua chose to pursue the matter, he could easily accuse her of deception. Neither she nor the Gu family could afford such a loss. To Wanyou, however, the exposure of this affair would be tantamount to a dead end. No one would want her after that. She had even more to lose. Beware. Let us proceed as planned, Jiang declared, her eyes sparkling with determination as she grasped Gu Wanyou's hand. Come, we shall confront that wretched girl. I refuse to believe that Gu Wanyou will not be intimidated. Armed with this leverage, she intended not only to step out into the open, but also to reclaim her authority. Mother, what brings you here? Are you feeling any better? Wanyou asked, feigning concern as she welcomed the uninvited Jiang mother and daughter to sit. Have you heard of General Ji's rewards? Jiang, putting aside past grievances, gazed at Wanyou with a maternal affection. This is truly a great blessing for you. Hearing this has lifted my spirits tremendously, alleviating my ailment considerably. Wouldn't you agree? Suppressing her disdain, Wanyou thought, what nonsense, believing that joy could cure an illness. Thank you, mother, she replied sweetly. It is indeed more amusing when we all act together. After this remark, Wanyou fell silent, and an awkward tension filled the air. Jiang cleared her throat. Wanyou, I have reflected on matters last night and realized that I have erred in some instances. However, you must ask yourself, have I ever treated you unkindly? Mother has always treated me well, Wanyou replied. I spoke with father last night, and you must have heard his response. You know I did not utter a single falsehood or embellishment. I did not anticipate father's reaction, and I apologize for any distress it may have caused you. Mother harbors no resentment, Jiang insisted, though her irritation was palpable. She had been outmaneuvered so brazenly that she could not voice a single word of rebuke. Not only was she forced to swallow this bitter pill, but she was also compelled to humble herself before the very person who had bested her. Indeed, I knew you were magnanimous, Wanyou said, her eyes sparkling innocently, which left Jiang momentarily dazed. This girl, with her naive gaze, was so different from the Gu Wanyou of previous years. Did she possess the cunning to scheme? Just as the doubt arose, she shook her head. The harsh reality was evident. She had been caught off guard, and questioning it further was futile. Let us discuss serious matters, Wanyou. There is another issue, Jiang said, her hesitation evident. I have heard that you arranged for your aunt to receive guests on my behalf. This thoughtfulness warms my heart and confirms that I have treated you as my own. Internally rolling her eyes, Wanyou maintained a mild smile. Jiang pretended to dab at her cheek with a handkerchief, masking her discomfort before continuing. However, your aunt is a married woman, and the responsibilities of the Gu family rest upon us. Now that I have taken my medicine, I feel somewhat better, but it is still our duty to handle the affairs of our own family. If mother is able to go out, that would be splendid. The Gu family's hospitality should rightly come from you. Please do hurry, for your aunt has never done such a thing before and will surely find it challenging. Wanyou suggested, if Jiang could go out on her own, why would she seek Wanyou's help? Father had agreed to summon their aunt precisely because he was aware of Jiang's pretense of illness. He did not wish to indulge her. Should she recover inexplicably, it would only serve to deepen his distaste. Not only would he refuse to let her out, but he would also impose further restrictions. If she were to seek leniency, she could certainly do so, but only if Jiang was willing to plead with her. Gu Wanyou had anticipated that her mother would directly threaten them, but instead, she was taking a subservient approach, which left her feeling quite displeased. With a frosty demeanor, she remarked, Elder sister, you do appreciate how well mother treats you, yes? Since she cannot speak directly to father, why not you approach him instead? After all, the reputation of the Gu family is also your reputation. With a slight smile, Wanyou replied, very well. I shall go speak with father now, telling him that mother has recovered and that aunt should return home. She appeared eager to leave. Zhou girl, Jiang called out quickly, mother's illness has not truly subsided. I merely wish to alleviate the burdens at home. It was too obvious to feign recovery after just a day. If Gu Yan were to notice this charade, It would only sow discord. Mother, if you are unwell, I doubt father would allow you to take on any responsibilities, Wanyou said, feigning concern. In truth, their aunt could not remain at the Gu residence indefinitely. And given the current circumstances, the visitors offering congratulations would not disperse in a day or two. Jiang would inevitably need to step forward. However, she had not expected Jiang to be so impatient. If she came seeking assistance, she ought to display a semblance of humility. Elder sister, during your travels, young Master Hua was always by your side. Do not think we are unaware of this. Yet, my mother and I have always covered for you. If you do not recognize the gravity of this situation, and should we let slip a word that jeopardizes your bright future, your lifelong happiness may well be destroyed. Gu Wanyou could no longer contain herself, realizing that Wanyou's claim of assistance was merely a ploy to embarrass her mother before their father. So, you intend to use this matter to coerce me into pleading with father? Wanyou's countenance grew cold, devoid of warmth. Zhou girl, this situation arose because of you, and thus it must be addressed by you. Jiang conceded, her tone now more assertive. With a chilling smile, Wanyou retorted, why not have mother announce to the Duke of Dinghua's household that I was out with young Master Huayang? Are you not afraid? Both Jiang and Gu Wanyou were taken aback. Leisurely, Wanyou sank into a chair. What is there for me to fear? If we are to end, let's end together. What do I have to be afraid of? Chapter 24. The delight of being pleaded with by the dislike, the sensation of being pleaded with by those who despise you, is indeed quite exhilarating. With both the Gu and Jiang families sinking into despair, what is there to fear? Wanyou remained remarkably composed, with a daughter engaged yet gallivanting with a man outside. The Jiang family would be the first to face scrutiny. Would they dare utter a word? Fearing the leak of information, apart from her confidant, Mama Qian, the other servants remained utterly silent. Would she dare to speak out? Jiang exchanged glances with Gu Wanyou, realizing too late the foolishness of their plan as they noted Wanyou's unflappable demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Ultimately, they relied on Wanyou's inability to bear the loss, believing her to be more fearful than they were. Presently, with Wanyou not falling into their trap, what could they possibly do? Would they truly dare to speak out? Of course not. Jiang gritted her teeth in frustration. What to do now? Wanyou, mother did not mean it that way. How could I ever threaten you? Jiang desperately attempted to soften her tone. For the sake of her reputation and her children's future, she had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor, pleading for assistance. It was far better to lose face before Wanyou than to do so in front of others. Carefully choosing her words, she continued, Wanyou, considering that your mother raised you since childhood, could you speak to your father on my behalf? Think of it as your mother asking for your help. It dawned on her that the current Gu Wanyou was no longer someone she could easily manipulate. Thus, she resolved to be forthright. Yet, her heart ached with the humiliation, as it was indeed her responsibility as the head of the household to manage affairs. Even if she ventured out without notice, what did Gu Lian do? Yet, her relationship with Gu Lian had already been strained, and such actions would only exacerbate the rift. If Wanyou intervened, requesting that her father allow her to manage the household, even in her ill state, she could earn a reputation for being considerate, potentially mending their marital discord. Heaven knows, she was merely a woman in need of a man's support. Wanyou observed Jiang's contrived humility with a flicker of satisfaction. The thrill of being pleaded with by the disliked was indeed a refreshing experience. Mother, how much better it would have been had you expressed this sooner. Wanyou remarked with a bemused smile. Dear child, do address the household matters as well. The CF family has never managed affairs, and with officials visiting, any mishap could bring disgrace upon us all. Jiang thought, since she had already lowered herself to beg, she might as well resolve everything in one go. If she were to plead again, it might truly suffocate her. Then, daughter, please tell your father that it would be better if your mother were in charge. Would that be agreeable? However, I cannot guarantee your father's consent, she added, her thoughts calculating. Haha, what an astute plan. Seeking to reclaim authority over the household? Not a chance. Thank you, Wanyou, Jiang said, her words lacking sincerity. It was indeed her loss of authority that had forced her to thank Wanyou for her intervention, and the humiliation was unbearable. Oh, by the way, I should remind you, mother, that father is a military man with a straightforward temperament. If he were to discover that you were engaging in questionable financial practices, it could spell trouble. How do you know this? Jiang Shi's eyes widened in terror at Wanyou's words. Gu Yin's forthright nature, if he learned of her dealings, will be disastrous. Believe me, I am aware of many things. But fret not, mother, I will not disclose anything to father. However, I advise you to settle this matter swiftly if you wish to avoid complications. Wanyou refrained from elaborating. In her previous life, had it not been for Huayang receiving early intelligence about the court's impending crackdown on such financial dealings, Jiang Shi would have been ensnared by her own greed, leading the Gu family to dire consequences. Time was of the essence, with only a few months remaining after the imperial examination. The Gu family did not belong to Jiang Shi. It was her father's legacy, and she could not allow Jiang Shi to ruin him. The issue of questionable finances, if not brought before her father, stemmed from her consideration for him, who had just returned and received a promotion, basking in the joys of success. She wished not to allow Jiang Shi to tarnish his happiness. Furthermore, for Jiang Shi, conspiring with the Jiang family to deceive and seize her assets was the real explosive matter. There was no rush. The grand finale would be saved for last. After concluding her thoughts, Wanyou exited to seek Gu Yin, leaving Jiang Shi weak and unsteady as she returned to her quarters. Gu Wanyou was akin to a venomous serpent. Upon entering her room, Jiang Shi furiously shattered a teacup. Gu Wanyou, too, felt immense frustration, as her carefully laid plans had been turned against her by Gu Wanyou. Dear aunt, what a delightful surprise. At that moment, Jiang mother entered the courtyard, her face beaming with joy, accompanied by her daughter Jiang. Jiang Shi, not wishing to see anyone, felt compelled to maintain appearances and forced a greeting. Noticing Jiang Shi's lack of enthusiasm, Jiang mother observed her daughter carefully, her mind calculating. Upon learning of Jiang Shi's illness, she thought, during such a critical time, one should at least consume ginseng to bolster their health, rather than languish indoors. Now, seeing Jiang Shi in person, she sensed there must be deeper issues at play. Fearing the repercussions, she refrained from mentioning her concerns and instead lavished compliments upon Jiang Shi. Who would have thought my dear aunt would be so fortunate? Once your husband secures a title for you, how esteemed you will be, Jiang mother exclaimed with exaggerated admiration. In truth, she felt genuine envy, as her own husband held a mere 6th rank status, and she wondered if he would ever rise to 5th rank. The 3rd rank was an unfathomable dream. Her only hope lay with her son. Hearing Jiang mother's flattering words and grand visions, Jiang Shi felt considerably uplifted. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She leaned closer to Jiang mother and discreetly broached the subject of questionable finances. She wished for Jiang mother to take over, knowing that now that Wanyou was aware, she could no longer manage it herself. Otherwise, that insufferable girl would surely hold it over her. I will not hide it from you. Had I not feared the master finding out, I would never have involved you. My earnings from this endeavor over the past year nearly equal your annual income. If you agree, I shall share half the profits with you. Initially hesitant, Jiang mother felt apprehensive, having never engaged in such dealings and aware of their prohibitions. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Shi's promised earnings, her eyes gleamed with desire. When Jiang Shi offered her half, she began to waver. Over 500 taels in a year? My husband earns but 200. The thought of earning 500 is simply intoxicating. Dear aunt, I still feel it is unwise, Jiang mother said, torn between temptation and caution, fully aware of the illicit nature of the endeavor. If you choose not to proceed, it matters not. Truth be told, I do not require the money at present. I merely wish to assist you in improving your circumstances. Jiang Shi feigned indifference. Yet, in reality, she cared deeply. An annual income of 500 taels was indeed substantial. Chapter 25. A favorable situation in the end, despite her reservations. Mother Jiang succumbed to temptation and agreed. After reaching an accord, she broached the subject of Jiang Xian. Aunt, you are aware of Xian'er's affections for you. I have refrained from mentioning the incident with Gu Wanyou, but the circumstances have changed. Mother Jiang's enthusiasm was palpable. consider this. Our son-in-law has recently been promoted to the 3rd rank and established connections with General Ji. With such a formidable backing, Shinra's prospects for advancement and prosperity are imminent. Yuer would not only avoid hardship, but would also enjoy a life of comfort. Listening from the sidelines, Gu Wanyou rolled her eyes internally, bemused by the daydreams being spun. Jiang sure contemplated, acknowledging that Mother Jiang had a point. But only if Jiang Xian managed to secure a degree. Otherwise, no amount of support could compensate for his lack of capability. Moreover, their family situation had significantly transformed. With the master holding a 3rd-rank position and connections to the Duke of Dinghua's household, her daughter now had opportunities befitting nobility. She would not stake her hopes on a rootless tree like Jiang Xian. Let's see if he can pass the examinations first. Ultimately, this matter is not solely at my discretion. The master must give his approval. Jiang Shi left her statement open-ended. Before long, Gu Yin sent word. The master requests that the lady endure a bit longer, as matters in the household are numerous. Naturally, Jiang Shi was pleased, affirming that following Gu Wanzhou's path was indeed the right course. The master further advised, since the lady has fallen ill, it is inevitable that she will experience ailments in the future. Now that concubine Xie has taken over the management of household affairs, let her gain some experience for unforeseen circumstances. For the time being, the lady should focus on entertaining guests, while concubine Xie oversees the internal matters. Once the servants departed, Jiang Shi angrily smashed a teacup. She bore the burden of hosting while allowing that wretched concubine Xie to manage the household. With the lady of the house still alive, it would be a laughingstock if an inferior took charge. Jiang Shi's chest heaved with anger. What did it mean to prepare for unforeseen circumstances? It was a veiled warning that her presence was not indispensable and that concubine Xie could easily take her place. Surely, this was the work of Gu Wanzhou. Given Gu Yin's bias, if Gu Wanzhou were genuinely intent on helping her reclaim authority, would Gu Yin not comply? Mother, concubine Xie has no experience managing the household. It would be easy for her to make mistakes. Rest assured, the management rights will ultimately remain yours. Gu Wanyou was also irked, but she quickly prioritized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Jiang Shi's eyes brightened. Yuer is clever. With her spirits lifted, Jiang Shi busied herself with the preparations for entertaining guests while also planning her own birthday celebration. She aimed to leverage Gu Lian's promotion and Gu Wanzhou's impending marriage to Nanzheng to host a splendid birthday event. Although it was ostensibly a birthday celebration, it was also a strategic opportunity to gauge Gu Wanyou's current standing. That day, many guests arrived at the Gu residence for the celebration of Nanzheng's prospective mother-in-law, necessitating a warm reception. Gu Wanyou arose early to adorn herself, choosing a powder pink gown that complemented her complexion. Her maid, Qing Shuang, possessed some talent in makeup, and after a meticulous application, Gu Wanyou appeared threefold more beautiful than before. Attention to detail was paramount. From hairpins to earrings, necklaces to bracelets, every embellishment was carefully considered. The final effect was striking. Wanzhou observed the delightful and sweet Gu Wanyou before her and offered an honest assessment. Indeed, you are beautiful, though it would be preferable if your gaze were less overtly expectant. The anticipation in Gu Wanyou's eyes was too blatant, as if she were fishing for compliments and admiration. Second sister, you look stunning, Wanzhou remarked, echoing the sentiments Gu Wanyou longed to hear. Gu Wanyou had approached her with the sole purpose of showcasing her beauty and was eager to bask in the praise. Upon hearing Wanzhou's compliment, Gu Wanyou flashed a radiant smile, responding, "Thank you, elder sister. Do you happen to have any lovely lip color? Mine is too pale." It seemed her display was not merely for show, but also a subtle request for assistance. Wanzhou glanced at Gu Wanyou's lips, noting their pale hue, and reluctantly admitted that Gu Wanyou did possess a certain aesthetic sensibility. Indicating to Bai Lu, Wanzhou retrieved an unused lip color and presented it to Gu Wanyou. What about this one? Gu Wanyou's intentions were transparent, and Wanzhou, having attended numerous gatherings, recognized that today was Gu Wanyou's moment to shine. She was more than willing to assist. Gu Wanyou immediately had Qing Shuang apply the deeper shade, which harmonized perfectly with her attire. As Gu Wanyou admired her reflection in the bronze mirror, She felt immense satisfaction. Her gaze drifted to Wanyou and Appo's makeup box, where she spotted a new floral hairpiece, and her eyes lit up with desire. However, upon reconsideration, she chose to remain silent, wary of Wanyou's current disposition. She feared that if she pressed, it might sour her mood on this momentous day. After Wanyou departed, Wanyou leisurely finished her breakfast, contemplating that today would undoubtedly be Wanyou's moment in the spotlight, leaving Jiang in despair. Yet, Wanyou had no intention of joining the fray. Should she attend, those with ulterior motives might offer hollow compliments while secretly deriding her. And Jiang's birthday had no bearing on her. Feigning illness, she sent a gift to Jiang as a gesture of goodwill and remained in her quarters. Meanwhile, Wanyou delighted in attending to the other ladies, relishing her newfound prominence. With her naturally flamboyant personality, today was her stage, and she fully embraced the opportunity to shine. "Evening, you look exquisite today," remarked Qin Yui, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Chongning. Wanyou momentarily froze. Qin Yui, known for her haughty demeanor, had previously left a negative impression on Wanyou. To her surprise, Qin Yui approached her with a warm smile and compliment. The sudden shift caught Wanyou off guard. "Miss Qin is truly beautiful," Wanyou finally responded, flashing her signature sweet smile. Though internally she scoffed at the false pretense of humility. As guests continued to arrive, Wanyou observed that the once polite yet distant noble women now greeted her with warmth and familiarity, showering her with praise as if they were long-lost friends. While she felt disdain, it was her first experience of being the center of attention, as she adored the sensation. Deep down, she understood that her father's recent promotion alone could not have earned her such treatment. It was clearly a favor in light of Nanzheng. Yet, if even Nanzheng's sister was accorded such respect, what might her future as his wife hold? The mere thought sent waves of bliss coursing through her. Chapter 26. Jiang's heart shattered due to Wanyou's deliberate display and her inherent beauty. Coupled with the flattery from those whose intentions were far from sincere and the numerous gifts she received, Wanyou was in an elated state throughout the day. She felt that today marked the pinnacle of her happiness in this lifetime. In the evening, when the mother and daughter closed the door to unwrap the gifts, Jiang's face was adorned with smiles. Where did you notice? The wives of the Duke of Dingyuan and the Duke of Chongning gazed at you with such admiration, lavishing you with praise. Their sons are still unmarried. They must have set their sights on you as a potential daughter-in-law. Jiang's excitement grew with every word. She pondered thoughtfully. If we compare the two families, I must say I favor the Chongning Duke's household more. The heir of Chongning is now 19, having already achieved the status of scholar. Surely, he will one day become a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Although these noble heirs regard their titles as mere embellishments, securing a degree could lead to significant accomplishments in court, eventually granting them real power. Who knows? He might even ascend to the cabinet one day, bringing glory to the family. "Mother, we have not yet received any proposals," Wanyou replied, her expression calm despite her mother's apparent joy at the prospect of suitors. While she was indeed pleased to be noticed by the Duchess, indicating her worth, she had no interest in becoming the wife of any duke's heir. What was the significance of being a duke's wife? At most, she would merely become a duchess. How could that compare to Nanzheng? She desired Nanzheng. She aspired to be the wife of a marquis. It was still true that in terms of men, even 10 Wanses could not measure up to her single Wanyou. Not only did the two duchesses and various young ladies shower her with compliments today, but numerous young lords also cast furtive glances her way, some even initiating conversations. This was a testament to her undeniable charm. Though she had previously professed her determination to win Nanzheng's heart, her confidence had not been unwavering. However, the adulation she received today filled her with a renewed sense of self-assuredness. Wanyou felt assured that given the chance, Nanzheng would inevitably fall for her allure. Regrettably, Nanzheng was absent today. Wanyou sighed softly. She had hoped to encounter Nanzheng, to engage with him closely, and she had adorned herself beautifully, confident that he would be captivated by her beauty. However, he did not attend. Only a messenger from the Duke of Dingwa delivered a birthday gift, stating that Nanzheng was tied up with official duties. Yet, Wanyou only felt a fleeting regret. If Nanzheng married Wanyou and became her brother-in-law, she would have ample opportunities. Though Wanyou did not venture out, she was aware of the events unfolding outside, thanks in part to Chioga, the bearer of news. Miss, you cannot imagine how many noble young lords attended today. I have never seen so many distinguished gentlemen, Chioga exclaimed animatedly. Indeed, the young lords from prominent families are quite different. For instance, while Jiang Gongzi is handsome, standing alongside those noble heirs, even if he is more attractive, it seems as though the light of their brilliance overshadows him, rendering him rather dim by comparison. Wanyou smiled indeed. Hence, I suspect Jiang Gongzi was displeased and hastily departed after lunch. Wanyou had been perusing a novel when she heard Chioga's words and smiled faintly. Jiang Xian's insecurities were evident. However, it was not the noble lords who made him feel inferior. It was undoubtedly Wanyou. Indeed, Jiang Xian was infuriated by Wanyou's behavior and returned home to seclude himself in his study, drowning his sorrows in drink. Brother, I have warned you that Cousin Ware looks down upon us. You never believed me. Having witnessed it with your own eyes today, can you finally let it go? Jiang Yi gazed at her despondent brother with sorrow. She had also attended the birthday celebration, where Wanyou flitted about like a butterfly, casting glances at the young lords and practically inviting their attention. Moreover, her dear Aunt Jiang Shi was ingratiating herself with the noble ladies to secure a promising match for Wanyou. Meanwhile, her foolish brother sought to speak with Wanyou, who appeared utterly disinterested, unwilling to spare him even a glance. It was no wonder her brother was wounded. Jiang Xian seemed oblivious to Jiang Yi's words, merely drowning himself in alcohol. Frustrated, Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Brother, can you not be more rational? Wanyou is a vain person. She agreed to marry you only for the sake of Wanyou's dowry. With our families now further apart, even if you were to drink yourself to death, she would not spare you a second glance. Get out." Jiang Xian finally lifted his head, bellowing at Jiang Yi. Upon seeing his reddened eyes, she was taken aback, stamping her foot in anger as she stormed out. With a crash, as soon as Jiang Yi left, Jiang Xian overturned the table, shattering the wine cups and flask, scattering them across the floor. He picked up a shard of porcelain and, without hesitation, pressed its sharp edge against the back of his hand, plunging it down with force, as if he were stabbing a piece of pork rather than himself. The shard pierced deeply into his flesh, and a stream of blood welled up instantly. His heart ached profoundly, and he sought to balance the pain within by inflicting pain upon his body. Over the past year, Wanyou's cold demeanor had tormented him. He had convinced himself that he endured this for Wanyou's sake, that his affections for Wanyou had waned. Yet, witnessing her laughter and lightheartedness with other men today, realizing she might truly marry someone else, he recognized he had not moved on at all. As Jiang Yi had said, Wanyou smiled and bantered with others while treating him with an indifference that suggested he was a monster. How could Wanyou treat him this way? He loved her. Jiang Xian gazed at the chaos around him, his fists clenched tightly. Wanyou, for you, I have suppressed my conscience and deceived Wanyou all these years. How could you become someone else's? Chapter 27. The splendid wedding dress as the autumn rains bring a chill. The weather in the capital grows increasingly cool with each passing day of September. By the end of the month, the mornings and evenings carry a hint of crispness. The wedding date for Wanyou arrives amidst this gradual decline in temperature. On October 15th, just 3 days before the ceremony, Huayang delivers the meticulously tailored wedding dress to the Gu residence. What a stunning gown it is! The young lady, adorned in this exquisite attire, is destined to be the most beautiful bride in the capital. Qiugao beams as she watches Wanyou try on the dress. Qiugao, can you not speak? The young lady would look enchanting even in plain linen. Does she truly need a wedding dress to enhance her beauty? Bai Lu retorts, clearly annoyed at Qiugao's misplaced emphasis. Oh, Sister Bai Lu, must you always nitpick? You know that's not what I meant. Qiugao pouts in response. I'm not nitpicking. I'm merely reminding you to be mindful. If you can't think before you speak, it would be wise to say less. With your impulsive nature, You might inadvertently cause trouble for the young lady at the Duke's residence. Sister, look, Bai Lu is criticizing me again. Wanyou smiles quietly, observing her two maids, each with contrasting personalities yet united in their unwavering loyalty to her. Bai Lu, a year older than Xiaogao, possesses a calm and thorough demeanor, approaching tasks with meticulous organization, though she speaks sparingly. In contrast, Xiaogao is lively and cheerful, her emotions laid bare for all to see. Bai Lu disapproves of Xiaogao's boisterous nature and seizes every opportunity to admonish her. Yet, her intentions are rooted in concern for Wanyou's well-being. While Xiaogao continues to chatter about the dress's stunning features, Wanyou takes a few glances. To describe the gown merely as beautiful would be a gross understatement. It is truly exquisite and opulent. Wanyou herself is rather indifferent to the wedding preparations, believing that as long as the dress is red, it suffices. However, Huayang insists that a woman's wedding should not be approached lightly, emphasizing the need for elegance. Like many doting brothers, he fears that his sister might be perceived as lacking in grace. Wanyou's dowry is already quite humble. Thus, the wedding dress must be nothing short of magnificent. In pursuit of this goal, Huayang sought the expertise of a retired palace seamstress, whose skills honed within the palace are the highest caliber. The fabric is the finest brocade, intricate in design and exorbitantly priced. Wanyou's gown features a custom pattern of peonies woven with gold threads and peacock blue silk, adorned with pearl tassels. There are 56 pearls, each the size of fingertip, lustrous and valuable. The headpiece is embellished with sapphires, each worth around 200 taels, and the crown boasts 12 sapphires in total. It is no wonder that Xiaogao appears utterly astonished. How could one not be dazzled? In her previous life, when she married the despicable Jiang, her wedding gown was also splendid, adorned with pearls, yet it pales in comparison to this one. She cannot help but wonder if Huayang is one to judge people based on their circumstances. In her past life, wed to the humble Jiang, her gown was beautiful but not extravagant. In this life, marrying the illustrious General Ji, her wedding attire is lavish beyond measure. Just as Wanyou is about to change out of the gown, Wanyou floats in. Elder sister, is this your wedding dress? Wanyou's eyes widen in astonishment. Wanyou stands tall, refusing to remove the garment. Second sister, please tell me, is it beautiful? Beautiful? Is that even question? Such a dress would look exquisite on a mere dog. With the pearls and gems, no one could possibly deem it unattractive. Wanyou, already possessing beauty, becomes strikingly radiant in the luxurious attire, her presence overshadowing the surroundings, leaving everything else seemingly colorless, causing Wanyou to feel a pang of inadequacy. At that moment, she realizes that the once naive and clumsy Wanyou, whom she had always looked down upon, now seems transformed, outshining her in both appearance and demeanor. In terms of looks, Wanyou is sweet and charming, while Wanyou embodies ethereal purity. In terms of grace, Wanyou is poised and confident, whereas Wanyou exudes an aloof elegance. Wanyou is more socially adept, while Wanyou has often been criticized for being difficult to approach. Yet Wanyou finds herself inexplicably envious of Wanyou's serene detachment. A wave of jealousy washes over Wanyou, jealousy for the opulent wedding dress, for Wanyou's good fortune, and most acutely, for the fact that she is to marry Nanzheng. Beautiful, Wanyou begrudgingly acknowledges, suppressing her envy. That must be worth quite a fortune. Dear elder sister, you are truly wealthy to have donated 300,000 and still afford such a lavish gown. Upon hearing Wanyou's sour tone, Wanyou replies coolly, I cannot afford such luxury. It was a gift from brother Huayang. Mr. Hua and you are not related. Should others learn of such a precious gift, they might speculate on your relationship, Wanyou remarks, her jealousy seeping through her words, subtly reminding Wanyou of the leverage she holds regarding her outings with Huayang. I am the daughter of brother Huayang's benefactor. If anyone were to find out, they would surely say he is a man of gratitude, Wanyou counters. Recalling Huayang's own words, Miss, our family's fortunes today are solely due to the trust and support of your mother. Please do not feel burdened. Compared to the kindness shown to my family, what I do for you is insignificant. Gu Wanyu's heart sinks further. In her eyes, Huayang must either be foolish or utterly lacking in sense. How could he offer such a valuable gift merely as a show of gratitude? Even among siblings, few would be so extravagant. Why does Wanyou have such good fortune? A mother who earns money, a father who dotes on her, and even a non-blood relative who treats her better than her own brother. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Gu Wanyu struggles to maintain her composure, clenching her fists tightly to regain her calm as she recalls her original purpose for visiting. She takes a basket from Qing Shuang and places it on the vanity. Elder sister, these handkerchiefs and pouches are all handmade by me, a gift for you to cherish. When a young woman marries, it is customary for her sisters to present her with handmade items as tokens of affection, knowing that future meetings may be rare. Such gifts serve as a reminder of their bond. However, the complex relationship between Wanyou and Gu Wanyu renders this gesture rather unnecessary. Since the engagement was announced, Gu Wanyu had initially reacted with hostility, but quickly seemed to forget the incident. Instead, she grew increasingly close to Wanyou, frequently visiting to exchange trivial pleasantries and bringing small treats. Despite Wanyou's cool demeanor, Gu Wanyu eventually voiced her intentions candidly, stating, "Elder sister, you are about to become the general's wife. To be honest, I also wish for a good match. Consider this as me trying to win your favor. I hope you will not forget to support me once you become the general's wife. After all, we are sisters bound by blood." Sisters? The kind of sisters who would conspire against one another. In her rebirth, Wanyou has learned a valuable lesson. Matters of the world are rarely as simple as they seem. Jiang spoke sweetly, yet behind her back, he plotted against her wealth and her life. Even if Gu Wanyu's words ring true, even if she genuinely seeks to mend her ways, Wanyou feels no inclination to rekindle any emotional ties. However, she has no desire to sever ties completely. She will engage with Gu Wanyu with a measured distance, treating her with polite indifference. "Thank you, second sister, for your thoughtfulness," Wanyou replies graciously, accepting the basket. "Oh, elder sister, there is no need for such formality. Is it not customary for a sister to present gifts to her elder sibling? The elder sister is on the verge of becoming a general's wife, and I fear I may not be able to ingratiate myself with her," Gu Wanyu said with a beaming smile, a smile so innocent it seemed devoid of any concern. Yet, the more she appeared carefree, the deeper the wariness in Wanyou's heart grew. For Gu Wanyu had been raised by the Jiang family, who, in their misguided wisdom, had sought to cultivate her to be oblivious to the world. However, they had instilled in Gu Wanyu a sense of vigilance from an early age, imparting the various intricacies of navigating society. The Jiang family's so-called sophisticated ways of dealing with people were nothing more than hypocrisy, a game of climbing high and stepping on others, speaking sweet nothings to some while delivering empty words to others. As for genuine conversation, it was reserved for times of utmost necessity. Thus, Wanyou was convinced that the more Gu Wanyu feigned carelessness, the more treachery simmered beneath the surface. Wanyou extended her hand to Bailu, requesting assistance in shedding her wedding gown. "Dear sister, we both know the truth. The Duke's residence will never welcome me. I am merely a fade, incapable of providing you with any support." Seizing the moment, Gu Wanyu chimed in, "Elder sister, if you ever find yourself in trouble, remember to inform us. We are your family and will undoubtedly assist you." "I will," Wanyou replied, feigning a yawn. "I shall take my leave now." Gu Wanyu, perceiving Wanyou's hint to depart, bid farewell with a knowing smile. Before stepping out, she could not resist one last glance at Wanyou's opulent wedding gown, pondering how splendid it would be to wear such a magnificent dress herself. A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. Upon exiting, she concealed her smile, her gaze sharpening with determination. She must strive to win over Nanzheng. Once she becomes Nanzheng's wife, and ultimately the Duchess, all will envy her. Chapter 28. The commotion of marriage on the day of her wedding. Wanyou was roused from her slumber before dawn. With her eyes firmly shut, she allowed the attendants to dress her. When everything was finally in place, adorned in an exquisitely lavish wedding gown and a crown of unparalleled opulence, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. "Goodness, is this truly our young lady? I can hardly recognize her," exclaimed Xiaogu, her voice filled with astonishment. Wanyou arrived shortly after Wanyou was prepared, and she was momentarily taken aback. For the splendor of the wedding attire paled in comparison to the resplendence of Wanyou herself. In her usual unadorned state, Wanyou possessed a pristine and ethereal beauty. But now, with makeup enhancing her features, she radiated an imposing grace that surpassed any noblewoman Wanyou had ever encountered. A pang of jealousy surged within Wanyou, who forced a half-hearted smile as she offered her disingenuous congratulations. "Elder sister, I wish you happiness." "Happiness, indeed, how ironic. Once I ascend to my rightful position, I shall ensure that you remain beneath my heel, forced to endure my whims. The opulence of your wedding gown matters little. Whatever glory you bask in today will surely give way to disgrace in the future." The corners of Wanyou's eyes gleamed with a subtle calculation. "I shall be happy," Wanyou replied with a faint smile. As Wanyou secretly wished for her to suffer in the Duke of Ding's household, she might be disappointed. While the Duke in Appo's residence was undoubtedly a challenging place, Wanyou sought neither power nor male companionship. Devoid of desires, she had nothing to lose. True happiness, after all, is merely the contentment of the heart. The Duke's household may be difficult to navigate, but she was confident in her ability to manage. Zhou'er. In the main hall, as she bid farewell to her parents, Gu Yin's gaze lingered on his beloved daughter, a wave of emotion nearly choking him. "Zhu'er, no one at your in-laws will pamper you as your mother does. Be cautious in all matters." Jiang feigned concern, though inwardly, she was resentful that Wanyou was marrying Nanzheng. In truth, she wished for Wanyou to leave promptly and never return. Because of her, Jiang had lost her position as the housekeeper, and despite Gu Yin's return for 2 months, had yet to visit her once. She was but a woman. In times past, when the men were away, she could endure the neglect, but now that her husband had returned, she remained forsaken. With Wanyou's marriage, she hoped that Gu Yin would eventually find his way to her chamber. Thus, Jiang's sole desire was for Wanyou to leave, regardless of whom she married. "Yes, mother," Wanyou replied obediently. She was somewhat aware of Jiang's scheming, but she could not entirely blame her for her husband's neglect. The real issue lay with concubine Xie, who seized every opportunity to undermine Jiang while diligently attending to Gu Yin. Concubine Xie was youthful, with a soft voice and a captivating figure. After 4 years of restraint, Gu Yin was drawn to her gentle allure, finding little appeal in Jiang, who had become a source of contention. As they knelt to bid farewell to their elders, Wanyou eagerly assisted Wanyou. "Elder sister, let me accompany you outside." Wanyou allowed her to support her. Upon reaching the entrance, Wanyou scanned the crowd for Nanzheng, but he was nowhere to be found. Disappointment clouded her expression as she helped Wanyou into the bridal sedan chair, still without sight of him. Wanyou's intention to assist Wanyou was to make a show in front of Nanzheng, having risen early and dressed splendidly, only to find herself outshined. Upon returning home, she inquired of Jiang, "Mother, why hasn't General Ji arrived?" Jiang scoffed, "That wretched girl is marrying high. Do you think General Ji would come?" This response brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Wanyou, for Wanyou's disappointment lessened upon hearing that Nanzheng had not appeared. The more disdain he showed towards Wanyou, the greater her opportunities became. 3 days later, during the return visit, General Ji would surely come, and she intended to prepare diligently. The wedding procession arrived at the Duke of Ding's residence, with a sedan chair came to a halt in the courtyard. As Wanyou sat inside, a loud, furious voice rang out from outside. "Wanyou is unworthy to be the general's wife. She should go back. Yes, go back. Wanyou is unworthy." The crowd erupted in agreement, their voices rising in fervor. Mississippi. Bailu lifted the curtain of the side window, her expression fraught with concern as she relayed the situation outside. Wanyou pulled back the sedan curtain herself and surveyed her surroundings. The entrance to the Duke's residence was expansive, adorned with lanterns and red silk, exuding an air of festivity. The square was thronged with people, predominantly women, who buzzed with anticipation as the bride emerged from the sedan chair, their chants urging her to leave. Observing the commotion, Wanyou's heart found clarity. Only the Duke's household possessed the audacity to create such a ruckus at its own gates. It was a blatant attempt to humiliate her, to convey that she was unwelcome, to remind her of her place and her perceived unworthiness. She reflected on how, in her past life, such an occurrence would have left her mortified, likely prompting her to hide within the confines of the sedan chair. But now, her resolve had thickened. Suddenly, she recalled a game played by men, a form of kicking a ball. This situation mirrored having a ball kicked at her face, and if she did not wish to lose, she must seize the moment to score against her adversaries. Determined, Wanyou approached the source of the loudest voices. She noted that the ringleader was a chubby girl of around 16 or 17, her puffy eyes detracting from her otherwise fair features. The supporters surrounding the girl displayed various expressions, some scrutinizing, others indignant, some rolling their eyes, and others merely apathetic. "Miss Gu, you should return to the sedan chair," chided the matchmaker, concerned for the bride's reputation amidst so many onlookers. "No need," Wanyou replied, walking toward the chubby girl. "My dear, were you the one who said, 'I am unworthy and should go back'?" The girl stammered, her eyes darting nervously, "I," clearly taken aback by such a direct inquiry. Without pressing further, Wanyou continued, "You speak the truth. I, too, feel unworthy. Tell me, who could possibly be worthy of our esteemed General Ji?" The chubby girl was momentarily stunned, her expectations shattered. After a pause, she replied, "Well, of course, it would be a noble lady from a prestigious family." The girl was not entirely mistaken. Given Nanzheng's status, only the daughters of dukes or princesses could be deemed as equals. Wanyou, hailing from a newly elevated third-rank official's family, was neither highborn nor noble. She indeed did not match up. With a playful squint, Wanyou smiled. "May I inquire which esteemed family you hail from?" The girl faltered, glancing around in embarrassment as she retorted, "That's none of your business. We're merely standing up for General Ji." At that moment, another woman interjected, "Miss Gu, don't you ever look in the mirror? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Her words ignited a chorus of laughter among the crowd. In the midst of their mirth, Wanyou lowered the fan that had concealed her face, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Chapter 29. Igniting the flame for Nanzheng indeed. Those individuals had initially prepared to mock and ridicule, suggesting that Wanyou should purchase a mirror to assess her appearance. However, their words faltered as they were captivated by her striking beauty. One by one, they gawked in disbelief, unable to reconcile their preconceived notions with the vision before them. Wanyou turned to the woman who had suggested the mirror and offered a gentle smile. "My dear, perhaps you should consider acquiring a mirror for yourself to see if your eyes are deceiving you." Upon hearing this, several onlookers directed their gazes toward the woman, who, overwhelmed by shame, clenched her teeth and retreated from the crowd. Wanyou, still smiling, scanned the assemblage with her bright eyes before abruptly suppressing her grin. She took the hand of the plump girl beside her and moved toward the entrance. The girl, bewildered, attempted to break free but found herself firmly held by Wanyou. Though she possessed the strength to escape, she hesitated to act against Wanyou, knowing her place as a mere hired hand. Wanyou's objective was none other than the groom, Nanzheng. Upon descending from the bridal sedan, she immediately spotted him at the entrance, clad in his wedding attire, observing the commotion as a mere spectator. How fitting! Since the flames of chaos had not reached him, she would direct them his way. It was he who had unceremoniously altered the terms of their engagement. Now, attempting to intimidate her, did he believe her to be an easy target? As Wanyou led the plump girl toward the entrance, a new wave of chatter erupted within the crowd. Goodness, weren't we told that Gu Wanyou was exceedingly unattractive? She is undeniably beautiful. Indeed, I heard she had a face full of blemishes. How can this be? Another voice chimed in. Are those gems on her crown real? They sparkle so brilliantly. Surely they are fake. She has already exhausted her funds, and her dowry is scant. How could she afford such jewels? Yet, their brilliance suggested otherwise, appearing authentically radiant. In a flurry of speculation, the crowd engaged in animated discussions. Wanyou finally reached Nanzheng, releasing the plump girl's hand. She took 2 small steps forward, positioning herself a mere step away from him. With a glimmer of a smile playing on her lips, she inquired, "General, Did you enjoy the performance just now? Her voice lingered, and her gaze remained fixed upon Nanzheng. The man, sculpted by the sands of time, stood like a sheathed sword, tall, stoic, and inscrutable. Although dressed as a groom, his demeanor suggested he was preparing for battle, serious and austere. Nanzheng's eyes darkened slightly. He remained silent, subtly stepping back. Noticing his slight movement, Wanyou remained composed, pulling the plump girl closer. This young lady believes I am unworthy of being the general's wife. Yet at first glance, I find her quite compatible with you. What do you think, General? With that, she playfully pushed the plump girl, causing her to stumble into Nanzheng. Caught off guard, the girl realized her predicament only after colliding with him, hastily stepping aside, bowing her head in embarrassment. A man standing beside Nanzheng scanned the plump girl's face and then burst into laughter, only to quickly cover his mouth upon realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction. With a discreet thumbs-up gesture directed at Wanyou, he stifled his amusement. Nanzheng, with a stern expression, glared at Wanyou, his gaze deepening with intensity. Wanyou smiled sweetly in return, her charm reminiscent of a blooming lotus. As for myself, I possess many virtues, particularly a fondness for facilitating the happiness of others. General Ji, I wish you joy in your marriage. No need for thanks. With a commanding tone, she instructed Bai Lu, let us turn back. My lady, is that wise? Bai Lu hesitated. Proceed as I instructed, and offer the bearers a generous sum, Wanyou asserted, her expression leaving no room for disagreement. Though Bai Lu hesitated, she understood that Wanyou's word was law and prepared to comply when Xiaogu approached. Miss, young Master Hua inquires if you wish to turn back. Is Huayang here? Wanyou's smile broadened. With him present, she trusted the situation would be handled properly. Nodding, she instructed Huayang to make arrangements for their return, ensuring they would do so with ample decorum. Comfortably seated in the sedan, Wanyou awaited their departure. Moments later, the sedan began to turn, heading away from the Duke's residence. Observers on either side murmured in disbelief. Heavens, she can't truly be returning, can she? Is this merely a performance? Indeed, how could she return after investing such a vast sum? 30,000 taels for this marriage. She must be quite determined. Honestly, she is unworthy of him. It would be wise for her to retreat, demonstrating some self-awareness. Conversations swirled around her wealth. Did you see? Those pearls on her wedding gown are authentic. Wealth or not, it's merely for show. Her dowry is a paltry 88 sets, while the Duke's betrothal gift was 68. Is that true? The esteemed Duke only offered 68 sets? I could have sworn the fifth young master's betrothal gift was 108. How can this be compared? The fifth young lady hails from a prestigious family, a true lady of distinction. The fifth young master and General Ji are incomparable. General Ji marrying Gu Wanyou is indeed a disservice to him. The Gu family is clearly profiting. As the crowd continued to murmur, they collectively perceived Nanzheng as having been wronged by marrying Gu Wanyou. Their discussions grew more animated as they witnessed the bridal procession moving orderly back along the path they had come, leaving them all in stunned silence. Could it be real? Is Gu Wanyou retrieving her wits from the Gu family? The hired girls exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to conclude this unfolding drama, particularly the plump girl who, trembling, sought to distance herself from Nanzheng but lacked the courage to do so, remaining quaking beside him. Though she was merely a hired hand, the implications of her involvement with the Duke's family weighed heavily upon her. Meanwhile, Wanyou sat within the sedan, her spirits buoyant. The Duke's family had orchestrated this farce in hopes of humiliating her, yet they dared not send her back to the Gu family. Her father now held a third-grade rank. Should this matter escalate to the court, the emperor would undoubtedly intervene. The Duke's family could refuse a marriage, but once they accepted a royal decree, any subterfuge would be deemed insubordination. Despite their power, they were still subservient to the emperor and would not dare challenge the imperial authority. The Duke's family would undoubtedly attempt to intercept a return. At that moment, who would dare accuse her of clinging desperately to Nanzheng? As Wanyou's sedan journeyed back, a small maid rushed to the garden pavilion where Wang Sijun sat. Gasping for breath, the maid exclaimed, "Miss, she is returning." Wang Sijun sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Gu Wanyou is coming back? The maid nodded vigorously. Impossible, Wang Sijun declared with conviction. It is true. The sedan and dowry are both heading back, and the general did not intervene. With a scoff, Wang Sijun sneered, playing hard again? Gu Wanyou, you have miscalculated. Brother Jiang will not indulge you. Following this line of thought, she contemplated, should Brother Jiang not pursue her, Gu Wanyou would find it difficult to return with dignity. How delightful! She chuckled, Xiang Chao, reward each of those individuals with an extra silver or two. Chapter 30. The greedy onlookers. The palanquin bearing Wanyou moved at a leisurely pace, covering nearly the distance of an arrow's flight when it suddenly came to a halt. Wanyou remained seated, unperturbed. After a moment's pause, the curtain was lifted, revealing the tall figure of Nanzheng at the entrance. The sight of Nanzheng ignited a new thought in Wanyou's mind, filling her with a sense of delight. Have you had your fill of play? Nanzheng's voice was tinged with impatience. What does the general mean? I do not comprehend, Wanyou replied languidly. I am merely inclined to heed the sentiments of the people and return home. If the general has no further business, I must insist on getting back for my lunch. For I have yet to eat breakfast and am quite famished. Turn around, Nanzheng commanded, letting the curtain fall with a flick of his wrist. It was evident that, having already consented to the marriage, there was no possibility of Wanyou returning home. Having grown up in the military, Nanzheng's approach to matters was always efficient and direct. He abhorred unnecessary complications. Regret gnawed at him for not having declined the marriage proposal initially. He had been eagerly awaiting Wanyou's withdrawal from the engagement, only to find himself infuriatingly captivated by the emperor's gaze upon her, a predatory glint that he recognized all too well as a seasoned general. He couldn't fathom why. In that moment, he had been swept away by impulse, believing Wanyou would never wish to step into the perilous confines of the imperial harem. Upon reflection, he regretted his hasty words. It was none of his concern. He even speculated that a woman as astute as Gu Wanyou might very well desire to enter the palace. Moreover, having made his promise, he was bound to marry her, yet he found no affection for her. This was detrimental for both himself and Gu Wanyou. Though regret lingered, it was too late. His actions mirrored an attempt to snatch a woman from the emperor, a gamble too perilous to take in matters of the heart, where the emperor's judgment could be clouded by passion. The command to turn around echoed with military authority, causing the bearers of the palanquin to tremble and promptly pivot. The entourage followed suit, redirecting towards the duke's residence. Miss, we have arrived, Bai Lu announced as she lifted the curtain of the palanquin. Please inform General Ji that I have suffered a cramp in my leg and cannot walk. Bai Lu, usually reticent, approached Nanzheng with trepidation to relay the message. Upon hearing this, Nanzheng fell silent, his eyes narrowing, fists clenched behind his back. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped toward the palanquin. Gu Wanyou, his voice bore an edge of impatience. General, I am unable to walk due to a cramp, Wanyou feigned as she opened her eyes. And? Nanzheng pressed, suppressing his anger. I was just provoked by those people. Whenever I am upset, I tend to cramp. If I do not calm down, it will not subside. Today, I am quite agitated, and it may require someone to carry me inside. She pretended to press her hand to her chest. Nanzheng remained incredulous. A cramp in your leg necessitates pressing your chest? What cramp? He surmised she was merely attempting to salvage her dignity. Nanzheng's intense gaze bore into her, while she responded with an innocent smile. With a resigned glance at the gathered crowd, he sighed, while Gu Wanyou might disregard her reputation. The Duke's mansion could not afford to be so careless. Unfamiliar with the protests regarding the marriage, he understood that without the Duke's sanction, few would dare to act. It was indeed an underhanded move from the Duke's household. Suddenly, Wanyou felt a loss of balance, followed by a wave of dizziness. When her eyes opened again, she found herself being carried out of the palanquin by Nanzheng, whose expression was darker than a thundercloud. The onlookers erupted in cheers as Nanzheng lifted the bride from the palanquin. Envious maidens wished they could embody Gu Wanyou. Many stood agape, astonished. While Nanzheng had remained motionless during the earlier disruptions, it was only when he personally carried Gu Wanyou that the crowd began to stir with bold remarks. Nanzheng had indeed taken it upon himself to carry Gu Wanyou into the residence, defying the customs of the Yin kingdom. Rumors had circulated that he would withdraw from the engagement, yet he had not. Could it be that Gu Wanyou had truly captured Nanzheng's heart? Nestled in Nanzheng's embrace, Wanyou's lips curled upward. When I am capable of walking, why create a scene? Carry me inside, and consider it an opportunity for redemption. Thus, she would transform the narrative that she had shamelessly wed into the Duke's household. She reveled in the onlookers' reactions, keen to cultivate the atmosphere at such a moment. Leaning closer to Nanzheng, she entwined her arms around his neck, presenting an intimate tableau that was almost too scandalous to behold. The surrounding ladies, both envious and bashful, averted their gazes, yet none wished to miss the captivating sight. They covered their eyes in a comical attempt to steal glances, a silent agreement among them to indulge in the spectacle without openly gawking. Bai Lu, a diligent maid, scattered the prepared wedding gifts and sweets among the crowd, who eagerly snatched them up. A burly middle-aged man shoved aside others to gather several envelopes at once, exclaiming, "What a fortune! Thank you, General's wife. May you and the General enjoy a lifetime of happiness." As his words echoed, others joined in the chorus, wishing for an abundance of offspring and enduring joy. The recipients of the gifts responded with laughter, reveling in the generous offerings, for while others might distribute mere coins, the Gu family's gifts were substantial. Observing the jubilant scene, Wanyou remarked to Nanzheng, "General, they are exceedingly greedy, are they not?" Nanzheng could only respond with a resigned, "Indeed, a drama queen." Upon entering the Duke's residence, Wanyou feigned embarrassment. "General, it seems my leg has improved," she indicated, suggesting she could walk unaided. While she had gained face by being carried into the wedding hall, it felt rather awkward, and she was certain the Duke's wife would not be pleased. Just as Nanzheng was about to set her down, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Gu Wanyou, come down this instant." Spotting the approaching figure clad in orange, Wanyou tightened her grip on Nanzheng's shoulder. "General, I apologize. It appears I'm still in pain." Chapter 31. The provocation of the new house. The woman in orange was none other than Wang Xiyun, the cousin of Nanzheng. Wang Xiyun had been certain that Nanzheng would not pursue Wanyou, which filled her heart with joy akin to a blooming garden. Unexpectedly, while she was reveling in her happiness, a maid informed her that Nanzheng had indeed pursued Wanyou, personally carrying her from the bridal sedan into the Duke's residence. Overwhelmed by emotion, she rushed over like a firecracker. When her eyes beheld the sight of the two in an embrace, her anger erupted, and she attempted to forcibly pull Wanyou away from Nanzheng. Wang Xiyun was unreasonable in her actions, while Wanyou clung tightly to Nanzheng, her gaze directed at Wang Xiyun. Although she had never encountered her before, Wang Xiyun's demeanor revealed her identity. With a fair and delicate face, bright eyes, and plump pink lips, she exuded a sense of arrogance. A rather striking young lady indeed. "Xiyun." Nanzheng's cold voice halted Wang Xiyun's unruliness. Reluctantly, she released her grip and glared at Nanzheng, saying defiantly, "Brother Zheng, set this woman down. I forbid you from holding her. If you put me down now, I'll kiss you, and I assure you it will appear as if you were the one eager for it." Wanyou leaned closer to Nanzheng, whispering in a tone only he could hear. Nanzheng had already set her down, which she could accept, but with Wang Xiyun present, it was unacceptable. Although she had no intention of competing for a man, she was determined to assert her presence. Losing at the outset would mean a future of perpetual defeat. Suddenly, Nanzheng loosened his hold, startling Wanyou. However, he merely relaxed his grip without fully letting her go. "If you do not wish to be dropped, you should be quiet," Wanyou threatened, and Nanzheng's slight movement was a response to her warning. Yet, he ultimately did not release her. Having learned from previous experiences, he was uncertain of what Wanyou might do. Once again, he thought, while Wanyou's looks were of little concern, his own reputation was paramount. "If you scare me again, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take," Wanyou spoke with a smile. But Nanzheng was aware of her capability to act on her words. Not wanting to engage in further banter, he addressed the still fuming Wang Xiyun. "Xin, stop it. She has a cramp." His tone was calm, but Wanyou detected an underlying frustration. She is pretending, Wang Xiyun declared, stamping her foot in frustration. Nanzheng chose to ignore her and proceeded to carry Wanyou into the wedding hall. As they entered, the guests in attendance were taken aback by Nanzheng's actions. As a prized catch, many had aspired to marry their daughters to him. Yet he had been intercepted by Wanyou, inciting their ire. Particularly, those from noble families who believed themselves worthy of Nanzheng's hand were seething with resentment towards Wanyou, as if her presence had thwarted their daughter's prospects. Isn't General Ji known for his cold demeanor? What is this display of affection? Murmured the onlookers. In the customs of the Yin kingdom, the bride and groom typically held a red silk ribbon together while entering the hall, but being carried in? That was unprecedented. A wave of discomfort washed over the crowd. While they deemed Nanzheng's actions inappropriate, they secretly wished it were their daughters in Wanyou's place. A few young ladies whispered among themselves. Could it be that General Ji truly has feelings for Wanyou? He may excel in battle, but what is his taste in women like? Oh dear, after years of warfare, how many women has he encountered? At least Wanyou is a woman, one commented. Did you hear? General Ji has never even shared a room with a woman. Do you think he knows anything about such matters? The words elicited giggles akin to thieves sharing secrets. One bolder lady glanced around and lowered her voice. Did you see how he carried Wanyou? It was as if he held a delicate bouquet of flowers. Imagine if he applied that strength elsewhere. The implication hung in the air, unspoken yet understood. Her knowing smile revealing more than words could convey. Goodness, please don't say such things. Another lady gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The rest exchanged ambiguous glances, while one woman bitterly remarked, that Wanyou is fortunate. She has captured our General Ji's attention. The spectacle left the Duke and his wife, Nanzheng's parents, astounded and momentarily forgetful of their composure. Zheng? The Duke's wife inquired, eager to grasp the unfolding situation. It was known that the disturbance outside had originated from Wang Xiyun's suggestion meant to humiliate Wanyou for daring to entertain thoughts of her son. This was merely a small lesson, a prelude to something more significant. Yet now, her son was carrying that woman into the hall, granting her an unexpected sense of pride. Mother, the auspicious time is approaching. Let us proceed with the ceremony, Nanzheng stated curtly, unwilling to elaborate further. The Duke's wife, aware of her son's nature, could only quell her curiosity. Wanyou, with her fan concealing her face, observed everything quietly, maintaining an air of calm. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our ancestors. Lastly, we bow to each other as husband and wife. The ceremony concluded, and she was led into the bridal chamber. Once alone with her attendants, Kudov could hardly contain her excitement. Miss, the general is truly handsome. Wanyou replied nonchalantly. He is adequate. Kudov continued. How fortunate that the general married you, miss. Had he chosen someone else, it would have been a waste. Wanyou, exasperated, found it unnecessary to indulge in such flattery. Noticing Kudov's starry-eyed admiration, she shook her head in resignation. It reminded her of her past self, so easily swayed by appearances, mistaking them for reality, oblivious that most of what she saw was but a fade. In this world, humans excelled at disguise. In her previous life, she had entered marriage filled with boundless hope, even when alone in her new chamber, her heart brimming with joy and happiness. Yet now, she felt only boredom. Boredom, and the restriction of movement was stifling. Finally, as the hour approached, Wanyou instructed them to retire for the night. Is the general not coming? Bailu reminded her. He will not. What if he does? Then you can wait. I am tired and will sleep now. Wanyou, aware of Bailu's cautious nature, chose not to argue further. Is it really you, cousin? As she yawned and entered her bedroom, a familiar yet somewhat foreign voice called out to her. Turning to the source, she found Wang Xiyun standing there. She dares to call me cousin after earlier addressing me as Wanyou. With her chin held high, Wang Xiyun entered the room, surveying her surroundings before casting a sidelong glance at Wanyou. Has Brother Jiang not arrived yet? Wanyou replied dryly. If he had, would you still be acting this way? She merely turned to face Wang Xiyun, maintaining her silence. Having gathered information about Wang Xiyun while inquiring about Nanzheng, Wanyou was aware that she was the only daughter of the current Duke of Xinyang, a true noblewoman. With her haughty demeanor, she was accustomed to getting her way, acting only according to her whims. From Wang Xiyun's attitude and words, Wanyou deduced that her visit was likely intended to mock her and relish in her misfortune. Having failed to gain the upper hand earlier, she had returned for another attempt. This spoiled young lady's memory seemed rather short. Chapter 32. Not an easy target, a welcome gift from my cousin-in-law. Was she satisfied? Wang Xiyun arrogantly inquired. The mention of a welcome gift immediately reminded Wanyou of the commotion outside the Duke's residence earlier that day. She recognized the Duke's influence, but was astounded to discover it was instigated by Wang Xiyun herself. When someone hurls a stone at you and unabashedly claims responsibility, what does that signify? It indicates a position of superiority, a disdainful acknowledgement of your helplessness. Despite Wang Xiyun's brazen candor, Wanyou merely smiled in silence. Noticing her reticence, Wang Xiyun felt a surge of triumph. My mother and aunt always told me to understand my place. As a legitimate daughter of the Marquis family, I must act accordingly. You, as the daughter of a mere third or fifth-rank official, should not harbor unrealistic dreams. If you suffer humiliation, it is of your own making. Wanyou met Wang Xiyun's scornful gaze with an understanding smile. That dream you speak of, I have already awakened from it. I intended to return home. But had it not been for the general's insistence on bringing me back, I would have already done so. Wang Xiyun's expression turned frantic. Gu Wanyou, how dare you bring that up? How shameless can you be? I have never encountered anyone as brazen as you. The memory of Gu Wanyou being embraced by Nanzheng ignited her fury. Your brother Jiang is my husband. How is it shameless to be held by my own husband? Wanyou replied coldly, rising to confront Wang Xiyun. I heard you have feelings for him, don't you? Are you still clinging to that hope? Though Wang Xiyun was merely a sheltered young lady, her words carried an audacity that masked her conservative thoughts. Wanyou's taunt flushed her cheeks crimson as she pressed her lips together in embarrassment. Your brother Jiang is already my husband. How can you still yearn for him? Isn't that rather shameless? Wang Xiyun, already embarrassed, felt her humiliation deepen under Wanyou's piercing words. How dare you speak of me like that? Jiang has always been mine. My aunt said he can only marry me. You have stolen him. Fuming, she retorted, Gu Wanyou, who says Jiang is your husband? Don't think that just because you held a wedding ceremony, you were the general's wife. You are mistaken. Jiang would never love you. With resentment, Wang Xiyun found solace in the thought that the Duke's wife had declared the next Duchess must also bear the Wang surname. After all, she was the sole legitimate daughter of the Xinyang Marquis. Wanyou merely smiled coldly. Stealing love? That requires love to begin with. If Nanzheng truly wished to marry you, would he care for my existence? It is true that the Duke's wife hoped to arrange a union, but Nanzheng flatly rejected it before his expedition, claiming he regarded you as a sister. Do not inquire how she came to know this. Money is a powerful tool for information. If one is willing to spend, one can learn almost anything in this world, though the price may vary. It is trivial to note Nanzheng's disinterest in Wang Xiyun. She even knew of the heart-shaped brown mole near his collarbone. Such knowledge comes from wealth. What are you laughing at? Wang Xiyun demanded, feeling inexplicably enraged by Wanyou's mocking demeanor. I find it amusing how naive some individuals can be. What do you mean? Wang Xiyun snapped, feeling provoked. Wanyou cast a glance at her. Everyone knows I secured my position in the Duke's residence through a donation of 300,000. If, as you claim, I have stolen your love, may I ask where that love is? When the general faced shortages at the border, did you consider donating money or supplies? And what has the general done for you? Has he ever declared that he would marry no one but you? Has he ever turned down a proposal on your behalf? In truth, she bore no grudge against Wang Xiyun and had not intended to speak such heart-wrenching words. But in her past life, her soft nature had led to tragedy. In this reincarnation, she resolved not to be a soft target. She would not even be a hard one. She intended to be a hedgehog. If others did not provoke her, she would comply. However, Wang Xiyun's persistent aggressiveness invited retaliation. Wang Xiyun indeed felt the sting of Wanyou's words. Nanzheng had not rejected marriage for her sake, and while he treated her well and was close, he had never professed undying love. She leaned on her aunt's fondness for support. You, You cannot possibly know if I have, or if my cousin has. Wang Xiyun protested, her expression strained. Yet what of it? Wanyou replied coolly. Had you also contributed your dowry, you might be the one donning a bridal gown today. As a legitimate daughter of a marquis, surely your dowry is substantial? Perhaps not 300,000, but surely something significant. You need only donate it all. More money taunting. Wang Xiyun glared at Wanyou, her teeth clenched. I do have a dowry, though not 300,000, perhaps around 70 or 80,000. I would not hesitate to give for Nanzheng, but I never considered this approach. What inspired such a notion in Gu Wanyou? You know nothing. I made sachets, gloves, and knee guard for my cousin. Have you done anything like that? Wanyou's cold laughter interrupted her. Miss, what the general needs on the battlefield are provisions and weaponry. He requires thousands of soldiers to be well-fed and equipped to combat the enemy. Wang Xiyun felt an unwillingness to concede, her mind clouded with frustration, unable to articulate a response, as if something had lodged in her throat. Yet she refused to yield. She needed to reclaim some ground. Shut your mouth. What if you spend all that money? Even if you marry Jiang, you will still be alone in an empty house. Wang Xiyun smirked maliciously. Gu Wanyou, you should abandon your hopes. I tell you, for the rest of your life, Jiang will never enter your room. For a woman, nothing is more tragic than a lifetime spent in solitude. This was all Gu Wanyou's doing. Who could blame her for being unable to recognize her position and covet what did not belong to her? As Wanyou grew increasingly impatient with Wang Xiyun's incessant chatter, she felt her good mood being disrupted. Surely, this young lady would not cease her provocations without experiencing some consequences. Seizing Wang Xiyun's hand, she declared, You accuse me of stealing love? Come, I shall return your love to you right now. Wanyou intended to bring Wang Xiyun to Nanzheng, urging her to witness whether it was she who had taken Nanzheng or whether he never desired her at all. Wang Xiyun, bewildered, instinctively attempted to break free, but found herself unable to escape. Wanyou's year-long travels with Huayang had improved her physical condition significantly, rendering Wang Xiyun a sheltered young lady. No match for her. With her hand painfully gripped, Wang Xiyun shouted, Gu Wanyou, release me. Have you lost your mind? You claim to love the general? Tonight, I shall facilitate your union. What are you doing? Just as Wanyou's words fell, Nanzheng's cold voice echoed from the doorway. Chapter 33. The Confession Bureau. The sudden appearance of Nanzheng left both Wanyou and Wang Xiyun momentarily stunned. General, what brings you here? My cousin just said you would never visit, Wanyou remarked with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xiyun. Are you here to undermine her? You. Wang Xiyun felt the urge to lash out, but with Nanzheng present, she was compelled to maintain her composure, clenching her teeth in frustration. Nanzheng furrowed his brow in irritation. He had been enjoying drinks with a friend in his study when he received word that the young mistress and her cousin were quarreling. Knowing his cousin's arrogant disposition and having already witnessed Wanyou's propensity for trouble earlier in the day, he hurried over. Having stood outside for a short while, he observed that while there was tension between the two, it did not escalate to physical confrontation. He contemplated returning, dismissing the matter as a misunderstanding, until he overheard Wanyou's words. She proclaimed, What he needs are thousands of soldiers well-fed and well-clothed, ready to strike at the enemy. In his eyes, Wanyou was a woman of sharp intellect, audacious and purpose-driven, and such words seemed out of character for her. Yet, he could not deny that her statement resonated with him, prompting him to pause until the two began to grapple, at which point he intervened. Xiyun, cease this nonsense. Nanzheng admonished, feeling it was inappropriate for Wang Xiyun to instigate trouble in the bride's room. He intended to escort her away. General, wait, Wanyou interjected, firmly grasping his arm. My cousin accuses me of usurping her love. I refuse to bear such a stigma. Wang Xiyun, impatient, retorted, You already are? Then I shall facilitate your union. Henceforth, do not speak ill of me. Without further ado, Wanyou strode into the inner room and retrieved her discarded wedding gown, forcefully draping it over Wang Xiyun. Wang Xiyun struggled, but she was no match for Wanyou's strength, who held her shoulders firmly. I am a lawful wife. Today, I shall be the one to bless your union. This evening, you may consummate your marriage right here, borrowing my gown, and I shall vacate the room for you. You, Wang Xiyun, being a sheltered maiden, felt her face burn crimson at the mention of consummation, especially with Jean Nanzheng present. She flung the gown aside and fled, face covered in embarrassment. Do not leave. I have granted you this opportunity. Do not claim I have wronged you in love again. Wanyou taunted, relishing in the chaos, hoping Wang Sijuan would learn to think twice before provoking her. Turning to Ji Nanzheng, who wore a stormy expression, she coldly remarked, "General, your cousin has departed. You may leave as well." "General, the wedding wine has arrived," an elderly woman announced as Wanyou prepared to close the door. "Not necessary." Both Ji Nanzheng and Wanyou voiced in unison. "Oh dear, General, regardless of the circumstances, we must partake in the wedding wine since the ceremony has been conducted." The elderly woman insisted, swaying her hips. Ji Nanzheng frowned, but ultimately accepted a cup. Having performed the ceremony, he deemed it appropriate to adhere to tradition. The elderly woman turned to Wanyou. As Wanyou was about to decline, the elderly woman gently reminded her, "Madam, the general has already taken a cup. It would be discourteous not to follow suit." With no alternative, Wanyou reluctantly lifted the cup. "Let's at least clink our cups together," she proposed, initiating the toast by clinking her cup with Ji Nanzheng's and downing the contents in one swift motion. Ji Nanzheng followed suit, and as they drank, the elderly woman watched intently, her gaze fixed with a hint of anxiety. Once they had finished, her face broke into a beaming smile, revealing the lines of age. "Very well. This signifies a proper completion of the ceremony." She beckoned Bai Lu. "Come, let us step outside and leave the general and madam to converse." As they exited, the other servants followed suit. Just as the door closed behind them, a glimmer of triumph flickered in the elderly woman's eyes. Ji Nanzheng did not halt the elderly woman's self-assuredness, for he indeed had matters to discuss. "Gu Wanyou, General." They spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. "You go first," Ji Nanzheng suggested, settling into a chair. As the highest-ranking officer, he was accustomed to being the last to speak. Wanyou promptly took a seat opposite him. "I have no mother. My current mother is a stepmother. The general is likely aware of this." Wanyou intended to be forthright with Ji Nanzheng. He remained silent, prompting her to continue. "To be candid, if I had discussed my donations with my stepmother, it would never have come to fruition. Thus, I conceal my actions from her." Ji Nanzheng's eyes shifted slightly, encouraging her to proceed. "At the time, my father was away, and I feared my stepmother would retaliate against me for my donations, which is why I sought the emperor's consent for marriage. The general may find it hard to believe, but I sought the marriage solely for self-preservation." "Are you wondering why it had to be you?" Wanyou continued. "The general was away at war, and the marriage decree would not lead to an immediate wedding. I thought that when you returned to refuse the marriage, my father would have returned as well." She disclosed every detail without concealing her intentions, using his identity to counter those who belittled her, securing her safety, and never truly entertaining the notion of marrying him. She had no qualms about revealing her self-awareness, refusing to indulge in unrequited fantasies. Ji Nanzheng's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Wanyou's donations were not intended to win his affection. She chose him purely for her own safeguard. Should he believe her? Although he held a preconceived notion of her character, he listened intently. Wanyou continued, "I do not know why the general altered his decision, but I am certain he had compelling reasons, and I am well aware that the general is a good man who would not harm me." Ji Nanzheng fell into contemplation. Wanyou's voice was soft, her eyes radiated an unusual brilliance, and her beauty was undeniable. He led an army of hundreds of thousands, confident in his ability to discern character. Before him sat Gu Wanyou, earnest and forthright. If such sincerity were to mask falsehoods, then Gu Wanyou would truly be beyond saving. Perhaps he should trust her this once. Ji Nanzheng initially intended to caution Wanyou against creating disturbances. However, now he resolved to disclose the true reason behind his sudden change of heart. Yet before doing so, he opted to cautiously ascertain her stance. Ji Nanzheng scrutinized Wanyou. "If you were given the opportunity to become a royal consort, would you accept or decline?" "General, I have never entertained unrealistic notions." Wanyou replied, perplexed. "Well, consider it now." Without hesitation, she retorted, "I would refuse." Ji Nanzheng paused, his deep gaze assessing her sincerity. He gathered his thoughts, opting for his usual directness. Gu Wanyou, had I declined to marry you that day, you would presently be the emperor's consort. Chapter 34. Do you really want to eat meat? This news struck Wanyou like a bolt from the blue. Do you doubt my honesty? Nanzheng's deep gaze turned frosty, clearly displeased. No, that's not what I meant, Wanyou stammered, her mind momentarily clouded. Nanzheng had no reason to lie. Yet Wanyou found it difficult to digest this revelation. She pondered back and forth in her mind, looking uncertainly at Nanzheng. So, are you helping me, General? If you wish to become an imperial consort, then I would be the one harming you. Of course not, Wanyou replied hastily. Without thinking, she added, I'm not blind. Choosing the emperor would be inferior to choosing the general. If she had to select a man, that would be her choice. Nanzheng. He did not perceive it as a compliment. Instead, he frowned, warning her not to speak carelessly. Wanyou pouted, there are no outsiders here. I'm merely speaking the truth with the general. Suddenly seized by an urge to express herself, Wanyou continued unabated. The general is young, handsome, and in great shape. While the emperor is not unattractive, he pales in comparison to you. Besides, he is older, and with so many women in his harem, he must be nearly exhausted. Gu Wanyou. Nanzheng could no longer contain his irritation, his cold stare fixed on her as he admonished. Not only is it improper to speak of the emperor in such a manner, but is it appropriate for you to repeat those wolfish words spoken by Gu Wanyou? Realizing she had let her thoughts wander too far, Wanyou quickly reined herself in. General, thank you. She shifted to a serious tone, her gratitude genuine and heartfelt. Although she could not believe the emperor harbored such unsavory intentions toward her, Nanzheng truly had no need to fabricate lies. In choosing between the emperor's character and Nanzheng's, she chose to trust Nanzheng. If the emperor were indeed as unscrupulous as rumored, either acceptance or rejection would spell disaster for her. Nanzheng had done her a tremendous favor. General, thank you, Wanyou expressed sincerely, not pondering why Nanzheng wished to assist her. No need for thanks, Nanzheng replied in a businesslike tone. In fact, I regret it. You are not the woman I desire. Although I have married you, I cannot truly be your husband. In the future, I will meet the woman I love, and I will bestow the title of general's wife upon her. Nanzheng regretted this decision, realizing it was the only time in his life he had acted impulsively, to no one's benefit. Wanyou understood his implication, her heart leaping with joy. So, when you find the woman you love, you will divorce me, correct? She asked tentatively. Apologies, I should have considered this more carefully. No, General, you have considered it well. I am endlessly grateful. Wanyou beamed. General, I am entirely at your service. Whenever you need, just provide me with the divorce papers, and I will comply. This was precisely what she desired. Nanzheng was momentarily bewildered by her reaction. After all, no woman had ever faced the prospect of divorce so calmly. General, wait a moment. I wish to gift you something. Since Nanzheng had helped her so significantly, she felt compelled to express her gratitude with a tangible gift. No need, Nanzheng rose, preparing to depart. Wanyou grasped his arm, insisting. Just take a glance before deciding. What I wish to give is. Yes, what is it? Suddenly, she felt a wave of disorientation, unable to recall her intended gift. Frustrated, she lightly tapped her forehead. How could a single drink make her feel this way? Oh, I remember. Wanyou stood up. General, you enjoy playing chess, right? I possess a beautiful set of Tian jade pieces that you would surely like. As she spoke, she moved to retrieve the chess set. But after taking a few steps, she swayed unsteadily. Instinctively, Nanzheng reached out, steadying her waist to prevent her from falling. I feel dizzy, Wanyou murmured, pressing her hand to her forehead, the world spinning around her. She looked up at Nanzheng. General, am I drunk? Your face seems to have a double image. But her tolerance for alcohol was usually adequate. Nanzheng, drunk from just one drink? I find that hard to believe. His expression darkened, instantly alert to Wanyou's sudden change. General, wait for me. I'll be right back. Remembering her gratitude, she turned to leave again. But her body swayed uncontrollably, her gaze growing increasingly vacant, her steps unsteady. After only a few steps, she stumbled again, and Nanzheng swiftly caught her. Wanyou felt weak, leaning against his arm, her head buzzing with heat. A strange, gnawing sensation surged within her, a longing to draw closer to Nanzheng. What is this feeling? She was startled, suddenly turning to face Nanzheng. Wanyou squinted, verifying a possibility. Indeed, just as described in the books. Nanzheng's visage held a captivating allure, making her yearn too. Her gaze shifted to Nanzheng's distinctly shaped lips, an irresistible desire to bite them. The dry, parched sensation was unmistakably that of being drugged. With no time to contemplate where she had gone wrong, Wanyou pinched her wrist, attempting to regain some semblance of rationality. However, her strength was fleeting. The pinch only brought a slight sting. Yet that was sufficient to restore her clarity for a moment. "General, we must leave," she urged. "There is something unclean in that drink." Hadn't the book said that in such situations, a cold shower might help alleviate the effects? If Nanzheng left, she could quickly take a cold shower. At that moment, Nanzheng's body began to react peculiarly. The unusual warmth coursed through him like a relentless wave, crashing towards a singular destination. His robust physique meant the effects of the drug took longer to manifest than Wanyou's, yet they were potent and relentless. As a 25-year-old man, he was all too familiar with the cravings of desire. Right now, he found himself more tempted than ever before. Instantly alert, he deduced that the drink he had just consumed was tainted, and his first suspicion fell upon Wanyou. Who else could it possibly be? "Wanyou, you drug me." Nanzheng seized her throat, his gaze dark and menacing. All her claims of innocence, self-preservation, and compliance were nothing but lies. She had clearly played him. It was a strategy of retreat to advance. With a tightening grip on her throat, Wanyou felt a rush of clarity returning. Gazing seductively at Nanzheng, she questioned, "What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving?" She still urged him to depart quickly. Nanzheng. Her demeanor was more appetizing than any delicacy he had ever tasted, making him yearn to savor her essence. With a gasp, half surprise, half moan, Wanyou found herself swept into Nanzheng's arms. Indeed, he released her, though an impulse to strangle her lingered. He relinquished his grip, deciding to settle the score once she regained consciousness. He also considered that if Wanyou fell from his grasp, she would undoubtedly collapse to the ground. Should he leave her like that, who knows what others would think upon discovering her state. Thus, he intended to carry her to the bed. As for what transpired afterward, he would leave that to fate, retreating to his study to douse himself with cold water, as he had done countless times before. The effects of the medication had rendered Wanyou devoid of reason, as she leaned against Nanzheng, unable to contain her restlessness, succumbing to the commands of her body. Incessantly seeking closeness, driving Nanzheng to the brink of despair. He felt akin to a traveler in a vast desert, while the person in his embrace resembled an oasis. A mere tilt of his head could quench his fierce thirst. Yet, he was Nanzheng, possessing a resilience and physical prowess that few could match. He resolutely suppressed his desires. He reminded himself, "You are Nanzheng, not one of those ordinary mortals." Fortunately, the distance was short, and upon reaching the edge of the bed, devoid of any tenderness, Nanzheng contemplated casting her down. However, at that moment, Wanyou clung to him as if he were a lifeline, refusing to let go, her form still draped around his neck despite his attempts to release her. Chapter 35. A craving for flesh. Nanzheng, I feel so unwell. Wanyou completely disregarded the fact that this man had just attempted to strangle her, clinging tightly to him as if he were a piece of driftwood. His voice was soft and alluring, more intoxicating than the aphrodisiac itself, leaving Nanzheng utterly defenseless. Wanyou's crimson lips were right before him, resembling a blooming poppy, continuously tempting him to indulge. He merely had to lean down slightly to savor them. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming heat, an insatiable thirst, a desire for flesh. Yet he managed to resist. He was a general, after all, not one of those inept fools unable to control their baser instincts. He reminded himself of this as he forcefully pried Wanyou's hands from around his neck. It was imperative that he cast this woman aside, otherwise. No, there was no otherwise, he commanded himself internally. He exerted considerable strength in his efforts. Wanyou was reluctant to let go, gazing at Nanzheng with a look of hurt, her body twisting as her eyes accused him. In the next moment, she pressed herself against him. The sensation was overwhelming, and Nanzheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. For the first time in his life, his mind felt clouded. The softness of her lips surpassed even the most delicate sweet pastries he had ever tasted, their sweetness enticing him further. Normally, he would have been angered by such an affront and would have coldly pushed the offender away. But now, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, he was consumed by a deep yearning, unable to comprehend the sensation of her lips, so soft and sweet, quenching his thirst in a way he could not articulate. A lingering fragment of rationality urged him to push her away, yet the greater force of desire held him captive. He remained frozen, caught in a struggle between two opposing impulses, unable to respond. Meanwhile, in the adjoining courtyard of the Linhui Hall, Lady Guo sat at her vanity, her long hair cascading down as she absent-mindedly combed it with a jade comb, seemingly lost in thought. Mu Wan, the daughter of a friend of Lady Guo, had come to live with her after her mother's passing, raised as a young lady in the Duke's residence. Suddenly, a maid burst through the door, startling her. Upon realizing it was her own maid, she whispered, "Did you drink?" The maid nodded, explaining that the other maids had left, but the general had not emerged. Miss, does General G truly despise her? What if? Mouvan smilet faintly, resta suet. Nanzheng despises those with impure intentions the most. With the aphrodisiac, Wanyou will have no chance of redemption. Ensure that the preparations are ready. She continued to comb her hair, her gaze unfocused, lost in her thoughts. In the new chamber, after pecking Nanzheng's lips, Wanyou slowly pulled back. Narrowing her eyes at him, her surroundings bathed in a rosy hue. She frowned in dissatisfaction. "General, why are your lips so dry?" "They hurt me." She intended to add that they were somewhat sweet, but before she could finish, Nanzheng urgently silenced her. He was like a parched traveler who had just discovered a source of water, his demeanor devoid of any grace or poise, only a desperate need to drink, to consume more. MMM. Wanyou, already weakened, was swept away by the force of Nanzheng, feeling a strange mix of discomfort and a hint of pleasure. Yet his approach was so reckless that it bordered on painful. Still, she clung to him like a piece of driftwood. Her sounds of vulnerability, if heard by her sober self, would surely invoke shame so profound she would wish to vanish. "Wanyou, this is your own doing." After a moment of fervent urgency, Nanzheng, having quenched a portion of his thirst, managed to utter a few words before succumbing once more to his desires. The following day, Wanyou awoke early, even before the disciplined Nanzheng. She had been roused by hunger, an insatiable kind that made sleep impossible. She had barely eaten the day before and had been ravaged through the night, so it was no wonder she was famished. As she stirred slightly, a sharp pain shot through her limbs as if they were not her own, as if they had been disassembled. With each painful pulse, the blurred images of the previous night flashed through her mind. Oh my! The things she had done during her escapades, things she would never have dared in her past life, such as secretly perusing forbidden tomes that made her heart race with a mixture of thrill and shame. Yet, those tales paled in comparison to the reality of last night. Nanzheng had been like a ravenous wolf, mercilessly devouring her. The aphrodisiac had stirred her own desires, but she found herself pleading for him to cease, only for him to become more relentless. The tale she had read claimed that such encounters brought mutual pleasure, yet she had only known pain. Pain from beginning to end, and perhaps a fleeting moment of ecstasy that was now eclipsed by the overwhelming discomfort. Gingerly, she lifted the covers, planning to slip out of bed quietly, only to realize a moment later that she was entirely unclothed. Panic-stricken, she glanced at Nanzheng, who was still asleep, his long lashes casting a shadow over his face, his features strikingly chiseled. In a state of frenzy, she attempted to move back, fearful of waking him, her movements so careful that even a mosquito would not be disturbed. Yet, just as she focused on her escape, she felt a tightening around her neck. In the next instant, Nanzheng rolled over, his long fingers like iron clamps gripping her throat. Wanyou gasped, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming her, barely managing to emit a sound. This feeling was eerily familiar. Oh yes, Nanzheng had accused her of drugging him last night. Now, he appeared ready to confront her about it, his gaze piercing with a ferocity akin to that of an enraged leopard. To be honest, this version of Nanzheng frightened Wanyou. It was understandable that the renowned warrior general, having been drugged, would be incensed. Yet, she was utterly innocent, having been completely consumed and left in ruin. But the depths of his fury and disdain were unmistakably directed at her, as if he was convinced she was the architect of his plight, intent on her destruction. Chapter 36. A clear settlement at this moment. Nanzheng was akin to an enraged leopard, just as Wanyou had surmised. He was utterly furious, seething at the erroneous decision he had made. In this instant, he was firmly convinced that promising to marry Wanyou in front of the emperor was the gravest mistake of his life. He was incensed with himself for having believed Wanyou, for thinking that her actions were merely a means of self-preservation, even feeling pity for her plight under her stepmother's tyranny. His naivety infuriated him even more. As memories of the previous night intruded upon his thoughts, his anger intensified. He was enraged at his own lack of composure, for losing control over such a woman, even if it were due to the influence of an aphrodisiac. He could not forgive himself. Wanyou had clearly been playing a careful game all along. She had feigned sincerity and self-awareness, all to earn his approval and sympathy. Nanzheng began to contemplate the benefits Wanyou would reap from marrying him, aside from securing the affections of the most sought-after man in the capital. She would also acquire the titles of General's wife and future duchess, a life of unparalleled luxury. Wanyou, was this your true intention? He regretted having impulsively rescued her from the emperor's clutches. A woman so vain, cunning, and morally corrupt deserved to be ensnared within the palace's web of intrigue. At this juncture, his feelings for Wanyou had devolved into sheer loathing. Not even her charitable acts could elicit any semblance of goodwill from him. As a general accustomed to the brutality of battle, he harbored a violent side, and in this moment, he wished nothing more than to strangle Wanyou. And so he did, his firm fingers tightening around her throat as he coldly uttered, "You are truly despicable." His voice was laced with a chilling malice. Wanyou, gasping for breath, felt her mind begin to fade, yet she could not ignore the murderous intent gleaming in Nanzheng and Appo's eyes. Her own eyes brimmed with unshed tears, not from a desire to cry, but an involuntary response to the situation. As glistening tears hung at the corners of her eyes, her pupils clouded with mist. It was as if they were silently pleading. Nanzheng was taken aback by the sorrowful expression, causing him to unconsciously ease his grip. Though Wanyou did not struggle, a persistent thought lingered in her mind. She could not perish without understanding why. Seizing the moment when Nanzheng's grip lessened, she instinctively curled her knee and pressed upward. Though her strength had waned considerably, the placement was fortuitous. The pressure landed precisely where one would not expect, catching Nanzheng off guard. His eyes widened in shock, and his knees buckled, releasing her neck as he faltered, perhaps driven by instinct to survive. Wanyou flipped over and found herself atop Nanzheng. He was momentarily stunned, their bodies pressed together, his astonishment rendering him momentarily unresponsive. Her face hovered just above his, her cherry-red lips mere inches from his own. Suddenly, the memories of the previous night surged back, igniting an inexplicable heat within him, as if he had been struck by the very aphrodisiac that had clouded his judgment before. Damn it, Nanzheng cursed under his breath. Wanyou, too, was at a loss, her actions purely instinctual, momentarily forgetting the absurdity of their predicament. She recalled that Nanzheng had indeed attempted to take her life, and she could not simply allow it to end in such a manner. Using his chest as leverage, she glared at him icily, her bright eyes shimmering with remnants of the mist from earlier. There was an undeniable air of defiance and accusation. Any man, upon meeting such a gaze, would feel an overwhelming sense of sympathy, Yet Nanzheng felt only disdain and contempt. Having regained his composure from his initial rage, he realized that while Wanyou might deserve punishment, killing her would only complicate matters. Despite the bloodshed he was accustomed to, he had no penchant for murder. He simply wished to cast her away beyond his sight forever. Yet, that intention proved difficult to realize as he acknowledged the dire circumstances surrounding them. Thus, he coldly instructed her, "Get away, I need to dress." This served as a subtle reminder that neither of them was clothed. Upon realizing this, Wanyou felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, but at this moment, she was unwilling to concede. In a bold move, she hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. Yet their positions remained unchanged, save for the barrier of the bedding between them. Wanyou's thoughts were straightforward. Whatever had transpired on the bed should be resolved there before they descended. If he was unwilling, could she force him? Since Nanzheng accused her of drugging him, nearly sending her to meet her maker, she had no evidence to refute his claims. Any attempts at explanation would be futile. The situation was already dire. Why not exacerbate it further? With that thought, she pulled down the blanket to reveal the unsightly marks on her skin. Take a good look. These are your handiwork, not the result of my coercion. As the bruises and bite marks met Nanzheng's gaze, he instinctively turned away. He realized he had crossed a line, but the stark reality of the evidence before him made him fully comprehend just how far he had gone. The varying shades of bruises and marks served as testament to his loss of control, his reckless abandon, and his uncontainable desire. He was unwilling to admit that he had succumbed to such actions. "You'll say I drugged you, that I brought this upon myself, won't you?" Wanyou said, pulling the blanket back up with a forlorn smile. "I have nothing left to say. Didn't those people proclaim that this marriage cost me 300,000 taels? So let us consider it as having purchased you for a night. This price is unparalleled in Yin country, worthy of your title as the war god general. We're now square." The situation had spiraled into chaos. Perhaps provoking Nanzheng further would compel him to find a way to rid himself of her. "You!" Nanzheng was left speechless with rage. What had Wanyou just said? He could scarcely believe his ears. Did she consider herself a courtesan? His anger surged, mingled with disbelief. How could a woman utter such words? Who would save his moral compass? And this crude woman, he had unwittingly given her his first time? For the entirety of the night, no less. Initially, it was due to the aphrodisiac, but afterward, who could say? In that moment, Nanzheng could no longer contain himself. He rolled off the bed and hastily gathered his scattered clothing, turning his back to Wanyou as he dressed. As he turned away, the blanket slipped slightly, prompting Wanyou to quickly pull it around her, her face cold. "General, now that we are settled, why not hastily draft a divorce decree? I will leave at once." With that, Nanzheng stormed out the door like the wind. Chapter 37. Bound and compelled to act as a chilling breeze, Nanzheng returned to his study, coldly instructing his attendant. "General, your belt is fastened incorrectly," Jiang timidly reminded him. As Nanzheng's attendant, he immediately sensed the fury boiling within his master. What could provoke such ire in a man who typically concealed his emotions so well? It was utterly astonishing to see the usually dignified general with his belt askew. A myriad of questions swirled in Jiang's mind. Nanzheng cast a glance at his belt, his deep-set eyes momentarily flickering before he shot a frigid glare at Jiang. Without uttering a word, Jiang prudently scurried away. "General, I shall prepare at once." Once Jiang had procured the paper and ink, Nanzheng swiftly inscribed the two characters for divorce. However, as he composed the reasons for separation, his pen came to an abrupt halt. His profound gaze lingered on the desk for a moment before he violently tore the unfinished document apart, slamming his fist onto the desk in a fit of suppressed agitation. Jiang flinched at the sight. The general's behavior was decidedly unusual. He silently pondered. Had the general not spent the night in the new wife's chamber? Was it possible he hadn't been satiated? After delivering a heavy punch, Nanzheng sighed, as if resigning himself to an unavoidable compromise, and picked up the pen again to draft a separation agreement. Jiang was taken aback upon realizing it was a letter of separation. Was it not a matter of being unsatisfied, but rather that he had been denied entirely? Was the general truly so incensed as to seek a separation? When Nanzheng returned to Wanyou's quarters, the attendants by Lu and Xiaoge recoiled in fear from his ominous aura, retreating to shut the door behind them. Wanyou was seated at the head of the bed, already dressed. With a stern expression, Nanzheng presented the separation document to her. Had it not been for the imperial decree, he would have only penned a divorce notice. Upon unfolding the document and observing the official seal, Wanyou smiled faintly. It seems Nanzheng has truly reached his breaking point. Hurry and affix your thumbprint. Nanzheng urged impatiently. Lacking a seal, Wanyou could only press her thumb. Where's the ink? She inquired. I forgot in my haste, Nanzheng admitted. Then allow me to borrow your hand. Before Nanzheng could react, Wanyou seized his hand and bit down on his index finger. As a droplet of blood emerged, she rubbed her thumb against his finger and pressed it onto the separation document, leaving a blood imprint. I apologize. I feel faint at the sight of blood. Wanyou glanced apologetically at Nanzheng, her pallor betraying her true feelings. She had indeed felt faint at the sight of her own blood, but her intent was merely to transfer some of Nanzheng's unbearable fury onto herself. Nanzheng stood, astounded, staring at Wanyou's unexpected actions, his mind reeling. Wanyou, she was a woman? For the first time, Nanzheng experienced a blend of anger and helplessness. General, when may I depart? Wanyou inquired, knowing it would not be so simple, merely expressing her urgent desire to leave. I hope it will be immediately, this very instant, Nanzheng retorted. Wanyou, I warn you once more, do not cause any further trouble. Observing Nanzheng's frosty departure, Wanyou suddenly had a revelation. The one who had administered the drug must have understood Nanzheng intimately, realizing that after this night, he would utterly despise her. Wanyou. Was this a clever strategy to sever future ties? Such foresight and decisiveness were commendable. Regardless of the underlying motives, for Wanyou, it was merely a fortunate turn of events, allowing her to exit the Duke's residence sooner, with Nanzheng's misunderstandings as collateral. Not dwelling further on the matter, she prioritized her immediate needs. A bath was essential. Nanzheng had left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Assist me, she requested, intending to rise on her own, but finding her body uncooperative, leading her to seek Qiuji's help. With Qiuji's support, Wanyou struggled to her feet, the effort alone nearly overwhelming her. Ah, she could not suppress a soft cry. Miss, what troubles you? Did I hurt you? Qi inquired anxiously. Noting Wanyou's strained expression, Bai Lu entered with warm water and hurried to assist in supporting Wanyou. Finally, she sank into the bath, her clothing shed, revealing the ostentatious marks of overindulgence on her fair skin. Heavens, Mississippi. Qi gos pit. Bai Lu quickly gestured for silence, warning her with a look. Understanding the unspoken communication, Qiugu swiftly covered her mouth, swallowing her unfinished words. Wanyou offered no explanation for the marks adorning her body. She lacked the strength to elaborate. Now, she needed to address the aftermath of the previous night. Bai Lu, fetch a rope to bind my hands, Wanyou commanded. Bai Lu furrowed her brow at this request. Miss you. Hurry and procure a thicker one, Wanyou pressed. Bai Lu, seeing her determination, complied without further inquiry, quickly retrieving a rope about the thickness of a pinky finger. Following Wanyou's instructions, she bound her wrists together. Tighten it, Wanyou urged. Miss, it will be uncomfortable if it's too tight. Bai Lu hesitated, her heart aching for her mistress, as the marks on Wanyou's body had caused her considerable distress. Mississippi. She began tentatively. Hasten, Wanyou insisted. Reluctantly, Bai Lu tightened the rope once more, but Wanyou was still dissatisfied, demanding further adjustments until it finally met her approval. She began her bath. The news of Nanzheng's overnight stay had undoubtedly spread throughout the Duke's residence by now. The Duchess had always held disdain for her. One could only imagine the repercussions. Furthermore, given the drugging incident, she needed to guard against any damaging rumors. If ill-intentioned individuals were to suggest that Lady Wang was involved, even without evidence, the Duchess would not spare her. To preemptively deflect responsibility, she needed to place the blame squarely on Nanzheng, portraying herself as a victim, wronged and pitiful, ensuring no blame fell upon her shoulders. After soaking for 15 minutes, she finally removed the bindings. Deep red marks were etched into her pale wrists, starkly contrasting her fair skin. Xiaogu and Bai Lu exchanged glances filled with concern. Yet, Wanyou felt satisfaction with her predicament. Although she had signed the separation agreement, she still needed to play her part, following through with the customary tea ceremony. When the time came, a glimpse of her wrists would reveal the unmistakable evidence of her ordeal. Indeed, she intended to have others believe that she had been bound and forced into submission by Nanzheng. She had already examined herself in the mirror and noted the bruises around her neck, remnants of Nanzheng's grasp. Not only had she been bound, but she had also been subjected to violence. She was the one who had suffered. Do not question how a virtuous woman could be knowledgeable of such depravity. Stories are a wondrous thing, and let none say she lacked dignity. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, and all that is valuable deserves to be sought. Chapter 38. The schemes of Wanyou and the Grand Duke and Appo's residence. Lady Wang appeared somewhat anxious. As Nanzheng stepped inside, she promptly inquired, "I heard you stayed at Longyi Courtyard last night?" "Indeed." Nanzheng nodded, his demeanor far from cheerful. "You?" Lady Wang seemed to have much to say, but faltered after uttering a single word, her gaze revealing a sense of helplessness. "Jiang, what exactly transpired?" She sighed, her tone softening. Upon receiving news from the servants that Nanzheng had spent the night at Longyi Courtyard, Lady Wang was unable to find peace. Her thoughts racing with the impulse to rush over and retrieve her son. Yet, such actions were beyond her. Despite her anxiety, she could not bring herself to act rashly. Nanzheng's assertion of the Emperor's command left her powerless regarding this engagement, yet she was not willing to let the matter rest. For her other sons, she might have accepted it, but not for Nanzheng. He was the heir, the sole Grand Duke of the Yin in the future. This honor must be preserved for her family. Her son had explicitly stated his disinterest in Wanyou. If he harbored no feelings, there would be no consummation. And without consummation, there would be no offspring. She had already devised a plan. A year hence, she would use Wanyou's lack of children as a pretext to marry Wang Xiyun as a secondary wife. Once Wang Xiyun bore a son, he would inherit the title, allowing the Wang family to reap the benefits as the maternal lineage of the next duke. Yet, her son had chosen to stay overnight. Lady Wang awoke early, restless and agitated, compelled to ask Nanzheng directly about the matter. "Mother," Nanzheng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "I merely drank with the crown prince in the study last night." His implication was clear. The incident stemmed from drunkenness. "Impossible." Lady Wang slammed her hand on the table in indignation. "You are my son. How could I not know you? Tell me, is it that Wanyou?" "Mother," Nanzheng interjected, "it will not happen again." Though he loathed Wanyou, he had no intention of revealing the truth of her drugging him. Sensing his reluctance to divulge more, Lady Wang found herself at a loss for words. She knew her son well. If he chose to remain silent, extracting information from him would be futile. With no further words to extract, Lady Wang allowed Nanzheng to depart. The moment he left, her expression turned cold. Despite his promise of restraint, the fact remained that he had spent the night. She could not bring herself to believe that her son was a man who lost control under the influence of alcohol. What extraordinary power did Wanyou possess? Lady Wang's chest heaved with frustration. "Madam, please calm your anger." Old Madam Yu approached softly, attempting to soothe her. Could it be that the general lost control due to intoxication? I cannot believe it, and I wonder if the fourth young madam might have had a hand in it. Speak plainly, Lady Wang urged, growing impatient. Could it be that the fourth young madam employed some means against the general? Old Madam Yu ventured cautiously. Indeed, Lady Wang's eyelids lifted, the realization dawning upon her. Nanzheng had spent years on the battlefield, never having taken a concubine. A man so untainted could easily fall prey to Wanyou's charms. She analyzed the situation softly, nodding in agreement, her gaze becoming steely. "Daring to entice my son, I shall ensure she pays dearly for it." Previously, she had proposed numerous times to provide Nanzheng with a concubine, yet he had consistently refused, claiming he was not ready. Now, having shared a bed with Wanyou, the desires of a newly awakened man surged within him. After a moment's thought, Lady Wang instructed old Madame Yu, "Go, select the most beautiful maidservants from the household. I shall personally choose 2 concubines for Jiang." Old Madame Yu, having received her orders, frowned, hesitated, and then turned to leave without voicing her thoughts. As she exited, she encountered Mu Wanner, who had come from the adjoining courtyard. "Good morning, old madam. Why are you in such a hurry this early in the day?" Mu Wanner greeted warmly. Old Madame Yu glanced around cautiously before pulling Mu Wanner aside. "Miss, since the general stayed at Longy Courtyard last night, the madam is upset and has sent me to find the most beautiful maidservants to serve the general as concubines." "Oh," Mu Wanner responded playfully, then remarked, "Old madam, could it be that the Grand Duke's residence is expecting a new addition?" At these words, old Madame Yu's expression fell. "Miss, please do not speak carelessly. You know full well the nature of the general's relationship with her." She sighed and added, "The madam has not instructed me to prepare any contraceptive measures for her, and I cannot tell if she has simply forgotten or has no intention of doing so. I dare not bring it up. Old madam, you had been a maidservant since Lady Wang's marriage into the family. Her roots lay with the Wang family, and her loyalties were divided between the Ji family and her own. She was acutely aware of Lady Wang's plans for Wang Xiyun. Hence, she wished for Wanyou not to bear any children, lest she seize the opportunity. However, as a servant, she lacked the boldness to speak up, particularly regarding matters of offspring. Mu Wanner, upon hearing this, smiled reassuringly. "Old madam, how could Aunt forget something so significant? If she has not mentioned it, it likely means she has no intention. You need not worry." Listening to you, old Madame Yu acquiesced. Once old Madame Yu departed, Mu Wanner's smile vanished, a shadow crossing her features as she turned back to the adjoining courtyard. She instructed her maid, Xiling, ensure the ingredients in the snow cloud cake are plentiful. Fortunately, she had already made preparations. Last night, she had offered a severed limb in a desperate bid to ensure Gu Wanyou would not have the opportunity to bear child. Gu Wanyou, having dressed and consumed a bowl of porridge, took a moment to rest before proceeding to the Linghui Hall to pay her respects to her mother-in-law. Upon her arrival, she found only a maidservant present. The maid, with a haughty yet polite demeanor, acknowledged her. "The 4th young madam has arrived. The madam is dining with the Duke. Please wait a moment." "Thank you, old madam," Gu Wanyou replied, choosing to overlook the maid and oppose, as condescension as she settled into a cushioned chair. 15 minutes later, the Duke and Lady Wang emerged, followed by the sons and daughters-in-law of the Ji family, along with members of the second branch. Currently, the Duke had 6 sons, all born of Lady Wang. Only the youngest remained unmarried, which meant Gu Wanyou would find herself amidst 4 sisters-in-law upon her entrance. The second son was away on official duties, leaving 3 present in the residence, the eldest, the 3rd, and the 5th, with the second branch included. The gathering comprised about 10 individuals. The Duke and Lady Wang took their seats at the head of the table, while the others settled on either side. This assembly was witnessing Gu Wanyou for the first time. As members of the foremost family, the Ji family held lofty expectations, perceiving Gu Wanyou and oppose as charitable acts as mere attempts to gain entry into their esteemed household, a notion that left them with a bitter taste. Thus, they approached Gu Wanyou with preconceived notions, dismissing her appearance, demeanor, and upbringing. However, upon seeing her in person, they were taken aback. Gu Wanyou wore a gown of moonlit white with dark patterns, layered with a light blue long-sleeve garment. Her face was devoid of makeup, adorned with a single jade hairpin, resembling a delicate white lotus, both refreshing and noble. Her slightly frail demeanor added an air of ethereal beauty. They had envisioned various interpretations of Gu Wanyou, yet none anticipated such stunning beauty and an aura of refinement that rivaled that of noble women. They began to reconsider. Regardless of circumstances, Gu Wanyou's appearance was certainly commendable. It was no wonder Nanzheng had chosen to stay overnight. After all, even a man as resolute as he could succumb to the allure of beauty. Lady Wang, already harboring disdain for Gu Wanyou, felt even more repulsed by her presence after the events of the previous night. Upon seeing Gu Wanyou's countenance, Lady Wang's hatred intensified, her teeth clenched in fury. Her suspicions had proven correct. With such a captivating visage, How could Nanzheng possibly resist her allure? Lady Wang chose to willfully ignore Gu Wanzhou's frail appearance, consumed by the belief that her beloved son had fallen prey to her charms, a mix of anger and heartache swelling within her. Her resolve to confront Gu Wanzhou grew ever stronger. She pondered for a moment and decided to have Wanzhou stand by her side daily, remaining there until she retired for the night, subjecting Wanzhou to such rigorous demands that she would be rendered too exhausted to eat, just to see how she would attend to Jiang heir. What did it matter if the emperor bestowed a marriage upon her? It was only natural for a mother-in-law to impart lessons to her daughter-in-law, and even the emperor had no authority over that, as if he had chosen the opportune moment. Nanzheng entered just as a group of individuals had taken their places. He positioned himself 2 paces away from Wanzhou, seemingly oblivious to her presence, and respectfully greeted the elders. Wanzhou mirrored his actions, offering her own respectful greeting. As for the ambiguous glances exchanged during this formal acknowledgement, she chose to overlook them selectively. She certainly did not miss the disdainful and frigid gaze of Madame Wang. However, it mattered little. The act of serving tea was merely a formality. Her true objective was to ensure that others witnessed her plight. It was Nanzheng who had tormented her, and she refused to accept the accusation of seducing him. Chapter 39. The fourth brother is fierce in battle, even more so in bed during the tea ceremony. Wanyou and Nanzheng simultaneously knelt down. Wanyou, holding the cup of tea, felt her hands begin to tremble as she shakily raised it before the Duke. "Please drink the tea, my lord." The Duke noticed the tremor in her hands, mistaking it for fear. Being her father-in-law, he refrained from commenting and accepted the tea without further ado. As he took the cup, his gaze inevitably fell upon Wanzhou's hands, and, in that moment, his expression shifted, causing him to glance at her face. The dark circles around her eyes and the pallor of her lips caught his attention, followed by the marks on her neck. The Duke quickly averted his gaze, discreetly casting a glance at Nanzheng beside Wanzhou, an unreadable expression flickering in his eyes. He took a sip of the tea and handed over a red envelope. Next was Madame Wang. Wanzhou's hands trembled even more as she served tea, drawing the attention of Madame Zhou from the second household. What happened to the daughter-in-law? Her hands are shaking so badly. "Madam, can you blame her? In our Duke's residence, how could she not tremble?" replied Ting, the 5th young mistress. Wanzhou ignored them, her hands quaking even more. Nanzheng, unaware of her trembling, glanced over as he heard the 5th mistress's comment. "Is she really shaking? Wasn't she quite brave this morning? Mother, please drink the tea." Wanzhou shakily presented the tea to Madame Wang. Madame Wang gave a dismissive hum, seemingly ignoring Wanzhou's words as she adjusted her sleeves. She intended to exert her authority over Wanzhou, forcing her to hold the cup until her arms ached, subjecting her to humiliation. Wanzhou recognized Madame Wang and Appo's deliberate provocation and raised the cup slightly higher. As her wrists elevated, her loose sleeves slipped down, revealing the various marks and bruises on her wrists, as well as the one she inflicted upon herself. "Your hands." Madame Zhou, seated beside Wanzhou, spoke up. After a few hurried words, she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly covered her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Madame Wang, who had been feigning disinterest in her attire, followed Madame Zhou and Appo's gaze to Wanzhou and Appo's hands. Initially taken aback by the marks, she soon felt a wave of nausea. How could she forget that her son had stayed overnight in Wanzhou's room? Ultimately, her heart sank as she looked again at Wanzhou's face. The previously overlooked dark circles and the conspicuous marks on her neck came into stark focus, accompanied by scattered bruises. The more she scrutinized, the more horrified she became. Heavens! Madame Wang stifled a gasp, pinching her thigh to compose herself. Having borne 6 children, she was no stranger to the ways of the world. Yet the implications of her son's actions left her reeling. The realization was unbearable. Only those with twisted minds or those frequenting pleasure houses would engage in such shameless acts. That could happen to her son was unfathomable. Despite her reluctance to accept it, the evidence was indisputable. Wanzhou, regardless of her capabilities, was merely a woman. How could she inflict such marks upon herself? It was clear that her son was responsible. Madame Wang's heart ached with disbelief, and she shot a glare at Nanzheng, cursing him for his lack of discernment. How could he be so foolish as to become entangled with a girl like her? The very idea of punishing Wanyou now seemed absurd, given the state her son had reduced her to. Her frustration simmered, lacking an outlet. Meanwhile, Shi Xianting, seated next to Madame Zhou, had turned to observe Wanyou, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she stifled a laugh behind her handkerchief. The revelation was both alarming and oddly exhilarating. As the onlookers absorbed the scene, Nanzheng could not help but glance over, his anger boiling within him. Although he was aware of his own impulsiveness the previous night, the sight of those marks was infuriating. How could Wanyou tarnish his reputation in such a manner? Realization dawned upon him. Her trembling was not from fear, but rather a calculated display, intended to showcase her marks and claim victimhood. Who would believe she had bound herself? The blame would inevitably fall upon him. A cold smile formed on Nanzheng's lips, his fists clenching with rage. Wanyou had truly sunk to a new low, devising such a scheme. Internally, he wrestled with turmoil, maintaining a facade of composure. Yet the whispers of his family members only heightened his discomfort. He was not one to heed idle gossip, but this situation was different. It mattered greatly to him. He felt the weight of his integrity slipping away, realizing he must sever ties with Wanyou before she completely tarnished his name. Yet, it was already too late. She had nearly succeeded. Wanyou, kneeling, did not glance at Nanzheng, but the frigid aura emanating from him was palpable. She remained unfazed, knowing that he would not hesitate to blame her for his tarnished reputation. With a sudden exclamation, Wanyou's cup tipped over, spilling tea everywhere and staining her garments. I apologize. My hands are sore, she hurriedly apologized. Her presence only served to further embarrass Nanzheng, and upon witnessing the scene, Madame Wang declared, "You can't even serve tea properly. Just go back. There's no need for you to stay." Madame Wang unceremoniously thrust the prepared red envelope into Wanyou's arms, signaling her dismissal. Though she intended to throw the envelope at Wanyou, her upbringing prevented such actions. "Thank you, my lady." Wanyou accepted the envelope and attempted to rise. However, her knees faltered. Having knelt for too long, she stumbled back down onto the floor. Heaven knows, this time she was not fainting. Her knees truly could not support her. Bai Lu waited at the door, wanting to assist, but hesitated to intrude upon the Duke and Apos as residents. Thus, Wanyou struggled to rise on her own. Nanzheng was infuriated with Wanyou's actions, and regardless of the truth, he refused to offer help, choosing instead to abandon her. He did not want to remain and be subjected to his family's judgment. The Duke suddenly called out to him. Nanzheng glanced over, noticing that the Duke had said nothing, merely offering a knowing look. Understanding the silent cue, Nanzheng reluctantly turned away, his gaze cold as it fell upon Wanyou, who was preparing to rise from the floor. His brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 40. The Duke and Apos. Tender concern for his son in a final moment. Nanzheng lifted Wanyou into his arms, his voice as cold as ice, laden with warning. "I am sorry." Wanyou recognized that the matter of the binding had enraged Nanzheng deeply. "I owe you one. I will repay you in the future." She felt genuinely remorseful for having wronged him. "No need," Nanzheng coldly rejected. "There will be no future. I have already decided to enter the palace today." He had not yet determined when to present the divorce matter before the emperor, but Wanyou's actions had gone too far, leaving him no choice but to act. Even if it meant incurring the emperor's wrath, he was resolute in his decision to divorce. There was no turning back. After walking some distance, Nanzheng unceremoniously set Wanyou down and turned away, a gust of cold air swirling in his wake. Following his departure, a servant relayed a message from the Duke, summoning Nanzheng to the Duke's study. He entered with an impassive expression, though the palpable tension surrounding him distinguished this moment from his usual demeanor. The Duke regarded him with a sigh, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Zheng, you have endured much over the years." Nanzheng remained silent, unsure of his father's intent. The Duke shifted his tone. "Our family possesses sons who are capable of reckless indulgence, yet we must not truly succumb to such folly." "Father," Nanzheng interjected abruptly, understanding all too well what the Duke meant. It was a veiled admonition regarding his indiscretions from the previous night, a suggestion to temper his extremes. Earlier, in the main hall, the Duke had discreetly gestured for him to take Wanyou away, concerned that his behavior might tarnish their family's reputation. To treat his wife so cruelly, neglecting her entirely, was undeniably heartless. However, Nanzheng found himself at a loss for words. While he harbored no affection for Wanyou, he still wished to preserve some semblance of dignity for her. The question of why a cold-hearted general would suddenly concern himself with a woman's feelings and future was one he did not wish to ponder further. He was resolute. Divorce was imperative. As Nanzheng exited the Duke and Amp Oppo's study, the Duke gazed at his son's strong figure, sorrow etched across his face. Nanzheng's promising nature and lofty ambitions had warranted his father's strictness, yet after witnessing Wanyou's plight that morning, the Duke began to question his severity. Had he been too harsh, perhaps to the point of distorting his son and Amp Oppo's psyche? As a man himself, the Duke understood that men often harbored peculiar inclinations. But such desires should never be directed at a legitimate wife. Those should only be reserved for concubines. Indeed, Nanzheng had no concubines to speak of. Where could he turn? No, he must arrange for his son to have a couple of well-chosen concubines, attractive and, above all, physically capable, preferably with some experience. Otherwise, if Nanzheng treated his bed like a battlefield, even the most resilient woman would not withstand it. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Wanyou took a sip of tea and reclined in a rocking chair, hoping to rest for a moment. Just as she began to drift off, Wang Xiyun stormed in with fury. "Smash it!" Wang Xiyun commanded, her small frame belting out orders. At her signal, several stocky maids began their work, uprooting antique vases from the shelves, upturning teapots and cups from the table, and scattering the contents of the vanity. Even the cushions on the chairs were thrown aside. Xiao Gu, young and incensed, was on the verge of tears, wanting to intervene, but Wanyou held her back. She sat up, leaning against the armrest, observing as a bystander. "Stop!" Wang Xiyun finally shouted at the top of her lungs. Wanyou remained silent, seemingly indifferent. The maids retreated to the doorway. You shameless hussy." Wang Xiyun glared fiercely at Wanyou, her face flushed with anger. "Shameless? Is that all you can say? Can't you come up with something new?" Wanyou's lips twitched as she retorted, "How exactly am I shameless?" "You." Wang Xiyun struggled to articulate her accusations of Wanyou seducing Nanzheng. But at just 16, she was still a sheltered girl. Such words lingered in her throat, unspoken. Wanyou smiled brightly, offering, "Are you implying that I have seduced your brother Jiang? You still have the audacity to speak?" Wang Xiyun and Amp Oppo's eyes glistened with tears of rage. Nanzheng was hers, and now he had been taken by Wanyou, and it was rumored to have been quite intense. Wanyou stood, facing Wang Xiyun. "Miss, the general is my husband. We merely engaged in the rightful activities of newlywed couples. How is that shameless? Besides, I offered you an opportunity last night, yet you chose to flee. Who can you blame?" Wang Xiyun's anger flared. Had it not been for Wanyou's madness, she would have certainly left with Nanzheng. It was surely Wanyou who had bewitched him. Wanyou decided to take it further, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her wrists. "Look here. These marks are from your brother Jiang. Tell me, did I entice him, or did he mistreat me?" As the unsightly bruises and binding marks came into view, Wang Xiyun froze, staring at Wanyou's wrists as if paralyzed, her eyes widening, tears beginning to gather. She appeared both stunned and wounded, struggling to accept the reality. Was it the thought of Nanzheng sharing a bed with Wanyou that troubled her, or was it the sight of those ghastly marks? Wang Xiyun remained in a daze for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Wanyou, you deserve this. I told you. How could my cousin possibly like you? Did he tie you up all night?" Wang Xiyun and Oppo's mood inexplicably lifted. Not only did her cousin not harbor feelings for Wanyou, but he had also restrained her all night, a source of satisfaction. Wanyou could only roll her eyes at such selective blindness. So many suggestive marks. Yet Wang Xiyun only focused on the bindings. Perhaps she had only heard of romantic encounters, but had never witnessed one, let alone experienced it herself. Wanyou had no intention of further provoking Wang Xiyun. She could think whatever she wished. However, from Wang Xiyun's reaction, it was clear any alleged drugging had nothing to do with her. Immersed in her self-satisfaction, Wang Xiyun glanced at Wanyou's wrists and mockingly stated, "Wanyou, I have some excellent blood-activating ointment. I'll send you some shortly. Your brother Jiang truly is too heavy-handed." Wanyou responded with a cold glare, "No need for the ointment. Mississippi, you'll need to compensate me for the items you just broke." Wang Xiyun waved dismissively at the debris on the floor. "Of course, I can afford to replace your trifles." "Afford? Certainly, but it will still sting." Wanyou replied, "I shall calculate the damages and send the bill to you, Mississippi. Make sure you compensate me fairly." Once Wang Xiyun departed, Xiao Gu surveyed the mess and exclaimed in indignation. Wanyou merely smiled faintly. More than just a little compensation is in order. Chapter 41. Mu Wanner. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyou compiled a compensation list consisting of 2 items. The first was a peony-handled jade pot crafted by the renowned artisan Master Jiang, valued at 680 taels. The second was a pair of exquisite flower-patterned porcelain vases from the previous dynasty, worth 560 taels. These valuations were not mere fabrications of Wanyou. She had seen them in the private treasury of Wanyou, where their worth had been disclosed to her. The exorbitant prices stemmed from their masterful craftsmanship and rarity, rendering them invaluable and difficult to procure. Bai Lu's eyes twitched at the sight of the items. The young lady had not brought in anything of great worth. The item broken by Miss Wang was merely an ordinary ornament. Even the colorful porcelain box used for holding lip rouge on the dressing table was only worth about 60 taels. The young lady was indeed quite cunning. Yet, Bai Lu found herself fond of this cleverness. The more devious, the more she admired it. Through their recent encounters, Wanyou had gleaned certain aspects of Wang Xiyun and Appo's character. She was the epitome of a spoiled young lady, self-centered and heedless of others' welfare, aligning with the information Wanyou had previously gathered. Individuals of Wang Xiyun and Appo's stature and disposition seldom resorted to covert maneuvers. She was neither inclined nor interested in subterfuge. If she were displeased, she would confront you openly without hesitation. Wanyou and Appo's aim was to ensure that Wang Xiyun understood the repercussions of her malicious actions. Over 1,000 taels of silver, while not an insurmountable sum for the Wang or Ji families, would pose a significant inconvenience if one were to part with such an amount without cause. For now, that would suffice. Should lessons remain unlearned, she would escalate the situation next time. Having just awoken from a brief afternoon nap, still somewhat dazed, Wanyou was informed by Xiao Gu that Miss Wan and Appo's had arrived. Since a visitor had come, she stretched languidly and proceeded to the hall to receive her. Mu Wanner entered, carrying a 2-tiered food box adorned in a light blue dress, with a white jade hairpin accentuating her slender waist. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with warmth as she approached gracefully. Wan and Appo's had met her cousin-in-law before. With a beaming smile, Mu Wan and Appo's greeted Wanyou in a gentle tone that exuded familiarity. "You?" Wanyou feigned ignorance. Yet, she was well aware of Mu Wan and Appo's although they had never met. She had heard tales of her beauty and talent. The matriarch of the Wang family had 6 sons and no daughters, treating Mu Wan and Appo's as her own. It was said that she was remarkably beautiful and skilled in the arts, gaining a commendable reputation in the capital. Upon seeing her in person, it was evident that she was indeed a beauty. Mu Wanner embodied all the traits of a desirable woman. Her features, figure, and voice were undeniably enchanting, reminiscent of a delicate cherry blossom softly swaying in the breeze. "Cousin, please call me Wan and Appo's." She said, placing the food box on the table. Her maid elaborated on her identity, confirming what Wanyou already knew. "Wanner, you are truly beautiful," Wanyou remarked sincerely, lacking further words to express. "Dear cousin, please do not jest," Mu Wanner replied, her cheeks tinged with shyness, all the while discreetly appraising Wanyou. She maintained a smile, yet a ripple of envy stirred within her as she beheld Wanyou and Appo's elegance. As a woman, she possessed ample confidence in her own beauty, but encountering Wanyou, who radiated a unique charm with her bright, yet cool demeanor and eyes that seemed to peer beyond the mundane, left her feeling inadequate. A pang of jealousy surged within her. The signs of fatigue on Wanyou and Appo's face and the marks upon her neck tugged at her heartstrings. It was she who had directly gifted Nanzheng to Gu Wanyou, unlike Wang Xiyun, who clung to everything and became a mere jester in her own life. Wan and Appo's would not suffer losses over trivial matters. Rather, she intended to leverage Nanzheng and Appo's night with Gu Wanyou to ensure her own triumph. Yet, witnessing the traces of their intimacy conjured vivid memories of the previous night and Appo's fervor. She recognized it as the instinctive result of an aphrodisiac, but could not suppress the rising tide of anguish. She realized that her grasp on the matter of Nanzheng was not as firm as she had believed. Fortunately, she was adept at concealing her emotions, and these unspoken feelings were artfully hidden beneath her composed exterior. At this moment, her goal was to have Wanyou consume pastries laced with contraceptive herbs. Gu Wanyou, having been spurned by Nanzheng, would be deprived of future opportunities to bear his children. Even if she held the title of a legitimate wife, she would merely be a discarded woman in the household, a figure of no consequence. With a glimmer of mischief in her almond-shaped eyes, Wanyou opened the food box and presented a plate of sweet pastries. "Cousin, this is the snowflake pastry that Cousin June loves most. She is quite forthright and means no ill will. This snowflake pastry is a token of her apology for this morning and Appo's incident." With genuine warmth in her gaze, she seemed to advocate for her sister. "You may take it back. I dare not eat what she has sent," Wanyou replied bluntly, unwilling to accept the offering. "Indeed, Cousin June has gone too far." Wan and Appo's responded without offense, casually retrieving another platter of pristine pastries from the other tier. "This is a delicacy I made myself. I find it quite delightful. Might you do me the honor of trying it, dear cousin?" "Snow cloud cake?" Wanyou blurted out. The snow cloud cake, a rice cake enveloping red bean paste, earned its name from the way its white exterior revealed the crimson filling, akin to clouds resting upon snow. It had been her favorite delicacy in her past life. However, now, she could scarcely bear to hear its name, let alone taste it. In her previous existence, they had poisoned her with a slow-acting toxin concealed within the snow cloud cake, knowing her fondness for it. Now, the sight of it was akin to encountering poison. How could she possibly consume it? Yet, Wanyou gazed at her with a pleading desire for recognition, placing Wanyou in a difficult position. While she could not bring herself to eat it, outright refusal would be lacking in decorum and could breed enmity. After pondering for a moment, Wanyou instructed Bai Lu, "Please prepare a bowl of almond honey for me." Bai Lu moved swiftly, quickly returning with the requested concoction. Wanyou presented the porcelain bowl from the tray and pushed it toward Wan and Appo's with a smile. "Dear sister Wan and Appo's, this almond honey is exceptionally delightful. Do try it with the snow cloud cake. I assure you, it will offer a unique experience." Wanyou had no ulterior motives. She merely intended for Wanyou to enjoy the treats she had brought herself. Chapter 42. The contraceptive cake. Wanyou had not anticipated that Wanyou would request her to consume it herself. The ingredients within were plentiful. Although a small quantity posed no harm to her at the moment, the very knowledge of its content made it unbearable for her to ingest. "Cousin-in-law, this is a gift for you. How could I possibly eat it first?" Wanyou replied with an amiable smile. "Sister Wanyou, you are family. There is no need for formality. I merely wish for you to experience this novel delicacy. You see, I am rather stingy. Had it not been for the warmth I felt from you, I would never have been willing to share such a delightful treat. For instance, I would never offer it to Cousin June." With those words, Wanyou left Wanyou in a quandary. However, her quick wit allowed her to devise a solution promptly. She elegantly sipped her almond and floral honey tea, savoring it before exclaiming, "Indeed, it is quite delightful." Seeing that Wanyou was about to say more, Wanyou interjected, "Sister Wanyou, you seem to have missed the order. You should taste the cake first and then sip the tea for the full flavor experience. Do get a try." Wanyou appuyait distressed. "Cousin-in-law, to be frank, I have already consumed quite a bit in my room. If I eat more, I might suffer from indigestion." Oh, is that so? You should have mentioned it sooner. Then do not eat any more. Indigestion is quite uncomfortable. I too am prone to it, which is why I avoid snacks outside of meals. Save this snow cloud cake for me. I shall enjoy it for dinner. Of course, Wanyou could not force Wanyou, who also claimed to be susceptible to indigestion, to eat it under the pretense of her own discomfort. She was uncertain whether Wanyou truly suffered from indigestion or was merely deflecting. Regardless, her objective remained unfulfilled, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Sister wanted amp, oppose, or do be cautious. If this suits my palate, I shall frequently come to you for more. Suppressing her thoughts, Wanyou oppose, or offered a warm smile, if you truly enjoy it. Do not hesitate to let me know. With that, Wanyou decided to leave her cousin-in-law in peace. She needed to return and contemplate new strategies. If all else failed, she would discreetly hint to the matron to remind Madame Wang to send the contraceptive soup, although the probability of conceiving from a single encounter was minimal. She could not afford to overlook even the slightest chance. As Wanyou departed, Wanyou gestured towards the snow cloud cake, instructing Qiuge, "Take this away and have Brother Huayang examine it. Ensure no one lays eyes upon it." Given that Wanyou would not consume it, Wanyou suspected there was likely something amiss with the delicacy. Despite Wanyou's affable demeanor, past experiences had taught her that those who exhibit excessive friendliness often harbor ulterior motives. Qiuge wrapped 2 pieces of the cake for delivery to Huayang, while Wanyou resolved to confront Wang Xiyun regarding the bill. Wang Xiyun resided in the courtyard of Madame Wang, and at this hour, Wanyou surmised she would likely find her cousin with the matron. Indeed, upon her arrival at Linghui Hall, she discovered Wang Xiyun engaged in conversation with Madame Wang, discussing what appeared to be a joyful matter, both women wearing smiles. Upon noticing Wanyou's entrance, Wang Xiyun did not hesitate to roll her eyes. "What brings you here? Aunt did not summon you." Madame Wang shot a reproachful glance at Wang Xiyun, her tone cool. "Is there something you need?" Since witnessing Wanyou's unfortunate state earlier that morning, Madame Wang had been in a foul mood, and seeing Wanyou now only fueled her ire. Wanyou respectfully performed her greeting. "Mother, I have come to see Cousin Xiyun." "See me? We have nothing to discuss." Wang Xiyun dismissed her, showing no inclination to associate with Wanyou. Wanyou presented the bill to Wang Xiyun. "Surely, you have not forgotten the events of this morning? I have compiled a bill for you." Wang Xiyun glanced at the bill casually at first, but upon seeing the figures, she thought she must be mistaken. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned closer to the paper. Once she confirmed her suspicions, she flung the bill back at Wanyou, exclaiming loudly, "Gu Wanyou, you demand over 1,000 taels for these trinkets? Why not go rob a bank instead?" Madame Wang found Wang Xiyun's outburst to be unbecoming and reprimanded her coldly. "What is all this fuss about? Aunt, Wang Xiyun suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After all, if Madame Wang learned of her destructive behavior in Wanyou's quarters, she would surely be reprimanded. "Mother, this morning my cousin came to my room and broke several items. She said she would compensate me for the damages, so I compiled a bill." Wanyou handed the bill to Madame Wang. Madame Wang scrutinized the 2 prized items listed on the bill, her gaze piercing as she focused intently on Wanyou. It was not the amount that raised her suspicion, but rather her disbelief that Wanyou could possess such treasures. Wanyou met Madame Wang and Appo's gaze with confidence. "Those items belong to my mother. When I raised the 30,000, I sold nearly everything I could bear a part with, leaving only a few precious pieces that I could not part with. Had it not been for our familial connection, I would have insisted on receiving the original items rather than silver. Original items, which are valuable yet elusive." Chapter 43. The debt collection. It was indeed inappropriate for Jun'er to demand compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Wang expressed her doubts. She had heard of Wanyou's mother, known for her beauty and mysterious origins, rumored to be a business prodigy. Given her considerable wealth, it was not surprising she possessed such treasures. Yet Madame Wang could not believe that such a remarkable item would be displayed carelessly. However, since the damage had already been done, she could not expect Wanyou to search for the fragments for appraisal, for the sake of over 1,000 taels of silver. Rummaging through refuse was a humiliation she, as the wife of a duke, could not afford. Although Wanyou did not explicitly state that Wang Xiyun had engaged in vandalism, Madame Wang understood her niece's temperament well enough to know she had likely succumbed to jealousy upon hearing of the couple's consummation the previous night. Madame Wang shot a disapproving glance at Wang Sijuan, reflecting on her niece's reckless behavior at the age of 16. I've told you before, your brother Jiang prefers gentle and demure women, akin to your sister Wan and Amp, Oppos, who is both delicate and composed. When will you learn to temper your spoiled temperament? Madame Wang lamented, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Lacking a biological daughter of her own, she had raised Mu Wan'er as if she were her own. Yet Mu Wan'er did not share her lineage. In noble families, bloodlines were of utmost importance. Wang Sijuan, being her biological niece, was someone upon whom Madame Wang had high hopes to uphold the family legacy. Yet her niece had been indulged since childhood, possessing a naive simplicity, lacking in cunning, and prone to recklessness, causing Madame Wang considerable distress. Aunt, I have been restrained. I didn't cause any trouble last night, Wang Sijuan protested, recalling her initial impulse to confront Nanzheng upon hearing he had not emerged, only to be dissuaded by Mu Wan'er after reaching the courtyard. After all, Gu Wanyou is your brother's legitimate wife. What right do I have to act so rashly? Aunt, I acknowledge my mistake, Wang Sijuan meekly admitted, intimidated by Madame Wang's stern demeanor. Very well. From now on, avoid provoking Gu Wanyou. Return and transcribe the Book of Women 20 times, Madame Wang decreed. Though she cherished Wang Sijuan, she would not overlook a fundamental error. Understood, Wang Sijuan replied begrudgingly, performing a formal bow before exiting. As she stepped outside, she fortuitously encountered Mu Wan'er. Sister June, what troubles you? Why the long face? Who has upset you? Mu Wan'er's inquiry, rather than soothing, ignited a fire within Wang Sijuan, who vented about the compensation and the punishment of transcribing the Book of Women. Her teeth clenched. Zista van und Imp, Oppos, I must teach that Gu Wanyou a lesson. You are clever. Help me devise a plan. Oh dear, you place me in a dilemma. Will you say I am aiding you, or Gu Wanyou? Wang Sijuan insisted, displaying a lack of reason. Of course, I shall assist Sister June, Mu Wan'er replied, a glint of calculation in her eyes. However, she is still our sister-in-law. We cannot allow her to go hungry. Hungry? Yes, let her feel hunger. Wang Sijuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Sister June, I was merely jesting. Do not take it seriously, Mu Wan'er cautioned. Wang Sijuan did not respond, leaving with a smile. Mu Wan'er watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Sister June, so naive, yet so easily manipulated. Without dinner, Gu Wanyou, I refuse to believe you can resist that snow cloud cake. Mu Wan'er mused to herself, returning with a light heart. I do not wish to harm you, merely to prevent you from bearing children. As dinner approached, Gu returned from her errands. Miss, that snow cloud cake contains contraceptive herbs, Gu stated, gulping down 2 cups of water with a look of resentment. Contraceptive? Wanyou gasped, her pupils narrowing. She had completely forgotten this detail. Pregnancy was the last thing she desired. Shaking her head, she reassured herself that it was unlikely. After all, many women struggled to conceive. Surely, she could not be so fortunate. Miss, do you believe Miss Mu truly prepared it? Bai Lu asked, her brow furrowed. Who else could it be? Wanyou replied with conviction. The preparation of snow cloud cake required hours of soaking rice and red beans, followed by grinding the rice into a paste and fermenting it to create the cake. The entire process took around 8 hours. Given that the cake lacked warmth upon delivery, it was evident it had not just been made. Consequently, it must have been prepared the night before. While Madame Wang would certainly prefer her not to bear Nanzheng's child, it was unlikely she would have entrusted such a task to a young lady like Mu Wan'er. Miss Mu appears gentle and kind, yet her heart is as venomous as a viper. Gu remarked, her initial fondness for Mu Wan and Oppos are now replaced with disdain. Gu, remember this. Never solely trust what your eyes perceive. Time reveals a person's true nature, and do not hastily judge one's character, Wanyou advised. Miss, I understand. What are your plans? Chapter 44. The Hidden Sparrow. There was no need for any action. One could simply feign ignorance and remain unchanged amidst the chaos. Wanyou remained indifferent. After all, she had no particular fondness for Nanzheng. She lived her own life. while it was those who desired men who were in a frenzy. Thus, the identity of the person who had drugged her last night was not hard to deduce. It could only be the scheming Wanyou, who had previously made the contraceptive cake. Wanyou pondered further. Wanyou had drugged her with the intention of making Nanzheng despise her, forcing her to consume the contraceptive cake, thus eliminating her chances of bearing children. Her true objective, after all, was Nanzheng. In comparison, Wanyou was merely a solitary girl, her status inferior to that of Wanyou, the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official. Marrying Nanzheng was no easy feat for her. After all, she had to contend with Wanyou, who possessed all favorable circumstances. Yet, since Wanyou had exerted effort against her, it indicated that she had already set her pieces in motion. Wanyou was unaware of the game Wanyou was playing, but she was certain of one thing. Wanyou intended to eliminate Wanyou from the board. With the staunch support of the Duchess, Wanyou had the upper hand. As long as she was present, Wanyou stood no chance. It appeared that Wanyou was merely the mantis, while Wanyou was the hidden sparrow lurking in the shadows. A playful smile crept across Wanyou's face. Since both of them were vying for Nanzheng's affections, if either Wanyou or Wanyou stirred up trouble again, Wanyou would let Wanyou suspect Wanyou of coveting Nanzheng. Given Wanyou's nature, she would surely not tolerate anyone else's ambitions towards him, inevitably turning her ire towards Wanyou and Amp. This would afford Wanyou some leisure, while she observed the spectacle of their mutual strife. An entertaining prospect indeed. Miss, why hasn't the kitchen sent up the meal yet? Xiaogu returned from outside, famished, having realized it was well past mealtime. Shall I go inquire in the kitchen, miss? Bai Lu suggested. Very well, Wanyou replied. At this point, it was just past mealtime, and Wanyou had not considered deeply. Who would have thought that the esteemed Duke and Appo's residence would neglect to provide nourishment for the young mistress? Bai Lu returned shortly, her face sullen. Sister Bai Lu, is the kitchen still unprepared? Xiaogu asked, perplexed at Bai Lu and Appo's empty hands. The kitchen claims they sent the food for the miss early this morning. Bai Lu retorted indignantly. I told them we hadn't received it, and they simply shrugged it off, asserting it was no longer their concern since it had already been delivered. I asked them to prepare another meal, yet their attitude was appalling. They said the Duke's residence has established protocols for daily meals, and it's not a matter of personal preference. They must be doing this on purpose. Xiaogu huffed in discontent. Wanyou let out a soft scoff. In a family of noble merit, the timing and type of daily meals were strictly regulated. The kitchen would not easily err, nor would they mistakenly deliver the wrong items. The only plausible explanation was that a master had decreed not to send any food. After contemplating for a moment, Wanyou settled on Wanyou as a suspect. As the head matriarch, if Madam truly wished to withhold food from her, she could do so openly, without the need for flimsy excuses. Wanyou, being a cunning individual, would not act out herself, so the most likely culprit remained Wanyou. After all, she had just suffered a loss of over 1,000 taels of silver that afternoon. Though it wasn't her expenditure, the indignation must have festered within her. Moreover, such behavior was rather characteristic of Wanyou, childish. Miss, shall I fetch something from the Jiang Tower? Bai Lu inquired. Wanyou initially thought to decline, realizing that if they intended to starve her, they would not provide her with alternative options. However, her curiosity regarding their reasoning prevailed. As expected, Bai Lu returned in a huff. Miss, the gatekeeper said without a doorplate, we cannot leave the estate. They are clearly bullying us. A knowing smile spread across Wanyou's face. They wish to starve me? Bai Lu, go to the storeroom and fetch an axe. Bai Lu was puzzled by Wanyou's intent, but she was always succinct in speech and quick to act, promptly heading to the storeroom. Wanyou had no ulterior motive. If they would not provide her with food, she would take matters into her own hands. Xiaogu, find a rice from a storage trunk and wash it clean. Every trunk typically contains 5 grains for the bride, and now they would serve a purpose. Indeed, she would cook for herself. As for firewood, Bai Lu's task of retrieving the axe was intended for chopping firewood. What would she chop? The furniture. The furniture belonged to the Duke's residence, and she felt no remorse. As for pots, she had those among her dowry. Water? There was a well in the courtyard. By the time dusk settled, everything was finally in place. A wisp of white smoke began to curl upwards in the courtyard of the Lang courtyard, gracefully swirling against the dimming night sky. Miss, what if they discover that we are making a fire in the residence? Bai Lu hesitated as she watched over the pot. Discover? Of course. It is meant to be discovered. That is the intention. They have forced my hand, Wanyou replied nonchalantly. We have taken precautions. The large estate is wary of fires to prevent flooding, and in our case, the sparks shall not escape, eliminating any risk of flooding. Even if Wang Madam were to inquire, she could never truly pin a crime on me. In truth, the matter of withholding food could be seen as trivial or significant. However, should she choose to raise a fuss, no one would likely advocate for her. They would simply cast a kitchen servant as the scapegoat, and the issue would fade away. Once again, the adage holds true. If one allows themselves to be treated as a soft persimmon, others will continue to squeeze. She needed to escalate the situation, ensuring that everyone in the estate learned that her cousin Wang Xiyun had denied the general's wife her meal. How could a young lady bear such a reputation? Even the hush would fall upon her. As the cooking smoke wafted upwards, it was not particularly visible against the night sky, and most of the servants had returned indoors, making it difficult to detect. However, Wanyou had already dispatched the kitchen maid's daughter, a simpleton, to act as a messenger. The simpleton, being a foodie, was promised by Wanyou that if she spread the word, she would receive a taste of the renowned sauce duck from the Juxian Tower. Though she had never eaten there, she had heard tales. It was the most famous restaurant in the capital, and the thought of savoring their sauce duck made her mouth water. Thus, she relayed the message with great enthusiasm, and soon a throng of people began to converge upon the Lang courtyard. The first to arrive were a group of servants, striding quickly, unable to believe that the new young mistress was indeed cooking in the courtyard. Upon receiving the news, Wang Xiyun was taken aback. Her first instinct was to seek advice from Mu Wanner. She had deliberately prevented the kitchen from sending food to Wanyou as an act of spite. Her aunt despised Wanyou, and she had calculated that Wanyou would not seek to create trouble for her aunt, thus enduring the silent suffering. However, she had not anticipated Wanyou's audacity in lighting a fire and cooking in the courtyard. Now, the secret of her withholding food from the kitchen could no longer be concealed. While Wang Madam was fond of her, Wang Xiyun was still just a cousin residing temporarily. Her actions today constituted a breach of decorum in someone else in Appo's home, and her aunt would certainly not forgive her. Chapter 45. Preparing a fire and cooking. As she reached the entrance, she spotted Mu Wanner hurrying towards her. Cousin, are you truly not allowing the kitchen to deliver food to fourth aunt? Mu Wanner and Appo's, exclaimed urgently upon seeing Wang Xiyun. Do you know that fourth aunt is outside trying to light a fire to cook? Sister Wan and Appo's, I was just about to look for you. What should we do now? If aunt finds out, she will surely punish me, Wang Xiyun replied, anxiety evident in her voice. Mu Wan and Amp, Appo's, sneer at Wang Xiyun and Amp, Appo's, as foolishness. At such a moment, did she really think she could hide this from Madame Wang? Since Wang Xiyun had already made a blunder, Mu Wanner decided to lend her a hand. What else is there to do? Quickly go over and extinguish the fire. If something goes wrong, you will be the first to be held accountable, she exaggeratedly warned. Wang Xiyun, frightened by these words, hurriedly ran towards Langi courtyard. Meanwhile, Mu Wanner entered Madame Wang's room and informed her about Gu Wanzhou's attempt to cook. Gu Wanzhou, how dare she? Madame Wang's fury erupted instantly. Lighting a fire without permission was strictly forbidden in the household. Gu Wanzhou was indeed audacious. Seeing Madame Wang's wrath, Mu Wanner quickly added fuel to the fire. Aunt, do calm down. To speak honestly, Xian also acted rather improperly. You are the head of the household, and she should not have commanded the kitchen without your consent. Madame Wang frowned deeply at these words. This is outrageous. It seems I have spoiled her too much, allowing her to forget her place. Noticing the cold glint in Madame Wang and Appo's eyes, Mu Wan and Appo's, subtly smiled, gently guiding her out. Aunt, perhaps Xian only acted out of frustration. She likely did not intend to cause trouble. She realized her mistake and rushed to Langi courtyard the moment she found out. I told her to inform you, but she was too preoccupied. Such a significant matter, and her first thought was not to notify me, but to head to Langi courtyard. What does she mean by that? Is she trying to conceal this from me as well? Madame Wang's anger flared even more. Mu Wanner felt a sense of triumph as she achieved her objective. Wang Xiyun could make mistakes, but hiding them from Madame Wang was a grave error. Although Madame Wang cherished Wang Xiyun, even the deepest affection could be eroded by repeated disappointment. For the sake of her family and Appo's honor, Madame Wang was determined to see Wang Xiyun marry Nanzheng. Should Wang Xiyun ultimately let her down, she would be cast aside. As someone favored and trusted by Madame Wang, Mu Wanner realized that if Wang Xiyun were no longer in the picture, any other woman could marry Nanzheng, and she could persuade Madame Wang to allow her to become his secondary wife. Yes, for now, her ambition was limited to that of a concubine. What did it matter? The starting point was inconsequential. She was fixated on the destination. Entering the Duke and Appo's mansion at the age of 7, she had been raised alongside Madame Wang as a cousin. To outsiders, she appeared to lead a life of luxury, but she understood the precariousness of her position. Each day in the Duke and Appo's residence was spent treading carefully, fearful of making a misstep. She feared disapproval from Madame Wang, adhering strictly to her preferences, observing her moods, and ingratiating herself even to the favored servants around Madame Wang. Presently, she was the beloved cousin of Madame Wang, a highly regarded young lady in the capital. Yet, she was not content. Life felt burdensome. She harbored feelings for Nanzheng, but she dared not express them, for she felt unworthy. Any hint of affection towards him would cause Madame Wang's favor to vanish instantly. To the outside world, she was the illustrious cousin of the Duke, yet to Madame Wang, she was merely a rootless orphan. She never expected Madame Wang to directly arrange a marriage for her with Nanzheng. She needed to strive to become his woman first, then gradually build upon that foundation. She sought love and honor alike. As long as Wang Xiyun continued to act foolishly, she would soon become Nanzheng's woman. When Wang Xiyun finally arrived at Longyi Courtyard, it was already filled with people. She scanned the area anxiously and eventually spotted a flicker of flames in the corner. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a large incense burner with a pot placed atop it, leaving only a narrow vent for airflow. It appeared that there was no risk of sparks igniting anything, causing her tense heart to relax somewhat. Wanyou, are you courting death? What do you mean, sister? Wang Xiyun retorted. You know, it is strictly forbidden to use private fires in this household. Your actions today could land you in prison. I am cooking because someone forbade the kitchen from serving food. If I were imprisoned, what do you think would happen to the person who ordered the kitchen not to serve me? Wanyou replied leisurely, her gaze fixed on Wang Xiyun. I was granted a royal marriage. If I am not allowed to eat, does that imply a grievance against the emperor? Wanyou's words carried an air of intimidation, enough to disconcert Wang Xiyun. You, stop slandering. Is that so? Are you the one who ordered the kitchen not to serve me, sister? If so, what of it? You extorted 1,000 taels from me this afternoon. Letting you go hungry is a light punishment. Wanyou aimed to force Wang Xiyun into a confession. Everyone heard that, right? The young lady ordered the kitchen not to serve me. I am the wife of a general, and even if I err, my mother-in-law will punish me. May I ask, what authority does the young lady have to command the kitchen in this household? Silence. Before Wanyou could finish, Wang Xiyun covered her mouth. Even with her simple mind, Wang Xiyun understood what Wanyou intended to say. She had acted out of frustration, not realizing the trouble it would bring. She was a lady of high status, yet her current actions, if made public, would undoubtedly earn her a reputation for being ill-mannered and overbearing. As someone destined to become the Duchess, her reputation could not afford any blemish. Moreover, having been beside her aunt for the past 2 years, if she were deemed uncouth, it would tarnish not only her own name, but also that of her aunt. Wang Xiyun seethed with anger, unable to retaliate against Wanyou, instead shouting at the assembled servants in the courtyard, "Get out! All of you leave!" Originally, the servants supported Wang Xiyun, but her abominable attitude caused them to feel repulsed. Recalling Wanyou's unfinished statement, a few whispered among themselves, "Even the madam has never treated us this way. The young lady hasn't even married the general yet, and she acts as if she owns the place?" If she truly became the mistress, she would end oppose, to even measure up to half of the madam. Indeed, even the fourth young mistress was considered a master of the household. Yet the young lady would not allow the mistress to eat. It was utterly laughable. As Madame Wang entered, she happened to overhear these murmurs, igniting a burning rage within her. Chapter 46. Anger leads to heart attack a quarter of an hour later. In Lady Wang's Linghui Hall, Wanyou and Wang Xiyun stood together in the cold wind of the courtyard. You two, who will speak first? Lady Wang, wrapped in a blanket, sat on a chair brought out by the servants, visibly agitated. One was her beloved niece, who not only deceived those above and below her, but also engaged in actions that tarnished her reputation, which was utterly detestable. The other was audacious enough to kindle a fire and cook in the courtyard. Did she think that as the wife of a duke, she could be disregarded? Aunt, please calm down. Mu Wanner kindly offered Lady Wang a cup of water. Aunt, Gu Wanyou swindled me out of over 1,000 taels of silver this afternoon. I merely spoke out in frustration. Wang Xiyun, aware of her wrongdoing, attempted to present her case as if she were entirely justified. Before Lady Wang could respond, Wanyou interjected, Cousin Xiyun, if you continue to be unreasonable, then the items I have not included in the bill should be compensated as well. Wang Xiyun, quick to ignite, immediately retorted, Have you lost your mind? If you truly lack silver, just say so. I am not so stingy that I wouldn't offer you a few taels as charity. I know that Cousin Xiyun has silver, but I advise you not to spend it recklessly. Given your candid nature, it would be wiser to save it for future reparations. What do you mean, Gu Wanyou? Wang Xiyun was about to lose her temper again. Silence. Lady Wang coldly interrupted, unable to endure any longer. And what about you? Lady Wang directed her icy gaze at Wanyou. You are aware that it is strictly forbidden to kindle fires without permission in this household, are you not? Wanyou stood tall. I have nothing to say. Punish me as you see fit. After all, I cannot resist. I am someone who can be ordered by my cousin's maid to go without food. So what authority do I possess? Wanyou's sarcastic remarks nearly pushed Lady Wang to the brink of a heart attack. You cook your meals in defiance. Do you understand the grave consequences that could ensue from such recklessness? Lady Wang's agitation grew, her chest rising and falling erratically. You have seen for yourself. My stove poses no safety hazard, and it will not emit sparks. I simply wish to prepare a meal. And what of the absence of a safety hazard? Just because a thief leaves empty-handed doesn't make them any less of a thief. Lady Wang shot back angrily. And if my cousin allows me to starve, though I am not dead, does that not make her an accomplice in murder? Wanyou countered without a moment's hesitation. You. Lady Wang was so enraged, she nearly required immediate medical attention. Wang Xiyun, move on, yeah. The servants. Everyone was taken aback. Wanyou had dared to confront Lady Wang. Observing their exaggerated reactions, Wanyou softened her tone. Aunt, please do not be angry. I merely made a comparison. Perhaps my decision to start a fire was ill-considered, but what was I to do? The kitchen refused to serve me food, and when I attempted to send a maid to fetch some, the doorkeeper would not allow it. If this continues, will I not starve to death? My intention in cooking was simply to ensure I had the strength to endure hunger. I am merely taking it one day at a time. Wanyou and Amp. Oppose. S words were laden with a sense of resignation, as if she had relinquished all hope. When has our Duke and Amp, Oppose, has household ever allowed you to starve? Lady Wang was truly on the verge of exploding with fury. What nonsense was Gu Wanyou spouting? The very least of decorum had been waived due to her son's reckless behavior the night before, and she had done nothing wrong. Yet, Gu Wanyou feigned a victimized demeanor, as if she were being oppressed by the Duke's household. Wanyou remained undeterred, continuing, currently, there is no such issue. But who can predict the future? Cousin Xiyun harbors resentment towards me for having captured the general's heart. This morning, she ransacked my room. And this afternoon, she withheld food from me. Who knows what she might do next? With all these occurrences, I have adopted a mentality of simply surviving day by day. You. Lady Wang was genuinely incensed, nearly choking on her rage. Having reached her 40s, she had never before encountered such outrageous remarks. Wang Xiyun, frantic, could only jump in place, unable to speak due to Lady Wang's wrath, her discomfort palpable. Mu Wanner quickly attempted to soothe Lady Wang and had a maid bring her water. After a considerable pause, Lady Wang finally regained her composure. She scrutinized Wanyou from head to toe with an intense gaze, contemplating for a moment before fixing her stare on Wanyou with palpable pressure. "Speak. What do you desire?" As the matriarch of the household, Lady Wang, after her fury subsided, began to reflect. Every action taken by an individual is often motivated by some ulterior motive. Wanyou had stirred up such a commotion. It was implausible for her to claim it was merely to avoid hunger. She must have her own agenda. Ultimately, today's incident stemmed from Wang Xiyun's actions, which were decidedly unfavorable for her. While Lady Wang could manage the household servants, if Wanyou were to retaliate, spreading rumors indiscriminately, it would not bode well for either Wang Xiyun or herself. Cousin Xiyun's behavior was inappropriate. If you have any thoughts, please express them. I shall not show favoritism. Then please do not punish Cousin Xiyun. If you penalize her today, she will surely seek vengeance on me tomorrow. This artfully crafted remark prompted Wang Xiyun to finally explode. "Wanyou, what do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning," Wanyou replied nonchalantly. Lady Wang, skeptical, narrowed her eyes at Wanyou. "Is it truly just that?" "If I must elaborate, there is one thing. Since Cousin Xiyun loathes me so, it would be best if Aunt permits me to set up a small kitchen in the courtyard. I shall live my life behind closed doors, avoiding any encounters, thereby eliminating any possibility of conflict." Wanyou continued, "It is trivial for me to endure some grievances. But if Cousin Xiyun were to act rashly and bring shame upon herself, that would be a serious matter, would it not?" "Wanyou, who are you calling rash?" Silence. Lady Wang's stern voice cut through Wang Xiyun's unfinished thought. She once again regarded Wanyou with a penetrating gaze. Though Wanyou professed to be concerned for Wang Xiyun, each of her words seemed to pierce Wang Xiyun's vulnerabilities, highlighting her lack of intelligence and methodical approach, putting her reputation at grave risk. Today, Lady Wang had witnessed firsthand that while Wanyou appeared harmless, each of her statements was like a needle. And she was indeed a master of manipulation. Lady Wang had initially intended to uncover Wanyou and Appo's weaknesses and seize the opportunity to impose a heavy punishment upon her. But now she realized that not only could she not impose a severe penalty, but she also had to acquiesce to Wanyou and Appo's request. Should she refuse? Given Wang Xiyun's nature, if Wanyou were to provoke her with ill intent, her foolish niece could certainly cause a scandal. Wanyou had made a valid point. Her own grievances were of little consequence, but Wang Xiyun's reputation could not be tarnished. Meeting Lady Wang's scrutinizing gaze, it became evident that she was indeed the Duchess, her eyes possessing a certain formidable authority. After a moment's pause, Lady Wang finally spoke in a low tone. "If you wish to live your life behind closed doors, do not remain in the Lingyi courtyard. Instead, go to the Tingyun Pavilion for self-reflection." The Tingyun Pavilion was a guest house located in the southwest corner of the estate. While it was not shabby, it was relatively isolated. It would take a man a quarter of an hour to traverse from Tingyun Pavilion to Lingyi Hall, and for a woman, it would take over 2 tea times. By sending Wanyou further away, she hoped to keep her out of sight and out of mind, allowing her to recognize her place within the Duke's household, where her status was akin to her lodging, merely a peripheral figure. Wanyou, unaware of the true nature of the Tingyun Pavilion, was overjoyed by Lady Wang's permission to establish a small kitchen. In her past life, she had been secretly harmed through food, and with Muwan and Appo's, providing her with herbal delicacies during the day, she had developed a certain trepidation towards the Duke and Appo's household meals. Moreover, the prospect of self-reflection implied that she would no longer have to present herself daily to Lady Wang, which was indeed an unexpected delight. Just as Wanyou was reveling in her newfound joy, she heard Lady Wang add, "However, you must still face punishment for starting a fire without permission." Chapter 47. Nanzheng was consumed by an inexplicable anger. Wanyou never anticipated that Madame Wang, like Nanzheng, would abandon all semblance of virtue. Wasn't Appo's tea confinement and reflection a form of punishment? Do not blame me for my sternness. As the head of the household, it is imperative to impose penalties for wrongdoing, lest I lose the respect of my subordinates, Madame Wang declared. After a moment and a pause, as contemplation, she added, "Very well, I shall not impose a severe punishment. You may stand in the courtyard for 1 hour." Wanyou was perplexed. Standing for an hour as a punishment seemed rather lenient, though she was unwilling to comply. As no one relished standing idly for an hour, she respectfully replied, "Thank you, mother-in-law. Considering the contributions of the small kitchen, feel free to eat whatever you desire, whenever you wish, and do so with joy and peace of mind." Madame Wang, being the wife of a duke, already harbored disdain for her. To haggle further would challenge her authority as the matriarch, an act of folly. "June, you shall kneel in the Buddhist hall for 2 hours, Madame Wang fumed. "Aunt, why does she stand while I must kneel?" "Wang si yun platistit." "Time is added. If you dare to haggle further, you shall kneel for an entire night." Madame Wang retorted, infuriated. While it seemed that Wanyou had gained an advantage by only standing for an hour, Madame Wang had her own calculations. It was now October, and the night air was chilly. The cold wind would prevent Wanyou from conceiving. Although she had contemplated using contraceptive potions to eliminate future risks, as the Duchess, offering such potions to her daughter-in-law would be a scandalous affair if it were to leak out. As she pondered how to evade that slim chance of conception, this unexpected opportunity presented itself, discreetly and without suspicion. Wang Sijun had committed a grave error and deserved punishment. Kneeling for 2 hours in the Buddhist hall was sufficient, and she should endure it, but her health must not be compromised. The hall had soft cushions to protect her knees and provided warmth, sparing her from the cold and only subjecting her to minor discomfort. Wang Sijun's behavior, which displayed contempt for her elders and disregard for propriety, warranted her not being exposed to the cold wind, but rather allowed to kneel on soft cushions. Her lack of understanding of Wanyou and Appo's good intentions was baffling. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. If this continued, how could she entrust the future of the Duke's household to her? "Aunt, I will kneel," Wang Sijun conceded, acutely aware of her aunt and Appo's temperament. She shot a resentful glare at Wanyou before reluctantly heading to the Buddhist hall. Mu Wan observed the fleeting doubt and disappointment in Madame Wang and Appo's eyes and quietly applauded in her heart. Events were progressing in the direction she had hoped, distancing Wang Sijun further from Nanzheng. Standing in the courtyard under the night sky, Wanyou felt the chill of early winter as the cold wind crept in through her collar and sleeves. The end of October was indeed biting. Memories of her past life flooded her mind, recalling a year when a heavy snow blanketed the capital. An unprecedented winter that left many wealthy families in dire need of coal, while poorer households were left to endure the cold, with reports of numerous deaths from freezing and starvation. At that time, she had been married to Jiang for 2 years, her health frail, and she had hardly stepped outside during that winter, fortunate enough to have Huayang to ensure a steady supply of coal. The Gu and Jiang families had all benefited from this, remaining warm and sheltered. As for this year, she still had to consider her elderly father, while the Jiang family would have to brave the cold alone. As Wanyou rubbed her hands to stave off the cold, rain began to fall. It was not heavy, but in the early winter night, being drenched was unbearable. Inside, Madame Wang had dozed off in her recliner, but as the rain fell, the servants prepared to report to her. Mu Wan quickly gestured for silence, signaling them not to wake Madame Wang. A smile crept across her lips. Let Wanyou get soaked. After standing in the rain for a while, Wanyou contemplated whether to feign fainting. Glancing at the incense stick that marked the passage of half an hour, already burned down significantly, she resolved to stand for the remaining half hour before pretending to lose consciousness. Just as she made her decision, a wave of panic seized her. Dizziness and cold sweat overtook her, and before she could comprehend her condition, she collapsed. In that moment, a figure rushed by, catching her in his arms. It was none other than Nanzheng. He had left the house that morning determined to seek a divorce from Wanyou, but upon arriving at the palace, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from broaching the subject with the emperor. After spending a day in the military camp, he returned home in the rain, only to hear from Jiang Nan about Wanyou cooking and standing in punishment. Fuming, Nanzheng hurried towards the courtyard of Lin Huitang, mentally cursing Wanyou as a troublemaker. However, Upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly halted. The expansive courtyard of Lin Huitang was shrouded in a curtain of rain, and the flickering candlelight from the surrounding windows cast faint shadows. The brighter light from the hall allowed him to discern the rain-soaked figure within the curtain. Though the mist obscured her identity, yet he recognized it was Wanyou. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him. He had known of her punishment, that she was standing in the courtyard, and that she deserved it. Yet, he had not anticipated that she would be standing in the rain. The cold night, compounded by the downpour, was unbearable. He could not articulate the reason for the tightness in his chest. It only fueled his anger further. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed the figure sway slightly, teetering dangerously. Without a moment's thought, he dashed forward and caught Wanyou just before she fell, instinctively cradling her in his embrace. Inside, Madame Wang remained asleep, while Wanyou feigned slumber beside her. The sudden cries of Wanyou's maid outside shattered the pretense. What was happening? Wanyou inquired of the maid. Miss has fainted. The general has arrived, the maid replied. Upon hearing this, Wanyou and Amp, Oppo's eyes darted, and she turned to shake Madame Wang awake. Seeing Madame Wang stir, Wanyou said, "And it's raining. You should rest in bed. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Ah, it is raining? What time is it?" "Almost at the hour of the pig," the maid replied. Madame Wang rubbed her eyes and sat up, suddenly recalling something. "Where's Wanyou?" A calculating look crossed Wanyou's face as she pondered her words. "She's still standing outside. Aunt, I am at fault. You fell asleep, and I also dozed off. The servants hesitated to wake you, so—" Madame Wang shot a fierce glare at the servants. "Why did you not wake me for such a significant matter? Do you wish for me to earn the reputation of a cruel mother-in-law? Hurry and bring her back." Furious, Madame Wang's authority as the matriarch was evident. She truly wished to keep Wanyou from suffering the cold, to prevent her from conceiving. While she valued decorum, she was not heartless. Allowing Wanyou to stand in the rain felt excessive. Exposure could lead to illness, and if something were to happen to Wanyou, how could she justify it to the Gu family? After all, Wanyou was a precious gift of marriage. Mother? At that moment, Nanzheng and Amp, Oppo's voice rang from outside. Chapter 48. The handmaid with props as Lady Wang approached the door. She caught sight of Nanzheng holding Wanyou in his arms amidst the dim, rain-soaked haze, causing her to furrow her brow. "Nanzheng, Wanyou has been reckless, starting a fire in the courtyard, and your mother has punished her to stand for an hour. Is she truly asleep now?" Upon uttering her explanation, Lady Wang felt a twinge of discomfort, as if she were justifying herself to Nanzheng. Why should she explain? Wanyou had erred, and punishment was warranted. It was not her place as a mother-in-law to justify such actions. "Mother, she has fainted. I shall take her back." Nanzheng's voice was low, betraying a suppressed anger. "She must be hungry. Bring her in and give her a bowl of sweet soup," Lady Wang instructed. "Mother, you should rest. She will only disturb you here." Nanzheng replied, his tone heavy like the persistent rain, imbued with a chill. Lady Wang, astute as Nanzheng and Amp, Oppo's mother, sensed his growing ire. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, the slight flaring of his nostrils indicated his agitation. Was his frustration directed at Wanyou for her reckless act of cooking, or at himself for allowing her to be punished in the rain? After deliberating, she dismissed the latter notion. Nanzheng surely loathed Wanyou, vexed at her defiance. Yet, he was cradling her in his arms? Confusion gripped Lady Wang, only to be alleviated by her own reasoning. Wanyou had fainted, and life was paramount. Nanzheng was upright and kind-hearted. Despite his disdain for Wanyou, he would not abandon her in dire straits. "Go on." Lady Wang waved her hand, fatigue settling in as she wished to rest. Nanzheng carried Wanyou away, while Wan and Oppo's watched his hurried form, brow furrowed. Ever since entering the Duke's residence at the age of 7, she had been captivated by Nanzheng. Over the years, her focus had been on honing her skills while studying him. From her understanding, it was evident that Nanzheng was indeed upset, his anger unmistakable. However, he was not one to easily display emotions, let alone rage. Why then was he holding Wanyou? He could have easily left her to the servants and Appo's care. A sense of unease washed over her. She feared not much, but the thought of Nanzheng developing feelings for another woman before he could for her sent shivers down her spine. Although she had been close to him, nurturing her growth according to his preferences, he had been away at war, missing her opportunity to secure his affection. She had no desire to resort to flirtation. She believed that once she became a part of Nanzheng and Appo's life, he would naturally come to cherish her. Yet, urgency now gripped her heart. Watching Nanzheng and Appo's receding figure, Mu Wan'er pondered. It seemed she must adopt a dual approach, eliminating Wang Sijuan while simultaneously capturing Nanzheng's heart. As Nanzheng hastened toward his study, he instructed Bai Lu to prepare sweet soup. The distance from Longyi Courtyard to Linhui Hall was considerable, yet his study was nearby, leading him instinctively to choose that path. He could not articulate why he did not leave Wanyou with Lady Wang, nor could he unravel the source of his simmering anger. Upon returning and placing Wanyou on a chair, he found himself alone, as Bai Lu had gone to prepare the sweet soup and Gu to fetch fresh clothes. Unbothered by his drenched state, he took a handkerchief and gently wiped the rainwater from Wanyou's porcelain-like face. His sword-bearing hands, accustomed to slaying numerous foes, delicately caressed Wanyou's cheek with a tenderness he had never bestowed upon himself. After wiping her face, he proceeded to her neck, only to inadvertently glimpse the marks of his handiwork from the previous night, causing a jolt of irritation. He tossed the handkerchief aside, narrowing his eyes as he gazed down at Wanyou's pale countenance, emotions swirling within him. He despised Wanyou, yet the moment he saw her collapse in the rain, his heart had tightened inexplicably. Such feelings were unwarranted. He should not experience this unsettling emotion towards her. At that moment, Wanyou stirred, gradually awakening. Her gaze fluttered around before landing on Nanzheng. "General?" She spoke weakly. Before losing consciousness, she had felt relatively well. But now, upon waking, it was as if she inhabited another body, discomforting her. Realizing she was not in Longyi Courtyard, she searched her memory and murmured, "General, did you bring me here?" Nanzheng replied, "It was you who crawled back, was it not? Wanyou, are you not capable enough to avoid putting yourself in such a state?" His heart blazed with frustration, yet he struggled to find an outlet, his words laced with bitterness. At that moment, Wanyou and Appo's usual icy demeanor was replaced by a softness born of weakness. Her eyes glimmered gently. "Is this wretched state not a result of your Duke's residence? This time, it was merely a lack of food. What may it be next?" She curled deeper into the chair, her damp clothes causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her gaze unfocused as if speaking to herself. Nanzheng fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, yet he uttered not a word and retreated into the inner room. Wanyou and Appo's clothes had not yet arrived, and she trembled from the cold. Nanzheng entered the room to fetch a blanket for her. As he swung his arm to grab it, a startled exclamation pierced the air, an unexpected female voice. But it was too late. Nanzheng's strength was formidable, and by the time the woman had cried out, he had already pulled the blanket into his embrace. Before him stood a woman clad only in her undergarments. "Who are you?" Nanzheng and Appo's voice thundered, finally finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration. The woman curled into a ball, stammering, "General, I am a servant assigned by the lady to attend to you." Hearing the commotion, Wanyou entered the room, her eyes widening at the sight of the delicate woman. "Leave." Nanzheng's voice teetered on the brink of explosion. The woman, startled by his roar, glanced around in a panic, suddenly dropping to her knees and grasping Nanzheng's arm. "General, I am in good health. You need not feel pity for me. I assure you, I will ensure your satisfaction." Wanyou nearly burst into laughter at such brazen words. This lewd suggestion was nothing short of an invitation for Nanzheng to indulge in whatever he desired, to act as he pleased without restraint. Oh, how the grand residence held no secrets. In all honesty, she sought merely to protect herself, not to allow Nanzheng to gain further notoriety for his prowess in that regard. Yet, it seemed the moment had passed. Wanyou glanced at Nanzheng, whose face was shadowed in the dim light, darkened with fury. "I also brought ropes, General." You may buy me now if you wish. The woman released Nanzheng and hurried to the bedside, retrieving the prepared ropes. Chapter 49. The temporary malady Wanyou observed as the woman, pale and trembling, handed the rope to Nanzheng, hastily covering her eyes. It was truly an unbearable sight. This woman was remarkably bold, even bringing her own props. Had she not noticed the murderous aura radiating from Nanzheng? To be honest, even standing at the side made her shiver. Yet, inexplicably, there was a twinge of schadenfreude that brought her joy. Despite feeling unwell, witnessing the scene made her discomfort seem less severe. Just as she was secretly reveling in her amusement, Wanyou suddenly felt a chilling glare directed her way. It dawned on her that the woman's actions stemmed from the earlier incident at Linwei Hall that morning. Surely, Nanzheng would not hold her accountable for this? After some contemplation, Wanyou resolved to assist Nanzheng. She feigned authority, glaring at the woman, and admonished, "Did you not hear the general instruct you to leave?" The woman flinched at her words but then puffed out her chest defiantly. "This servant only heeds the lady's commands. Whatever the lady instructs, I shall comply. And what if I refuse to let you? In that case, I shall have to seek the lady's counsel." The woman displayed an audacity that left Wanyou astounded. "You've won. Do as you wish." Wanyou promptly conceded. "General, I have aided you. She is using her mistress to pressure me, and I am powerless." Wanyou expressed her helplessness. "General, as a son, you cannot be unfilial. Just give in." Silence. Nanzheng nearly reached his breaking point. "If I'm a nuisance, I shall take my leave," Wanyou declared as she made her escape. Nanzheng was infuriated. "Jiang Nan, throw her out." Clenching his fists, his furrowed brow resembled a sword poised for action, his repressed fury more terrifying than ever. Nanzheng had two attendants. Jiang Bei had been dispatched to fetch hot water, leaving Jiang Nan on standby outside. Upon entering, Jiang Nan halted as he assessed the situation within. The general ordered him to throw her out. How exactly? Should he dress her properly first, or simply toss her out? If he were to do the latter, it would result in an unwanted proximity to the woman. Although Jiang Nan was not averse to mingling, this woman was insufferable. Did she not realize how patient the general had been with her? Truly, she was courting disaster. After a moment's thought, he decided to proceed with the direct approach. Allowing her to linger any longer would only sully the general's vision further. Moreover, it was the general's command. He had no cause for hesitation. As he made his move, the woman spoke up again. "General, I shall not leave. You have fought valiantly for so long. I wish to serve you well." Speaking brazenly, she attempted to embrace Nanzheng once more. This time, she was met with rejection. Before her hands could touch him, Nanzheng pushed her away, sending her sprawling to the floor several paces away. "Get lost." Nanzheng's voice was thick with suppressed rage, a palpable tension that chilled Wanyou to the bone. "General, the lady instructed me to be proactive and ensure your comfort. I even brought." The woman, disregarding her fall, scrambled to retrieve a risk book from beneath the pillow to show Nanzheng. Wanyou could only watch in disbelief. She had attempted to slip away, but not far. She was merely at the door, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Little did she expect the woman to come prepared with such an extensive collection. "Jiang Nan." Nanzheng's patience shattered. His voice boomed like thunder, demanding action. "Right away, General." Jiang Nan understood the gravity of Nanzheng's fury and hastened towards the woman. "Miss, would you prefer to be dressed before being thrown out, or would you rather be ejected directly?" With no one else around, Jiang Nan stood with arms crossed, regarding the woman disdainfully. The woman, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly appeared frightened, her earlier bravado dissipating with Nanzheng's departure. She hastily donned her clothing and fled in a panic, her speed astonishing. Wanyou barely registered her passing before she was gone. "Her health seems remarkably well," Wanyou remarked absent-mindedly. "Silence." Nanzheng bellowed in anger. Every mischief was instigated by Wanyou, and her apparent delight only fueled his ire further. "General, why are you upset? You are indeed renowned on the battlefield, but possessing a certain notoriety in other aspects is also a commendable trait for a man." Wanyou, Nanzheng could hardly contain himself. He realized then that Gu Wanyou had a unique talent for inciting his fury. Any lingering guilt over her suffering from hunger and rain vanished. She deserved it. Nanzheng found himself uncharacteristically losing control, while Wanyou inexplicably felt joy. General, I apologize. However, there is something I must inform you. When I mentioned I would have leg cramps when angry, that was not all. I also suffer from chest pains when enraged, leading to uncontrollable speech. Your cousin barged into my room this morning, causing chaos, and later withheld my meal and punished me with a rain-soaked vigil. I fear my chest ailment may linger for some time. Thus, until I recover, I am but a patient. If I say anything inappropriate, the general must not blame me. With innocent eyes, Wanyou spoke as if her words were sincere, leaving Nanzheng feeling utterly helpless. He was at a loss for how to deal with Gu Wanyou. He resolved to cut ties early, thinking bitterly. Any guilt stemming from her predicament of hunger and rain faded. She deserved it. Why not clarify all at once? What other symptoms manifest when you are angry? Nanzheng remarked, exasperated. I have yet to contemplate that. I shall inform the general when I have. You know, some symptoms occur spontaneously and cannot be predicted. In truth, her fabricated ailments were entirely at her discretion, dependent on her whims. Nanzheng sighed deeply, feeling the strain of her antics. He departed, fearing he might succumb to her provocations. After consuming the sweet soup brought by Bai Lu, Wanyou felt warmth spread through her belly, bringing her comfort. Soon after, Qiugu arrived with a change of clothes. Just as she prepared to find a place to change before returning, Nanzheng entered, looking refreshed in a fitted gray-blue uniform. A sight most pleasing to behold. General, you look exceptionally handsome like this. Wanyou spoke freely, her words devoid of ulterior motives. I am aware of my attractiveness. Nanzheng replied coldly, failing to recognize the compliment. Being handsome is not an accomplishment, Wanyou retorted. Where may I change? She inquired. The bathing room has been prepared with water. No need. I shall wash at home. Silence, Nanzheng interrupted. But Wanyou protested, displeased. She did not wish to use the bathing tub he had just occupied. Silence, he repeated, cutting her off. I did not use the tub. If you wish to avoid catching a cold, hurry back and wash. With no further argument, Wanyou quickly washed up and made her way back to Langyi courtyard. The following morning, Wanyou rose early, skipping breakfast to accompany Bai Lu and Qiugu back to her family home. Miss, the general will not accompany you back, and there are no return gifts. You may be ridiculed, Qiugu fretted as they rode in the carriage. There is no need, Wanyou replied softly. According to the customs of Yin country, on the day of returning home, the new husband would bring gifts and accompany his newlywed wife back to her family. Today marks the day of Wanyou and Apos. Return to her maiden home, yet there is no new groom accompanying her. Not even a modest gift of 2 taels of white sugar. This indeed positions her as the subject of ridicule in the capital. Moreover, her marriage to Nanzheng had already frayed the nerves of many. Now, she returns alone in a dejected manner, leaving countless individuals in fits of laughter. However, the esteemed Duke and Apos' household cannot afford to neglect the customary return gifts for the bride. They cannot bear the shame of such an oversight. As she arrives empty-handed, Lady Wang finds herself more anxious than Wanyou. Chapter 50, Nanzheng and Apos. As homecoming, Nanzheng arose early, even earlier than his usual habit. Upon arriving at Wang Madam and Apos' courtyard, he found her just recently awake. Nanzheng, your timing is impeccable. Gu Wanyou committed a grave error by cooking last night. I and Apos' decided she should relocate to Eating Pavilion for a period of reflection. Mother and Apos' arrangements are judicious. Wang Madam continued, though the Gu family is currently a third-rank lineage. Their foundation is merely a minor clan. Moreover, the matriarch hails from humble origins, likely lacking proper upbringing. I intend to engage a matron to refine Gu Wanyou and Apos' manners, lest she incite further troubles. Engaging a matron to refine a daughter-in-law in prominent households often serves as a guise for mistreatment. Gu Wanyou, in her own right, deserved this. Nanzheng neither assented nor dissented. With a slight furrow of his brow, he presented the signed severance agreement to Wang Madam. "Mother, please peruse this." Bewildered by her son and Appo's intentions, Wang Madam casually accepted the document. Yet, upon beholding the words, her eyes widened as if struck by a sudden revelation, and she fixed her gaze upon Nanzheng. "Nanzheng, did you coerce Gu Wanyou into signing this? Having exerted such effort to marry her treasured son, would Gu Wanyou consent to sign the severance agreement merely a day after the wedding?" She consented willingly. A hint of suspicion flickered in Wang Madam's eyes. Regardless of whether it was voluntary or forced, with the severance agreement signed, Gu Wanyou was no longer a member of the Duke and Appo's household. Consequently, when the opportune moment arrived, Gu Wanyou could depart, allowing Wang Xiyun to rightfully enter as the principal wife. "Mother, I implore you to caution Yun and Appo's against causing tribulations for Gu Wanyou." Nanzheng cautioned. "Depriving her of sustenance is unbecoming of a lady of stature and tarnishes the reputation of the Duke and Appo's residence. It is my hope that henceforth peace shall prevail." Presenting the severance agreement to Wang Madam at this juncture conveyed that his affairs with Gu Wanyou were concluded, urging her to cease further harassment. While he harbored no affection for Gu Wanyou, he detested the incessant strife. Wang Madam discerned the intent behind Nanzheng and Appo's words, sensing a reprimand. Displeasure welled within her. "Yinner's actions were indeed improper, and I shall duly chastise her. However, Nanzheng, Yinner undertakes these actions for your sake. Mother, I have iterated that I regard Yinner merely as a sibling, devoid of any romantic inclinations," Nanzheng emphasized. "Furthermore, regardless of the motive, it cannot serve as a pretext for her to mistreat and bully others." Wang Madam was displeased by this. "That is because her current status is that of your sister. Once she becomes your wife, you shall naturally cultivate affections befitting a married couple." "Mother, I have avowed that I shall preside over matters of matrimony," Nanzheng asserted. "Provided you espouse Yun and Appo's, as your principal wife, I shall not interfere with whomever else you fancy," Wang Madam retorted, unyielding. Nanzheng sighed in resignation. "Mother, even if I do not marry Yun'er, the Wang family is your natal family, my maternal family. I shall not neglect my duties." Nanzheng was acutely aware of his mother's insistence on his marriage to Wang Xiyun, driven by her concern for the Wang family. Having broached the subject, Wang Madam abandoned all pretense. "Are you cognizant of the reasons behind alliances between prominent families? Marriage constitutes a steadfast bond. While I trust that you shall not forsake the Wang family, what of your progeny, your descendants? Should you and Yun and Appo's produce a legitimate heir, who shall then forge marital alliances with the Wang family, the ensuing generations of intermarriage shall cultivate a vast network of kinship, fostering mutual support and ensuring the enduring prosperity of both houses." Wang Madam spoke with earnestness and heartfelt concern. As the scion of the Wang family and the mistress of the Ji household, her responsibilities were paramount. Nanzheng sighed resignedly. His mother, astute and formidable, prioritized the interests of the family. Yet, she failed to recognize that the more extensive the entanglements, the more vulnerable they became to shared destruction. True and lasting prosperity stemmed from the emergence of talented individuals within the family. "Madam, Steward Qin seeks an audience," a maidservant announced from without. Upon receiving permission, Steward Qin entered with a deferential gait, offering salutations to Wang Madam and Nanzheng. With a sense of urgency, he reported, "Madam, General, the fourth young madam. She has departed." "Departed? Whither has she gone?" Wang Madam inquired with a frown. "She has returned to her maiden home." "Returned to her maiden home?" Wang Madam then recalled Gu Wanyou's impending homecoming. "She dared to return to her maiden home without prior notification?" Wang Madam exclaimed with indignation. This old servant intended to have the fourth young Madam tarry for a moment, so as to first inform you, madam. However, the fourth young madam declined, and departed without any homecoming gifts. She returned empty-handed. Wang Madam's anger surged. Gu Wanyou deliberately seeks to disgrace our duke's household. "Mother, what is a homecoming?" Nanzheng inquired. Wang Madam was taken aback. At 26 years of age, he was ignorant of homecoming customs. Very well, she thought, my son, accustomed to military affairs, may be excused for his lack of knowledge. On the third day following the wedding, the bride, accompanied by the new groom, returns to her natal home to pay respects and greet the bride's elders. Wanyou elucidated from the sidelines. Madam's thoughts were consumed by Wanyou's solitary return, devoid of homecoming gifts. She refused to believe that Wanyou was unaware of homecoming etiquette. It was surely intentional. Madam glared at Nanzheng, gnashing her teeth. This is all his doing, bringing such a person into the Duke and Apos' household. These women from minor families are invariably deficient in every aspect. Fortunately, the severance agreement has been secured. With this thought, Madam and Apos' heart eased slightly. Prepare a homecoming gift exceeding the prescribed portion by 30% and personally deliver it. Madam instructed Steward Qin. Yes, madam, this old servant shall attend to it forthwith, Steward Qin replied, eager to depart. Madam then regarded Nanzheng and stated, Nanzheng, you shall also make a journey. Wanyou endured grievances last night. Should she speak indiscreetly, alleging that the Duke's household deprived her of sustenance, exposed her to the rain, or even fabricate additional falsehoods, what would become of her reputation as the Duke's wife? Having nearly suffered a stroke due to Wanyou's actions the previous night, Madam was once again ensnared in her machinations. Madam was incensed. Were the repercussions of my absence? Nanzheng inquired. The bride's family would be ridiculed for the bride's lack of favor with her husband and his family. Wanyou enlightened Nanzheng. Upon hearing this, Nanzheng's brows furrowed slightly. What manner of intellect does Wanyou possess, knowingly subjecting herself to ridicule, yet proceeding with her return? Nanzheng, hasten your departure, Madam urged, her heart filled with anxiety at the prospect of Wanyou besmirching her reputation. Chapter 51. The encounter of rivals as it was the day for Wanyou's return visit. The Gu family was bustling with activity from early morning. The number of guests exceeded expectations, and they arrived promptly, causing a flurry of activity among the servants. Typically, a return visit involves relatives or in-laws, but today, many distinguished guests without any familial ties had come, all seemingly eager to befriend Nanzheng. When Wanyou and Apos' carriage halted before the Gu residence, several other carriages were already lined up outside. Just as her carriage found a suitable spot, another, smaller and weathered carriage pulled up not far away. From it emerged Jiang, sister of Jiang. As Jiang stepped down, she turned her gaze and chanced upon Wanyou, who was being helped down from her luxurious carriage by her maid. The stark visual contrast between their carriages made her bite her lip in frustration. Jiang and Apos' heart simmered with jealousy. If not for Wanyou and Apos' broken engagement, she would be residing in a grand house with a garden, arriving in a carriage as splendid as Wanyou's, and her attire would be far more exquisite. It was all Wanyou and Apos' fault for ruining her family and Apos' happiness. Jiang craned her neck to observe Wanyou until she saw her dismount and stand properly. The curtain of the carriage drawn aside, leaving no further movement. Suddenly, Jiang and Apos' heart fluttered with realization. Had General not come? Good heavens! Was Wanyou returning alone? Excitedly, her eyes sparkled as she scanned the area around Wanyou, akin to a telescope searching for details. But there was no one, aside from two maids and a coachman. There was nothing. No gift boxes? How could it be that General did not accompany her back? Not even a token of return. What sort of person was Wanyou to dare return in such a manner? Did she not realize this could lead to her downfall? With a glint in her eye, Jiang strode toward Wanyou with an unusually bold and triumphant gait. Oh, is that not our esteemed general's wife? Hearing Jiang's sarcastic tone, Wanyou smiled gracefully. Miss Jiang seems to have made considerable progress lately, recognizing the esteemed status of a general's wife. Given your newfound awareness, I shall offer you a bit of advice. Since you understand the importance of respect, you ought to be more courteous and perform a curtsy. Wanyou's gaze swept over Jiang from head to toe, a smile lingering on her lips. Of course, if you choose not to curtsy, it matters little. for manners vary among individuals, and I Shan and Oppos. T take offense. Jiang, undeterred by the subtle insult, merely scoffed and rolled her eyes, returning alone like a stray dog, without even a thread of a gift, and still claiming to be esteemed? Truly laughable. Feigning a gasp, Jiang theatrically covered her mouth with a handkerchief, mocking, "It's not that I lack manners. Perhaps you should question whether you deserve my respect." Wanyou glanced at Jiang and Oppos' hairpin, a gift she had previously bestowed upon her, and chuckled softly. "Miss Jiang, do say that again after removing the hairpin from your hair. Be a bit more courageous." Jiang and Amp, Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment. The hairpin was indeed a gift from Wanyou. Though she had not intended to humiliate her, Jiang had brought this upon herself. Fuming, she thought, "Curse Wanyou, just wait until everyone knows you and Amp, Oppos, Ria's solitary stray dog. Then we and Amp, Oppos, LLC how proud you remain." At that moment, the cheerful voice of Wanyou chimed in. "Elder sister, why have you returned so late? I've been waiting eagerly. My neck is sore from looking out." As the sweet scent wafted in, Wanyou felt a flurry of pink pass by, and suddenly she was enveloped in a tight embrace. "Elder sister, I miss you so much." Wanyou felt a shiver run down her spine. Wanyou's voice was as sweet as honey, leading one to believe their sisterly bond was unbreakable. However, their relationship had never been so intimate, even from childhood. Wanyou longed to push her away, but refrained, opting to see what Wanyou would do next. Wanyou clung to Wanyou, her eyes darting around uncontrollably. After a thorough scan, her expression shifted as she realized the absence of Nanzheng. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she rechecked, but indeed, he was nowhere to be found. Could it be that he didn't come again? Wanyou silently pondered. Releasing her hold on Wanyou, her heart that had been leaping with excitement since morning now swaying uneasily. "Hey, elder sister, why is the general not here?" Wanyou and Amp, Oppos' voice remained sweet, yet tinged with disappointment. "Did you just refer to him as General?" Wanyou noted, Shuden and Amp, Oppos. "Do you be calling him brother-in-law?" "I came back alone," Wanyou replied flatly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Wanyou, who was adorned in delicate makeup and a gown that perfectly suited her complexion, complemented by exquisite jewelry. While such an outfit was fitting for a high society gathering, it seemed overly extravagant for a homecoming. Wanyou pouted. "He didn't come?" Again? In a moment, her hopeful demeanor dimmed, like a shooting star extinguished. "Cousin, are you here to pick up elder sister or the general?" Jiang interjected with a sneer, having discerned Wanyou's intentions. It was clear to Jiang that Wanyou's glimmering eyes were not solely focused on Wanyou. She was dressed like a butterfly, perhaps with designs on Nanzheng. Jiang Yi's disdain grew as she thought, Wanyou is delusional, thinking her looks could win over General. Only her blind brother could be so foolish. Determined to inform her brother of Wanyou's aspirations, Jiang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, hoping to shatter any illusion she harbored about General. Chapter 52. Desiring for Wanyou to be cast out, Jiang Yi had discerned Wanyou's ulterior motives, and naturally, Wanyou had perceived them as well. To her astonishment, Wanyou was actually setting her sights on Nanzheng. No wonder she feigned a deep sisterly bond. It was all for the benefit of Nanzheng. Alas, he had not come. Had he been present, it might have turned into a splendid performance. Wanyou gazed longingly down the street, utterly dejected. She had been so excited at the prospect of seeing Nanzheng today that she hardly slept the night before, rising early to adorn herself. Yet, he did not show up, leaving Wanyou in a state of despair. Wanyou was truly ineffectual, unable to even bring a man back during her visit. Wanyou internally scorned Wanyou. Wazn and Oppos' had said that Nanzheng was deeply jealous, having carried Wanyou into the bridal chamber. Just 2 days later, he had offended her to such an extent that he didn't and Oppos' even show up for the visit. How utterly useless. Regardless, if she wished to see Nanzheng, she still had to rely on Wanyou. With this thought, Wanyou suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her, forcing a smile as she took Wanyou and Oppos' hand once more. The two walked side by side. Elder sister, why did you return alone? Wanyou hesitated, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Did her younger sister think it shameful for her to return alone? Wanyou bluntly stated, pulling her hand away. Shameful? It mattered little to Wanyou if she was embarrassed. The crux of the matter was that her plans had once again fallen through. Wanyou felt disheartened. It was so difficult to see General Ji. When would he ever realize her worth and come to admire her? Wanyou did not go directly to see the Jiang family. Instead, she first visited her father and aunt, Appo's study. Knowing that she would be ridiculed and mocked for Nanzheng and Appo's absence, she still chose to return, motivated solely by her love for her father. Even if Nanzheng did not come, at least she could offer some comfort and face to her father with the visit's gifts from the Duke's residence. If she had chosen not to return because Nanzheng was absent, how would her father bear the disappointment in front of so many guests? Meanwhile, the ladies gathered in the hall of the Jiang residence. Jiang Shi sat at the head, with the highest-ranking lady of Chongning seated beside her. The other ladies were lavishing compliments upon Jiang Shi, exclaiming what great fortune it was for her to become the mother-in-law of General Ji. A lady clad in green remarked with a smile, Madame Gu, you may not know this, but on the day of the wedding, General Ji carried Miss Gu into the bridal chamber. It is clear that General Ji is quite fond of her. Indeed, I was unaware. Jiang Shi maintained her smile. Though her emotions were complex, the flattery felt wonderful. Yet the fact that General Ji had not married her daughter Wanyou prevented her from feeling truly satisfied. In truth, the news of General Ji carrying Wanyou into the bridal chamber had spread far and wide. She could not have been ignorant of it. Having learned it that very afternoon, she had even felt a pang of jealousy over it. Initially believing it to be an imperial decree, she was taken aback to discover that General Ji had truly taken a liking to Wanyou. It was perplexing how that girl had captured his attention. For General Ji and Appo's taste seemed rather questionable. Greeted her aunt and the other ladies with courtesy. After her salutation, seeing so many people in the room only heightened her delight. The more guests there were, the more embarrassing it would be for Wanyou. After paying her respects, Jiang found a seat and spoke. Aunt, our elder cousin has returned. As she was about to witness Wanyou's public humiliation, a smile of suppressed glee crept onto Jiang and Appo's lips. She noticed a few young ladies adjusting their appearances nervously and scoffed inwardly. What a futile display. General Ji cannot see them. Elder cousin returned alone, and General Ji did not accompany her. Jiang added, What? General Ji did not come? How could that be? Is it customary for a newlywed husband not to accompany his bride home? This is not only a disgrace to the bride, but also to her family. A question arose from the wife of the Minister of Rights. This lady happened to be the aunt of Wang Xiyun, and her family had distant ties to the Gu family. In her view, if it were an amp, Appo's, T for Wanyou and amp, Appo's, interference, Wang Xiyun would have been certain to marry Nanzheng, which would have made Nanzheng her nephew-in-law, a significant honor for her. Yet, Wanyou had snatched him away with a few paltry coins. From Wang Xiyun's mother, she had gleaned some information about the circumstances surrounding Nanzheng's marriage to Wanyou and speculated on his absence during the visit. Thus, her intentions for coming today were far from noble. Feigning to verify with Jiang, she was already reveling in schadenfreude. As a lady of high rank, all she could aspire to was to be an aunt to Nanzheng. How could Jiang Shi, a mere commoner, have become his mother-in-law? It was utterly infuriating. Madam, I dare not speak recklessly. I saw with my own eyes our elder cousin alight from the carriage alone, Jiang replied, feeling inexplicably nervous while conversing with such a high-ranking official and Appo's wife. Upon receiving Jiang and Appo's confirmation, the minister and Appo's wife smirked derisively. Serves her right. The others, particularly those who felt aggrieved about Wanyou marrying Nanzheng, could not help but display expressions of amusement. Perhaps General Ji is busy and will arrive later. Min thought, feeling sympathy for Wanyou as well as her brother, unable to believe that Nanzheng had truly not come. Jiang let out a soft scoff. Cousin aunt, it was our elder cousin who said General Ji did not come. Not only did General Ji fail to show up, but our elder cousin also returned without any gifts for the visit. You will see for yourself shortly. Miss Jiang, such words cannot be spoken lightly. The Duke's residence has always valued propriety. How could they possibly neglect the Gu family's reputation? The minister's wife interjected, eager to defend the Duke's residence. Regarding the absence of gifts, she had reservations. After all, she knew the Duke and Appo's wife to be a lady who cherished her reputation. Failing to present gifts would reflect poorly on the Duke and Appo's residence. Yet, she secretly hoped it was true. If General Ji did not return and failed to bring gifts, oh, how delightful it would be to witness the Gu family and Gu Wanyou and Appo's disgrace. The minister and Appo's wife glanced at Jiang Shi, noting her darkened expression, which pleased her greatly. Madam, it was truly just our elder cousin and 2 maidservants. There was nothing else. So it was indeed true. The minister and Appo's wife smirked again. Unless Miss Gu committed an unforgivable offense, the Duke's wife would never be so resolute. The minister's wife began to stoke the flames. You are quite right. The Duke's wife is known for her kindness and grace. If she were not pushed to her limits by Miss Gu, she would surely have given the Gu family some consideration. Indeed, it must be so. The Duke and Appo's character is well known to all. The crowd and Appo's expressions grew increasingly favorable. The new son-in-law's absence, coupled with a lack of gifts, if indeed it were true that Gu Wanyou had committed a grave error, it would be clear that the Duke's residence could no longer tolerate her. It was only a matter of time before Gu Wanyou was cast out. How satisfying it would be. Jiang Shi had initially reveled in the praises of the gathering, feeling it was the most glorious day of her life. Yet unexpectedly, the tide turned, and her sense of superiority was stripped away, replaced by the laughter of those around her. In truth, Gu Wanyou's misfortunes at the Duke's residence were a source of private satisfaction for Jiang Shi, for Gu Wanyou had shattered her dreams of wealth and undermined her authority. However, the disgrace brought upon the Gu family was too great to bear. Listening to the chatter about the grave offense Gu Wanyou must have committed, Jiang Shi felt a deep desire to find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu was particularly delighted. She remarked, I shouldn't say this, but if that girl dared to donate money to secure a marriage, it wouldn't be surprising if she committed an even greater transgression. Indeed, if Gu Wanyou has the audacity to do such things, what else would she not dare to attempt? This only confirmed to the crowd the likelihood that Wanyou had indeed angered the Duke's residence. At that moment, Lady Jiang feigned concern, exclaiming, Ah, that girl. You may not be aware, but she never disclosed anything about the substantial donation for her marriage to her mother. How audacious! Seizing the opportunity presented by Lady Jiang's remark, Jiang Shi interjected, Wanyou has always been a headstrong girl, determined to follow her own path. As her stepmother, it is quite challenging for me to manage her. Jiang Shi concurred with the prevailing sentiment, undoubtedly believing that Gu Wanyou had stirred trouble with the Duke of Dinghua and Appo's household once again. The only course of action available to her was to distance herself. As the stepmother, she was left helpless while her stepdaughter acted recklessly and defied authority. She could only wonder what outrageous deeds that girl had committed. What if, by chance, she provoked the Duke's household to the point of expulsion? Lady Jiang appeared worried, yet she was merely voicing her true feelings. Gu Wanyou had not only shattered her son's happiness, but had also jeopardized her own joy and that of the Jiang family. She deserved punishment. Humiliation was a mild consequence, and it would be best if she were outright divorced and sent to a convent. Lady Jiang contemplated the lack of basic respect from the Duke's household, sensing that a divorce was imminent. Jiang Min, feeling both sorrowful and enraged, remarked coldly, The girl hasn't even crossed the threshold yet. Ladies, let us show some restraint. At that moment, a maid announced from outside, Madam, the young lady has returned. Chapter 53. Adding insult to injury as Wanyou stepped into the room, a group of individuals turned to gaze at her in unison. Their expressions were a vivid tapestry of emotions upon realizing she was alone. Observing the flickering glances directed her way and the sardonic smile on Jiang Yi's face, Wanyou understood that her reputation had already been tarnished in advance. She greeted her mother aunts, and the esteemed ladies present with a gentle smile, performing her courtesies with grace. The responses were half-hearted, accompanied by scrutinizing looks. Wanyou adorned herself in a luxurious apricot-purple silk brocade, complemented by a single gemstone-studded golden hairpin and a lustrous pearl necklace. Lacking the usual extravagant adornments, each piece she wore was nonetheless of considerable value. Her bright, clear eyes and plump, radiant lips displayed a faint smile, devoid of any hint of the grievances one would expect from a bride in a less favorable position. As she had previously avoided social gatherings, most of those present had never seen her in person. Her pure and poised demeanor starkly contrasted with their preconceived notions. Though reluctant to admit it, they could not deny that Wanyou possessed an appealing beauty. What further incited their disdain was the absence of her newlywed husband, who had not accompanied her on this visit nor presented any token of goodwill. Despite returning alone, she maintained an air of nonchalance, as if her world remained as splendid as ever. Had she entered with a downtrodden appearance, some might have found solace in her misfortune, but her calm and composed demeanor akin to that of a victor only fueled their envy. The wife of the Minister of Rights smirked. "Quite the performer, aren't you? The better you act, the more disgraceful your downfall will be when the truth is revealed. The eyes of a person often betray their true feelings." And Wanyou was well aware of her standing in the eyes of others. Thus, she faced their scrutinizing gazes with unflinching composure. In this world, how few genuinely wish for the well-being of others, and even those with kind hearts inevitably feel a twinge of envy when seeing others thrive. Among the ladies present, there were two factions. One group harbored intense jealousy at the news of Wanyou's unwelcome status, while the other, with less fervent envy, secretly relished the situation. Except for her aunt, Gumin, who truly wished her well. "Wanyou, did you really come back alone?" Gumin inquired, still holding on to hope. "Indeed, aunt," Wanyou replied with a sincere smile. Among all present, her aunt was the only one who genuinely cared for her. "They cannot treat you this way." Allowing a newlywed to return alone, Gumin protested with a hint of resentment. "Aunt, military affairs keep him occupied. When the dignitaries from the Duke and Appo's residence arrive, they will only echo this excuse," Wanyou explained. "Is it possible that your cousin concocted this excuse herself?" Jiang could not contain her derision. "Surely, if one truly wishes to make time, it can be managed. Even if busy, a brief visit would not consume much time," another lady chimed in. "Wanyou, all of us are your elders. You need not pretend to be strong. We will not mock you." Jiang's mother feigned concern. "Do you think I'm lying, aunt?" Wanyou fixed Jiang and Appo's mother with an unwavering gaze, making her uncomfortable. "You child, your aunt is only worried for you," Jiang and Appo's mother said, attempting to soften her stance. "Aunt, I am sorry. I only perceive your doubt," Wanyou replied without holding back. Awkwardly, Jiang's mother fell silent. At that moment, the Minister of Right's wife interjected. "Who does not know that General Ji is a busy man? Miss Gu, we do not believe your excuse." Excuse? This was a blatant accusation of lying, more direct than Jiang and Appo's mother had been. Wanyou recognized the minister and Appo's relationship with Wang Xiyun, so such blatant ridicule was not unexpected. The others tacitly accepted that Wanyou was fabricating her story, stifling their laughter. "Ladies, my elder sister returning alone is already disheartening. Must you all?" Wanyou, standing beside Wanyou, furrowed her brows, displaying a protective demeanor. Had anyone else received such defense from Wanyou, they would surely feel embarrassed. But Wanyou was unfazed. "Dear sister, I am not disheartened. I am now the general and Appo's wife. What reason have I to feel sorrow?" She reminded them that, regardless of their disdain, she was now wed to Nanzheng, leaving them with nothing but envy. This realization struck true, causing a ripple of discomfort among the women. The minister's wife pointedly remarked, "The general did not come. How can you claim to be his wife?" "Madam, I am indeed the general's wife, bestowed by the emperor himself. Are you questioning his majesty?" Wanyou retorted coldly. The minister and Appo's wife fell silent, knowing well that Wanyou and Appo's status was purchased. However, in public, She dared not speak out further, though she continued to sow discord. Surely the general has sent some form of return gift, as he is aware of the customs? At the mention of gifts, Wanyou frowned. The minister and Appo's wife was relentless, irksome in her pursuit. What is this return gift? I prepared and left early. Then there is none. The minister's wife rejoiced inwardly, relishing the notion that Miss Gu was unaware of the customary return gifts. The laughter and mockery intensified, with many wondering if Wanyou was naive or simply foolish. If the duke's residents intended to send gifts, they would not have allowed her to return alone. Jiang reveled in the sight of the gathering, enjoying her anticipated spectacle, feeling a sense of vindication. The minister and Appo's wife added, "The duke's residence is well aware of the customs, but perhaps they fear that some may not understand and inadvertently offend them. Wanyou, tell the truth. Did you commit some grave misdeed, inciting the general's ire?" Jiang's mother asked, laden with resentment. The minister's wife showed no mercy, mocking Wanyou openly, akin to a slap in the face. Jiang's mother was furious. Grave misdeed? It seems Jiang's mother has already passed judgment. Indeed, it appears there may be truth to it. Perhaps I unwittingly said something that angered the general yesterday, Wanyou acknowledged, following Jiang and Appo's mother and Appo's lead. Ah, indeed, the minister and Appo's wife remarked coolly, preparing to take her leave. I must attend to other matters now. The Gu family, having fallen from grace with the duke's residence, had little prospect left in the capital, and the minister's wife saw no need to extend any semblance of courtesy. Chapter 54. General Ji's arrival. Once the minister's wife departed, Lady Chongning, who had been observing silently, exchanged a glance with her attending maid. The maid, shifting her eyes, hesitated and said, "My lady, you have an appointment with Dr. Lin for acupuncture at this hour." "Ah, how forgetful of me. Madame Gu, I must take my leave," Lady Chongning stated as she rose to bid farewell. The Chongning Marquisate had no previous interactions with the Gu family, but due to the familial ties between the Gu family and the Duke of Dingwa's household, she had sent congratulatory gifts when Gu Yin was promoted. Lady Jiang had intended to cultivate a friendship, using this opportunity to invite Lady Chongning and her daughter for her birthday celebration. Naturally, this led to some exchanges. Now that Wanyou was returning to her family, it would be inappropriate for the Chongning Marquisate not to visit. However, Lady Chongning, adept at maneuvering social dynamics, would not waste her time where she saw no benefit. With Nanzheng not accompanying Wanyou back, and the Duke of Dingwa's household sending no return gifts, a strong signal was sent. The Duke and Appo's household would not extend any courtesy to the Gu family. Given the situation, she would not linger for even a moment longer. Although the Chongning Marquisate lacked representation in the court, it was a powerful household. A mere third-rank military officer held no allure for her. Unlike the minister's wife, who had shown a lack of decorum by finding a flimsy excuse to leave, Lady Chongning maintained her composure. "Very well, my lady, take care." Lady Jiang attempted to retain her, fully aware that she could not persuade her to stay. The other ladies, sharing similar sentiments, rose one by one, claiming they had matters to attend to. Lady Jiang was on the verge of exploding with rage, cursing those sycophants inwardly for having the audacity to arrive uninvited, only to leave as soon as they felt unwelcome. Some ladies, who were originally closer to Lady Jiang and of lower status than the Gu family, had no intention of departing midway. However, seeing the atmosphere, they felt unwelcome and chose to leave as well. Only close relatives, like Gu Min and Lady Jiang and Appo's mother, remained, having no plans to depart. Lady Jiang, wearing a forced smile, escorted them out, casting a venomous glance at Wanyou. She felt as though her dignity had been stripped bare today and harbored a desire to retaliate against Wanyou. The other guests either ignored Wanyou or regarded her with disdain, while she responded with a polite smile that conveyed little. She had indeed experienced firsthand the fickleness of social climbing. To be honest, she had braced herself for ridicule and mockery, never expecting them to leave outright. This was tantamount to a slap in the face for her and the Gu family. Fortunately, having been reborn, her mindset had been tempered. Such trivial matters were like fleeting clouds to her. She wondered when the Duke of Dingwa's gift-laden carriage would arrive. Wanyou calculated the time, should there be no delays. Perhaps the departing ladies might catch a glimpse of it. Her instincts proved correct. As a group exited the Gu residence, waiting for their carriages, they spotted two luxurious vehicles adorned with the Duke of Dinghua's emblem approaching the gate. Oh my goodness, is that the Duke's carriage? Surely no one would dare to use their insignia without permission. Two carriages. Could it be that General Ji had arrived? As the crowd gasped in astonishment and speculation, Steward Qin descended from the leading carriage and began to announce the return gifts. Though the items were not especially extravagant, anything from the Duke's household could not be subpar. And the sheer quantity, various silks, gold and silver wares, and rare delicacies, evoked envy among the onlookers. My word, how generous! The Duke's household clearly valued this occasion. Gu Wanyou had indeed spoken truthfully. She seemed genuinely unaware of the customary return gifts. Lady Chongning, being the highest-ranking lady present with the most worldly experience, listened intently to Steward Qin's recital of the gifts. Upon completion, she questioned her maid, "Why do I feel this offering surpasses that of the fifth young lady's return gifts?" The fifth young lady of the Duke in Appo's household, Shi Xianting, was a cousin of Lady Chongning, and she had witnessed the previous return gifts firsthand. Indeed, it appears to be significantly more, the old maid concurred. The minister's wife also recognized the enhanced generosity of the return gifts, her heart tightening with apprehension. Not only had the Duke's household sent gifts, but they had exceeded expectations, and the esteemed steward had delivered them personally. Who could be inside that carriage? The minister and Appo's wife silently prayed it was not General Ji. Otherwise, her reputation would be irreparably damaged today. However, her prayers went unanswered as the previously motionless carriage door swung open, revealing Ji Nanzheng, who gracefully alighted. The minister's wife was so taken aback that she shut her eyes. The onlookers were equally stunned. Ji Nanzheng, clad in a crescent white robe, exuded an aura of strength and poise as he approached the bewildered ladies. My goodness, General Ji has truly arrived. What shall we do? The general's wife had mentioned that he would be busy, but it seemed he had indeed managed to come to the Gu residence after his engagements. The ladies exchanged anxious glances, feeling both awkward and distressed. What to do now? Their previous mockery of Gu Wanyou would surely come back to haunt them. Moreover, with Ji Nanzheng's arrival, they had no desire to leave. Yet having already taken their leave at the door, how could they return? The minister and Appo's wife was particularly flustered, biting her lip tightly as she strategized. Lady Chongning quickly assessed the situation. Ji Nanzheng had come in person and brought such lavish return gifts. If Gu Wanyou were truly unwelcomed, how could the Gu family, with no substantial standing, be treated with such honor? Having come to cultivate connections, she realized she could not leave now. She had to solidify her ties with the Gu family. Nanzheng, please convey my regards to my mother-in-law. Ji Nanzheng approached with elegance, respectfully bowing to Lady Jiang. Lady Jiang stammered. The esteemed general had come to greet her as a son-in-law. Being the first among all the ladies to receive his courtesy was a remarkable honor. Overwhelmed with joy, Lady Jiang felt her heart flutter, unsure where to place her hands. She glanced around, noting the envy in the eyes of the other ladies, which filled her with pride. Her earlier indignation had finally been avenged. See how quickly you all hurried to curry favor? Now that General Ji has arrived, will you still wish to leave? She was eager to observe how they would concoct reasons to remain. Good day to you, ladies. Ji Nanzheng greeted the others with a bow. Typically stoic and unyielding due to his military background, his serious demeanor made him appear somewhat intimidating, leaving little room for casual conversation. General Ji, good day. The ladies echoed almost in unison. Nanzheng, look at you. Everyone heard you were coming and rushed out to welcome you. Lady Chongning, leveraging her status, fabricated a story in hopes of returning home with a favorable impression. Indeed, where else could one encounter the true visage of General Ji? Others chimed in, eager to flatter. With an excuse to stay, those ladies who had come with ulterior motives found joy in the opportunity to remain. Some, unable to save face, considered leaving but feared incurring the wrath of the other ladies, ultimately resigning themselves to the tide of social pressure. The most troubled was the minister's wife. She had no desire to remain. Having openly humiliated Gu Wanyou earlier, she now faced the prospect of Gu Wanyou reporting her behavior to Ji Nanzheng. But as everyone else entered, how could she exit alone? She found herself in a true dilemma. Chapter 55. Return and Departure. Eldest cousin, did you see? It seems they do not hold you, the esteemed general's wife, in high regard. Once everyone had departed, only Wanyou, Wanyou, and Jiang remained in the room, and Jiang could hardly contain her sarcasm. Being the general's wife, should I even care about others' feelings? Wanyou replied with a serene smile, casting a graceful but icy glance. Jiang was left speechless. What kind of person is Wanyou? Even after such humiliation, her words could still sting. Eldest sister, you really should not return if this is the case, Wanyou said. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with reproach as she gazed at Wanyou. She felt disheartened upon realizing that not only had General Nanzheng not come, but there were also no gifts for the return visit. This indicated that Nanzheng and the Duke of Dinghua and Appo's residents did not regard Wanyou at all. It was even possible, as they speculated, that Wanyou had angered someone. If that were true, how could Wanyou use Wanyou to get closer to Nanzheng? What value did Wanyou hold for her now? Wanyou could no longer feign indifference. Her face exhibited her displeasure and resentment. Eldest sister, are you pleased now? Everyone has left, and soon enough. Our family will be infamous in the capital. How will I ever face anyone again? Eldest sister, you are intentionally harming me, aren't you? Since you're not happy at the Duke's residence, you want to come back and ruin me. Do you wish to destroy my future, leaving me no choice but to become a nun? As Wanyou spoke, genuine grievance welled up within her. If Wanyou did not return home, people would merely speculate without evidence, sparing the family from such embarrassment. The fact that Nanzheng did not come meant that the family's reputation was also at stake. What would happen to her future? Originally, she could still rely on the heir of the Marquis of Chongning. Last time, the wife of the Marquis praised her during her birthday, and she had personally come today with gifts. This indicated that she valued Wanyou. But now, the wife of the Marquis had left just like that, and the heir was surely out of reach. It was all Wanyou's fault. If she had any ability to procure some gifts from her in-laws, the wife of the Marquis would not have walked away so easily. For a moment, Wanyou was consumed by sorrow over losing both Nanzheng and the heir of the Marquis of Chongning. You just criticized me for returning late, and now you say my return is ruining you? Second sister, which version of you is the real one? Wanyou retorted, her gaze fixed on Wanyou. Wanyou stammered, eldest sister, since the Duke and Appo's residence doesn't appreciate you and fail to provide gifts, can't you at least bring some dowry to save face? If you're not intentionally ruining me, what is it? Her tone shifted from grievance to accusation. I have suffered greatly because of you. I demand compensation. Compensation? Wanyou couldn't help but laugh. Was Wanyou trying to extract something from her? What do you want me to compensate you for? Second sister. Wanyou's eyes flickered as she suggested. How about that set of pearl jewelry? Last time, you mentioned it was with young Master Hua. Now that you are married, it surely can't still be with him, right? Even if it is, I don't urgently need it. Just have him send it over. Meanwhile, Jiang listened, her eyes darting about. Is this how it is? Wanyou truly was a master of materialism, swiftly seeking to demand possessions. Second sister, you are about to become a nun. What use do you have for jewelry? Wanyou genuinely did not expect Wanyou to still covet that set of jewelry. Just then, Miss, General Ji is here. Wanyou's maid, Xiang Chao, rushed in with a flustered voice. Miss, General Ji has come, and he has brought a whole cart of return gifts. Xiang Chao soon appeared at the doorway. Really? Wanyou's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, staring at Xiang Chao with a hilariously bewildered expression. Indeed, miss. They have already begun moving things inside. How could this be? What proof do you have that General Ji is here? Where is he? As the one who had mocked Wanyou the most, Jiang, he could not believe Nanzheng would come, glaring at Xiang Chao with suspicion. Miss, it's true. He is just outside and should be entering shortly. Xiang Chao, slightly displeased by Jiang's unfriendly demeanor, replied. Jiang shuddered, filled with worry. If General Ji had come, Wanyou would surely seize the opportunity for revenge. Miss, he truly has come. How wonderful! Xiaogu exclaimed, brimming with joy. Did Nanzheng really bring gifts along? Wanyou was equally astonished. She had anticipated gifts from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, but not Nanzheng himself. No one would compel him to visit the Gu family, and he had no reason to come voluntarily. It was truly inexplicable. However, his arrival was indeed fortuitous. Although, in this rebirth, she did not consider face particularly significant. Who would ever refuse a bit of face, especially when it could serve to slap others in the face? She didn't even need Nanzheng to support her. His mere presence was support in itself. Second sister, congratulations. You need not become a nun anymore. Wanyou shot a glance at Gu Wanyou, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Gu Wanyou felt a pang of regret, wishing she hadn't spoken so harshly earlier. With Nanzheng's arrival, it proved that Gu Wanyou held some value after all. She needed to salvage this wretched relationship and curry favor. Taking a deep breath, Gu Wanyou reached out to link arms with Wanyou, adopting an affectionate and naive demeanor, and pleaded, "Oh, eldest sister, when I heard that the Duke's residence sent no gifts, it felt like they were bullying you. In my anger, I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me." Wanyou responded coldly, "Second sister, perhaps you should think before you speak next time. It's fortunate I heard you, but if others had overheard, they might think you lack sense, unable to distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said." Wanyou showed no mercy, leaving Gu Wanyou feeling awkward. Just as the other ladies had begun to return to the room, Wanyou was utterly astonished. She could not fathom that they would come back. For Nanzheng, they truly were willing to sacrifice their pride. Since they returned, she would still deliver a deserved rebuke. After all, courtesy demands reciprocity. Chapter 56. Complaining in person. When the general's wife and her companions entered, they greeted Wanyou with warmth, referring to her as the general's wife instead of Miss Gu. Wanyou was taken aback once more. This group was evidently the same as the one that had just exited, yet their demeanor had transformed entirely. Their earlier indifference replaced by an overwhelming enthusiasm. "Ah, the nature of people," Madame Gu remarked. "This child Wanyou is truly the most composed and gracious individual I have ever encountered, unperturbed by flattery or disdain." The Countess of Chongning approached Jiang with a beaming, affectionate smile. "I must say, Miss Gu and General Ji make an exceptionally fine pair. Don't you agree?" The crowd quickly chimed in, affirming her statement. Wanyou thought to herself, "Indeed, the Countess possesses a remarkable talent for fabricating flattery." "Your praise is excessive, Countess," Wanyou responded with a faint smile. "Didn't you mention earlier that you were in a hurry for acupuncture? Have your plans changed?" The Countess, caught off guard by Wanyou and Appo's retort, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she struggled to maintain her composure. Jiang, as the matriarch, felt a sense of satisfaction but was compelled to diffuse the tension. "What nonsense you speak. A meal has been prepared at home. Mother, I shamelessly invited the ladies to stay." However, before Jiang could finish her conciliatory remark, Wanyou interrupted, feigning surprise. "Oh, so the general has arrived? General, your presence carries such weight. Earlier, everyone seemed restless, eager to leave due to pressing matters. But now that you are here, they have all returned, disregarding their urgent affairs." The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing a complaint unfold before their very eyes. Would General Ji come to her defense? All eyes turned to him, awaiting his response. The minister's wife, having observed Wanyou's disregard for the Countess, snorted disdainfully and took a seat nearby. Complaining? One can only do so when backed by someone powerful. Without that support, it is akin to courting disaster. The minister's wife, convinced she had insider information, believed that even with General Ji's presence, he would not truly support Gu Wanyou. Did she not realize that by offending so many respectable ladies, Wanyou was inviting trouble? General Ji would not risk embarrassment for her sake. Unfazed, General Ji contemplated Wanyou and Appo's words. Though he was not a frequent participant in social gatherings, he grasped the underlying meaning. He could envision the scenario prior to his arrival, his brow furrowing slightly. Earlier, the maid had mentioned that if he did not return, Gu Wanyou would be subjected to mockery. What she faced was far more than mere ridicule. It was a profound humiliation. While he might not harbor any fondness for Gu Wanyou, he felt an inexplicable annoyance at the thought of others belittling her. Stealing a glance at her, he noted her clear, bright eyes, which retained an air of calm detachment, devoid of any signs of victimhood or resentment. Truly, Wanyou possessed an extraordinary inner strength. He found the trivialities of socializing tiresome. Yet it was evident that Wanyou sought to use him as a means to assert herself. Amused, he decided to indulge her for the moment. Without uttering a word, he approached her. "Are you reporting to me, madam?" General Ji said casually, his tone markedly warmer than it had been moments before. This elicited a tightening of hearts among the onlookers. What did this mean? Was General Ji genuinely prepared to stand up for Wanyou, especially the minister's wife, who had assumed that he would dismiss Wanyou's words, leaving her to face embarrassment alone? But now, his demeanor seemed to suggest otherwise. If General Ji truly intended to support Wanyou, it could spell trouble. Wanyou, momentarily taken aback, had only intended to expose the shortcomings of the situation, never expecting General Ji would intervene on her behalf. Yet, despite his impassive expression and inscrutable gaze, his voice carried an unexpected softness, hinting at a willingness to defend her. Surely, she thought, this must be a misinterpretation. He would not truly come to her aid. Am I really complaining? Will the general defend me? Wanyou pondered, testing General Ji's intentions. Of course, he replied crisply. Does the lady have a complaint to make? General Ji inquired further, tilting his head slightly towards her, as if he possessed boundless patience, ready to support her at a moment's notice. Good heavens, General Ji was genuinely prepared to stand up for Wanyou. What should she do? The minister's wife felt her palms grow clammy, regretting her earlier actions. Was it too late to retreat? Jiang and Jiang each shared her apprehensions, knowing that their past grievances with Wanyou, coupled with the day's events, could lead to their reckoning. If General Ji bore a grudge against them, it would be as effortless for him to crush them as it would be to squash an ant. While nearly everyone present believed General Ji would defend Wanyou, she herself remained skeptical. Nonetheless, she decided to wield her influence with a hint of bravado, her bright eyes casting a measured glance over the crowd. Those who met her gaze quickly averted their eyes, fearing they might be singled out. "General, I am not a child. What grievances could I possibly have?" Wanyou replied, her tone feigning innocence. Although General Ji appeared compliant, she did not genuinely believe he would come to her aid. If she were to misjudge the situation, and he were to undermine her, it would spell true embarrassment. General Ji's mere presence had already conferred significant prestige upon her. She needed to recognize when to exercise restraint. Her remark seemed to alleviate tension among the crowd, yet it left many perplexed. If they had been the recipients of such treatment from Wanyou, with General Ji as their formidable ally, they would have certainly embellished their grievances. What was Wanyou and Appo's true intent? Observing Wanyou and Appo's lack of desire to pursue the matter, General Ji felt a flicker of confusion. He had anticipated she would seize the opportunity to elaborate on her grievances, embellishing the tale to elicit his support. Yet, she seemed to dismiss it casually. Was she not valuing the opportunity? Regardless, he had come to grant Wanyou a semblance of dignity, to redress the injustices she had suffered the previous evening. With his presence, he had afforded her ample respect. What she chose to do with it was her prerogative. "Let us pay our respects to my mother-in-law," General Ji suggested. "Very well," she replied, and together they performed a formal greeting to Jiang. "Mother, having spent my youth in the military, I am rather unfamiliar with social conventions. I must apologize for my tardiness," he said earnestly, offering an explanation for his delay, though his tone remained as cool as ever. "Oh no, not at all." Jiang hurriedly waved her hands, astonished that he would apologize to her. She felt overwhelmed, caught off guard by his unexpected politeness. The Countess of Chongning observed Jiang's flustered demeanor with disdain. Such trivial situations clearly unsettled her. The general was unaware. "I assumed he was simply busy," she remarked. Wanyou frowned slightly. "Earlier, I mentioned that the general was busy and unable to attend, yet I was mocked by the ladies for making excuses." The crowd gasped, astonished at her audacity. Had she not declared that she would not complain? Was she truly capable of stripping away the facade in such a manner? At that moment, the lady of the minister, who had explicitly pointed out Wanyou's excuses, felt her palms begin to sweat profusely. In a flurry of anxiety, she hastily reached for her teacup, fearing that Wanyou might now call her name, which would be utterly embarrassing. Wanyou, observing the lady in Amp, Oppo's flustered state, smiled knowingly and called out, "Lady Minister?" Chapter 57. Striking back while spreading dog food. The lady of the minister was startled, nearly spilling the tea she held in her hands. What did Gu Wanyou mean? Was she about to expose her? If Nanzheng truly cared for Gu Wanyou, her actions would undoubtedly displease him. Losing face was trivial. She genuinely did not wish to provoke Nanzheng, whom she could not afford to offend. "You look exceptionally well today." Wanyou smiled gently at the lady of the minister. Wanyou would never directly criticize the lady of the minister, as that would be tantamount to reporting her. "Ah, yes, is that so?" "Thank you," the lady of the minister stammered, forcing a smile. Internally, she cursed Gu Wanyou 100 times. That wretched Gu Wanyou, she must be doing this on purpose. Yet her demeanor was one of embarrassment, surprise, and confusion, all mingled together. When had the lady of the minister ever faced such humiliation in social circles? She felt so ashamed that she wished to vanish immediately, lamenting inwardly that she should have never entered. The Duchess of Chongning remained seated beside Jiang, having sought an opportunity to redeem herself after Gu Wanyou had publicly humiliated her upon entering. However, at this moment, she completely abandoned that thought. Seeing the lady of the minister's embarrassment, she felt an immense relief that she had refrained from acting rashly. Gu Wanyou appeared to be all smiles, devoid of malice. Yet her words effortlessly revealed the mockery and humiliation she had just endured, bringing it all to Nanzheng's attention. How audacious of Gu Wanyou to use money to snatch a man. Indeed, she was no simple character. "General, you are unaware, but my elder sister has been quite upset about this matter. After the ladies left, I consoled her in the room." Gu Wanyou exclaimed, her sweet demeanor exuding warmth, as she affectionately linked her arm with Wanyou's, seemingly providing strength to her distressed sister. Yet her position was slightly ahead of Wanyou, and her gaze was intentionally directed towards Nanzheng. Although Gu Wanyou and Oppo's words seemed to support her sister, they were akin to reporting her misfortune, earning her a cold glare from Jiang. Gu Wanyou was aware that her actions were not particularly friendly, yet she could not care less. This was her first time witnessing Nanzheng up close, and the impact was overwhelming. Not only was Nanzheng of unparalleled status, but his visage and unique aura were enough to ensnare her heart. She even mused that if Jiang possessed Nanzheng's looks and charm, she wouldn't have cared if his family were even poorer. Jiang accused her of being vain, but Jiang knew nothing. It was Jiang's lack of appearance and charisma that fell short. Gu Wanyou and Oppo's heart swelled with uncontrollable envy and desire. At this moment, her eyes and heart were solely focused on Nanzheng. She longed to stand by his side. Wanyou observed Gu Wanyou's attempts to insert herself into the conversation to gain attention, and could not help but smirk. Gu Wanyou's fervent gaze towards Nanzheng only confirmed Wanyou and Oppo's suspicions that Gu Wanyou had intentions towards him. If that were the case, Wanyou could orchestrate an opportunity for them to be alone, allowing Jiang to witness how his beloved interacted with others. Yes, that would be the plan. Resolute in her decision, Wanyou no longer regarded Gu Wanyou with disdain, allowing her to cling on. Nanzheng, upon hearing Gu Wanyou's words, cast a seemingly sincere yet enigmatic glance towards Wanyou. "Is my lady feeling disheartened?" Nanzheng inquired, his profound gaze scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for the one who had caused Wanyou's distress. His captivating eyes rendered those upon whom they fell too intimidated to meet his gaze. Yet avoiding it felt equally inappropriate, leading to awkward smiles all around. "Not all. Everyone is merely envious of my marriage to the general. I understand completely. It is all your fault, general, for being so remarkable," Wanyou replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as she looked at Nanzheng. The crowd was left speechless, striking back while spreading dog food, all at once. Nanzheng. This is indeed Gu Wanyou. How could she be so nonchalant? She never lets go of an opportunity to settle scores, and that is her signature style. A subtle smile, almost imperceptible yet tinged with pride, graced Nanzheng and damp. Oppo's lips. Is my lady blaming this general? He teased. Wanyou was unsure what Nanzheng had encountered today, sensing a hint of him wanting to stand by her side. Yet she decided to leave well enough alone. The general has yet to meet my father, has he? My father has been feeling down due to your absence. I wish to take you to see him. Let's go. After Wanyou and Nanzheng departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They had hoped to gaze upon Nanzheng a while longer, to exchange a few more words, but Wanyou was anything but accommodating. No one knew what scheme she harbored, so it was best that they left safely. The lady of the minister, who had just lost face in front of everyone, seethed with indignation. Once Wanyou and Nanzheng had left, her gaze turned coldly towards Jiang. Madam Jiang, it is essential to educate our children. Miss Jiang speaks utter nonsense. Harming herself is one thing, but now we have lost our dignity. It was Jiang who had initially brought the news that Nanzheng would not attend and that there would be no return gifts. The lady of the minister attributed all her grievances to Jiang's provocations. Indeed, we have been made to look foolish because of you. With her own embarrassment boiling within her, the lady seized the opportunity to admonish Jiang. Madam, Jiang's mother wished to speak on behalf of her daughter. But upon realizing she was dealing with someone she could not afford to offend, she timidly replied, You are right, madam. I shall certainly discipline my child when I return. Jiang, publicly chastised for her lack of upbringing, faced the gravest humiliation possible for a young lady. Her face flushed crimson as she fled in tears. Cousin, Wanyou called after her, following Jiang out. However, her intention was not to console Jiang, but rather to seize the opportunity to find Wanyou. Elder sister, I shall accompany you to see father, Wanyou said, catching up to Wanyou affectionately. Wanyou cast a glance at Wanyou, noticing the spark of youthful infatuation in her eyes. With a slight shift in her expression, Wanyou neither agreed nor disagreed, allowing Wanyou to persist in her company. The front courtyard was not crowded with male guests. Aside from the young gentlemen attending with the ladies, there were only some distant relatives from the Gu family. General Gu? As the three entered the front courtyard, they encountered Jiang, who seemed to have been waiting there. Nanzheng did not know Jiang and merely nodded politely. Under normal circumstances, Wanyou should have introduced Jiang to Nanzheng, yet she remained silent. Wanyou was even less inclined to speak, wishing Jiang would leave immediately. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Thus, Nanzheng nodded slightly and departed, with Wanyou following closely behind. Wanyou trailed them, ignoring Jiang altogether. Jiang seethed with humiliation, silently clenching his fists. Wanyou, who had been furious at those who had left without courtesy, felt a sudden uplift in spirit upon seeing Wanyou and Nanzheng approach. He engaged them in conversation, hoping to create an opportunity for Wanyou. Wanyou, why don't you take the general for a stroll in the garden? Would the general care to join? Wanyou inquired, seeking Nanzheng's opinion. Let us go. Thus, Wanyou and Nanzheng proceeded to the garden, with Wanyou trailing behind them. Wanyou felt content, as this would provide an opportunity for Nanzheng and Wanyou to converse privately. The Gu family's old residence, while not as spacious as the Ji family's, was still considerable, featuring a charming garden that could serve as a delightful diversion. Sister, I wish to return to my former room to fetch something. Would you mind staying with the general for a moment? After walking for a while in the garden, Wanyou turned to Wanyou. Is that all right? Of course. That would be splendid. Oh, very well then. Wanyou's face lit up with joy as she eagerly agreed. She had been fretting over the lack of opportunity, and now Wanyou had conveniently presented it to her. How wonderful! Overwhelmed with excitement, Wanyou exclaimed, General, please wait for me. I shall be there shortly. With a smile, Wanyou departed with her maid. Bai Lu, go find Miss Jiang and inform her that the second miss and the general are in the garden. Wanyou instructed as they walked a distance. Upon informing Jiang, who harbored an aversion towards Wanyou, it was certain that she would relay the news to Jiang. Jiang, known for his lofty ambitions and infatuation with Wanyou, would be compelled to witness how she embarrassed herself before Nanzheng, serving as a fitting provocation. Wanyou did not venture far. She concealed herself behind a discreet rockery, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Wanyou and Appo's heart raced fervently, her hands nervously rubbing together as she shyly glanced at Nanzheng, only to hastily avert her gaze. The desire to gaze upon him clashed with her trepidation. Goodness! Nanzheng was right beside her. It was just the two of them, and she felt as though she might faint from exhilaration. Merely being near him filled her with such bliss that it was almost overwhelming. If only she could hold his hand, be embraced by him, share intimate moments together. Oh, how her heart raced! Wanyou pressed her hand to her chest, her cheeks aflame, feeling as if she could scarcely breathe. Enveloped in a whirlwind of happiness, she noticed Nanzheng walking towards the pavilion by the pond. She pursued his figure, her adoring gaze sweeping over the pavilion and then down to the water below. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through her mind, and her eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. If she were to fall into the water at that moment, Nanzheng would undoubtedly leap in to save her. A man who rescues a drenched woman would claim her as his own. Though this was a perilous gamble, Wanyou felt unrestrained by caution. Her face was flushed, her heart ablaze, and even her body felt feverish. For the sake of Nanzheng, she was willing to take the plunge. Chapter 58. The Botch Performance General. Shall we await my elder sister and Appo's arrival here? Wanyou inquired as she entered, her voice saccharine. Address me as brother-in-law. Nanzheng responded coolly, his gaze fixed on the murky pond water, not deigning to turn around. Brother-in-law? Wanyou balked inwardly. Why be your sister-in-law when I aspire to be your paramour? Standing at the gazebo's entrance, Wanyou's heart raced as she envisioned being embraced by Nanzheng, her body aflame with desire. Any prior hesitation had now dissipated. Indeed, Nanzheng had a wife, and she might only attain the status of a concubine. Yet, this was Nanzheng. To be his concubine was not a disgrace, but an honor. In that fleeting moment, she mused that being Nanzheng's concubine for eternity would be a small price to pay, as long as it was Nanzheng. Clenching her fists, Wanyou rallied herself, striding toward Nanzheng with unwavering determination. Brother-in-law, and Appo's. It's wonderful you and Appo's here. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my sister, she said timidly, her voice honeyed. A tremor betrayed her excitement as she stood within arm's reach of Nanzheng, inhaling his unique scent. Her heart palpitated uncontrollably. Nanzheng remained impassive, seeing his indifference. Wanyou and Appo's eyes darkened momentarily before she mustered a smile. Brother-in-law, did you know that my elder sister used to be timid and fearful? Had she encountered such humiliation in the past, she would have been reduced to tears. She sought to sow a seed of doubt about Wanyou in Nanzheng's mind for her future benefit. At this, Nanzheng turned, his expression inscrutable. Elated to have finally captured his attention, Wanyou awaited his inquiry about Wanyou and Appo's transformation. Has something occurred? Against his better judgment, Nanzheng posed the question. Wanyou feigned reluctance, saying, well, my elder sister traveled for over a year before her marriage, gaining worldly experience. She paused, feigning embarrassment. Oh dear, brother-in-law, you should ask my elder sister. She instructed me to remain silent. I have little interest in knowing, Nanzheng retorted dismissively. Why would I care about Wanyou's affairs? Disappointed by his lack of reaction, Wanyou wondered if her words had registered. Nevertheless, she proceeded with her grand scheme. Glancing around to ensure they were alone save for her maidservant, she rejoiced. Surely a brother-in-law couldn't and Appo's stand idly by while his sister-in-law drowned. Wanyou positioned herself with her back to Nanzheng. After one last survey, she swiftly removed a hairpin and tossed it onto the stone ledge outside the railing. Oh, my hairpin fell, she exclaimed, bending over to retrieve it. Hearing the commotion, Nanzheng casually glanced back, only to see Wanyou's body arching precariously over the railing, her feet suspended in the air. Seeing that she had his attention, Wanyou and Appo's heart soared. With a shriek, she plunged into the pond. Help! Brother-in-law, save me! She cried out in feigned panic. From afar, Wanyou observed Wanyou's theatrics, shaking her head at her impatience. She wondered if Nanzheng would dive in, or if Jiang Xian, who was also witnessing the scene, would seize the opportunity. Miss Xiang Cao, Gu Wanyou's maidservant, rushed into the gazebo. Aware of her mistress's intentions, she implored Nanzheng, "General, please save my mistress." Meanwhile, across the pond, Jiang glared at Gu Wanyou and said to Jiang Xian, "Brother, do you see now? Gu Wanyou is attempting to seduce General Ji. Can you still harbor feelings for such a woman?" Having been alerted by Bai Lu, Jiang had brought Jiang Xian to witness Gu Wanyou's play acting. She had been seething after being humiliated by the Minister of Rights and Appo's wife and was eager to confront Gu Wanyou. Jiang Xian and Appo's face was grim as he watched Gu Wanyou. How could she be so base? "Brother, if you rescue her now, Gu Wanyou will be yours," Jiang said sarcastically. Jiang Xian recognized her taunt. He had considered diving in, but ultimately restrained himself. This would be taking advantage of the situation. Jiang rejoiced that her brother had finally seen Gu Wanyou's true colors. However, she couldn't resist one last jab. "Brother, if you don't act soon, General Ji might, and you'll lose your chance." "He won't," Jiang Xian said coldly. "Sensing Nanzheng and Appo's intentions." "Are you certain?" Jiang asked skeptically. Gu Wanyou thrashed in the water, splashing wildly, and cried out, "Brother-in-law, save me!" With a swift motion, Nanzheng seized Xiang Cao and hurled her into the pond. Chapter 59. Riding in the carriage. Plop. Xiang Cao fell into the water like a sandbag, startling her into a scream. After plunging into the depths, Xiang Cao resurfaced, her mind still in a daze, only to realize she had been unceremoniously thrown in. "Miss, you can stand," she shouted at Gu Wanyou, momentarily forgetting the trick she had played. In truth, Gu Wanyou was also taken aback, having been startled by Xiang Cao and Appo's fall, neglecting to call for help. Thus, in Nanzheng and Appo's view, the two of them stood together in the water level reaching their ribs. "Can you get up? If not, I'll go find someone," Nanzheng said coldly. Gu Wanyou then realized her act had completely flopped. "Brother-in-law, she attempted to defend herself, but Nanzheng merely turned his back and walked away, his deep gaze swirling with anger. How dare they plot against him? With the commotion caused by Gu Wanyou splashing about in the water, how could anyone, who was not adept at swimming, create such a tumult? It was merely the support beneath her feet that gave her strength. Therefore, he had thrown Xiang Cao in, allowing Gu Wanyou to witness just how poorly she performed. In comparison to such distasteful antics, Nanzheng suddenly felt that despite Gu Wanyou and Appo's repugnance, she was far more upright. Even when it came to administering drugs, she had not tried to deny it, facing the matter with composure. They were not sisters born of the same mother, and indeed, they were unequal. Gu Wanyou, having flubbed her act, watched Nanzheng's indifferent figure disappear, biting her lip in a mix of urgency, shame, and anger. What was she to do? She felt utterly humiliated. Nanzheng must have known. How could she ever approach him again? Would she have any more chances? The cold water had dulled her warmth, both physically and emotionally, and she began to realize the recklessness of her actions. Yet she understood that from now on, she might not even have the opportunity to speak with Nanzheng. Heartbroken and desperate, Gu Wanyou stood in the water, weeping bitterly. Meanwhile, Wanyou, who was watching the spectacle, nearly applauded in delight. She had never anticipated Nanzheng and Appo's handling of the situation would be so masterful, and she couldn't help but exclaim that the god of war truly lived up to his reputation. Alas, at this moment, Gu Wanyou must have felt utterly chilled. Across from them, Jiang Xian gazed intently at the sobbing Gu Wanyou in the water, his expression hardening before he turned away in anger. Wanyou, seeing her brother and Appo's lack of action save her, felt a surge of joy. Her brother had finally wised up. Yet at that moment, Jiang was unaware that Jiang Xian had devised another plan. He understood that jumping in to save Gu Wanyou could lead to marrying her, but she would despise him for taking advantage of her misfortune. In that brief instant, he had concocted a malicious scheme to leave Gu Wanyou with no choice but to willingly marry him. Young Master Jiang. Wanyou coincidentally encountered the irate Jiang Xian. "What is the matter, young Master Jiang? Your face looks as dark as a pot bottom," she asked, feigning ignorance. Jiang Xian looked up at her, sneering. I will marry cousin Wanyou. I hope the general's wife keeps her word. He had finally grasped why Wanyou wanted him to marry Gu Wanyou. She was simply afraid that Gu Wanyou would take Nanzheng from her. Indeed, foolish people, no matter how clever they may be for a moment, ultimately remain foolish. Did Gu Wanyou truly think that without Gu Wanyou, Nanzheng would forever belong to her? Did she not realize that countless women coveted Nanzheng? Rest assured, young Master Jiang, I am quite trustworthy, Wanyou noted, catching a hint of disdain in Jiang Xian's eyes, likely suspecting she was pressuring him to marry Gu Wanyou due to Nanzheng. However, that was of no concern to her. She only desired the outcome. Truth be told, she was quite surprised that Jiang Xian did not seize the opportunity to save Gu Wanyou. Now, she eagerly anticipated how Jiang Xian would create a better opportunity to marry Gu Wanyou after missing this one. Then I shall congratulate young Master Jiang in advance on getting your wish, Wanyou said with a smile that barely reached her eyes. Young madam, the general is returning to the residence, Jiang Bei reported at that moment. Young Master Jiang, I bid you farewell, Wanyou said politely as she departed. She knew that after Gu Wanyou's fall, Nanzheng would not linger for long, since he had sent someone to notify her. It was implied that he wanted her to return with him. Conveniently, she did not wish to stay any longer. In the front courtyard, Nanzheng was taking his leave from Gu Yan. Seeing Nanzheng's icy demeanor, Gu Yan's heart tightened with concern for his daughter. General, has Wanyou done something to offend you? He asked cautiously. Although Gu Yan was Nanzheng's father-in-law, he had been Nanzheng's subordinate for many years and could not assume the airs of an elder in front of him. Wanyou has always lacked a mother, being gentle-natured and timid, unable to express herself. She tends to keep her feelings bottled up, Gu Yan continued, growing more earnest. If I may speak frankly, I truly worry about Wanyou, fearing she may not understand propriety and cause trouble. If she has indeed done something wrong, I hope the general can be forgiving. Nanzheng. Did Gu Yan really believe the Wanyou he knew was the same person? Every action of Gu Wanyou's was audacious and audaciously bold. Yet, in Gu Yan's eyes, the concern for his daughter was palpable, as if he were pleading for understanding. Naturally, Nanzheng replied in agreement, thinking, if I do not forgive, Wanyou's life may be at stake. The second young lady of the residence has just fallen into the water. Please have someone retrieve her, Nanzheng stated, fulfilling his obligation to inform before preparing to leave. Gu Yan was baffled but did not inquire further, accompanying Nanzheng outside, where they happened upon Wanyou. As they exited together, Gu Yan personally escorted them to the gate, urging Wanyou to follow closely beside Nanzheng until they reached Nanzheng's carriage. General, I entrust Wanyou to you, Gu Yan said. Nanzheng. How does one entrust? He glanced at the carriage before him, then at Wanyou's carriage not far away. Wanyou, what did her father mean by this? She felt somewhat perplexed. Nanzheng nodded in acceptance and raised an eyebrow at Wanyou, indicating she should board the carriage. Wanyou frowned. Did she not already have her own carriage? Wanyou, hurry up, do not delay the general, Gu Yan urged, sensing her hesitation. As a subordinate, Gu Yan was mindful of his position, and Nanzheng personally assisted Wanyou, guiding her to board his carriage. Though reluctant, Wanyou eventually accepted his hand and climbed into the carriage. Nanzheng's carriage was significantly more spacious than Wanyou's, with soft seats on either side and a tea table in the center, fully equipped with tea utensils. In comparison, her own carriage felt quite shabby. Wanyou was hesitant to board Nanzheng and Appo's carriage for another reason. She worried he might hold Gu Wanyou and Appo's as predicament against her. After all, Gu Wanyou was her sister, and that was an undeniable fact. However, Nanzheng said nothing, appearing disinterested in conversation, his gaze indifferent. General, thank you for today, Wanyou said, placing her elbows on the yellow rosewood tea table and sincerely expressing her gratitude. Undeniably, Nanzheng's sudden appearance, regardless of the reason, had brought considerable grace to her and the Gu family. Her father was particularly pleased, and she felt it was only right to express her thanks. Gu Wanyou, last night's incident was Junior's fault, Nanzheng said, pouring himself a cup of tea and idly swirling it in his hand. So, Wanyou asked lazily, sensing a shift in his demeanor. What was with this attitude? Nanzheng frowned slightly. Consider it a compensation for you, Nanzheng said, placing down his teacup and pouring another cup for Wanyou, which he handed to her. I am a person who distinguishes right from wrong clearly. You committed a grave error by cooking without permission, but it is what it is. Junior was wrong, and that is that. Wanyou scoffed. Whenever mistakes are made, it is always others who clean up the mess. If Wang Sijuan is not arrogant, then who is? The general's visit to the Gu family has indeed brought me great honor, a feat attributed entirely to Miss Wang, for which I owe her my gratitude. Nanzheng, perceptive of the sarcasm in Wanyou's words, tactfully responded, she shall not trouble you further. Shall she not? How naive, Wanyou thought. Wang Xian harbored affections for Nanzheng, and as long as she lingered in the Duke and Oppo's residence, a truce was inconceivable. Moreover, there was that shadowy figure, Muwan and Oppo's, lurking in the background. Thank you, General. Wanyou offered a beautiful yet insincere smile, though a keen observer would notice the distance reflected in the corners of her eyes. Nanzheng, displeased with Wanyou's demeanor, cast a stern glance. In response, Wanyou rolled her eyes elegantly and turned her attention to the outside world. The street was bustling with life. Vendors selling their wares, people bustling about, a vibrant tapestry of activity. A woman with a headscarf was selling oil cakes while leading her child, and two young ladies, arms linked with bamboo baskets, chatted and laughed, embodying a carefree spirit. From a tea house emerged two young scholars, their expressions relaxed, clearly having engaged in delightful conversation. Yet, Wanyou felt a growing discontent. The more she observed, the heavier her heart became. She longed for the days of travel, for the freedom to wander, to stay in inns, to savor local cuisine, to witness the culture and customs of different locales, unencumbered by the machinations of others. Today's encounter at the Gu family, though it offered a fleeting sense of satisfaction, only served to deepen her aversion to sycophantic behavior. All she desired was a life of her own, unconnected to the affairs of others. Yet, she was soon to return to the Duke's residence. The place Mrs. Wang had mentioned, Tingyun Pavilion, remained a mystery to her, regardless of its merits. It was still a cage within the Duke's domain, a cage fraught with intrigue. With a sigh, she mused, General, even a blind person can see your cousin's affections for you. As long as I reside in the Duke's house, she shall never truly relent. However, I have conceived a method that could resolve this matter once and for all. Would the general care to hear it? Chapter 60. Is the general selling himself? In response to Wanyou's words, Nanzheng sipped his tea, his demeanor remarkably calm. Yet Wanyou was certain he had heard her, for his expression subtly shifted. That was sufficient. Wanyou leaned slightly forward, stating, as long as I depart from the Guogong mansion, Miss Wang can finally have her peace. I am not suggesting a divorce. I recognize that the timing is inappropriate. What I propose is that I could discreetly leave and claim that I am unwell. What does the general think? Just as during my travels, the Guogong mansion could find someone to impersonate me as being ill. Gu Wanyou, Nanzheng exclaimed, slamming his teacup down with force. That would be treason. Do you wish to court death? His gaze narrowed dangerously, exuding an icy wrath. Is it truly that severe? Wanyou feigned displeasure, her lips curling into a mock frown. Very well. I may have been hasty. Consider it unspoken. Now, does the court require funds? She inquired further. Isn't the public criticizing me for spending 300,000 on a general? If I were to donate another 300,000, might I not request the emperor's permission for a divorce? After all, isn't it said that the one who ties the bell must untie it? Matters of money are best resolved with money. Do you think the emperor might pardon my transgressions for the sake of gold? Gu Wanyou, Nanzheng thundered, cutting her off with a tempest of fury. His rage surged, a visceral reaction that strained his composure. The notion of her suggesting he could be bought for 300,000 was an affront, a slight against both him and the Guogong. If his mother were to learn of this, it would surely incite her wrath to the point of locking her away for eternity. Observing the restrained tempest of anger in Nanzheng's eyes, Wanyou felt a sense of satisfaction. She had intentionally provoked him. If he became agitated, he might devise a means for her to leave sooner. A divorce for 300,000. That was an insult she would never entertain. Moreover, the emperor was not her father. She dared not act recklessly. The general seems upset, Wanyou remarked with a gentle smile. I am merely discussing possibilities, not asserting that it must be done. Besides, I did inform you last night. I cannot control my tongue before my ailment heals. You cannot blame me. It is your cousin who is the true instigator. She poured more tea for Nanzheng, signaling him to calm down. Nanzheng. He had navigated countless complex matters, yet he found himself at a loss when it came to Wanyou. Cursed be this situation. The frustration bubbled within him. He gazed at her delicate lips, slightly pouting as if she had suffered some injustice. Was being his wife a grievance for her? Suddenly, an impulse to obliterate the source of his annoyance surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanzheng leaned forward. What are you doing? Wanyou gasped, startled by his sudden proximity. His features loomed before her, almost too close, causing her to instinctively press against the carriage wall. You possess considerable wealth, do you not? Huh? She stammered, bewildered. In an instant, a loud crash resounded as the teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered against the carriage wall. Nanzheng seized her, encircling her neck with an iron grip, and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. The kiss was utterly unexpected. Wanyou was caught off guard. Her initial instinct to resist thwarted by Nanzheng's relentless hold, his strength akin to a vice. His unique aura enveloped her, intoxicating her senses, as she struggled in vain against his embrace. This marked their first kiss in a state of consciousness. Memory can be deceitful. Nanzheng's lips are not dry but soft, akin to that infernal snow cloud cake. So soft yet inherently toxic, she mused inwardly. Books lie. They claim a woman's lips are soft as peaches. Yet Wanyou's lips are not peaches, but rather a honeyed gelatin that feels as though a mere touch could dissolve them. Nanzheng thought, overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. Initially consumed by fury, he gradually shifted to a tentative exploration, fearful that he might obliterate her lips entirely. As Nanzheng softened his approach, he granted her a moment of space, only for her to push him away, glaring fiercely. She longed to berate him, to retaliate. Yet what would it profit her? Did you not purchase this general? Do you not relish using money to achieve your desires? I find myself in need of funds. Thus, that kiss will cost you 100,000. Nanzheng and Appo's voice was tinged with a raspy edge, his eyes swirling with hidden intensity. In a theater of war, deception is paramount. He had discerned that conventional approaches were fruitless with Wanyou. He must turn the tables and retaliate in kind. Should she dare to use money to humiliate him again, she ought to tread carefully. As for the kiss that had taken him by surprise, Nanzheng rationalized it away. He claimed to himself that there were no deeper motives, yet he felt a strange thrill in his unexpected candor. Wanyou was utterly taken aback, momentarily speechless, her mind reeling from Nanzheng's audacity. Is this truly Nanzheng speaking? So, the general is indeed selling himself? She mocked, her wit undeterred despite her shock. Very well then, you owe this general 100,000, he declared, his mood inexplicably shifting from dark to bright. If you enjoy purchasing men, I shall seek you out whenever I am in need of funds. A kiss for 100,000, a night for 300,000. In the entirety of Yingua, even if you offered 500,000, you could not buy a man of my caliber. As Nanzheng spoke, he noticed the incredulous expression upon Wanyou and Appo's face, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice to an almost conspiratorial whisper. I refer to excellence in every aspect. You are not at a disadvantage. I am the one at a loss. Even Nanzheng was astonished by his sudden enlightenment, his words flowing as if he had long been accustomed to such banter. A war god cannot be subjugated. He must seize control and retain the upper hand. In this contest, it was a matter of who was more skilled. Wanyou recoiled in alarm at Nanzheng's bold declarations, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was utterly unfathomable. She could scarcely believe that this was indeed Nanzheng before her. Yet, witnessing her startled demeanor filled Nanzheng with a sense of delight, and he even offered her a faint smile. Goodness! Wanyou gasped again. Nanzheng is smiling? Is that feature part of his design? Has he been possessed by a spirit? Wanyou, when you are angry, you suffer various ailments. Do you not? I, on the other hand, am not ill, but must vent my frustrations. As for the method, Nanzheng maintained that serene smile, exuding an air of complete control. It depends on the situation. However, my kiss cannot be given freely. You owe me 100,000, and I shall seek you out when I require payment. Wanyou, this insufferable man truly believes himself to be for sale. Even if he were to sell himself, she had never expressed an interest in purchasing. General, if this is a transaction, it must be mutually agreed upon. Payment is not out of the question, but I demand a night in return. Wanyou replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. After all, the essence of such dealings lies in reciprocity, and the outcome hinges on who is willing to be more audacious. Chapter 61. Both timid and obedient Nanzheng's deep gaze sharpened. Wanyou truly dared to say anything. The general currently had no need for such a large sum of money. Nanzheng's expression turned cold, revealing a disinterest in continuing the conversation with Wanyou. He had initially believed victory was assured, yet he had underestimated Wanyou. A profound confusion enveloped him. How could her courage surpass that of a general? What chaotic thoughts resided within her petite frame? General, you might consider selling it first, just in case you need it later. If the time comes, I might not want to buy it anymore. Silence. Nanzheng's expression shifted abruptly, his chilling gaze sweeping over Wanyou. If he could, he would crack open her mind to inspect what nonsense lay within. She seemed unrestrained in her thoughts and words, leaving him perplexed about her limits. Wanyou was ready to engage in a verbal sparring match with Nanzheng, but he swiftly halted her. Boring. Rolling her eyes, Wanyou retorted, "Is it permissible for the official to set fire while the commoners may not even light a lamp?" Nanzheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Today, I shall play the official. Come dine with me in my study this evening." What? Wanyou stammered in surprise. Literally, Nanzheng replied, his demeanor icy, though he felt a peculiar satisfaction in his heart. Every month, Nanzheng would observe a 3-day fast, consuming only water and radishes, while many fast to commemorate special occasions or significant events. His purpose was to cleanse his mind and maintain clarity. As for the radishes, they were a consequence of his childhood misdeeds, punished by the Duke to eat them whenever he erred. Having made numerous mistakes, he had consumed countless radishes, which had become his most detested food, yet paradoxically, it invigorated him. Nanzheng empathized with the discomfort of eating radishes, a suffering known only to him. Thus he assumed that Wanyou would also endure the same torment. His desire was for her to share in his misery. With this thought, he felt a long-lost thrill akin to the mischievous delight of his youth. Wanyou, perplexed, noticed Nanzheng and Oppo's refusal to explain and chose to abandon her inquiries. "Your meal won't be poisoned, will it?" she tentatively probed. "Meal?" Nanzheng's full lips curled into a knowing smile. "What I call you for to indulge in lavish feasts. Fear not whatever I consume. You shall partake in as well. It won't be fatal." Wanyou felt an ominous premonition arise. After some contemplation, she lifted the curtain. "Ye, please order several dishes we enjoy from Lu." Since dinner appeared perilous, she resolved to savor a hearty lunch. Lu, the most renowned establishment in the capital, was owned by Wanyou. Whatever she desired would be delivered upon a mere greeting. Nanzheng seemed preoccupied. Upon their arrival at the Duke's residence, he continued on his way while Wanyou headed directly to Madame Wang's courtyard. Hadn't Madame Wang dispatched her to Tingyun Pavilion last night? She intended to greet the head matron and prepare her belongings for the move. Back already? Madame Wang reclined in a custom chair, enjoying a massage. "Yes, thank you for the return gifts sent to the Gu family." Wanyou expressed gratitude, bracing herself for a reprimand. Surely, any woman with a sound mind in the capital understood the significance of return gifts. She had returned, and Madame Wang would undoubtedly perceive it as intentional. Speaking of return gifts, Madame Wang's temper flared. How dare you mention it? What does it mean that you returned empty-handed? Don't tell me you're unaware of the custom. Mother, I do know. However, I was punished last night and did not wish to disturb you, so Wanyou accepted the blame, appearing timid and compliant. Madame Wang, you make yourself sound like a sensible, obedient daughter-in-law. One might think I, as your mother-in-law, am bullying you. Madame Wang, unwilling to pursue the matter further, cast a disapproving glance at Wanyou, her mood lightened by the fact that Wanyou had signed the divorce papers, freeing her from the role of mother-in-law and allowing her to assume the more benevolent title of Duchess. Mother, where is the Tingyun pavilion you mentioned last night? Could you send a servant to guide me? I'll have the maid tidy up before moving. Wanyou directly addressed the matter. The Tingyun pavilion is somewhat dilapidated. You may go to Yijing pavilion instead. I've had it cleaned, and arrangements for the small kitchen have been made. It will be ready by tomorrow. Changing places? To Wanyou, it was all the same. She was somewhat surprised that Madame Wang would have someone prepare the courtyard and organize the small kitchen. Thank you, Mother. Yijing pavilion has a separate exit, allowing your servants to come and go through it. Madame Wang emphasized, but that is for the servants. You must manage your own movements and refrain from wandering about recklessly. Yijing pavilion and Tingyun pavilion were both guest houses. However, Tingyun was for guests, while Yijing was designated for less affluent relatives, complete with an exit leading outdoors. It was located in the northwest corner, further from the main courtyard than Tingyun pavilion. For someone destined to leave, it was as if a poor relative was providing shelter. Additionally, with Wanyou establishing a small kitchen and a separate exit, it became more convenient for the servants to procure supplies, and for her own outings, it was far easier. This effectively provided Wanyou with a hidden avenue of escape. Madame Wang couldn't help but think that she had been overly lenient with Wanyou. Wanyou listened, momentarily taken aback. Did this mean she could now leave the courtyard without passing through the Duke's residence? What did it mean to refrain from wandering about? Did this imply she was free to go outside without confinement? Was it truly the case? And had she not misinterpreted? Suppressing her burgeoning excitement, Wanyou respectfully replied, "Thank you, Mother. I will certainly exercise caution in my words and actions. You need not be overly cautious. Should you cause trouble, I will seek recompense from the Gu family." Madame Wang warned coolly. Wanyou, the Duchess effortlessly threatened her, delivering the words with an air of indifference, as if it were merely a mundane matter. That one and amp, oppose, tea happen, Wanyou internally protested. Well then, Mother, I shall make preparations. Wanyou, I do not hold any fondness for you. But as long as you refrain from causing trouble, I shall not treat you unfairly without cause. Wanyou, was she the one causing trouble? Clearly, it was Wang Xiyun who instigated the issues. Mother, I will certainly restrain myself. Wanyou appeared both timid and obedient. The head matron favored those with agreeable attitudes who followed her directives, a role she could certainly play. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to approach me. Madame Wang seemed pleased with Wanyou and Amp, Oppo's demeanor, and for the first time, warmth seeped into her tone. Thank you, Mother. Wanyou left the Linhui Hall, even more compliant and subdued. Bailu, go investigate the situation at Yijing Pavilion, she instructed as soon as she exited. She was eager to confirm the existence of a separate exit. The prospect of leaving without passing through the Duke's residence represented a rare taste of freedom for her. Wang Xiyun had indeed done her a favor. Upon returning to Longyi Courtyard, Wanyou's first task was to retrieve a string of East Pearl necklaces to present to Madame Wang. She couldn't shake the feeling that Madame Wang's attitude towards her today was markedly different. Although still cold, it lacked the disdain that had previously colored their interactions. The chill of today is unwelcoming, yet not detestable. In any case, while residing in the Duke's residence, she must endeavor to maintain a cordial relationship with Lady Wang. Even if she were to depart from the estate in the future, having a favorable rapport with Lady Wang would undoubtedly be beneficial. Now that Lady Wang's demeanor towards her seems to have shifted, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity and present some gifts to foster goodwill. As for the reasons behind Lady Wang and Amp, Oppo's change of heart, Wanyou did not ponder deeply. The outcome is what truly matters. Gazing at the box containing the green pearl bracelet, it may not be of the utmost rarity, but the green pearls are indeed a rarity, And this particular hue is favored by women of Lady Wang's age. Gifts need not be extravagant, yet they must resonate with the recipient. Just as she was preparing to take it to the hall of Ling Hui, Xiao Gu returned, accompanied by several servants from the duke's residence, who were assisting her in carrying food from Zhu Xianlu. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets. Wanyou counted and was astonished to find there were 6 baskets in total. Each basket consisted of 3 tiers, amounting to 6 baskets and 18 dishes. Chapter 62. Preparing in advance with provisions, miss. When I arrived, young Master Hua happened to be there as well. He heard you were ordering food and went directly to the kitchen to give instructions. Qiugong hurriedly explained to Wanyou. Young Master Hua said that since the food is going to the duke's residence, it should not be meager. Therefore, a selection of the kitchen's finest dishes was prepared for delivery. He mentioned that if you cannot finish it, you could share it with others, as the dishes from Jushin building are quite presentable for the duke's household. Qiugong recounted young Master Hua's words like a parrot. Wanyou looked at the food basket and smiled helplessly. This behavior of Hua Yang seemed reminiscent of an older brother supporting his sister. Well then, let us choose a few exquisite dishes to send to the Duchess. With the delectable offerings from Jushin building, Wanyou decided to forego the Dongzhu bracelet. What is this? Madame Wang inquired, observing Wanyou entering with the food basket, hesitating for a moment. Inside, Madame Wang was setting the table, and the dishes had yet to be served. Wang Xiyun and Mu Wan'er were dining with Madame Wang in the room. Wanyou instructed Bailu and Qiugong to unveil the food basket and arrange the dishes on the table. Mother, I regret making you angry last night. It is said that no grievance can withstand a meal from Jushin building. I thought to order a feast for you to ease your temper. Madame Wang gazed at the 9 meticulously arranged dishes on the table. Large fish head, tender chicken, soy sauce duck, steamed pork, and so forth. These dishes were also available in the Duke's kitchen, where the cooks were carefully selected, each possessing remarkable skills. However, compared to the chefs at Jushin building, they were still a notch below. Just as it was time for dinner, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Madame Wang suddenly felt a pang of hunger. You're quite thoughtful. For the first time, Wanyou detected a glimmer of approval from Madame Wang. As long as you enjoy it, she replied obediently. Since it is from outside, perhaps you should have a nurse check it first. The food was sent by her. If anything were to happen, responsibility would rest on her shoulders. She insisted on being present during the inspection. While the nurse examined the food, Mu Wan'er approached the table, seemingly delighted. We are in for a treat today. Thank you, 4th cousin. Wanyou smiled in response. Some individuals may be impoverished, relying entirely on dowries. But surely they did not sell jewelry to procure such a feast. Wang Xiyun, punished to kneel last night, harbored resentment toward Wanyou. Today, as Nanzheng visited the Gu family, Madame Wang claimed it was out of courtesy, but Wang Xiyun felt angered, leading her to speak harshly. Junior, Madame Wang shot Wang Xiyun a glare, prompting her to fall silent, though she directed a scathing look at Wanyou. Cousin, honoring one and amp, oppos, elders, even if one had to sell jewelry, is not shameful. Wanyou maintained a light smile, neither subservient nor arrogant. Who knows your true intentions when it comes to honoring your elders? Wang Xiyun could not restrain her tongue. Mother, please enjoy. I shall take my leave. Wanyou would not engage in a verbal duel with Wang Xiyun in front of Madame Wang. If Cousin Junior dislikes the dishes I brought, she need not eat them. I shall not take offense. Wanyou cast a faint glance at Wang Xiyun and bowed before departing. Who would care? Wang Xiyun pouted like a petulant child, casting a glance at Wanyou's retreating figure. Junior, once Wanyou exited the room, Madame Wang chastised Wang Xiyun sternly. She has done you no wrong. Why must you lash out at her? What kind of noble young lady behaves in such a manner? Have my teachings gone unheard, or did yesterday and oppose? Has punishment not suffice? Aunt, everyone knows that the dishes from Jushin building are quite expensive. Gu Wanyou is simply pretending to be affluent, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Wang Xiyun felt particularly indignant seeing Madame Wang reprimand her. Cousin, if 4th cousin truly lacks funds yet is so generous, it only demonstrates commendable filial piety. Mu Wan'er remarked with an unassailable smile, glancing between Madame Wang and Wang Xiyun. Aunt is not her legitimate mother-in-law. Who cares for her filial piety? Nurse, take Miss back. She shall not be served food today. A few missed meals will clear her mind. Madame Wang's face was filled with disappointment, her gaze avoiding Wang Xiyun. Madame Wang's words carried weight. She regarded Wang Xiyun with disappointment. Previously, she had perceived Wang Xiyun as innocent and straightforward, occasionally spoiled. But yesterday, she discerned that what once seemed harmless quirks could lead to troublesome behavior. Meanwhile, in the face of Wang Xiyun and Oppo's unreasonable antics, Gu Wanyou remained humble and polite, refraining from uttering a single word of offense. Yet Wang Xiyun not only failed to relent, but also continued her tirade. Madame Wang could not help but think that if she were to observe such behavior in a girl from another household, she would undoubtedly consider her lacking in upbringing. A sigh escaped her lips as she contemplated what would happen if Wang Xiyun did not mature. Wang Xiyun sought to defend herself further, but the nurse promptly pulled her away. Miss, if you do not leave now, the madam will impose a heavier punishment. The nurse was genuinely concerned for Wang Xiyun. Aunt, have some soup to soothe your temper. Mu Wan and Oppos, thoughtfully served Madame Wang a small bowl of soup. As she sat down, a glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. Wang Xiyun, go ahead and act as you wish. She feigned support for Wanyou, intending to provoke Wang Xiyun. Wang Xiyun was easily riled. When provoked, her mind turned to mush, speaking without regard for propriety. Mu Wan and Oppos, since Madame Wang and Oppos' disappointment in Wang Xiyun and thought that if she continued to apply a bit of pressure, Wang Xiyun would soon be out of favor. Meanwhile, Wanyou enjoyed her meal in the other room, unaware that the dishes she sent had led to Wang Xiyun missing a couple of meals. Miss, how is it that you have such an appetite today? Bailu noticed Wanyou consuming considerably more than usual. Her curiosity piqued. Have I eaten a lot? I feel as though I'm still not full. Wanyou remarked, followed by a loud burp. Bailu and Xiaogong exchanged glances, stifling laughter, finding her endearing. However, Bailu sensed something unusual. Perhaps the miss feared there might be no dinner later. Wanyou and Oppos' behavior raised suspicions of hoarding food. Wanyou, she was indeed hoarding food. She had reflected on the situation carefully. Nanzheng's invitation to dine meant he would not provide her with an adequate meal. Moreover, if he was inviting her, the kitchen would not prepare anything for her, leaving her to wonder what she would eat. If the day was manageable. The intervals between meals were short, but the stretch from evening to the next day was too long to endure without provisions. Could she not stock up? All right, do not throw away the leftovers. We shall have them for dinner later. Bailu and Xiaogong exchanged knowing glances. The miss was acting strangely. When had she ever eaten leftovers? Nonetheless, they properly stored the remaining dishes. Bailu even pondered whether the miss had heard some rumor about dinner being scarce that evening and was simply preparing in advance. As dinner time approached, the kitchen indeed failed to deliver food, and Nanzheng's attendant Jiang arrived punctually. Young madam, the general has returned and requests that I escort you to dine with him. Are you dining with the general, miss? Xiaogong's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Bailu also smiled. The prospect of dining with the general was quite favorable. Though Bailu concealed her emotions, her mind was racing with thoughts. If the general was inviting the miss to dine, perhaps he would accompany her back afterward and stay the night. She needed to quickly change the bedding, refresh the incense, and prepare hot water. Wanyou was oblivious to Bailu's inner musings, but their joyful expressions indicated what they anticipated. What were these two girls thinking? She was heading into a situation of discomfort, after all. Chapter 63. Bodily memory. Wanyou received a silver tael from Bailu and personally handed it to Jiang. Madam, I cannot accept this. It is too much for merely running an errand. Jiang protested, yet his actions did not suggest he intended to return the silver. This reaction led Wanyou to draw a conclusion. Jiang had a fondness for wealth. Wanyou refrained from labeling him greedy, as there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. I have a matter to trouble you with, Wanyou said amiably. Do you know what the general will be having for dinner tonight? If it is inconvenient, you may disregard my inquiry. Ah well, Jiang and Oppos' eyes darted, contemplating whether it was convenient or not. He glanced at the silver in his hand, an entire tael. Despite his principles regarding wealth, he would never betray the general. Even in the presence of the young madam, regardless of the general and Appo's unique affection for her. The general and Appo's special regard for the young madam might elude Jiang Bei. That wouldn't block, but it certainly did not escape Jiang Nan's cunning gaze. Yet, despite his awareness, as long as the general remained confused about his own feelings, Jiang Nan would act as if he were blind, waiting for the right moment to open his eyes. Ah, I digress, he thought. Ultimately, he would not betray the general. However, the inquiry from a young madam did not equate to betrayal. So he responded, "There is nothing inconvenient about it," with a smile characteristic of a gregarious person. Jiang Nan declared, "The general will be having boiled radishes tonight." Boiled radishes? This was better than she had anticipated. Wanyou thought that given the faltering relationship between her and Nanzheng, he would punish her with some unpalatable dish. Surely it cannot be just boiled radishes? She pressed on. "Young madam, it is indeed only boiled radishes. Does the general enjoy radishes?" A sudden foreboding washed over Wanyou, though she could not pinpoint its nature. "Impossible. The general detests radishes," Jiang Nan remarked, revealing what he deemed a secret. "The general must eat boiled radishes for 3 days each month." Jiang Nan continued his narration, but Wanyou selectively absorbed only the crucial detail about Nanzheng's 3-day boiled radish regimen. Alarm bells resonated in her mind. Would Nanzheng require her to partake in 3 days of boiled radishes alongside him? She had no particular feelings toward radishes, neither love nor hate, yet the thought of consuming them for 3 consecutive days felt like a form of torture. Nanzheng, who abhorred radishes, subjected himself to such a fate. Was he inclined towards self-punishment? If he intended to suffer, he could do so alone. She refused to be an unwitting victim. "Then, young madam, may I see you off?" Jiang Nan politely urged, bowing slightly. "Wait a moment," Wanyou called over by Lu. "Find a way to convey to Miss Wang that I will be dining with the general. A private meal with Nanzheng, even if it consisted of radishes, would surely provoke Wang Sijuan and Appo's intolerable nature." Nanzheng and Appo's intentions in having her accompany him for radishes were transparent. She neither wished to eat them nor to dine privately with him. Wang Sijuan, who fancied Nanzheng, would likely cherish the opportunity. Let's proceed. With a newfound strategy, Wanyou felt lighthearted, her steps becoming more buoyant. The general and Appo's study was called Zhu. Upon entering, Wanyou immediately spotted a large bowl of white radish slices on the table. What delectable fare does the general have for dinner? Wanyou feigned ignorance as she sat opposite Nanzheng. Nanzheng raised an eyebrow at the bowl of radishes, his meaning unmistakable. "General, you are exceedingly kind," Wanyou exclaimed, her smile betraying no hint of displeasure. "I overindulged at Lu for lunch and am craving something light. These radishes seem tailor-made for me." Taking the initiative, Wanyou served a bowl to Nanzheng and another for herself. "General, may we begin our meal?" Seeing her eager expression, Nanzheng furrowed his brow. He wondered, could it be that she genuinely desired to eat radishes? What then was the purpose of summoning her? How could anyone exhibit such enthusiasm for radishes? Even in the presence of his earthly delusions, Wanyou had never revealed such a sentiment. As Nanzheng wrestled with these thoughts, Wanyou, pleased with his confusion, took a slice and tasted it. To her surprise, the boiled radish was not entirely unpleasant. She feigned delight, though in reality, the taste was bland, lacking salt or oil, with an underlying bitterness she detested. Nevertheless, she had to convey an impression of genuine enjoyment. Any hint of reluctance would compel Nanzheng to insist she continue eating. "General, why do you not partake?" "Please do," she urged. "Take your time to savor it. It has a subtle sweetness, coupled with a hint of bitterness, and swallowing it leaves a lingering aftertaste, much like life itself. The flavor is truly unique." Seated across from her, Nanzheng observed her lips parting with each bite, recalling the kiss shared in the carriage earlier that day. The memory of that soft touch lingered. Although Wanyou was earnestly consuming radishes, to Nanzheng, her occasional lip movements seemed to beckon him, tightening his throat. Damn it! Nanzheng scolded himself for such thoughts in this setting. How could he, Nanzheng, succumb to such weakness? He averted his gaze, discomfort brewing within him. Yet, he soon rationalized himself. Being a healthy man, was it not natural to have certain desires? As for why those desires were directed toward Wanyou, he concluded it was merely muscle memory, a reflection of having lost his innocence to her. He reminisced about the austere days in the barracks, where temptations were scarce. This was a stark contrast to the current indulgent environment, and he recognized the ancient wisdom: comfort breeds desire. Clearly, he had not practiced enough restraint. Perhaps a regimen of fasting twice a month was in order. In desperate need of clarity, Nanzheng consumed several pieces of radish in quick succession. Strangely, today, radishes seemed less unpalatable than before. Wanyou, unaware of the internal conflict raging within Nanzheng, continued her performance. General, thank you. I have never tasted such a unique flavor in my life. It is truly delightful. Her words held merit. It was indeed her first experience with boiled radishes. Do not mention it, if you enjoy them. Feel free to finish this bowl, Nanzheng replied coldly, pushing the large bowl toward her. You shall not leave until it is empty. Whether it was a performance or genuine enjoyment, she would have to consume the entirety of that bowl. If he could withstand her expressions while engaging in conversation, he would consider it a defeat. Gazing at the bowl, Wanyou internally lamented. She could pretend to nibble a bit, but finishing such a large portion? Impossible. General, I overindulged at lunch and am not hungry. Then come again tomorrow. Wanyou was taken aback. Nanzheng's intentions were indeed far from innocent. Wanyou glanced outside, wondering why Wang Xian had yet to arrive. Never mind. She resolved to rely on herself. After a moment of contemplation, she had formed a plan. Wanyou cast a sidelong glance at Nanzheng, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Though Nanzheng had not known Wanyou for long, her sudden smile, though enchanting, instilled in him an inexplicable intuition that she was up to something mischievous. Sure enough, the moment Wanyou retracted her smile, she rose and circled to his side. Just as he instinctively attempted to evade her, Wanyou and Appo's delicate hands had already alighted upon his shoulders. General, do you harbor feelings for me? Is your invitation to share in the radish merely a pretext to gaze upon me a little longer? Wanyou whispered playfully into Nanzheng and Appo's ear. Chapter 64. A turn for the worse. Nanzheng was taken aback by Wanyou and Appo's audacity. Not only were her words bold, but she had practically thrown herself onto his back, speaking into his ear. What was that tone? Soothingly seductive, while Wanyou and Appo's sweet fragrance instantly enveloped him, making him feel completely rigid. Wanyou, what has gotten into you? Too sudden, Nanzheng instinctively reached out to pull Wanyou away. How could Wanyou let him pull her away so easily? She had employed this act, akin to seduction and enchantment, precisely to provoke Nanzheng. Nanzheng, having reached his limit, naturally wouldn't allow her to continue accompanying him in eating that detestable radish. Moreover, provoking him severely might hasten Wanyou's departure. Without hesitation, Wanyou simply clung to him, her neck pressed against Nanzheng's unyielding shoulder. However, the moment she made contact, she wanted to retreat. Daman, your shoulder is as hard as a rock, and Appo's abrasive. More importantly, the instant she leaned on him, truly sensing Nanzheng and Appo's physique, she inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness. She understood the source of this tension. After all, Nanzheng was a living, breathing man. She could be fierce and uninhibited in her speech. But when it came to action, she was utterly inexperienced, feeling constrained. But with the arrow already notched, there was no turning back. Having gone this far, there was no reason to withdraw. Then, why does the general want me to accompany you for dinner? Wanyou and Appo's voice was delicate, akin to coquetry, almost like a plea, though in reality, it sent shivers down her spine. This time, Wanyou spoke even closer to Nanzheng, her orchid-like breath gently tickling his ear, causing an uncontrollable tremor from the resulting tingling sensation. General, we signed a separation agreement. You mustn't harbor improper thoughts about me. Wanyou continued to stoke the fire. Nanzheng felt Wanyou's lips almost touching his neck, the fragrant breath and warm temperature igniting a prairie fire, rapidly spreading throughout his body. threatening to set him ablaze on the spot. But he was Nanzheng, after all. He might momentarily lose himself, but he wouldn't truly succumb. After a brief, reflexive reaction, he regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, he had realized that Wanyou was putting on this act to deliberately provoke him. He turned his body slightly and pulled back with his hand. Wanyou felt a sway, and she was pinned against the wall behind her by Nanzheng. Wanyou, is this the kind of tactic you use to achieve your goals? Nanzheng looked at Wanyou with profound, piercing eyes, his voice suppressed. Wanyou was confined in a small space, surrounded by Nanzheng and Amp, Oppo's intense aura, making her uncomfortable. She didn't end Amp, Oppo's, to even dare to meet Nanzheng and Amp, Oppo's gaze. Then, have I achieved my goal? Since Nanzheng had seen through her, Wanyou didn't bother to pretend anymore, though she still avoided eye contact. It doesn't matter if the general doesn't agree. I can't beat you, so I'll just harass you. Don't mind me being a nuisance. Resigned to her fate, Wanyou wrapped her arms around Nanzheng's neck as she spoke, still not daring to meet his gaze. She didn't know what she was afraid of. She simply couldn't look up. Nanzheng remained composed this time. Faced with Wanyou's intimate embrace, he didn't move. He even revealed a rare, enigmatic smile. Wanyou, you once said that I was an unattainable fantasy, didn't it, Amp, Oppo's, to you? What do you mean? Wanyou suddenly raised her eyes, her gaze full of confusion. So, you know how precious I am, right? How much silver should I charge you for hugging my neck? Seeing Wanyou's bright eyes widen, looking at him in disbelief, Nanzheng deepened his smile slightly. As Wanyou stared in astonishment, he feigned contemplation. Let's say 10,000. That's a bargain for you. I and Amp, Oppo's, LL allow you to owe me the 100,000 from this morning, but you must pay this 10,000 in cash. I want to see the silver tomorrow. This time, Nanzheng truly shook Wanyou's values to the point of near collapse. 10,000 for hugging your neck? Wanyou immediately withdrew her hands. Even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't Oppo's to be worth that much, would it? Does gold have body temperature? Can gold do what I can do? Wanyou, was Nanzheng making lewd jokes? The world was going downhill. Even Nanzheng was learning to be bad. The general is formidable in battle, but when it comes to being shameless, he and Oppo's also unrivaled. You said it yourself. A man should have a distinguished reputation in every field. Wanyou, Nanzheng had indeed gone astray. I'll have Jiang, Nan fetch it tomorrow. It and Oppo's, that's fine if you don and Oppo's, T give it. I and Oppo's, LL come personally. It doesn't and Oppo's, T matter if you don and Oppo's, T of silver. Just give me whatever you have that can be exchanged for silver. Nanzheng was determined to make Wanyou pay the silver, to prevent her from coming up with such crooked ideas in the future. Perhaps it was because Nanzheng had confined her, causing Wanyou to short-circuit, that she found Nanzheng being so unreasonable, somewhat endearing. He was much more likable than his usual cold-faced, deep-eyed, unapproachable self. He seemed more human. She even looked at him a few more times, as if by some inexplicable impulse. Wanyou. The harmonious scene was shattered by Wang Xiyun's shrill voice. Seeing the two of them so close. How could Wang Xiyun bear such a sight? Her blood surged, and her mind couldn't and Oppo's function properly again. She rushed over to pull Wanyou away. Yin and Oppo's, Nanzheng said coldly, stopping Wang Xiyun. Rebuked by Nanzheng, Wang Xiyun stopped and stood there, looking aggrieved, unable to do anything to Nanzheng. She glared fiercely at Wanyou. Is General and Oppo's study a place you can come to as you please? What exactly do you want? If y'all can come in, what can you do? Wanyou took the opportunity to leave Nanzheng and Oppo's confinement, smiled, and said, since you want to know, there and Oppo's, nothing I can and Oppo's, say. We were just discussing prices. Shut up, Nanzheng stopped her coldly, warning Wanyou with a cold glare not to speak carelessly. He was genuinely startled this time. Those outrageous words of his were meant to control Wanyou. How could he let others hear them? His lifelong reputation. If his old mother found out, it would be a disaster. Seeing Nanzheng's strong reaction, Wanyou had a flash of insight. Nanzheng didn't want others to know the shameless things he had said. Heh. Wanyou pretended not to know what Nanzheng meant. General, you just said? Nanzheng, seeing Wanyou about to speak recklessly, immediately covered her mouth. Wanyou, shut up. Nanzheng not only warned her with words, but also with eyes as sharp as sword points, deep and dangerous, as if warning Wanyou that she would be finished if she dared to speak. Wanyou wouldn't have really said it anyway. She was just testing Nanzheng. She reached out to pull Nanzheng and Amp. Oppo's hand away, but Nanzheng held on tightly, as if he wouldn't end Amp. Oppo's to let go unless she promised to shut up. The two glared at each other, engaging in a silent but fierce contest with their eyes. Wang Xian watched, grinding her teeth, but with Nanzheng covering Wanyou's mouth. She didn't dare to reach out to pull Nanzheng away. Wanyou seemed unfazed, but her heart was already twisted like a rope. Nanzheng covering Wanyou and Oppo's mouth meant his palm was touching Wanyou and Oppo's lips, which was too intimate. Moreover, she keenly sensed a strange atmosphere between Nanzheng and Wanyou. They seemed to be at odds and incompatible, yet she detected a hint of flirtation. What was even more unbearable was that she felt like she and Wang Xian were uninvited guests, completely superfluous. Chapter 65. A play starring 3 women. June cousin. Please do not cause a scene. 4th cousin is here to accompany brother Nanzheng in his fasting. Wanyou glanced at the table, clenched her fists to suppress her emotions, and with a gentle smile, pulled Wang Xian. Let us depart, so as not to disturb brother Nanzheng and 4th cousin. Her words, ostensibly a suggestion, were actually inciting further discord. To suggest they should not interrupt was clearly to imply that the two were engaged in inappropriate conduct in the presence of others, something Wang Xian could hardly tolerate. Brother Jiang, Wang Xian stamped her foot. You must release her at once. Yet, Nanzheng did not comply. He narrowed his pupils, seeking assurance from Wanyou. Feeling uncomfortable under the pressure, Wanyou ultimately conceded with a nod, prompting Nanzheng to finally let go. Jiang Nan, escort the young mistress home. Nanzheng issued an immediate order, genuinely concerned about Wanyou's propensity for loose talk. However, Wanyou was not inclined to leave. She had already discerned Wan and Oppo's intentions to stoke the flames of misunderstanding, leading Wang Xian to harbor deeper suspicions against her. The more misunderstandings that arose, the more Wang Xian would seek her out for confrontation, an utterly vexing prospect. Determined to play the virtuous friend, she resolved to showcase how her dear companion, Wanyou, coveted Nanzheng. It was merely a matter of reciprocity. General, I am quite devout. In accompanying you through fasting, I must sincerely complete this meal. Wanyou took her place at the table with unmistakable intent. She intended to stay. Wang Xian was infuriated, exclaiming, Brother Jiang is fasting. Why do you offer such flattery? Ah, dear cousin, you may not know this, but when the general fasts alone, it counts as 1 merit. If I assist, it counts as 2. Wanyou proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Nanzheng was perplexed. When did eating radishes become an act of merit? Even if he sought to amass merit, did he need her assistance? Before Wang Xian could formulate a rebuttal to this novel idea, Wanyou interjected, Indeed, dear cousin, why don't we stay and dine together? This way, brother Nanzheng will accumulate even more merit. Wanyou smiled knowingly. Wan and Oppo's had deftly shifted from her earlier claim of not interrupting to now actively wishing to remain. Ultimately, her aim was to display her earnest feelings before Nanzheng. How considerate of you, dear Wanyou, always thinking of the general, Wanyou mused, showering praise upon Wanyou without reserve. Nanzheng was acutely aware that Wanyou's presence was a recipe for trouble. He had intended to send her away along with the other unwelcome guests to enjoy some peace and quiet. Now he could dismiss all 3, but he was wary of Wanyou's unpredictable nature. If she chose to stay, he needed to devise a strategy to ensure her silence. Thus, he refrained from voicing any objections and took a seat across from Wanyou, exuding a cold demeanor. Seeing Nanzheng's tacit acceptance, Wanyou felt a surge of joy and elegantly settled herself at the table's edge. Wang Xian glanced at the large bowl of radishes and frowned. She had never tasted boiled radishes, but she had heard tales of Nanzheng and Appo's ability to eat until he was ill, leading her to believe it must be utterly distasteful. Yet, with both Wanyou and Mu Wan and Appo's her intent on dining with Nanzheng, she could hardly abstain. She would not only partake, but eat more, determined to outshine Wanyou. She had originally planned to starve that evening, but in the company of her cousin during his fast, her aunt would certainly not object. Having endured hunger earlier, her stomach now grumbled. Perhaps the radishes would not be as dreadful as anticipated. Bring the chopsticks, Wang Xiyun resolved, taking a seat as well. Wang Xiyun was focused on competing with Wanyou, while Mu Wanner was scheming to increase her visibility before Nanzheng. At the tender age of 12, she had been close to Nanzheng during his expeditions. But now that he had returned victoriously, opportunities for encounters were scarce. Wanyou was quite pleased with the current dynamics. 3 women and 1 man made for an intriguing spectacle. Once everyone was seated and the servants had set the table, Wang Xiyun, with a flourish, served herself a generous bowl, boldly stuffing 2 pieces in her mouth at once. "Oh, what is this?" she spat out, her maid hastily providing a handkerchief. As a young lady of a noble family, she had always enjoyed the finest delicacies. Even when ill, her porridge was sweetened. Nanzheng's boiled radishes were distinctly different. He had chosen a particularly bitter variety to make the experience memorable. Upon tasting the radish, Wang Xiyun was immediately met with an overwhelming bitterness, a sensation intolerable to one of her upbringing. "Brother Jiang, this is inedible." Mu Wana noticed Wang Xiyun's most unbecoming display and saw Nanzheng frown. With an air of grace, she delicately sampled a piece, maintaining a subtle smile throughout, exuding an elegance that starkly contrasted Wang Xiyun's distress. "Cousin, try savoring it slowly. The flavor is quite unique," Mu Wanner offered kindly, intent on contrasting her demeanor with that of Wang Xiyun. The greater the disparity, the clearer their images would be in Nanzheng and Appo's mind. Wanyou quietly chuckled at Mu Wan and Appo's performance, recognizing that they were both playing roles. "I once read that boiled radishes are a beauty elixir. Dear Wan and Appo's, you are so lovely. Could it be that you grew up eating them?" Wanyou stated with playful sincerity. "Fourth cousin certainly knows how to jest," Mu Wan and Appo's blushed, glancing shyly at Nanzheng. "I speak the truth. General, you are the most impartial. Do tell, is Wan and Appo's not beautiful?" Wanyou pressed, as if to validate Mu Wanner's beauty. Nanzheng remained silent, aware that Wanyou's intentions were not pure, though he could not discern her precise motives. "You are more beautiful," Nanzheng replied, equally disingenuous. Typically, a woman would feel slighted if deemed less attractive than another, yet Wanyou was unfazed. Smiling radiantly, "I knew the general would be fair. Wanner, you must eat more. You should strive to be the most beautiful woman in the capital." As she spoke, Wanyou filled Mu Wanner's bowl to the brim. Flattered by Wanyou's excessive praise, especially in front of Nanzheng, Mu Wanner felt quite pleased, her smile brightening as she consumed the radishes. The bitterness and blandness transformed into a subtle sweetness, a sensation of happiness blossoming within her. However, Wang Xiyun was less than pleased. While she took joy in Nanzheng's compliment regarding Mu Wanner, interpreting it as a sign of disinterest in Wanyou's rather vexing beauty, she bristled at the notion that Mu Wanner was the most beautiful woman in the capital. Though Mu Wanner was her dear friend, she had no wish to compare their appearances, but the remark left her feeling irked, particularly in Nanzheng's presence. Refusing to concede, she furrowed her brow and bit into another piece of radish. This time, she managed to swallow it, but her expression mirrored that of someone suffering from bloating and constipation. Wanyou continued her performance. "The general must surely be fond of Wan and Appo's. Such a gentle, caring, and beautiful lady, indeed." Chapter 66. Unconventional tactics. When Wanyou uttered these words, she deliberately paused for effect, causing Mu Wanner to startle at the initial phrase. A piece of undigested radish slipped down her throat, not quite choking her, but leaving her throat scratched and causing an incessant cough. She appeared somewhat disheveled. After pouring a glass of water, Nanzheng noticed her discomfort and promptly instructed Wanner's maid. Observing Wanner's distress, Wanyou chose to remain silent for the moment. Wanner had brought this upon herself. Indeed, one should not harbor ill intentions. However, this inadvertently blurred her previously pointed inquiries. After quenching her thirst and stifling her cough, Wan and Appos, gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nanzheng, I am fine now, she said, casting a fleeting, strained smile in Nanzheng and Appos' direction. Her eyes filled with a pleading glimmer. Nanzheng averted his gaze. The way Wanner looked at him made Wang Xiyun uncomfortable, but she had always trusted Wanner and did not delve deeper into her feelings. She merely felt a growing frustration and turned her ire towards Wanyou. Wanyou, see what mischief you have caused. The turn of events deviated from Wanyou's plans, yet the outcome remained similar. She understood that although Wang Xiyun was upset, she had yet to suspect Wan and Appos. There was no need to hurry. The seeds had been sown, and there was potential for them to sprout. I merely spoke the truth. If you don and Amp, Appos, believe me, ask the general whether he favors someone like Wan and Amp. Appos, she declared. Be quiet. Nanzheng could no longer tolerate the exchange. See, the general forbids me from speaking, which only proves my point. Wang Xiyun felt her anger intensifying, yet she could not pinpoint the reason for her ire. Nanzheng wished he could permanently silence Wanyou. Wan and Appos, you should return to rest. If you feel unwell, be sure to call for the doctor. I shall escort Sister Wanner. I am at fault as well. Wanyou immediately volunteered. You stay, ye Nanzheng instructed Wang Xiyun. You not, accompany Wanner. Why should she remain? Wang Xiyun protested, sensing Nanzheng and Appos' intent to confront her. Wanyou swiftly interjected, Indeed, General, the hour is late. It would be improper for a woman to stay alone, as rumors may arise. Nanzheng was bewildered by her reasoning. She was his wife, and even if she stayed, what rumors could possibly circulate? Regardless of Nanzheng's thoughts, Wanyou was determined not to remain. She whispered to Wang Xiyun, If you do not want me alone with your cousin, find a way to take me away. Wang Xiyun was equally reluctant. Cousin, I must find Gu. Fourth Anna's business. We should leave. Fearing Nanzheng's disapproval, she spoke quickly, pulling Wanyou toward the exit. Nanzheng furrowed his brow as he watched them depart, thinking Wanyou must be as slippery as an eel. At the entrance, Jiang, who had been silently observing, suddenly shivered. Goodness, is the general smiling? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, hoping to clarify his vision, but when he looked again, the general appeared as stern and cold as ever. Just an illusion. The following morning, Wanyou busied herself with preparations for moving. As Gu and Bai Lu gathered the belongings, Jiang arrived. Young madam, the general has sent me to collect the silver. Wanyou stood momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend what Jiang meant by silver. Noticing her silence, Jiang clarified, the general mentioned 10,000 taels. Only then did Wanyou grasp the situation. Initially believing Nanzheng was merely boasting, she was taken aback to discover he genuinely intended to collect. Have the general come himself. She dismissed Jiang. Despite her disbelief that Nanzheng would dare to demand, he once again acted unpredictably. He arrived just as the last of her belongings were being taken away, and Wanyou was preparing to leave for her new residence. General, are you here to assist with my move? She inquired, having already surmised his purpose. There is no need. Mother-in-law has sent help. You are a busy man. Please attend to your duties for the nation and its people, she added. But Nanzheng ignored her. At that moment, Bai Lu carried 2 bags while Gu held Wanyou's money box. Nanzheng turned to Gu. Give it to me. He realized that asking Wanyou for the silver would be cumbersome, but with Gu holding a wooden box, it was a straightforward task. Don and Appos, Wanyou rushed to intervene, but Gu, unaware of the underlying tension, cheerfully handed over the box, believing Nanzheng was indeed there to help. Once the box was in Nanzheng's hands, Wanyou could only watch as he opened it. Typically, such boxes contained land deeds or contracts. However, hers was devoid of any such papers. Instead, it held only banknotes, as all the deeds were with Huayang. As long as she possessed the banknotes, she was content. Nanzheng casually flipped through the stack, but upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed. To his astonishment, the notes were all in denominations of 501,000, amounting to no less than 50,000 taels. Wanyou had donated 300,000. Her dowry was indeed modest, leading Nanzheng to assume her wealth was limited. Yet, here was a wooden box casually containing 50,000. In disbelief, Nanzheng thought, Wanyou, you are truly full of surprises. His original intention had been to uphold his word. Having asked for silver, he felt it necessary for her to part with some. He intended to take 10,000, hoping it would instill a sense of caution in her for the future. Yet, seeing the abundance of banknotes, he realized that taking a small amount would mean nothing to her. Thus, Wanyou watched as he counted out 10,000 taels. Nanzheng raised the notes, just right. 10,000. As Wanyou contemplated how to retrieve this amount, Nanzheng then picked up the remaining stack of banknotes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wanyou observed as he counted out 5 notes, assuming he would add 5 more. Instead, he placed the 5 into the box, keeping the rest in his hand. A woman of the inner chambers should not possess excessive wealth. I shall hold these as collateral. Should you behave yourself and avoid causing trouble, they will be returned. If you cannot manage your affairs, I shall return to collect interest. Wanyou, what do you mean a woman of the inner chambers should not have too much money? Nanzheng, noticing her bewilderment, appeared rather pleased, a wistful smile flickering across his usually cold gaze. He secured the banknotes and returned the box to Qige. Be more discerning in the future. Do not hand over the money box so readily. Wanyou, Bai Lu, Qige. The three of them stared in shock. Chapter 67. The small kitchen since her rebirth, Wanyou found herself at a loss for the first time. Utterly bewildered by Nanzheng, the esteemed General Ji, not only brazenly seizing silver in her presence, but also speaking in a manner that defied reason. This general must attend to the nation and its people. Thus, the trio stood in synchronized astonishment, gazing as Nanzheng departed with an effortless grace. It was only after his presence vanished completely, taking with him the air he had brought, that Wanyou began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nanzheng had made off with 51,500 taels of her silver. Miss? Qige still struggled to grasp the unfolding events, her voice timid. Fearing Wanyou's ire. Nothing to worry about. Let's go, Wanyou replied nonchalantly. Nanzheng had no genuine intention of taking her silver. He merely sought to intimidate her. Yet he was mistaken. Perhaps other things could rattle her, but silver would not. Even though she didn't dismiss the value of 50,000 taels entirely in her eyes. It was merely a sum, but there was no need for haste. Her newfound home captured her interest far more. Jiang speaking of which, this guest house was indeed quite remote. Wanyou took a full 2 tea times to arrive. Upon entering the courtyard, she found 3 main rooms. 2 wings with 2 rooms each, and a central courtyard graced by a prominent begonia tree, alongside a smaller one. Between the 2 trees stood a quaint pavilion. Behind the east wing, there lay a small garden akin to a vegetable patch, along with 2 diminutive storage sheds, with a separate small door leading out from the garden. The interior and exterior of the house had been arranged, allowing Wanyou to settle in seamlessly. The small kitchen was complete, and that very evening, she savored a meal prepared from her own kitchen. The cook, known as San Yang, had been sourced by Huayang from the acclaimed chef du of Jushin Building. Wanyou mused that her brother Huayang was indeed reliable. San Yang and Chef Du were a married couple, and while she had not mastered his culinary skills entirely, she surpassed many other cooks significantly. However, she was indeed mistaken. When Mu Wan urged Wang Xiyun to visit, Wang Xiyun immediately detected the unique aroma of Wanyou's cooking. Wanyou and Amp, Oppo's. S mealtime was slightly later than that of the Duke and Amp, Oppo's, S residence, so when they arrived, she was just beginning to dine. Wanyou, what dish is this? It smells divine. Wang Xiyun, ever straightforward, wasted no time in expressing her thoughts. Originally, she had come to mock Wanyou for being relegated to such a humble guest house. But the enticing aroma of the food made her forget her intent. Wanyou replied with serene indifference, just some pan-fried tofu, shrimp, and egg custard, stir-fried chicken with grandma-esque greens, and crispy pork. I have eyes. I'm asking why it smells so wonderful. Wang Xiyun retorted impatiently. Is that so? Does Sister Xiyun require something from me? Wanyou deftly shifted the conversation. Sister Wanner, please have a seat. She turned her attention to Mu Wanner. Thank you. Wanyou extended her hospitality. At this hour, you all must have dined already, so feel free to wander. I shall continue my meal. Feeling somewhat awkward, Mu Wanner opposed, or realized it was indeed impolite to interrupt someone's meal, and quickly said, Sister, please eat while in oppose. As hot. Don't mind us. With that, she pulled Wang Xiyun to the courtyard. Sister Wanner, do you not find the dishes on Gu Wanyou's table incredibly fragrant? Wang Xiyun remained fixated on the question. I must taste it. If her cook is truly skilled, I shall request Aunt to replace ours, Wang Xiyun declared, turning back towards the house. Mu Wanner rolled her eyes discreetly. What audacity! Did she invite you to taste? Wanyou had clearly invited them to roam, not extending false pleasantries. Yet Wang Xiyun seemed oblivious. Mu Wanner opted to stay put, unwilling to embarrass herself further. Nevertheless, the dishes undeniably had an enticing aroma. She couldn't help but reminisce about the delightful scent she had caught earlier, and, to her dismay, found herself salivating slightly. She glanced around to ensure no one noticed her reaction and let out a quiet sigh, scolding herself for her weakness. Ever since her return the previous night, Mu Wanner felt an unsettling anxiety, sensing something unusual between Wanyou and Nanzheng, though she could not articulate it. To uncover the truth, it would be challenging to approach Nanzheng directly. She needed to delve into Wanyou's situation. Hence, she had persuaded Wang Xiyun to join her visit. Having never been to Yijing before, Mu Wanner was taken aback by its simplicity, a far cry from the splendor of Longyi courtyard. Her restless heart found a modicum of solace. Upon entering the house, Wang Xiyun boldly announced, I haven't eaten much tonight, and after such a long journey, I'm a bit hungry. Have her maid fetch me a set of chopsticks. She spoke with such audacity that Wanyou could only stare in disbelief. This young lady was a constant source of surprises. It was her first encounter with someone so brazenly seeking a meal, a true daughter of the Marquis, demanding even as she freeloaded. Wanyou signaled for Qiuge to fetch the utensils, who responded with an eye roll. Wang Xiyun wasted no time once she received the cutlery, diving into the food with no reservations. She first ladled a spoonful of shrimp and egg custard, the silky texture gliding down her throat, soothing her every crevice with its exquisite flavor, awakening her appetite. Unbeknownst to her, from Wanyou's perspective, Wang Xiyun appeared utterly captivated, her usual haughty demeanor softening. Wanyou pondered. Wang Xiyun's expression seemed as though she had never tasted such delightful fare. Yet as a daughter of the Marquis, she surely had dined at Jushin Building before, hadn't she? Wanyou decided to serve herself a spoonful of custard as well. She had been indulging in the crispy pork, which was so delectably prepared by San Yang that it surpassed even the offerings of Jushin Building. MMM. With a spoonful, Wanyou found herself lost in ecstasy. It was simply divine. She had previously tasted shrimp and egg custard at Jushin Building, but this was an entirely different experience, melting in her mouth like a delicate spirit, soothing every part of her being in need of comfort. She could not articulate the sensation. It was pure satisfaction, overwhelming satisfaction. As she recalled the crispy pork, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that San Yang had exceeded Chef Du in skill while sharing the same bed? To test this hypothesis, Wanyou promptly sampled a piece of pan-fried tofu. Oh my, this is heavenly. Then she moved on to the stir-fried chicken with grandma's greens. Heavens! Each dish bore the essence of Jushin Building, yet transcended it, a flavor beyond words. Wang Xiyun had initially intended to merely sample the food to evaluate the cook's talent. However, after one spoonful of custard, she found herself unable to stop, completely unable to cease. Spoonful after spoonful of custard, piece after piece of crispy pork. Since the grandma's greens demanded rice, she had Qiuge fetch her half a bowl. Qiuge had never witnessed such audacity in Wang Xiyun, rolling her eyes dramatically as she made her way to the kitchen. Wang Xiyun devoured the rice alongside the dishes, finally satiating herself to the point of excess. Only after finishing did she realize she might have committed an embarrassing act. After some contemplation, she produced a small pouch of broken silver, approximately 5 coins worth. "I want to eat for free. Take this as payment for my meal." Chapter 68. Cornering the wall, Wanyou accepted the silver, weighing it lightly in her hand. "This amount is insufficient for meal expenses. However, let today be my treat," she remarked with a hint of gratitude, acknowledging that her ability to run a small kitchen was thanks to the other party. Wang Xiyun felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Her intention to deny the kitchen meals was to starve Gu Wanyou, yet in the end, she found herself kneeling for 2 hours, going hungry twice. Meanwhile, Gu Wanyou had managed to establish a small kitchen. The loss was substantial, and her good mood for enjoying delicious food was instantly diminished. Wanyou noticed Wang Xiyun and Appo's discontent, and, in contrast, felt quite pleased. She handed the silver to Gu, saying, "This is the hard-earned fee from Miss Biao." Qiyi, who was discerning, disliked Wang Xiyun for making things difficult for her mistress, thus reluctant to accept her silver. However, at Wanyou's urging glance, she reluctantly accepted it. Her gratitude lacking sincerity, Wanyou, with a smile, addressed Wang Xiyun, "Sister June, if you wish to dine here in the future, please inform us in advance, and I shall offer you the cost price." Her meaning was clear. Today's meal was complimentary, but any future dining would require payment. Wang Xiyun dismissed it with a scoff. "Rest assured, I am not short of that bit of silver." It wasn't that she lacked money. Rather, she had begun plotting to entice Mrs. Wang to dig the wall. As Gu Wanyou was the daughter-in-law, if her mother-in-law were to request a cook, how could she refuse? This way, she could savor delicious meals every day. Wang Xiyun and Appo's mood brightened instantly. After having dined at another and Appo's expense, her pride was as unyielding as ever. Wanyou admired Wang Xiyun for this, noting that she carried herself with remarkable nonchalance and self-assuredness. One could only say, reaching a certain level of shamelessness could indeed be a rare virtue. Wang Xiyun, harboring her little schemes, was eager to return home. Mu Wan and Appo's, initially intending to linger longer, had no choice but to leave when Wang Xiyun hurriedly insisted on departing. It was only after Wang Xiyun had been gone for a while that Wanyou suddenly realized her urgency upon leaving. Could it be that Wang Xiyun was considering something regarding Sanyang? Wanyou immediately affirmed this thought. If it were anyone else, it might be uncertain, but with Wang Xiyun's cunning, it was entirely plausible. Wanyou contemplated that if Mrs. Wang truly had the audacity to request Sanyang, she would indeed struggle to refuse. However, how could she bear to give her up? Having savored that meal, she had come to appreciate Sanyang's culinary skills. Upon inquiring about Sanyang, she learned that Sanyang was not merely a disciple, but originally the master herself. Her father had once been a palace chef, and, lacking a son, passed the skills to her. Chef Du had learned from Sanyang. As for learning ability, it was passable. If Sanyang scored a perfect 100, Chef Du would be at 90. That 10-point difference was substantial. Huayang. It was beyond her comprehension that he would send such a treasure to her as a personal chef. Beyond feeling touched, she resolved never to let Sanyang go. The following day, shortly after enjoying a delectable breakfast, she learned from Bai Lu that old Madame Yu had arrived. Wang Xiyun's persuasion skills were commendable, and her actions prompt. Fourth young Madame, old Madame Gu, the head cook, is ill, and old Madame Huandappo's daughter has given birth. The lady sent this old servant to inquire if we might borrow the fourth young Madame and Appo's cook until old Madame Gu recovers. Old Madame Yu assured her, "Rest easy. The lady has said the kitchen will deliver meals punctually during these days. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Honoring one's elders is the duty of the younger generation." Wanyou responded cheerfully, "Such a trivial matter. A young maid could have simply notified us. There was no need for you to come all this way." The kitchen had just finished stewing bird's nest, and Wanyou insisted that old Madame Yu have a bowl before she returned. There was no hint of reluctance from Wanyou as she warmly entertained old Madame Yu. Bai Lu swiftly brought the bird's nest. "Fourth young Madame, this is too much," old Madame Yu declined. As someone who served beside Madame Wang, she had tasted many fine delicacies, Yet Bird's Nest was a rarity. Although all the young madams showed her great respect, she had never been treated to Bird's Nest before. Moreover, she could tell from the broth clarity that it was of the highest quality. The fact that Gu Wanyou would serve her such a delicacy left old Madame Yu somewhat astonished, though she felt a sense of joy within. "Madam, please drink it while it in Appo's as hot." Seeing Wanyou and Appo's sincere eyes, old Madame Yu accepted the porcelain bowl, genuinely wishing to partake. As she enjoyed the delicacy, she couldn't help but think that while Gu Wanyou might be unlikable, her work ethic was impeccable. Yesterday, she had treated the lady to a grand feast at Lu. Today, she had not shown the slightest displeasure in lending her cook. And this Bird's Nest? Regardless of anything else, Gu Wanyou was indeed remarkably generous. Having savored the Bird's Nest, old Madame Yu cheerfully took Sanyang to the Duke's residence kitchen to assume her duties. She herself proceeded to report back to Madame Wang. With a beaming smile, old Madame Yu informed Madame Wang. Without a doubt, fourth young madam handled this matter with great transparency. When I conveyed the lady's intention, fourth young madam did not so much as frown and readily allowed me to take the cook. She even stated that honoring you is her duty. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang appeared pleased, though her expression remained one of disdain. It seems that Gu Wanyou is not as hopeless as I thought. At Yijing Pavilion, as soon as Sanyang departed, Gu expressed her concerns. "Miss Sanyang and Appo's cooking is exquisite. What if Madame keeps her and does not allow her to return?" Bailu shared the same worries. "Do not fret. In a few days, Sanyang will be back." Upon hearing Wanyou's certainty, the two exchanged relieved smiles, grateful that Sanyang would return. Sanyang and Appo's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. During lunch, the entire Duke and Appo's residence was jubilant, all enchanted by Sanyang and Appo's culinary prowess. The same joy continued into dinner. However, by the next evening, the mood shifted. After 2 consecutive days of dining on pan-fried tofu, shrimp, and egg custard, stir-fried chicken with Grandma and Appo's greens, crispy pork, and fish head soup, the repetition began to dampen their appetites. The young wives clamored to Madame Wang, demanding to know what was amiss with the cook. Thus, Madame Wang ordered Sanyang to change the menu. By the third day and Appo's lunch, the dishes had indeed changed, but the flavors were far from satisfactory. The dompa pork was overly salty and spicy, the chicken soup bitter, the lotus root patties undercooked, and only the stir-fried water bamboo was passable. Madame Wang, irate, summoned Sanyang. "What is the meaning of this? Can you even eat this dompa pork?" Sanyang knelt humbly, replying to Madame, "The servant has only mastered those few dishes. If you can master those, why cannot you learn others?" Sanyang continued, "After mastering that dish, my family fell on hard times, and I could only afford vegetable leaves, lacking opportunities to learn further." She added, "If Madame could grant me some time, I can attempt to learn." "Enough. Old Madame Gu has recovered. You may return to Yijing Pavilion." Sanyang and Appo's reasoning seemed plausible. It was ultimately flimsy. However, as the Duchess, Madame Wang was accustomed to receiving flattery, and Sanyang could hardly conceal her true self. She never suspected that Wanyou would dare to feign compliance while covertly undermining her. Thus, she did not delve deeper into the matter, merely considering that a person who had subsisted on vegetable leaves for decades could possess any discerning palate capable of creating anything novel. At best, she would reach the same level as old Madame Gu in the previous kitchen. With that in mind, what use did she have for Sanyang? Consuming time and resources without justification. Originally a borrowed asset, it could simply be returned. Worst case, if they desired those few dishes again, they could request Sanyang to prepare a meal. Consequently, Sanyang remained in the Duke and Appo's kitchen for 2.5 days before returning to Yijing Pavilion on the afternoon of the third day. During these 2 days, Nanzheng had been exceptionally busy, unaware of the cook's situation. However, gossip traveled fast in Jiangnan, and the news of the cook's affair had reached Nanzheng's ears. "General, I have tasted the exquisite crispy meat. It is truly unparalleled. You must seize the opportunity to visit the young madam and savor it for yourself." Nanzheng instinctively furrowed his brow. Could a chef capable of creating such a delicacy also produce inedible fare? Was his chef still Gu Wanyou's? After a moment's contemplation, Nanzheng revealed a playful smile. Let us proceed to Yijin Pavilion. This general is eager to indulge in it right away. Chapter 69. Cooking in person. The return of Sanyang was anticipated by Wanyou, as she had foreseen Wang Xiyun's actions and taken precautions in advance. Xiuge and Bailu, however, were filled with joy. Although the meals sent from the large kitchen were also prepared by Sanyang, they could not compare to the deliciousness of freshly cooked dishes. Sanyang, do you truly only know how to prepare those few dishes? Bailu inquired softly. Sanyang glanced at Wanyou with a smile, but remained silent. Thus, Bailu understood the underlying implications, yet Xiuge was perplexed. With a frown, she exclaimed, "Huh? Sanyang, you really only know those few dishes?" The other three burst into laughter, refusing to enlighten Xiuge, who, feeling wronged, complained, "Miss, they are bullying me." In a good mood, Wanyou replied with a smile, "They're not bullying you. You're simply a bit slow." Xiuge still did not grasp the situation. Eager to understand, she followed Sanyang into the kitchen at mealtime, determined to uncover the truth for her own sake. Upon seeing that the ingredients Sanyang prepared were not limited to the few dishes she was rumored to know, Xiuge sighed in relief and began to anticipate a sumptuous dinner. Unexpectedly, after Sanyang prepared the dishes, Wanyou, donning an apron, entered the kitchen. "Miss, you're not seriously going to cook, are you?" Xiuge exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This time, you're quite clever. You guessed correctly," Wanyou replied playfully. Although flattered, Xiuge felt a deep sense of unease. Could her mistress, who was accustomed to a life of leisure, truly cook? "Miss, perhaps it would be better for Sister Bailu to take over," Xiuge suggested. If her mistress was to take charge, the rumors about Sanyang must indeed be true. Thus, Xiuge thought it wiser for Bailu to handle the cooking rather than Wanyou. After all, it was unheard of for a mistress to prepare meals for her servants. "Do you doubt my culinary skills?" Wanyou asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, a little," Xiuge admitted sheepishly. Nevertheless, Wanyou appeared undeterred and began to take charge. To Xiuge and Appo's surprise, although it was Wanyou who was physically cooking every step of the process, from the amount of salt and oil to the timing of stirring and lifting the pan, was guided by Sanyang, who even participated hands-on. Once the first dish, a stir-fried pork, was completed, Xiuge could hardly contain her excitement. "Miss, may I have a taste?" Wanyou nodded with a smile. Xiuge took a small piece of meat, finding it perfectly seasoned and tender. "Delicious," she exclaimed. Could someone who directed the cooking of such a delightful dish truly be incapable of making stir-fried pork? At that moment, Xiuge slowly began to comprehend the true nature of Sanyang's culinary prowess. "You all have been teasing me," she declared, as the others exchanged knowing smiles. For Wanyou, having cooked for the first time in her life was a uniquely enchanting experience, evoking a sense of fulfillment. The thought of savoring a meal she had prepared herself made her even more dedicated to the task. When Nanzheng arrived, he found a courtyard devoid of any presence. After clearing his throat softly, he was still met with silence. It was then that he heard laughter emanating from the kitchen. "Let us check," he signaled to Jiang. "General, the young mistress is in the kitchen." "Cooking," Jiang reported incredulously. "Cooking?" Nanzheng furrowed his brows and found himself inexplicably drawn to the kitchen. It was his first time entering such a space, and upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Wanyou amidst the faint smoke, waving her hands. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice laced with discontent. "General?" Wanyou turned to the sound of Xiuge's voice and froze momentarily upon seeing Nanzheng at the door. Her decision to personally cook was not a mere whim. She had anticipated that someone might come to investigate. Thus, she chose to take matters into her own hands to avoid being caught. Her primary concern was the cunning Wanyou, who appeared innocent but was anything but. To her surprise, the first to arrive was Nanzheng. Whether it was mere coincidence or intentional, Wanyou could not discern at that moment. "Since you are here, we still have the morning's finances to settle." She welcomed him warmly. "General, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Today marks my first attempt at cooking." Nanzheng could only stare blankly at her. "Your first time cooking, and you speak of others having good fortune?" Such words could only originate from Gu Wanyou. He had come with the intent to catch her in the act. Yet he found himself confronted with this unexpected scene. Wanyou, adorned in an apron with her sleeves tied back, radiated an aura of domesticity. Nanzheng was taken aback, finding her surprisingly attractive in this role. Her beauty softened by an innocent charm, devoid of the usual sharpness and distance she often projected. The kitchen's smoky atmosphere was less than pleasant, yet he found himself inexplicably stepping inside. "General, perhaps you should wait outside. The smoke is thick in here," Wanyou urged, attempting to push him back. With such a large figure standing by her side, it was difficult for Jiang to provide guidance. "I want to watch you cook," Nanzheng replied, firmly standing beside her. At that moment, the last dish, a shrimp and mushroom soup, was nearing completion. The shrimp and mushrooms were already in the pot, ready to be seasoned, but they had yet to add salt. Wanyou held the salt spoon, pondering how much to use. She had not observed Jiang's previous measurements, and now found it awkward to exchange glances with her without raising suspicion. "Well, it's just salt," she mused. "I can always add more if it's too bland." Wanyou scooped a heaping spoonful of salt, recalling how Bailu usually sweetened her goat milk with sugar. 2 teaspoons for a bowl of milk, and this pot would exceed 5 bowls. Following that ratio, she decided to add at least 10 teaspoons of salt. After comparing the salt spoon to a teaspoon, she estimated that a heaping spoonful was about 6 teaspoons. Better to err on the side of caution, she concluded, scooping the heaping spoon of salt without hesitation and tossing it into the pot, nearly causing Jiang to snatch the spoon from her. Not only Jiang, but even Nanzheng, who was entirely unfamiliar with cooking, frowned at the sight. Though he was uncertain of the appropriate amount, the quantity appeared excessive. Oblivious, Wanyou stirred the mixture and prepared to taste it. As she brought the spoon to her mouth, she paused and offered it to Nanzheng. "General, would you taste it for me? If it's lacking, I'll add more." Her intentions were innocent. As it was her first time cooking, she sought validation, and Nanzheng was conveniently nearby. "You should do it yourself," Nanzheng replied, furrowing his brow in refusal. "Just a taste," she insisted, pressing the spoon toward his lips. Realizing her determination, Nanzheng understood that she might pour it directly into his mouth if he refused. He had another option, to leave. Yet, he stayed and took a sip. Jiang felt a rush of anxiety as she witnessed Nanzheng actually tasting the soup. Bailu, who was tending to the fire, was oblivious to the context, and, upon seeing Nanzheng drink from the spoon Wanyou offered, began to speculate. No wonder the general took the young mistress and amp, Oppo's, silver. She isn't upset, because their relationship has evidently grown close enough for feeding. She scolded herself inwardly. How could I, who follows her daily, not have noticed their bond? What kind of personal maid am I? How is it? Wanyou inquired, her anticipation evident as she observed Nanzheng's reaction. He remained impassive, lightly uttering, "Not bad." "Is that so?" Wanyou smiled with delight, taking a sip from the same spoon Nanzheng had used. Chapter 70. Working off debts. As Tangang took a bite, Wanyou's mouth dropped open, unable to close again. It was far too salty. Jiang was well aware of her predicament and hurried out to fetch water. Wanyou glared at Nanzheng, accusing him, "You did this on purpose." Nanzheng replied, "Indeed, I did it intentionally." He felt a sense of delight, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched the unfolding drama. Jiang returned with water, and Wanyou drank an entire glass in one go. She also served Nanzheng a glass, which he polished off in one gulp. "You should leave. You are a harbinger of disaster. When you're not around, everything goes smoothly, but your presence brings chaos," Wanyou insisted, trying to expel Nanzheng. "Are you still cooking?" Nanzheng asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. "How can you prepare anything edible when you can't even measure the salt?" Wanyou was fully aware of Nanzheng's intentions and retorted without reservation. "I manage perfectly well when you're not here." Nanzheng stepped outside to the courtyard, taking a seat in the small pavilion. The shrimp and mushroom soup, freshly made by Jiang, was now ready. But Wanyou had lost her appetite and merely lingered in the kitchen. At last, the 3 dishes and a soup were arranged on the table. Nanzheng did not wait for Wanyou to invite him and sat down at the table with the air of a host. causing Wanyou to feel a sudden jolt. Nanzheng glanced over the dishes: stir-fried pork, sautéed Chinese cabbage, braised chicken legs, and shrimp soup. I've heard that your kitchen's crispy pork is exquisite. Wanyou responded, Are you craving crispy pork, General? I shall fetch it immediately. Observing San Yang's eagerness, Wanyou felt exasperated. San Yang was her servant, yet she appeared to be Nanzheng's attendant. In truth, Nanzheng was not ordering food. He harbored doubts about the edibility of the dishes before him. He had come to expose Wanyou, but with no evidence in hand, he found her cooking somewhat suspect. Regardless, he doubted that a mere cook could only master those few dishes, while the rest were supposedly inedible. However, he dismissed the matter as trivial. General, do sample this stir-fried pork, Wanyou offered, serving Nanzheng. He examined the slices of meat in his bowl, then looked at Wanyou before consuming the meat with rice. The reason for the rice was the lesson learned from the shrimp mushroom soup, which had left a lingering saltiness in his mouth. As he chewed, his deep gaze faltered, and once he had swallowed completely, he looked at Wanyou with confusion. Did you truly prepare this? Wanyou felt a twinge of guilt. Of course, didn't you see me? Nanzheng countered. When did I ever see you? Yet, he did not press further. While the stir-fried pork was neither overly salty nor tough, it lacked the finesse of a larger kitchen's cuisine. Clearly, her culinary skills were not particularly advanced. After tasting San Yang's freshly made crispy pork, he would be entirely convinced that it was indeed Wanyou's handiwork, for the other three dishes paled in comparison. Wanyou understood Nanzheng's purpose for being there, but she chose not to confront him about it. Instead, she warmly continued to serve him more food. Strictly speaking, considering their previous dinner of plain radishes, this was only their second meal together. The atmosphere of that night was better left unspoken. However, tonight, with the candlelight flickering and 3 dishes plus soup laid out, the two sat across from each other. Nanzheng remained the same stoic figure, expressionless and proper as he ate, while Wanyou seemed transformed. Her edges softened, her defenses lowered, adorned with a gentle smile, exuding a sense of contentment as she served him more dishes, almost embodying the essence of a dutiful wife. At first, Nanzheng ate earnestly, truly hungry, but as he continued, he began to feel an unusual sensation. Wanyou and Appo's gentle and homely demeanor was a sight he had never encountered before. The softened version of her bore some resemblance to his prior imaginings of a tender woman. Whether it was due to his fullness or something else, he felt a warm sensation in his chest, a comforting ease. Unconsciously, he served Wanyou some food, an instinctive gesture. Thank you, Wanyou replied with a graceful smile, consuming the food without hesitation. Nanzheng felt as though his heart had been soothed again, bringing him further comfort. Thus, the two enjoyed a peaceful meal together, the warm atmosphere bringing smiles to Qiuji's face as she exchanged glances with Bailu. Bailu, meanwhile, began her own mental deliberations, pondering whether the general would surely stay overnight. She thought of linens, incense, and warm water to prepare. As for Wanyou, she relished the tranquility too, though she had her own schemes. General, did I perform well today? After tidying up, Wanyou dismissed the maidservants, closing the door behind her and Nanzheng. Nanzheng quickly discerned Wanyou's intentions. She was vying for his approval. Frowning, he felt she was spoiling the atmosphere, dampening the mood. One instance does not count, Nanzheng said with displeasure. He initially believed that Wanyou had changed, and indeed she had, influenced by the 50,000 taels of silver. Unhappy, he contemplated how Wanyou could truly alter her behavior for such an amount. Yet the prospect of having leverage over her brought him a modicum of delight. Since this is a pledge, shouldn't he, the general, provide a receipt? Otherwise, what if he refused to acknowledge it later? I am Nanzheng, he declared, his brow furrowed in irritation at her audacity to question his integrity. My mother once said that one's character is most tested in times of trial. However, I still trust you, General, but you must specify a time frame. 3 months. Nanzheng said offhandedly, having not given the matter much thought. So it's settled. In 3 months, if I cause no trouble, you shall return the full 100,000 to me. Nanzheng was taken aback by Wanyou's unexpected patience. Gu Wanyou, is your wealth acquired through such extortion? Wanyou wore a sorrowful expression, shaking her head repeatedly. Alas, even the character of General Ji cannot withstand scrutiny. This world is truly coming to an end. Nanzheng mused. I had not realized Gu Wanyou was such a talented actress. However, after extensive dealings with Wanyou, Nanzheng had moved past his initial reaction. He was no longer easily flustered. After all, being a rogue was not exclusive to her. In Jiang, they say that the silver notes I took are all forgeries. Wanyou retorted, You shamelessly encounter someone even more shameless. Let us see who is more audacious. The 50,000 was not of utmost importance, but if Nanzheng began to feel beholden to her, that would be troublesome. This round needed to be won back. The general seems intent on defaulting. You extorted me with counterfeit notes, and I have not reported you to the authorities. Nanzheng found that his fabrications were coming more easily now, an exhilarating feeling. His eyes began to glimmer with amusement. If the general desires wealth and is unwilling to return it, that is quite all right. Wanyou stood gracefully and approached Nanzheng. He sensed impending trouble as she neared, but before he could react, she had already seated herself in his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. If you refuse to repay the silver notes, then perhaps the general should work off the debt. Chapter 71. Igniting the flame, Nanzheng was taken aback by Wanyou's audacity. The moment she took the initiative, he was completely petrified. Wanyou, giving him no time to ponder, sought out his full lips and pressed against them. What was she doing? Even she was bewildered. As she made contact with his lips, Wanyou wondered, how does one truly ignite a man into amp? Amp? Oppose. As passions? Was it through gentle suction, playful nibbling, or perhaps? Nanzheng had forcefully kissed her in the carriage that day, even taking her silver notes. As a defenseless woman, what could she do? She had heard that when a man's passions were aroused but left unfulfilled, it created a peculiar sensation. Let Nanzheng experience that. Wanyou, unable to devise a better plan, gritted her teeth and decided to go all in. And so, she truly went all in. Her smooth lips acted without rhyme or reason, alternating between light touches and firmer pressures, a punitive nibble followed by a tender lick. Every so often, she would add a gentle suction. Nanzheng was stunned, then numb. As he himself had said, his mind was clear, but his body was proving to be frustratingly honest. His brain commanded him to push this infuriating woman away at once. But his hands remained still, unmoving. His body was even more disobedient, a surge of heat coursing through him. Wanyou's ears were flushed crimson. Though she and Nanzheng had been intimate before, it had been under less than conscious circumstances. To take the initiative and kiss Nanzheng, despite her strength and brazenness, she felt a surge of shyness. Even her body seemed to be blushing. But having started, she couldn't afford to falter. Seeing Nanzheng's stillness, she began to wonder if a man of his resolve required more than just a kiss. Should she incorporate something else? After a moment's thought, her slender fingers undid the collar of Nanzheng's robe, hesitantly slipping inside. The instant her skin made contact with his, Wanyou felt as though she had been burned, and she recoiled. Wanyou wanted to concede. This business of seducing men was simply not her forte. Instead of igniting the man and oppose, as passions, she had ignited her own. Not in that way, but her face was burning, her heart was racing, and she felt as though she were a taut rubber band. An overwhelming sense of urgency gripped her, making her deeply uncomfortable. But just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Nanzheng abruptly seized it. What? Losing your nerve? Nanzheng's voice was uncharacteristically hoarse, his lips full and ripe from Wanyou's kisses. Nanzheng had been in a state of bewitched confusion, even trembling when Wanyou touched his chest. It was that tremor that snapped him back to reality. He had some inkling of Wanyou's intentions. Once a lion awakened, how could he not reclaim the upper hand? At that moment, Wanyou felt as though Nanzheng had startled her heart to a standstill. How utterly pathetic. Their position was far beyond mere flirtation. They were so close that she could clearly feel Nanzheng's slightly uneven breathing, her lips still bearing the imprint of his essence. Her palm pressed against the frantic beating of his heart. And Nanzheng and Oppo's deep gaze held an unfathomable depth that she dared not meet. Wanyou, is this the extent of your abilities? Nanzheng asked. The reborn Wanyou had an explosive desire to win, and Nanzheng's words were like fuel to a fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanyou's lips once again sealed his. She refused to believe that she couldn't ignite Nanzheng's passions. Again, she employed the familiar trio of nibbling, sucking, and everything in between. This time, she was fully conscious, her objective clear, to set Nanzheng ablaze. As she sucked and nibbled, her hands roamed restlessly, wandering aimlessly like a lost traveler, moving without pattern, unsure of their destination. Nanzheng had thought she had been frightened off, but she had returned. This time, he too was fully conscious. He was a general, after all, possessing extraordinary control. His mind and body could operate independently. His mind was clear, aware that Wanyou was deliberately provoking him. His body was also awake, full of vigor. There was a hint of enjoyment, but also a fair amount of torment, just as there was an adjustment period for many first-time experiences. Nanzheng felt that he was also experiencing an adjustment period with Wanyou, but he had already passed that stage. He was a battle-hardened general, capable of maintaining a stoic expression even when his body was scorched. Since Wanyou dared to provoke him, he would patiently wait and see how she would end this. Wanyou ceased her efforts when she felt Nanzheng's arousal. She had been the one to stir him up, but now she cursed him inwardly as a beast. How easily he was aroused. A novice like her could barely do anything, and he was already reacting. If he were to be seduced by someone with experience, Nanzheng would probably be no different from those good-for-nothing men. She had truly overestimated him. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes glancing at Nanzheng. Her brow slightly furrowed. General, that's about enough, don't you think? If we continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it. As Wanyou spoke, she couldn't wait to escape from this beastly Nanzheng. But Nanzheng pulled her into his arms, his eyes filled with coldness. Didn't you say you'd work to pay off your debt? You've been the one doing all the work. I can't let you suffer a loss. Wanyou, was this beast really thinking of venting his passions on her? Heavens, even Nanzheng was acting like this. Was this the end of the world? Wanyou's mind began to falter again. Bailu Chioga, why don't you come in? Just as Wanyou was racking her brains for a solution, Nanzheng suddenly grasped her chin, forcing her to look at him. Wanyou, where did you learn these low-class tricks? Wanyou's chin was pinched painfully by Nanzheng, and she could clearly feel that he was angry, very angry. Haven't you read novels? So, you often read these kinds of novels? Faced with Nanzheng's overwhelming pressure, Wanyou forced a smile. Not really, just a few glances when I feel like it. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanyou felt the pain in her chin intensify. So, how many men have you seduced with these low-class tricks? Let me think. Wanyou. Nanzheng interrupted Wanyou and Appo's words with a thunderous roar. Think carefully before you speak. Nanzheng pinched Wanyou and Appo's chin with even more force. He was too angry. The thought of Wanyou using these methods on him conjured up images of her using the same methods on other men. What did it matter if they were a fake couple? Wanyou was now his woman, Nanzheng's woman, and she could only be his completely. He didn't know why he felt this way, but that was how he felt. Therefore, if Wanyou dared to say anything about being with other men, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't strangle her. Wanyou was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. But she didn't cry out. She immediately understood the source of Nanzheng's anger. That damned possessiveness of men. It was laughable. She wasn't even his woman, so why bother? In response to Nanzheng and Appo's question, Wanyou thought, would she ever do this to other men? She immediately stopped herself from thinking about it. Therefore, she didn't in Appo's delve into why she would do this to Nanzheng. She just felt a sudden sense of loss, of unhappiness. Never before. And I don't know about the future, Wanyou answered despondently. As soon as she finished speaking, Nanzheng released her hand, looking at her with an inscrutable expression. Neither of them moved, maintaining their embrace, and neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Even their breathing was clearly audible. I and Appo's, am sorry, Nanzheng said in a hoarse voice after an unknown amount of time. He had seen the two deep red marks on Wanyou's chin, where he had pinched her. He knew that he had used force, and that the red marks were more severe than he had thought. He knew his own strength, so he also knew how much pain Wanyou was in. He didn't know what had come over him, but he had inexplicably reached out and gently stroked the red marks. Beneath the reproach lies a tinge of tenderness. Will you not cry out in pain? Chapter 72. The absence of the monthly cycle confronted with Nanzheng's words, which carried both reproach and concern. Wanyou remained silent. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears from the pain. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke. General, let's be well, shall we? A sudden jolt coursed through Nanzheng's heart. Wanyou's bright, moist eyes regarded him with a complex blend of emotions. Injury, struggle, and a hint of resignation, all underscored by a soft, conciliatory tone. Faced with such vulnerability, Nanzheng found himself utterly defenseless. His heart softened in response. He did not even contemplate the implications of her words. His gaze remained fixed on Wanyou, who seemed lost in her own thoughts. Although she noticed his reaction, it seemed as though she was oblivious to it. She shifted from Nanzheng's side to sit beside him, her expression earnest as she declared, "From now on, I shall merely be the daughter of your subordinate, respecting and admiring you. Is that agreeable?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, that sudden moment felt particularly disheartening. What was the point of this back and forth with Nanzheng? She counted the days since their marriage, merely a few, but it felt as though they had been at odds each day. It was a waste of time and a strain on their relationship. Perhaps it would be better to embrace sincerity. In truth, the bold actions she had taken were but a means to ascertain that Nanzheng was indeed a good man who would not cause her harm. She sincerely apologized for her past actions, wishing to let bygones be bygones, and proposed that they interact in this manner moving forward. Would that be acceptable? How shall we interact? Nanzheng's voice turned unexpectedly cold. Wanyou pondered her choice of words. I shall treat you as your subordinates treat you, in terms of attitude. And then? He prompted again. And then? Wanyou was taken aback. What else was there? I will leave when you deem it appropriate. My previous words were not spoken lightly. I am entirely at your discretion. As you wish, Nanzheng replied sharply, his demeanor suddenly icy as he rose, striding away with long strides, leaving Wanyou bewildered. Nanzheng's abrupt shift in temperament left her perplexed, yet she resolved not to dwell on it, falling into a peaceful slumber that night. However, the following day after breakfast, Aunt Yu arrived, accompanied by a woman in her 40s and a maid of about 14 or 15. Fourth young mistress, my lady has sent me to bring 2 servants to assist you in the courtyard, Aunt Yu announced. Her demeanor towards Wanyou noticeably improved compared to before, where her respect had felt rather superficial. Please convey my gratitude to my mother-in-law. Wanyou instructed Bai Lu to present Aunt Yu with a purse containing 5 coins of silver. Aunt Yu accepted it with a smile. There are many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Once Aunt Yu departed, Chioga scrutinized the 2 newcomers with a frown. Their recent move had been a challenge, even without bringing along the simple-minded girl, but now the presence of 2 outsiders, especially from the Duke's household, made her uneasy. Chioga sensed that Wanyou felt the same. The unexpected arrival of 2 individuals was ostensibly to assist, yet in reality, it felt like surveillance. Could it be that the matter concerning the 3rd miss had been exposed? After inquiring about the newcomer's origins, Wanyou began to understand. The woman, known as Li Dinyang, had previously managed another guest house and was now reassigned. The girl, Suier, was a servant from the Duke and Appos, as household, responsible for the upkeep of the garden, while her aunt worked in the courtyard of Muwaner. Given her particular understanding of Muwaner, Wanyou intuited that sending these servants had something to do with her. Muwaner was known for her deep scheming. It was entirely reasonable for her to seek someone to monitor the happenings in Yijin Pavilion. Regardless of the intent behind their arrival, the fact remained that they could not simply be sent back. Wanyou resolved to speak with Wang Sijuan. Suspecting that if Muwaner had indeed instigated the sending of these servants, Wang Sijuan would have the answers. She instructed Chiogu to procure a renowned butter sugar cake from Zhu Xianlu, knowing that Wang Sijuan had a fondness for it. Wanyou chose to visit during the afternoon nap, a time when Wang Sijuan would be in her own courtyard, free from the company of others. Upon her arrival, Wang Sijuan was just preparing to rest. Sister June, I brought this butter sugar cake from Juxian Lu to express my gratitude, Wanyou announced. Wang Xijuan was taken aback by Wanyou and Appo's unexpected visit, as their relationship had not fostered such familiarity. More surprising was Wanyou and Appo's expression of thanks. She could not recall having done anything deserving of gratitude. Gu Wanyou, are you out of your mind? Unfazed by the unkind reception, Wanyou smiled. And you mentioned that you had suggested to my mother-in-law to send servants to my courtyard. I am one who recognizes right from wrong. Since you have thought of me, it is only fitting that I express my thanks. Wang Xijuan let out a scoff. You have mistaken the wrong person, Gu Wanyou. I would never do such a foolish thing. Only Sister Wanyou, with her kind heart, would act so naively. If you wish to thank someone, direct it to her. Wanyou smiled knowingly. Her suspicions were indeed confirmed. Muwan and Appo's was not easily dismissed. Regardless of her intentions, her behavior of prying into others and Appo's affairs was particularly vexing, surpassing even the arrogance of Wang Xijuan. Ah, I see. Then I certainly ought to thank her, Wanyou replied in a dismissive tone. While you may express your thanks, do not think of taking the butter sugar cake away, Wang Xijuan remarked, misinterpreting Wanyou's intention to leave with the cake. Of course, Sister June enjoys it. I shall bring you more next time, Wanyou said as she contemplated her strategy on the way back. Ultimately, those two servants were not Mu Wanner's confidants. At most, they could be swayed with small favors. This was quite manageable. Securing their loyalty would not be difficult, as long as she was willing to part with some silver. Upon returning, Wanyou first met with Sui Er privately. She presented Sui Er with 5 taels of silver, saying, Since you are here to assist in my courtyard, your efforts deserve recognition. This is a token of our meeting. Sui Er's eyes widened at the sight of the silver. Her monthly wage was meager, barely amounting to 6 taels a year, yet Wanyou's generosity nearly equaled her entire annual earnings. It was impossible not to feel tempted, though she hesitated to accept it, well aware that no silver comes without strings attached. Noticing her reluctance, Wanyou added, This is merely a greeting gift. If you satisfy me in 3 months, I shall grant you an additional 10 taels. At this, Sui Er and Appo's eyes widened further. 10 taels? I have never encountered such a generous master. 4th young mistress. She pondered, wondering if such largesse came with a sinister expectation. Yet, as a servant, she dared not voice her concerns. Do not fear. I would never ask you to engage in wrongdoing, Wanyou assured her directly. In the future, should anyone inquire about Yijin Pavilion, you need only report back to me verbatim. Ultimately, Sui Er accepted the 5 taels and agreed to Wanyou's conditions, repeatedly assuring her, I will tell you everything verbatim if anyone asks, but I won't partake in anything else. Being young and not a trusted confidant of Mu Wanner, Sui Er soon returned the next afternoon with news. 4th young mistress, my aunt asked me what the small kitchen has been preparing and if you have mentioned the general. Indeed, Mu Wanner was adept at maintaining her distance, using the people in the courtyard to gather information while remaining hidden, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. Wanyou harbored a profound aversion towards the covert actions of Mu Wan and Appo's, yet she chose not to expend her energy on such a trivial individual, resolving instead to remain steadfast and focus on her own life, which she deemed of utmost importance. Since the day Nanzheng stormed away, there had been no word from him, and the Yijin Pavilion had not welcomed any unwelcome guests, allowing Wanyou to enjoy a period of carefree existence. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. The time of Wanyou's expected cycle had come and gone, yet still there was no sign. The first to notice was Bai Lu, whose keen observation had always served her well, coupled with Wanyou's regularity in such matters. Despite being merely 17, Bai Lu was remarkably studious, having learned a great deal from the matrons in the household. Upon realizing that Wanyou's cycle was delayed by 5 days, Bai Lu could not help but entertain thoughts of possible pregnancy, though she restrained herself and waited an additional 5 days. Miss, your cycle is 5 days late? Chapter 73. Early preparations. When Bai Lu brought up the matter of menstruation, Wanyou dismissed it nonchalantly. Oh, really? She thought little of it. Yet, Bai Lu pondered deeply and whispered, "Miss, is it possible?" Wanyou immediately grasped the implication behind Bai Lu's hesitation and was startled. Could it be possible? Surely not. After all, she had only spent one night with Nanzheng and had even been caught in the rain. It was impossible. Wanyou shook her head resolutely. Delays happen all the time. You know it's common for it to be a couple of days late. Miss, what if? Bai Lu hoped from the bottom of her heart that Wanyou might actually be pregnant. She thought about how her mistress had been relegated to this corner, seemingly at ease, yet still feeling like an outsider. Moreover, since moving here, the general had only visited once. This thought filled Bai Lu with questions. She had witnessed the tenderness in the general's gaze during dinner with Wanyou, a warmth she had never seen before. After the meal, they had secluded themselves for an extended period, and Bai Lu, feeling frustrated, wished she had replaced the bedding sooner. Unable to change the linens, she resorted to boiling water in the kitchen, waiting for a summons that never came. Bai Lu mused that if Wanyou were to conceive, perhaps the general would come around more often, or even return to Lang E courtyard. Observing Bai Lu's serious demeanor, Wanyou felt a flicker of uncertainty in her heart. Yes, the probability was low. But what if? Setting aside her desires for children, the real question was whether it was even feasible. Should she indeed be pregnant, it would be impossible to discern the gender before birth. If it were a boy, the rightful heir to Nanzheng, the Duchess would never allow that possibility. Wanyou shivered at the thought. Bai Lu, please wash my menstrual cloth and hang it out to dry. Regardless of the truth, she needed to keep this matter hidden from prying eyes until she had clarified her own thoughts. Given that Wanyou heir had sent her the contraceptive cake, she would surely keep an eye on Wanyou's menstrual cycle. As expected, in the afternoon, Sui heir approached her. Aunt asked me today if the fourth young mistress has had her period yet. I honestly told her I saw your cloth earlier. Though Sui heir had only been there for half a month, she had grown quite fond of Yijing Pavilion. The workload was light. The meals crafted by Sanyang were average in taste, but generous in meat, and Wanyou was not difficult to serve, often rewarding her with fruits and snacks. After receiving 5 taels from Wanyou, along with her previous savings, Sui heir now had a total of 8 taels. With Wanyou's promise of 10 taels in 3 months, she thought if she tightened her belt a bit more, she would soon have 20 taels saved up. 20 taels. She had never dared to dream of accumulating such a sum. Thus, she resolved to work diligently for Wanyou, ensuring that when Aunt asked her questions, she would report back truthfully. Wanyou gave Sui heir half a tael as a reward. Over these days, Wanyou had noticed Sui heir's changes. Having an additional loyal person around was certainly satisfying, and she was generous in her dealings. Though Wanyou harbored suspicions about Wanyou heir, hearing it confirmed still caused her heart to flutter with unease. If she truly were pregnant, not only would Madame Wang disapprove, but even Wanyou heir would not allow her to give birth. At present, she could not check her pulse, so she decided to wait. Perhaps it was merely a delay. Wanyou spoke to Bai Lu, attempting to comfort herself. She had no concept of motherhood, having never contemplated it. She and Nanzheng should not have children. She hoped it was just a postponement. In Wanyou heir's courtyard, after receiving Sui heir's report, Aunt returned to inform her. Miss Wanyou heir, Sui heir said she personally witnessed the 4th young mistress washing her menstrual cloth. Thank you for your hard work, Mama Yin. Wanyou heir instructed her maid Ziling to reward Aunt. After receiving her reward, Aunt stepped out. Once in a secluded area, she opened her pouch to find merely 30-odd coins inside, wrinkling her nose. A reward of 30 coins seemed rather meager in the Duke and Appo's residence. However, Mama Yin understood that for a young orphan like Wanyou heir, who had sought refuge in the Duke and Appo's household, her kindness towards the lower-ranking servants warranted some leniency. Miss, at least we need not worry anymore. Ziling, having been brought to the Duke's residence by Wanyou heir, shared a close bond with her. The prospect of Wanyou's pregnancy had been a source of anxiety for Wanyou heir, but now that it was ruled out, she felt some relief. Yet, she remained troubled by another pressing issue. Noticing Wanyou heir's continued frown, Ziling inquired, Miss, what troubles you? In recent times, the general had not visited that side even once, suggesting that he truly had no feelings for that woman. Move on, Eva Meinitzonen. Ziling. My aunt inquired about my marriage today. Ah, Has the madam taken a liking to a certain young gentleman? Ziling perked up. No specific families were mentioned. She simply said, I'm of an appropriate age. Wanyou spoke in a voice dampened with sorrow, like a flower drenched in rain. How could she not be worried? In Yin state, girls were considered of marriageable age at 15, engaged by 16, and typically married before 18. Having turned 17 in March, she had yet to enter into any discussions about marriage, which was rather late. Previously, Madame Wang had suggested postponing matters, citing her youth as a reason to remain by her side a little longer. However, she could not delay indefinitely. If Madame Wang truly made a decision, she would have no right to refuse. All her years of planning would be rendered a joke. What should we do, miss? Ziling, aware of the stakes, felt concerned for Mu Wanyou. Ziling, I have little time left. I can only delay until my birthday next year. My aunt will surely make arrangements by then. Wanyou's voice remained damp, but her gaze sharpened with resolve. Upon hearing this, Ziling understood that Mu Wanyou was preparing to take action. After a moment's thought, she said, Miss, it seems that the cousin has been quite well-behaved lately, not stirring up trouble at Yijin Pavilion. Therefore, we need to create some incidents to provoke her. What do you mean? We need to make Wang Si-jun act foolishly, and it must involve Gu Wanyou. Mu Wanyou contemplated this, formulating a plan in her mind. I want you to keep an eye on Gu Wanyou and Amp, Oppos, as two maids. I want to know where they go and who they meet. Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for creating chaos. By the way, miss, I happened to see Bai Lu with a man at Juxian Lu last time I went out. The man had a refined appearance, and it didn't seem he was involved with Bai Lu, so I had Lin from the outer courtyard investigate. It turns out he is the son of that wet nurse, referred to as Boss Hua. I've heard that Boss Hua runs a substantial business and is quite mysterious. Often seen at Juxian Lu. There are rumors he is the establishment's hidden owner, though no solid evidence supports this. Also, there is something else. Ziling lowered her voice. It is said that there is a private room at Juxian Lu reserved exclusively for him, not open to outsiders. Chapter 74. Surveillance. Mu Wanyou listened intently, her brow furrowed in contemplation for a moment. It appeared that Gu Wanyou was indeed as complex as she had imagined. A glimmer of determination flickered in Mu Wanyou's eyes as she commanded, Ziling, have someone investigate this Boss Hua. Miss, let Lindsay handle it. He is clever and adept at gathering information. Absolutely not, Mu Wanyou coldly rejected. Do not involve anyone from the manor. The Duke's residence is not our own, and employing our household staff could lead to numerous complications. Understood, Mississippi. But do you suspect? Ziling hesitated, pondering whether Mu Wanyou harbored doubts about a clandestine relationship between Wanyou and Boss Hua. No, I need not suspect anything. Mu Wanyou calculated her next steps, a cold smirk gradually forming at the corners of her lips. I merely need to ascertain that Gu Wanyou has indeed been in contact with a man from outside. Even without solid evidence, she can still create her own. All we need to do is gather sufficient proof and let Wang Si-jun, that fool, catch her in the act. Ziling felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine at the thought of catching someone in the act. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? After a moment's thought, Ziling tentatively suggested, Miss, I still believe that the lady from Yijin is not to be feared. Think about it. If the general had any feelings for her, he would not have allowed her to stay at Yijin. Ziling felt that for Mu Wanyou to execute her plans, her main adversary was Wang Si-jun, and there was no need to be so merciless towards Wanyou. Catching someone in the act, regardless of its truth, would ruin her reputation entirely. Ziling, my instincts have never failed me. Keeping Gu Wanyou around will eventually lead to disaster. Mu Wanyou's voice was laced with sharpness. The reason she had urged Madame Wang to send someone to Wanyou stemmed from her observation of the subtle dynamics between Wanyou and Nanzheng that fateful night when she had eaten radishes. Not long after, she learned that Nanzheng had indeed visited Yijin, and using her good rapport, she gathered intel from Jiang that not only had he gone, but had also dined with Wanyou. Ever since then, her heart had been filled with unease. Despite having Swayer and Amp, Oppos, as connections to keep track of Wanyou and Amp, Oppos, as movements, and notwithstanding that Nanzheng had not visited Yijin in the past month, her anxiety persisted. She sensed that Nanzheng was behaving unusually. Noticing Ziling's troubled expression, Mu Wanner mused aloud. Xiling, do you dislike me this way? Miss, Xiling merely wishes for your true happiness. In truth, there were many times Xiling wished to counsel Mu Wanner to abandon her pursuits. Believing the path she had chosen was fraught with difficulty. She did not want to see Mu Wanner exhaust herself with schemes. Xiling thought that with Mu Wanner's talent and beauty, she could easily choose among the second sons of noble families. While they could not compare to the general, she need not resort to underhanded tactics. Yet, she had never voiced her concerns, knowing that once Mu Wanner made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Upon hearing Xiling's heartfelt words, Mu Wanner scoffed coldly. Happiness? Has she ever truly been happy? Since the tragic demise of her parents, having been bullied by her relatives, and being reduced to living under the roof of the Duke's residence, she had known no joy. Of course, to say she had never experienced any happiness would be inaccurate. At least when she thought of Nanzheng, her heart felt sweet. How could she relinquish the only sweetness in her life? Ever since Wanyou realized her monthly cycle was absent, she had grown increasingly restless. Each night, she longed for the dawn, hoping to find the telltale sign of her monthly visitor. Yet, as half a month passed with no sign, her anxiety mounted. That morning, after rising and once again failing to find the desired crimson trace, she despondently asked Bai Lu, when is the earliest a doctor can detect a pregnancy? As soon as Wanyou asked, she realized she was grasping at straws. Bai Lu was even younger than she. But surprisingly, Bai Lu did know. Miss, I overheard Aunt Zhou in the manor say it takes at least 2 months. 2 months? Wanyou furrowed her brow, carefully calculating the days. She had married Nanzheng on the 18th of October, and now it was the 28th of November. That amounted to a mere 40 days, with at least 20 more to endure. It felt unbearable. Wanyou desperately wished to know the outcome. Only then could she devise a plan. Her spirits sank, and she found it difficult to muster enthusiasm. Bai Lu, sensing Wanyou's heavy heart since she had learned about her missed cycle, hurriedly brought her clothing. Miss, dress warmly. It's quite cold outside today, and the wind bites like ice. It feels as if snow is imminent. Snow? Wanyou extended her hand for Bai Lu to assist her, her thoughts drifting to her past life. Indeed, in her previous existence, that year had been marred by a snow disaster, beginning in mid-December and continuing intermittently until after the new year. It was said that the snow had piled high, leaving households shuttered and the streets nearly deserted. During that time, she had often spent half her days in bed, oblivious to the outside world, only aware of the bitter cold that winter brought. Bai Lu, let us visit Mama Li today. Mama Li was Huayang's mother and had been Wanyou's wet nurse in her childhood, forging a bond that was distinctly different. If it snowed heavily, they might not be able to visit until after the new year. Miss, perhaps we should postpone until another day. It's too cold today. Bai Lu voiced her concerns. What's there to fear from the cold? Mama Li's home is not far, and we have a carriage prepared with a warming stove. We won't feel cold. Bai Lu, anxious about Wanyou catching a chill, bundled her up with a scarf, gloves, and an additional fur cloak. The trio boarded the carriage and set off, with Wanyou calling to Sui Er, who was seeing them off, take good care of the house. I shall bring back some treats for you. Despite the cold, the bustling vibrancy of the market remained undiminished. As Wanyou sat in the carriage, she suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. For some inexplicable reason, her mouth began to water. Stop the carriage, Wanyou commanded, alighting to follow the delectable scent to a stall selling rice noodles. She took a deep sniff, exclaiming, "Yes, that's the smell. What are you cooking that smells so delightful?" she inquired, her mouth watering anew. The stall owner was a spirited young woman with bright eyes. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, yet her smile radiated warmth. "Madam, this is sour and spicy noodles. Would you like a serving?" It was Wanyou and Appo's first encounter with the name sour and spicy noodles. But that hardly mattered. If it was delicious, that was all she cared about. 3 bowls, please, and deliver them to that carriage over there. She pointed to their waiting carriage, and Bai Lu paid the vendor before they returned to await their meal. Unbeknownst to Wanyou, her excursion to purchase noodles had caught the attention of Nanzheng, who happened to be passing by, alerted by Jiang. "General, shall we go greet her?" Jiang suggested as Wanyou prepared to board the carriage. He did not mean to overstep, but sought to gauge Nanzheng and Amp. "Amp, oppose, as feelings. Since that day, when Nanzheng had stormed out of Yijing, it had been nearly a month since he had seen the young mistress. While there was nothing particularly noteworthy about it, Jiang had observed several times that while Nanzheng was engrossed in his work at his desk, he would often drift off into thought. His mind curious, Jiang speculated that the general's unusual behavior might be related to the young mistress. "No need," Nanzheng replied, peering through the parted curtains as he watched Wanyou, her skirt in hand, being assisted by Lu onto the carriage. Good thing he didn't say anything, Jiang thought to himself. But the next moment, Nanzheng added, "Get out of here. It's freezing, and you're out flaunting yourself." What could possibly be so important? Jiang was left bewildered. He heard every word clearly, but it made no sense. "Why would he want me to leave?" "Jiang Bei, did you catch what the general meant?" Jiang Bei shot Jiang in a glance. "Aren't you always bragging about your intelligence?" "Figured out." Jiang Nan's eyes twinkled as he suddenly grinned. "I've got it all figured out. I'm definitely smarter than you. General, I shall depart immediately, ensuring the task is accomplished." "Huh." It seems the general's intentions cannot escape the shrewd gaze of those from Jiang. Thus, I find myself tasked with keeping a close watch on the young mistress. Chapter 75. The Sour Girl and the Spicy Girl Miss. Do you not find it excessively sour? In the carriage, Xiaogao frowned as she observed Wanyou savoring her meal with great delight. The abundance of vinegar and pickled vegetables was overwhelming. "Is it really that sour?" "I find it just right," Wanyou casually replied, then resumed her enjoyment of the noodles. She couldn't quite articulate it, but the dish simply suited her palate. Bai Lu also frowned. "Miss, when did you develop such a taste for spicy food?" "Is it very spicy?" "I think it's quite mild," Wanyou responded, unaware of the puzzled exchange between Bai Lu and Xiaogao. What had transformed their mistress, who had once found the flavors of the dish unbearable, into someone who relished it so? After all, it was undeniably both sour and spicy, and she had never been one to enjoy such heat. Recently troubled by worries and a lack of appetite, Wanyou finally encountered a dish that pleased her, and she devoured it without a second thought, somewhat disregarding her manners. Noticing that Xiaogao and Bai Lu had barely touched their portions, she feigned reproach. "Had I known you disliked it, I would have bought only one bowl to avoid wasting food." Once tidied up, Wanyou set off for Madame Li's residence. The Duke's mansion was located in the northern part of the city, while Madame Li resided in the east, making the journey rather lengthy. The Hua family, being merchants, had a residence that could not exceed 3 courtyards. In truth, theirs only had 2, though the interior was more spacious than the Gu family's, featuring a vast garden and several auxiliary courtyards that were grander than the main one. "Miss, what brings you here on such a cold day?" Madame Li exclaimed, taking Wanyou's hand with warmth and surprise. Her feelings towards Wanyou were complex. On one hand, the Hua family's prosperity was rooted in the trust placed in them by Wanyou's mother. On the other, Wanyou had been raised on her milk, and having lost her biological mother at a young age, Madame Li regarded her as a daughter in her heart, despite the societal boundaries that separated them. "I missed you, so I came," Wanyou replied, reverting to the demeanor of a little girl in Madame Li's presence. Although Madame Li was now free, she still treated Wanyou as her mistress, graciously leading her to the auxiliary courtyard where she usually resided, while arranging for her daughter to accompany Wanyou as she busied herself in the kitchen. "Sister Zhou, now that you and Amp oppose the married General Ji, I hardly dare to visit you." Huayang's younger sister, Huazhu, age 15, said, one of the few close friends Wanyou had from her youth. With a smile, Wanyou replied, "But here I am, seeking you out." "Sister Zhou, I have something to show you," Huazhu said mysteriously, pulling Wanyou along. "I've been eager to share this with you." As they spoke, Huazhu led Wanyou to a corner of the garden, revealing a wooden structure. Wanyou's eyes widened in astonishment. "A slide? Sister Zhou, how did you know?" Huazhu had expected Wanyou to be as oblivious as she initially was, waiting to explain, but was pleasantly surprised. "Of course I know. During her travels in Jiangnan, Huayang had taken her to a wealthy friend's home where she had first encountered such a slide. She found it fascinating and had asked the hostess about it, who explained it was for children to play on. Wanyou had then wondered aloud whether adults could also join in the fun. She was astounded to find that Huayang had recreated it at home. Recreated seemed an understatement. This slide was even larger and more magnificent than the one she had seen in Jiangnan. Wanyou's excitement surged. During her time in Jiangnan, she had longed to experience it, but as an adult in someone else's home, it felt inappropriate to indulge. Thus, accompanied by Qiugao and by Lu, the four of them embarked on a joyous session of sliding. Wanyou found the experience exhilarating and refreshing, disregarding the discomfort from the hard wooden surface beneath her. As they played, her spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in her heart for days. At lunchtime, Wanyou's appetite was particularly hearty. Despite having enjoyed a spicy and sour noodle dish earlier, she polished off a generous bowl of rice. Perhaps the joy of their outing had heightened her senses, for even though Madame Li and Appo's culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Sanyang, Wanyou found the meal exceptionally delectable. Having eaten her fill, Wanyou felt drowsy, prompting Madame Li to arrange a nap for her. Once Wanyou was settled, the family's servant, Aunt Liao, pulled Madame Li aside with an air of mystery. "Madam, I can't help but notice that the young lady seems to be with child," she whispered. "Ah, surely not. She is only just married," Madame Li replied, both puzzled and intrigued. "How can you tell?" Madame Li was aware that Aunt Liao possessed certain folk remedies. For instance, when neighborhood children fell ill and conventional medicines failed, her charms often yielded remarkable results. Thus, when Aunt Liao claimed Wanyou was pregnant, Madame Li was inclined to believe her. "Madam, have you not noticed? The young lady has been particularly fond of that dish of sour bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat." Madame Li interrupted. "Oh, are you suggesting the old adage about sour girls and spicy girls? But Zhu also enjoys such dishes. It's merely a matter of preference." "Madam, that is but one aspect. Primarily, the young lady and Appo's complexion bears the rosy hue characteristic of pregnancy." "Are you certain?" Madame Li asked for confirmation. "Madam, do you not recall how I discerned Zhu's pregnancy with Master Lin after only a month? I have never misjudged in all these years." "How delightful!" Upon hearing the possibility of Wanyou and Appo's pregnancy, Madame Li and Appo's heart brimmed with joy. She had harbored concerns about Wanyou and Appo's marriage into the Duke and Appo's household, and if she were indeed expecting, it would indicate that General Ji did not regard her merely as a decorative piece, as the rumor suggested. Moreover, having a child would provide Wanyou with a sense of security. How wonderful! Madame Li was eager to share the news with Wanyou, but restrained herself, knowing the young lady was currently napping. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang, who was hungry and cold, was in a dire predicament. The general had instructed him to keep an eye on the young mistress, but he had no way of knowing what she was up to inside. He couldn't just barge in and claim he was sent by the general to protect her, cold and famished. Jiang pondered for a moment before deciding to approach Nanzheng. He would relay the news to the general and perhaps encourage him to fetch the young mistress. With this newfound purpose, Jiang felt invigorated, the cold and hunger momentarily forgotten. Chapter 76. A personal escort, perhaps due to the morning's exuberance. Wanyou's afternoon slumber extended half an hour beyond her usual habit. "My lady, you've finally awakened. It's snowing outside," chirped Qiugao. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Wanyou hastened. "Then, let us expedite our departure. The journey back will be treacherous in the snow, and we mustn't arrive too late." Learning of Wanyou's awakening, Mama Li rushed in with great urgency. "My lady, you're awake. I wish to have a private word with you." Upon hearing this, Bailu discreetly ushered Qiugao outside. "My lady, has your monthly cycle been delayed?" Wanyou's heart skipped a beat. Immediately contemplating the potential implications, she confessed the delay. "Heavens, this is joyous news, my lady. You are truly with child." Mama Li conveyed Granny Liao's words verbatim to Wanyou. However, Wanyou ceased listening to Mama Li's pronouncements thereafter, her mind reeling. Mama Li, lost in her own elation, only then noticed Wanyou's vacant stare. "My lady, what troubles you?" Wanyou remained unresponsive. "My lady?" Mama Li repeated. "Ah." Wanyou seemed to awaken from a trance, gazing blankly at Mama Li. "My lady, what is amiss?" Mama Li reiterated. "What is amiss?" She herself was uncertain. Upon hearing the high probability of her pregnancy, she was overcome with trepidation. Since her rebirth, she had possessed an unprecedented courage, facing numerous challenges with composure and strategic acumen. Not even Nanzheng and Appo's disruption of her plans, which compelled her marriage into the Duke and Appo's mansion, had induced such disquiet. The prospect of pregnancy threw her into utter disarray. In her second life, she had yearned for freedom, for the exploration of landscapes, never contemplating the nurturing of a new life, at least not until this juncture. Mama, is Granny Liao truly accurate? Could she be mistaken? Wanyou inquired, clinging to a sliver of hope. However, Mama Li affirmed with conviction, her accuracy is beyond reproach. My lady, your pregnancy is still in its nascent stages. It is prudent to withhold the news from the general until the pregnancy is more secure, Mama Li advised further. Observing Mama Li's evident delight, as if welcoming the child with open arms, Wanyou suppressed her innermost thoughts. Her own mind was still in turmoil, and she refrained from burdening Mama Li with her anxieties. After enjoining Mama Li to maintain secrecy, she prepared to depart. My lady, tarry a moment. I have dispatched someone to summon Jiang. In your current condition, no carelessness can be tolerated. I shall only be at ease if Jiang escorts you home. Brother Jiang is a man of great affairs. There is no need to inconvenience him. Before Wanyou could finish her sentence, Qiugu announced from outside, my lady, Master Hua has arrived. Huayang's countenance betrayed his hasty return. My lady, you should have informed me of your presence here. My sole purpose was to visit Mama Li. Huayang refrained from further discourse, instead cautioning Wanyou, my lady, this year's weather bodes ill, with potential heavy snowfall. Ensure that your household is adequately prepared. I have already made provisions for the lady, which shall be delivered in the coming days. I am indebted to you, Brother Huayang. Wanyou abstained from expressing gratitude. An excess of thanks can dilute sincerity. Wanyou refrained from mentioning the impending snowstorm to Huayang, deeming it unnecessary. For merchants, meteorological conditions are of paramount importance. An advanced knowledge allows for proactive planning. Huayang, as a wealthy merchant, possessed keen sensitivity in this regard and had cultivated connections with masters of celestial phenomena. In her previous life, he had preemptively stockpiled supplies. Indeed, Huayang possessed an extensive network of contacts, enabling him to glean privileged information ahead of many others. Wanyou often mused that this was perhaps Huayang's exceptional trait, the key to his success as a magnate. As she completed her preparations for departure, Mama Li called out to Wanyou once more. My lady, take this with you. Now aware of Wanyou's fondness for pickled bamboo shoots, Mama Li simply moved the entire jar for Wanyou to take home. Gazing at the jar, Wanyou felt a surge of warmth. Had her mother still been alive, she would have undoubtedly showered her with the same meticulous care as Mama Li. Alas, she was deprived of that maternal bond. The thought of her mother cast a pall over Wanyou and Appo's spirits. The extent of her deprivation due to the absence of a mother was known only to her reborn self. And if she were truly carrying a child, bringing it to term within the Duke's residence would be fraught with peril, while leaving the Duke's residence would mean the child would be without a father. Which fate was more fortunate, to be without a father or without a mother? Both were equally unfortunate. Wanyou's heart felt heavy, as if suspended by an unseen weight. Reaching the entrance, Mama Li personally assisted Wanyou onto the carriage. As she stepped onto the footstool, Qiugu and Appo's surprised exclamation pierced the air. Jiangnan? My lady, I see Jiangnan. Wanyou was bewildered, turning towards the direction Qiugu indicated. A carriage bearing the crest of the Duke of Dinghua's residence slowly approached, with Jiangnan and Jiang Bei seated on either side of the coachman. My lady, the general must be inside the carriage, Qiugu said with a smile. With Jiangnan and Jiang Bei both present, the carriage's occupant was beyond doubt. Wanyou felt an impulse to retreat indoors and hide. At this moment, the last person she wished to encounter was Nanzheng. For no apparent reason, she simply wished to avoid him. But she could not simply hide. Taking a deep breath, she stood her ground and waited. The carriage halted a short distance away. Jiangnan and Jiang Bei alighted, and then the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Nanzheng as he stepped down. He was clad in a silver fox blue cotton robe, the collar trimmed with a circle of white fox fur. Nearly a month had passed since Wanyou last saw Nanzheng. His presence amidst the falling snow seemed to imbue him with an even more austere and formidable aura. Wanyou was momentarily disoriented, as if their last encounter had occurred an eternity ago. "General," Wanyou took 2 steps forward and offered a respectful curtsy. As they had agreed upon previously, she would henceforth treat Nanzheng as the daughter of a subordinate, with respect and reverence. She intended to honor her word. Nanzheng had been about to move in Wanyou and Appo's direction, but upon seeing her demeanor, so unlike her usual self, he paused. How peculiar. Her submissive and obedient manner was so unlike her. This was not Wanyou. Seeing Nanzheng's silence, Wanyou softly repeated, "General, Yin Nanzheng approached Lanzheng. General." Mama Li, Huayang, Qiugu, and Bai Lu all bowed to Nanzheng. Nanzheng looked at Wanyou, raising an eyebrow as if prompting her to introduce them. "Oh, this is my wet nurse," Mama Li, Wanyou said, then quickly added, "Mama Li has been a free person for a long time, because wet nurses typically signed contracts of servitude." Wanyou made a point of clarifying that Mama Li was not a servant. "I am honored by your presence." Nanzheng offered a respectful bow to Mama Li. Mama Li was too frightened to accept it, stammering, No, you are not. This is Brother Huayang, Mama Li's eldest son." Wanyou introduced Huayang. "Brother Huayang?" Nanzheng's brow twitched slightly, his gaze sweeping over him, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Nanzheng observed Huayang, then surreptitiously glanced at Jiang, who was cowering nearby. Both were the sons of wet nurses, yet Jiang possessed a crafty and shifty demeanor, while Huayang exuded an air of nobility, dressed in opulent attire, and possessed handsome features. In every aspect, Jiang paled in comparison to Huayang. The fact that his wet nurse and Appo's son was inferior to Wanyou and Appo's wet nurse and Appo's son displeased Nanzheng. "General, I have long admired you," Huayang respectfully greeted him. Nanzheng gave Huayang a slight nod, acknowledging the greeting. And me, Huazhu eagerly stepped forward. "General Ji, I am Huazhu, the daughter of Sister Zhou and Appo's wet nurse." Without waiting for Nanzheng to respond, Huazhu continued, "General Ji, you're even more handsome in person than I had imagined. My friends have always said you were incredibly attractive, but I didn't in Appo's believe them until now." Huazhu beamed, making no attempt to conceal her admiration for Nanzheng. "Zhu, do not be disrespectful," Mama Li quickly interjected. "It's quite all right," Nanzheng reassured, although Huazhu exhibited a certain boldness after encountering Wanyou. Nanzheng found her words and actions to be relatively acceptable. With her cheerful disposition, Huazhu, noticing Nanzheng's lack of reproach, continued, "Are you here to fetch Sister Zhou, General?" "Address her as Miss," Huayang reminded in a stern tone. Huazhu cast an annoyed glance at Huayang before turning back to Nanzheng, inquiring once more, "General Ji, you have come specifically to collect Sister Zhou, haven't you?" Chapter 77. "Do you like kissing me?" In response to Huazhu's inquiries, Nanzheng did not answer immediately. He had come specifically to fetch Wanyou, yet he chose to keep that to himself. "It was chilly outside. We should head in." Indeed, just as Wanyou attempted to lighten the mood, Nanzheng took her hand. "It's cold. General, please take the miss back," Mama said with a cheerful smile. Nanzheng led Wanyou to the carriage, assisting her into it before taking his own seat. Once both were inside, those left outside began to stir with unease. Qiujie whispered to Bailu, "Did you see? The general personally came to fetch the Mississippi." Bailu merely smiled, not responding. For the past month, Nanzheng had been silent and distant, leaving Bailu's heart more wrinkled than that of an 80-year-old. She had been worried, especially since her miss seemed to be with child. It had been a source of great concern. Now, with the general coming to fetch the miss, it indicated that he still held her in his thoughts. Mama was equally pleased, as Nanzheng's courteous demeanor towards her brought her joy. His personal arrival to collect Wanyou signified his sincere regard for her. Only Huayang furrowed his brow, for he noticed Wanyou's discontent and the weight of her thoughts. He was aware of the arrangements made by Madame Wang to place Wanyou in the guest quarters, and he could discern the latter and Appo's intentions. While this did not interfere with Wanyou's desires, Nanzheng's actions perplexed him. Had Wanyou just arrived at the Hua residence, only for him to follow right after? He could not believe that Wanyou had informed Nanzheng of her whereabouts. He suspected she might be under surveillance and resolved to investigate further. Inside the carriage, Wanyou resumed her previous position, sitting across from Nanzheng. "Has the general sent someone to follow me?" she asked bluntly. "I'm not that idle. I happened upon it and had Jiang follow you for a bit." Nanzheng replied candidly. Wanyou pouted. "Is there any difference?" "So, is there something of great importance that the general wishes to discuss?" "Jiang said you were inside for quite a while and worried something might have happened, so he sent me to check on you." That was Jiang's exact words. Yet Nanzheng knew it was a mere pretext for his visit. Nanzheng added, "You needn't thank me. You are still the general's wife. And if anything were to happen to you, it would be quite troublesome." Wanyou fell silent, opting not to speak further. An eerie quiet enveloped the carriage. Lost in her thoughts, she seemed distant, while Nanzheng observed her, noting her unusual demeanor. There was little change in her appearance, save for her eyes, which appeared less lively. After what felt like an eternity, Nanzheng broke the silence. "Your wet nurse's son doesn't strike me as a mere peddler." "A peddler?" Wanyou nearly retorted. "He's a businessman." She dismissed his remark lightly. "My mother's estate was managed by Wanyou." "Brother?" Nanzheng questioned incredulous. "You refer to the son of a wet nurse as brother? Is he worthy of such a title?" "Whether he is worthy is his concern. He has shown me kindness and cared for me, so he is deserving of the title of brother." Wanyou felt a surge of displeasure. Nanzheng disapproved of her attitude. "He wouldn't dare call you sister, would he?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized their inappropriateness and took a sip of tea to mask his unease. "He calls me miss." Wanyou glared at Nanzheng, expressing her dissatisfaction. Seeing her fierce expression brought an inexplicable joy to Nanzheng, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He could not fathom why he felt this way, but he preferred the spirited Wanyou to the submissive one. With a sudden mischievous impulse, Nanzheng leaned forward, locking eyes with her, his gaze icy. "Gu Wanyou, as my wife, you dare to sneak off to another man's home? Do you realize the implications of your actions?" Wanyou responded, bewildered. "What absurd accusation is the general preparing to lay upon me?" She rolled her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation. "We have signed the divorce papers. How am I still your wife?" Nanzheng pretended to ponder for a moment. Meeting a man privately could be construed as a breach of marital virtue, or more leniently, as improper conduct. "Nanzheng." Wanyou glared at him, her fury boiling over. "If I am indeed violating virtue, then I possess none to begin with. What of it? Dare you hand over the divorce papers? If you have the courage, do it now and spare me your lengthy lectures." Her words were not born of true anger. She merely sought to vent her frustrations. The burden of her condition had weighed heavily upon her, and now that she had an outlet, she wished to unleash it fiercely. Whether it would provoke Nanzheng mattered little to her. Perhaps it would be preferable. "Stop the carriage. I want to get out." Wanyou shouted toward the outside. The coachman, hearing her, glanced at Jiang. Though Jiang had heard her outburst, he couldn't make sense of it and pondered briefly before deciding to continue. Regardless, without the general's command, the carriage would not halt. "Gu Wanyou, dare you speak so freely?" Nanzheng was incensed by her words, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. His remarks, though seemingly excessive, were delivered with a playful intent. He merely wished to tease Wanyou. After a month without her, the obedient Gu Wanyou was not what he desired. He longed for the spirited exchanges they once shared. He had expected that his provocations would elicit a sharp retort from her, perhaps even an unexpected counterattack. Instead, she erupted in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why can't I say that we signed the divorce papers? I am no one to you. Why should I adhere to your whims?" Before she could finish, Nanzheng's impassioned kiss silenced her protests. Consumed by anger, he could not fathom why, but he was determined to prevent her from uttering another word. As for why he chose to silence her with his lips rather than his hands, that was a mystery even to him. With that thought, he acted. Faced with Nanzheng's overwhelming presence and his fierce aura, Wanyou felt as though she were a fragile blade of grass caught in a tempest. uncertain if she would endure the storm. Nanzheng was merely angry, not murderous, even if he had harbored such thoughts. The softness of her lips soon extinguished all violent intent. After a fervent embrace, he released her, his gaze lingering with a hint of tenderness. "Don't speak so recklessly in the future," he said, his voice hoarse, sounding both like a warning and an apology. Wanyou took a few deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. Though Nanzheng had taken liberties with her, she found herself powerless against him. No matter her actions, she felt at a disadvantage. Who could understand that feeling? What did I say wrong? Wanyou confronted Nanzheng defiantly. I'll say it again. Nanzheng, we have signed the divorce papers. You surely understand the implications of your earlier actions. Wanyou, if you wish for me to kiss you again, you may want to reconsider your words. Nanzheng's temper flared, his presence suddenly commanding. So, you do enjoy kissing me, don't you? Wanyou tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes scrutinizing Nanzheng. Chapter 78. A mere aphrodisiac cannot deter the god of war confronted with Wanyou and Oppose. As astonishingly audacious question, Nanzheng found himself utterly stunned. What kind of woman would so directly pose such an inquiry? While he was taken aback, he couldn't help but ponder seriously. Does he have feelings? Lacking a reference point. How could he know? Yet, there was indeed a pleasant sensation. The last time Wanyou spoke of leaving, she stormed out in a fit of rage. He had not allowed himself to delve into the deeper reasons behind it, but he firmly reassured himself that it was not love. His feelings for Wanyou were unlike the affection he had long envisioned in his heart. Furthermore, he remained troubled by the matter of Wanyou using drugs. He could not permit himself to be enamored by a woman capable of such actions. Yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, often crossing the line. Moreover, during this period, his mother had been incessantly sending women into his quarters, all of whom he had dismissed. He was acutely aware that he harbored no feelings for those women, unlike the perilous spark he felt around Wanyou. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge his affections for her, hearing her express a desire to leave evoked a strange anger within him. He had not anticipated that there would be a time in his life when everything felt like a tangled mess. "If you do not respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence," Wanyou said with a cold laugh. "You." Nanzheng raised his eyelids. "Not every silence implies consent. That signifies disinterest." Wanyou seamlessly connected his words. "I understand now. The general merely regards intimacy as a means to silence those he finds disagreeable. Am I correct?" Nanzheng was left speechless. What on earth was Wanyou trying to convey? He prided himself on his quick wit, yet he found himself utterly befuddled by her logic. As Nanzheng fell silent, Wanyou continued, "From now on, I shall endeavor not to incur your displeasure." "What do you mean?" Nanzheng instinctively questioned. "Does the general not comprehend? I do not wish to be kissed by you." "Then whom do you wish to be kissed by?" Another thoughtless inquiry escaped his lips. "General, you are overstepping your bounds. Let me remind you once more. We have already signed the divorce agreement, and I have resolved that, at most, within 2 months, I shall depart from the Duke's residence." This was her newfound determination. Previously, she had managed alone, but now, perhaps she would not be alone anymore. Remaining in the Duke and Oppose's residence posed a risk to her safety. The truth of her pregnancy could not be concealed for long. Thus, leaving the Duke's residence as soon as possible was the wisest course of action. "You are commanding this, General?" Nanzheng's voice was laced with suppressed fury. "How could I dare? I merely present my request, hoping for your understanding." Wanyou shot him an acerbic smile. After speaking, she rose and lifted the curtain. "Stop the carriage, or I shall leap out." Jiang then hastily signaled the driver to halt. Once the carriage was steady, Wanyou stood at the door, yet her anger had not yet abated. Turning back, she glared at Nanzheng. "Nanzheng, there is one more thing I wish to address. Regarding the incident with the aphrodisiac, you accuse me of employing despicable tactics, something I do not deny. But what of you, the so-called god of war, who cannot withstand a mere aphrodisiac?" Nanzheng was left speechless, astonished by her audacity. How could one engage in such absurdity? Is it my fault? Certainly. Had you mustered the strength to exit that room, none of this would have transpired, she retorted, relishing the sense of liberation it brought her. Had it not been for that day's debacle, she would not now find herself in such a passive position. As she contemplated this, the image of Mu Wan'er, the treacherous beauty, surfaced in her mind. Wanyou loathed Mu Wan and Amp. Oppose, but at this moment, her contempt had transformed into something far more profound: hatred. Gu Wanyou, you have triumphed. Nanzheng finally managed to utter through clenched teeth, refusing to meet her gaze any longer. He felt it was impossible to coexist with her. They were truly from different worlds. If she wished to leave, then let her depart, for peace was his desire. He despised the chaos. Wanyou boarded her own carriage, instructing the driver to hasten, leaving Nanzheng and Amp, Oppo's carriage trailing behind as she returned to Yijin Pavilion. It was not until she had taken a nap and had breakfast the next day that she realized her behavior had been somewhat unreasonable. But what was done. There was no need to mend her relationship with Nanzheng. What mattered now was how she could leave the Duke's residence within the 2 months she had hoped for. Beyond that time frame, it would be impossible to conceal her condition, and departing then would be fraught with complications. Miss, a letter from the master, after her midday nap. Kudov brought in the correspondence. As a married daughter, it was inappropriate for her to frequently return to her natal home, maintaining a correspondence with her father every fortnight. Unfolding her father's letter, Wanyou's pupils widened in shock. Along with her father's letter came one from concubine Xie. After reading her father's letter, she eagerly opened concubine Xie's. Concubine Xie was not one to flaunt her abilities, yet she had proven herself capable. Ever since Gu Lin had appointed her as the steward, she had initially hesitated, but now retained the authority of the position. Jiang had attempted numerous strategies, yet none had borne fruit, and the position of steward continued to elude her grasp. It was Wanyou who had facilitated concubine Xie's acquisition of this role. Hence, she would periodically write to inform Wanyou of developments within the estate. Miss, has anything happened at home? Bai Lu inquired upon noticing Wanyou's unusual demeanor. Your second young lady is to be married after the new year, Wanyou replied pensively. Her father's letter mentioned that Gu Wanyou was to wed Jiang, with the date set for the 22nd day of the first month. To which family is the second young lady marrying? Kudov asked with curiosity. To your cousin, Wanyou replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ah, but did not the second young lady look down upon your cousin? Kudov expressed her surprise. Wanyou found herself puzzled as well, contemplating how Jiang had managed this feat. However, concubine Xie's letter provided her with clarity. The situation unfolded as follows. A few days prior marked the anniversary of the Jiang family matriarch's passing. Gu Wanyou and her mother had accompanied the Jiang family to Huailing Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, only for Gu Wanyou to be drugged and violated in a side chamber. Following the incident, Gu Wanyou had threatened to take her own life, prompting Jiang to voluntarily marry her, vowing that he would not mind her tragic fate. Wanyou recalled the day Jiang assured her he would wed Gu Wanyou, his expression resolute and confident. A sudden chill ran through her as she contemplated various possibilities. In the current scenario, Gu Wanyou had no pride left and dared not look down upon Jiang. Jiang would be endlessly grateful to him. If, perchance, this incident had been orchestrated by Jiang himself, then such a man was truly terrifying. Reflecting on her past life, where she had harbored affection for such a scoundrel and even perished for him, Wanyou felt as though she had swallowed a swarm of flies. Miss, many supplies have arrived outside. At that moment, Sui Air announced from outside. Wanyou instructed Bai Lu to secure the letter and stepped outside. It turned out that Huayang had arranged for provisions to be delivered. Charcoal, grains, fruits, vegetables, pigs, cattle, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat were all present, most of which had already been preserved, filling 2 large carts to the brim. Bai Lu directed the unloading of the goods into the storeroom. Wanyou welcomed Huayang at the entrance to converse. She did not invite him into the courtyard, as it was inappropriate for an outside man to enter. Miss, have you inadvertently offended the young lady of the house? Huayang inquired, appearing somewhat troubled. What do you mean? Wanyou felt a pang of unease at his words. Not only have you offended her, but it seems you have done so gravely. I have noticed that I have been followed for some time. Upon investigation, It turns out those people were arranged by the young lady of the house. They have been tracking you as well as Miss and by Lu. Chapter 79. A deceptive performance in regards to the matter of surveillance. Huayang wove a deceit. His suspicion that Ji Nanzheng had been tracking Wanyou arose from the unexpected appearance of Ji at the Hua residence that day. To his surprise, this led him to uncover a cunning vixen. Huayang merely referred to her as a cousin, yet Wanyou immediately identified her as Mu Wanner. Do not be afraid, Mississippi. Those who are following you are not associated with the Duke and Oppo's residence. I have already bribed them. The cousin merely wishes to ascertain your whereabouts and the company you keep. Given that she has observed my close association with you, I have become the focal point of their scrutiny. Huayang consoled Wanyou, downplaying the gravity of the situation. However, Wanyou's thoughts diverged. Mu Wanner was a woman of profound cunning. Her actions were surely driven by ulterior motives, and they would undoubtedly serve her self-interest at the expense of others. Wanyou pondered further. If Mu Wanner was indeed tailing her, it was clear she intended to harm her. How would she do so? As the wife of a general, engaging with a man in private could lead to whispers of scandal that would tarnish her reputation and obliterate her standing in the Duke's residence. Yet, this strategy would also benefit Wang Xiyun. Once the position of Ji Nanjing's wife became vacant, Wanyou was confident that the Wang matriarch would hasten to arrange for Wang Xiyun's marriage into the family. Thus, Mu Wanner's prospects would dwindle. As her thoughts swirled, Wanyou formed a hypothesis. Huayang, have you indeed bribed all those who are following me? Huayang nodded. What would you like to do, miss? Let us stage a performance. Wanyou proposed, outlining her plan to Huayang. Discovering Mu Wanner's true intentions would be an easy endeavor. After some contemplation, Huayang hesitantly inquired, Will General Ji cooperate? I shall devise a means. You await my signal, Wanyou replied. Miss, there's one more matter. Regarding the investigation you requested into Madame Gu's moneylending. It turns out that Madame Gu did not undertake this herself, but rather entrusted it to Madame Jiang. What? Wanyou thought she must have misheard. Madame Jiang is responsible for the moneylending? To be precise, she is assisting Madame Gu, Huayang clarified. That made sense. The Jiang family was impoverished. Where would they procure the funds for such endeavors? It was clear that after her previous intercession, Madame Jiang was concerned about the repercussions from her husband, while simultaneously reluctant to relinquish control, so she had assigned the task to her mother. Madame Jiang, being avaricious, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. How could she refuse? A smile crept upon Wanyou's face. This way, she would not need to intervene with the Jiang family directly. Come next year, when the money-lending scandal erupted, the Jiang family would face the bitter consequences of their own greed. By then, Madame Jiang would certainly lay the blame squarely on the Jiang family's shoulders. Wanyou could already envision the ensuing chaos between the two families. Additionally, Wanyou instructed Huayang to investigate whether Jiang Xian had visited the Hualing Temple on the day of Gu Wanyu's incident. If he had, he would undoubtedly be the perpetrator. Meanwhile, within Mu Wanner's chamber, her maid, Xiling, was reporting on Ji Nanjing's personal visit to escort Wanyou. Noticing the stormy countenance of her mistress, Xiling quickly offered reassurance. Miss, he disembarked from the general's carriage midway and returned home. Perhaps the general had business with her. Xiling, do not attempt to placate me. I know Nanzheng. If he held no regard for Gu Wanyou, he would not have gone personally, nor would he have shared a carriage with her, Mu Wanner retorted. Thus, Xiling refrained from further comment. Agitated, Mu Wanner began pacing the room. Suddenly, her expression sharpened. It is indeed advantageous that Nanzheng has seen that man in person. It will lend greater credibility to our charade. Xiling, inform Wang Xiyun that someone has observed Ji Nanzheng visiting Gu Wanyou daily these past few days. To enlist Wang Xiyun's cooperation, she must first incite her deep-seated animosity toward Gu Wanyou. The only one capable of fostering such hatred in Wang Xiyun was Ji Nanzheng himself. Will the cousin believe it? With her intellect, upon hearing this, she will undoubtedly seek me out. I shall convince her. As anticipated, in the afternoon, Wang Xiyun arrived. Sister Wan and Oppos. May I inquire about something? I have heard that Nanzheng has been visiting Gu Wanyou daily. Do you know anything of this? Ah, such a matter? I had not heard. Mu Wanner feigned ignorance. It should not be true. Nanzheng has not visited there in quite some time. Wang Xiyun's heart leapt at Wanner's words. Indeed, I also thought it improbable. Nanzheng hardly harbors any affection for Gu Wanyou. How could he visit her daily? Preposterous. However, no smoke without fire. Perhaps he truly has been. Mu Wanner narrowed her eyes. Sister Xiyun, do not fret. Perhaps Nanzheng is merely attending to matters regarding our cousin. Wang Xiyun's heart raced with confusion. What business could they possibly have? I must confront Gu Wanyou. She must be the one ensnaring Nanzheng. Careful, Sister Xiyun. Do not provoke any ire. Mu Wanner kautionet restreining Wang Xiyun. For some time, Wang Xiyun had been compliant, owing to her mother's stern directive against causing further trouble for Wanyou. Besides, Gu Wanyou was Nanzheng's legally wedded wife. What right did she have to confront her? Yet, she could not simply ignore the matter. Wang Xiyun's brow furrowed, her discontent evident. If I were to charge headlong into Yijinj, it would be wiser to ascertain Nanzheng's true feelings first. Mu Wanner encouraged her gradually. As long as Nanzheng holds no romantic interest in her, what difference does it make whether he visits? How do I confirm this? Perhaps you could subtly probe Nanzheng to discern his attitude. Then it would be clear what he thinks of our cousin. After departing from Mu Wan and Oppos, Wang Xiyun eagerly awaited Nanzheng's return. When evening fell and her maid announced his arrival, she hastened to his study. Nanzheng, why have you returned so late? Do you have business? She inquired, noting the chill that clung to his countenance. It is not I. It is Gu Wanyou, he replied. What concern did Gu Wanyou's affairs hold for him? Nevertheless, he inquired, what is the matter with her? Wang Xiyun began her rehearsed performance. She is likely unwell. When I visited Yijinj today, she appeared deathly pale, speaking weakly and coughing incessantly. Hearing this, Nanzheng furrowed his brow. Considering whether Wanyou had caught a chill during her outing the previous day, she cannot withstand even the slightest breeze. How useless. Wang Xiyun observed Nanzheng's reaction. Seeing his furrowed brow without signs of urgency eased her tension slightly. Nanzheng, I must inform you, though I harbor no affection for Gu Wanyou, I'm not so callous as to neglect her. Perhaps we should send for a doctor. You may decide. Wang Xiyun awaited Nanzheng's response. Having acted out the scene they had devised. I understand, he replied, moving to his desk, as if her words had stirred no emotion within him. Mu Wanner had advised her that if Nanzheng were to send for a physician, it would indicate his lack of interest in Gu Wanyou. Conversely, if he were to visit her himself, it would speak volumes. Yet, Nanzheng's demeanor suggested he had no intention of calling for a doctor or visiting her. Wang Xiyun's heart soared with delight. See, how could my cousin possibly have feelings for Gu Wanyou? If anything, it must be disdain. Just as she reveled in her thoughts, Nanzheng abruptly stood. Soon, you may return now. I must step out. Chapter 80. An urgent situation in the bathhouse. Where are you going, Brother Jiang? Wang Xiyun, having a rare moment of clarity, almost immediately deduced. Are you going to find Gu Wanyou? Yet, Nanzheng had already departed, leaving her with no answer. Frustrated, Wang Xiyun stamped her feet in place. Gu Wanyou must have used some underhanded means to ensnare Brother Jiang. She thought angrily as she set off to find Mu Wanner. What's wrong? Has Nanzheng left? The moment Mu Wanner caught sight of Wang Xiyun's distressed demeanor, she could guess the situation with great accuracy. Although she maintained a calm faade, her heart mirrored Wang Xiyun's turmoil, even feeling a greater urgency and jealousy towards Wanyou. Sister Wanner, Gu Wanyou must have employed some unscrupulous tactics to mislead Brother Jiang. Wang Xiyun sought a definitive answer from Mu Wanner, unwilling to accept that Nanzheng had genuinely developed feelings for Wanyou. Xiyun, are you being foolish? How would I know if she really used some sort of trick? Mu Wanner akmonishit. This is no time for rash decisions. I must inform Auntie. Wang Xiyun felt certain that in this instance, Madame Wang would support her. Mu Wanner quickly interjected, Xiyun, you are being impulsive. There's a method to handling this. With that, she subtly indicated that she had a plan. Then what method do you propose? Isn't it a coincidence that Xiling encountered our cousin at the Ju Xian Lu twice? I thought of you and discreetly inquired. And guess what? Each time, our cousin met a man named Huayang. Mu Wanner paused, allowing Wang Xiyun to ponder the implications. A man? Mu Wanner nodded, pressing her lips together. Wang Xiyun rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought, and suddenly her eyes widened. Sister Wanyou, do you mean to say that Gu Wanyou is involved with an outsider? Before Wang Xiyun could finish, Mu Wanyou covered her mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? She gazed at Wang Xiyun with a mixture of reproach and exasperation. Had I known you would jump to such conclusions, I wouldn't have mentioned this. I only thought you might investigate. Perhaps it would lead to a breakthrough. Why must you entertain such wild ideas? Besides, even if there were truth to it, without solid evidence, if our cousin learns of your baseless accusations, she could sue you for defamation. Wang Xiyun pouted. That scheming woman, Gu Wanyou, is capable of anything. No evidence, you say? Then I shall find the evidence. Xiyun, do not act recklessly. If Annie discovers any impropriety regarding an outsider, it will be difficult to explain. If something truly exists, it would spell disaster for our cousin. Mu Wanyou, appearing to express concern, was in fact inciting her. She deserves it. While toying with Brother Jiang, she also dallies with an outsider. She deserves to be punished. Wang Xiyun, ever the gossip, had already concluded that Wanyou's behavior was improper. Having received news regarding Gu Wanyou's dealings with the Gu and Jiang families, Wanyou was in an unusually good mood, enjoying dinner and requesting hot water for a bath afterwards. Bai Lu, worried she might catch a chill, prepared a generous amount of hot water. The bath barrel was filled to the brim, draped with a silk veil for ventilation and warmth. Additionally, several basins of hot water surrounded the barrel to maintain the room and Oppo's temperature. Despite the chilly weather, Wanyou, perhaps buoyed by her good spirits, lingered in the bath longer than advisable. Miss, it's time to get up. If you stay in any longer, you might catch a chill. Bai Lu reminded her for the third time. All right, Wanyou conceded, feeling it was indeed time to rise. As Bai Lu entered with a bath towel and nightgown, Wanyou reluctantly stood. Miss, Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Wanyou, startled, paused her movement. What is it? Bai Lu trembled as she pointed to the corner. A mouse. Though Bai Lu was usually brave, she was terrified of rodents. Where? Where? Wanyou inquired, leaning towards the direction Bai Lu indicated. Upon catching sight of it, she quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Quick! Call someone to remove it. She dare not look. Even in her rebirth, she remained deathly afraid of mice. Miss, wait here. I will call Aunt Li, Bai Lu assured. Knowing that both she and Xiao Ge feared mice, she instinctively thought Aunt Li, the only woman in the courtyard, would be capable of handling it. Don't leave me. The mouse is still over there. Wanyou pleaded, anxiety rising. Bai Lu, unable to abandon her, shouted outside for Xiao Ge, asking her to fetch Aunt Li. Perhaps her voice was too loud, startling the mouse hiding in the corner, which scurried towards Wanyou's bath barrel. Miss, it's coming. Xiao Ge stood frozen in fear. What? Wanyou, who had not seen the mouse dash, was overwhelmed by Bai Lu's panic cries. Startled, she lost her balance and began to topple backward. Bai Lu, witnessing the precarious situation, was filled with dread as Wanyou teetered on the edge of the barrel. In that moment of urgency, Bai Lu dashed forward to catch her. Just then, a shadow darted past her vision, causing her to instinctively halt. Looking up, she saw that her precariously balanced miss had not fallen, but was being held by someone, who was remained unclear to her, as the silk veil obscured her view. But she could make out the silhouette of a man. At that moment, Bai Lu was too relieved to think of anything else, her heart racing with gratitude that her miss was unharmed. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the bath towel. A cold voice urged Bai Lu to act quickly. Indeed, it was Nanzheng, arriving with remarkable swiftness. In this chilly weather, Gu Wanyou lay comfortably in his arms, unbothered by the cold. Oh! Bai Lu hastily brought the towel over. Initially intending to lift the veil, she extended her hand, but quickly withdrew, remembering her miss's predicament. As a diligent maid, she knew to be discreet at such a moment, so she rolled up the veil from below and handed it inside. Once inside received the items, Bai Lu scurried out. Miss, I still have water boiling. Let me down, General. After the initial shock subsided, it took Wanyou a moment to regain her composure. However, upon opening her eyes and realizing her embarrassing state, she wished she hadn't returned to her senses. How mortifying! They had parted on less than amicable terms in the carriage, and now she found herself in his arms, and in such a vulnerable position. What a cosmic retribution! She pondered, questioning whether she had committed any grievous acts. Yet, it wasn't only Wanyou who felt the weight of embarrassment. Nanzheng was equally flustered. After all, he was not a beast. He set Wanyou down gently. But as her feet hit the ground, she winced in pain. Chapter 81. The best assistants. Nanzheng wrapped Wanyou in a bath towel and carried her horizontally back to the bedroom. Lie down, he instructed. Bai Lu had already changed Wanyou into her night clothes, and Nanzheng intended to examine her injuries. After a moment of hesitation, Wanyou complied. She was indeed hurt. The area on her lower back throbbed with a fiery pain, necessitating a checkup. As Wanyou lay there, her body formed delicate curves that Nanzheng found difficult to gaze upon. Yet, to assess her injury, he needed to lift the hem of her garment, a task that filled him with an inexplicable trepidation. At the age of 26, it was his first encounter with a woman's nightwear, causing his hand to hesitate before finally reaching out to gather the fabric, trembling slightly. The sight of Wanyou's lower back, now reddened from the earlier encounter with the edge of the bath barrel, caused Nanzheng to frown deeply. He could easily imagine the consequences had he been even a moment later. A fall could lead to a sprained back, confining her to bed for a month, or worse, a fracture that would keep her incapacitated for half a year. Ah, it hurts, Wanyou gasped as Nanzheng pressed his hand against her injury. Yet he did not relent. He pressed and probed, ensuring that her bones remained unscathed. Wanyou winced, instinctively wanting to squirm away. Stay still, Nanzheng commanded coldly. Despite her pain, Wanyou understood that he was merely checking on her condition, enduring the discomfort until beads of sweat formed on her brow. Fortunately, there's no bone injury, Nanzheng concluded after his examination, adjusting her clothing and pulling the blanket over her. Go to my study and fetch medicine from Jiang, he instructed Bai Lu. I'll go, Qiuge volunteered. Bai Lu is meticulous. It's better for her to stay and care for the young lady. Upon entering Nanzheng's study, Qiuge immediately heard Wang Sijuan's voice. Brother Jiang, why did you take so long to return? Wang Sijuan, knowing Nanzheng had gone to Yijin Pavilion, felt an unsettling anxiety, prompting her to wait in the study. Mistaking Qiuge for Nanzheng, she felt a pang of disappointment. What are you doing here? Aren't you looking for Miss Wang? Qiuge asked, disdainfully regarding Wang Sijuan. What are you doing here? Wang Sijuan countered, blocking Qiuge's path. Qiuge, loathing Wang Sijuan's demeanor, felt constrained by her position as a servant. Suddenly, she devised a way to provoke Wang Sijuan. The young lady fell, and the general sent me to fetch medicine. Fell? Surely. Wanyou is not resorting to a ploy for sympathy, Wang Sijuan retorted, convinced of her speculation. So she is using this to ensnare Brother Jiang. Not at all. The young lady fell while taking a bath. Thankfully, the general arrived in time to catch her, preventing serious injury. He was quite concerned for her, carrying her all the way to her room and even personally attending to her. Qiuge and Appo's explanation was cut short by Wang Sijuan's sharp interruption, who quickly pieced together the implications. Ignoring Wang Sijuan, Qiuge called out, Jiang Nan, the general sent me to find Jiang for medicine. Jiang Nan, leaning against the doorframe, had overheard enough to deduce what medication Wanyou required. Moments later, Jiang emerged with a small vial for Qiuge. Seething with frustration, Wang Sijuan, unable to vent her ire elsewhere, struck Qiuge across the face. A mere servant dares to disrespect me. Her anger only intensified as she prepared to strike again, but Jiang seized her hand. Jiang, how dare you stop me? Release me at once. Wang Sijuan struggled, but Jiang's grip was unyielding, causing her discomfort. No one is allowed to hinder the general's affairs. Not even you. Miss Wang, Jiang stated coldly. Now, hurry along. He gestured to Qiuge, who, clutching her face, walked away in humiliation. Once Qiuge had exited, Jiang released Wang Sijuan. Though she longed to reprimand him, she knew better than to provoke someone as formidable as Jiang, who was fiercely loyal to Nanzheng and held an unwavering sense of duty, even towards those of high standing. Wang Sijuan, in her current position, dared not challenge him. If only I hadn't tested the general just now, Wang Sijuan's maid whispered. If I hadn't Wanyou would have been left to fend for herself after a fall. Fool! She did on purpose. If Brother Jiang doesn't go, she will not fall. Wang Sijun realized, her mind racing. If Gu Wanyou is injured, she will surely use it to keep Brother Jiang by her side. No, we must go to Yijin Pavilion, she declared. Jiang Nin quickly signaled Jiang Bei, who was resolute in his commitment to Ji Nanzheng's affairs, unwilling to intervene in matters that did not concern him. Isn't this the general's business? Do you truly believe you would want Miss Wang to go to Yijin Pavilion? Jiang Bei finally interjected, blocking Wang Sijun's path. Miss, you can go find the madam, her maid gently suggested. Wang Sijun suddenly realized her hasty error. Jiang Bei could stop her, but he would not dare obstruct her aunt. Determined, she feigned compliance with Jiang Bei and turned back, secretly planning to seek out Lady Wang. Upon reaching the entrance of Linghui Pavilion, she snapped at Jiang Bei, I'm going to find my aunt. Are you coming along as well? Jiang Bei remained silent, but as Wang Sijun felt a sudden dizziness, she collapsed. Miss, her maid, Yungu, gasped, witnessing Jiang Bei strike Wang Sijun unconscious in shock and fury. Had you kept quiet, you wouldn't have been struck, Jiang Bei warned expressionlessly. Let me tell you, Jiang Bei holds grudges. If he learns of your insubordination, you will be in grave trouble. Yungu quickly covered her mouth, frightened. I want to say a word, but what about the miss? She'll be fine. She'll wake up by morning. Jiang Bei asuatia. Very well. Yungu then called out, someone come. The miss has fainted. The servant who answered rushed to inform Lady Wang, who promptly came out to inquire about the situation. Yungu fabricated a tale. Madam, the miss intended to find the general, but fainted. Thankfully, Jiang Bei brought her back. After Wang Sijun was taken away, Jiang Nin patted Jiang Bei on the shoulder. Finally, you're catching on. At this rate, you won't be single for much longer. Chapter 82. Is the general speaking human language? Having endured grievances, Gu returned to Yijin Pavilion, wiping away her tears. Bai Lu was the first to notice her unusual demeanor. What happened to you? She inquired. Wanyou also turned her head, instantly recognizing that Gu had been wronged. Gu handed the medicine bottle to Ji Nanzheng, indignantly stating, It's all because of my cousin. She wouldn't let me bring back the medicine, calling me a seductress who feigned a fall to entice the general. She even insulted the general, claiming he was blind for not seeing through my cousin's clumsy tricks. Did she strike you? Wanyou asked, her brows furrowing. Yes, Gu replied, her anger surfacing. I merely protested a bit. And Miss Wang accused me of disrespecting my superior, slapping me several times. If it weren't for Brother Jiang Bei's assistance. Gu suddenly burst into tears. I fear I might have fainted from her blows. I feel quite dizzy now. As she spoke, she pressed her forehead, swaying slightly, genuinely feeling as if she might faint. Of course, this was merely a ruse she concocted on the way. She was angry and sought to tarnish Wang Siyun's reputation in Ji Nanzheng's eyes. Although Wanyou found it curious that Gu had become so articulate, her primary concern remained that Gu had been struck by Wang Siyun. She was not someone to be trifled with, and this debt must be repaid with interest. Seeing Gu sway, Bai Lu hurriedly supported her. Gu was astonished by her own performance. She hadn't anticipated her first attempt at fabrication would flow so seamlessly, as though she had practiced it often. The little grievances she felt dissipated. Seizing the moment, she added, the general should return quickly. Otherwise, Miss Wang will come to trouble Miss again tomorrow. She is already injured. If she strikes Miss again, we servants wouldn't dare retaliate, and Miss might suffer greatly. As Ji Nanzheng listened to Gu's complaints, his frown deepened. Has Siyun caused you trouble? He asked Wanyou. Wanyou thought to herself that Wang Siyun had not been problematic during this time, but today was an exception. She struck Gu. She replied indignantly. Are you unaware of your cousin's nature? This was tantamount to indirectly acknowledging that Wang Siyun had indeed caused trouble. Ji Nanzheng felt a surge of anger. Wang Siyun's behavior was utterly unacceptable. I shall speak to her, he declared. Wanyou smirked internally, recognizing the futility of such words. She had no expectation that Ji Nanzheng would assist her in seeking revenge. Apply the medicine, Ji Nanzheng instructed, opening the porcelain bottle and pouring the liquid into his palm. Before Wanyou could react, his calloused hand had already pressed against her lower back. The cool sensation of the medicine startled her. That's unnecessary. Let Bai Lu handle it, Wanyou protested. Stay still, Nanzheng commanded, applying firm pressure with his palm. Wanyou, realizing the futility of resistance, ceased her movements, with his palm resting on her skin. The act of applying medicine felt overly delicate and awkward. Despite the medicinal application, the sensitivity of her lower back made her cheeks flush red with embarrassment, a sentiment shared by Nanzheng, who also felt a warmth rising within him. He had administered this medicine countless times on himself and knew precisely how much pressure and duration were optimal for effectiveness. Yet now, it felt as if it were his first encounter with such a remedy, and he struggled to find the right touch. The softness of Wanyou's skin contrasted starkly with his rough, calloused hand. Too much pressure might injure her, while too little would render the application ineffective. Unbeknownst to him, a chill ran through his body despite the cold weather. As Nanzheng continued to apply the medicine, Wanyou felt an intensifying pain, akin to burning, and she could no longer discern whether the discomfort stemmed from her injury or the irritation of his calloused hand. That's enough. Nanzheng finally withdrew his hand, releasing a silent sigh. Try to sleep on your stomach tonight. Avoid unnecessary movement. And rest for 2 days until the pain subsides before getting up. He then recalled the purpose of his visit, his tone laced with reproach. To think you would bathe knowing you caught a chill. You deserve this. Initially intending to express gratitude, Wanyou was deterred by Nanzheng's remark, feeling inclined to roll her eyes instead. Prepare some warming medicine, Nanzheng instructed Bai Lu. Observing Wanyou's rosy complexion, which contradicted Wang Xiyun's claims of severity, he reasoned that given her bath, she might catch a chill, so a preventative measure was prudent. After giving instructions, Nanzheng prepared to leave. General? Wanyou called out urgently, prompting him to turn back in confusion. There are mice in Yijin Pavilion. I fell because of them. Could you devise a solution? Mice? How could there be mice in the Duke's residence? He pondered, recalling that while the area was indeed part of the Duke's estate, its corners were not entirely free from such nuisances. Nanzheng frowned. Are you afraid of mice? Upon questioning, he realized how trivial his inquiry was. What woman isn't terrified of rodents? Yes, I'm very afraid, Wanyou admitted, her tone quite timid. I am as well, Nanzheng confessed, feeling somewhat helpless. Wanyou, initially inclined to mock him, quickly realized he was not jesting. A battlefield general afraid of mice was an affront to her intelligence. General, come here, she beckoned. Nanzheng obediently approached her. Wanyou seized his sleeve. Since we both fear mice, we share a common plight. You wouldn't abandon a comrade in battle, would you? Her behavior seemed somewhat brazen, yet the situation warranted it. The thought of mice wandering about the room sent her imagination spiraling. What if one scurried onto her bed while she slept? The mere notion terrified her. She had no doubt that if the issue of mice remained unresolved, she would be unable to sleep that night. Although Bai Lu and Qiuge could keep the lights on and take turns watching over her, they too were afraid of mice. If one appeared, they would likely be too frightened to move. Nanzheng, realizing he could not outmatch Wanyou's audacity, contemplated the situation. He eventually sat on the edge of her bed. I could do nothing but accompany my comrade in suffering. Wanyou responded, how do you plan to share this suffering? You fear mice. I shall stay with you. When they appear, I will fear them alongside you. Wanyou found Nanzheng's claims of fear utterly implausible. White Lu, lay a blanket over the recliner for the general to rest. She ordered, prepare 2 blankets. We mustn't let the general catch a chill. Turning to Nanzheng, she added, you are accustomed to sleeping outdoors on the battlefield. This shouldn't be too burdensome. That night, with the whereabouts of the mice uncertain, Wanyou truly hoped Nanzheng would stay. Nanzheng hadn't anticipated Wanyou would take such advantage of the situation so promptly. He found himself unable to resist. However, he had already intended to remain. As a man, he detested mice, but even more so, he could not bear the thought of a woman, especially one injured, being left to confront the threat alone. If a mouse were to appear and cause her distress, he would be unable to forgive himself. Yet, after deciding to stay, Nanzheng felt a flicker of annoyance. He had vowed not to involve himself in Wanyou's affairs again, and here he was, breaking that promise. Bai Lu, harboring her own thoughts, set the recliner a few feet away from the bed, ensuring the blankets were arranged before leading Qiugu outside to grant the two some privacy. Just as they were about to leave, Wanyou called out, "Do not go. It's improper for a man and woman to be alone in a room." Realizing she had inadvertently provoked Nanzheng's displeasure, she quickly amended, "If you both leave, I fear I might lose control and act inappropriately towards the general. No, please stay. I truly have my reservations about being alone with him." Egrets, is the general speaking in human language? The young lady is injured, and even turning over causes her pain. What can she possibly do to a man of his stature? And what of the young lady herself? How could she speak of herself in such a manner? However, this time she intends to be a disobedient maid. Chapter 83. Contemplate our relationship. Wait here. I shall prepare some medicine to ward off the chill. Bai Lu urged, pulling Qiugu along as they swiftly exited, leaving Wanyou and Nanzheng without a word. Wanyou, aware of Bai Lu's thoughts, felt a sense of helplessness. "General, I shall take my leave now. You may proceed as you wish." She suspected that slumber would elude her for some time, yet she resolved to remain silent. Even if sleep did not come, she would not utter a word. Past experiences had taught her that during their previous solitary carriage rides, Nanzheng had been rather teasing when displeased with her. Fearing that her words might provoke him again, she deemed silence the wisest course of action. Whether it was the indulgence of a warm bath or some other factor, Wanyou soon found herself drowsy. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, a sudden noise jolted her awake. A mouse! Nanzheng, a mouse. In her semi-conscious state, she instinctively attempted to sit up, only to feel a sharp pain in her lower back. Nanzheng quickly rose, parting the gauzy curtain. Upon seeing Wanyou pressing against her injured left lower back, he discerned that her movements had aggravated her injury. "There is no mouse. It was merely my foot brushing against the chair." Oh, Wanyou realized she had been overly paranoid. Nanzheng glanced at her slender arms and instructed, "Cover yourself well." Oh, Wanyou tucked her hands under the covers and closed her eyes once more. Unbeknownst to her, she called Nanzheng's name in her sleep. Yet he heard her clearly. Reflecting on this, he mused that perhaps she was comfortable enough to address him directly in private. Closing the curtain, he returned to his reclining chair. After lying there for a while, Wanyou recognized her predicament. Sleep had eluded her entirely. Once one is unable to sleep, maintaining a single position becomes increasingly difficult. She gently turned on her side, seeking a more comfortable posture. "Are you tired of lying there?" Nanzheng inquired suddenly. "Ah, a bit. Perhaps we should move back to Longy Courtyard tomorrow. There are no mice there." Nanzheng reasoned that the simplest solution to the mouse problem was to vacate the infested premises. No need. Wanyou immediately rejected the suggestion. Having just moved out, how could she return? "We can simply send someone to purchase some mouse poison tomorrow." Upon hearing her refusal, Nanzheng fell silent, and they lingered in quiet for some time. Wanyou was the first to break the silence. "General, that day, my demeanor was rather unpleasant. I apologize. However, my intention to leave was not a mere whim. Might you consider a solution?" Though she had resolved to remain silent, she could not resist voicing her thoughts. This time, Nanzheng did not respond with anger. Leaning back in his chair, resting his arms behind his head, he pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "Wanyou, have you considered how you would live after leaving the Duke's residence?" He chose to confront the issue directly. Wanyou contemplated seriously before replying earnestly. "I understand that your position is unique, and should I separate from you, many would revel in my misfortune. However, I will not provide them such an opportunity. I shall not return to my family. I will live independently. I possess some savings, and I am not concerned about my future. I will live according to my own wishes." Perhaps it was the tranquility of the night that prompted a rare openness between them, and Wanyou suddenly felt compelled to share her heart. She recounted the tale of Jiang Xian's deceitful marriage scheme. She refrained from mentioning the Jiang family's conspiracies, wanting to spare her father any embarrassment. As she spoke, Nanzheng sat up, peering through the gauzy curtain at Wanyou, who had her back turned to him. A sense of agitation stirred within him. Even after she finished, he remained silent for a considerable time. He recalled their wedding night, when Wanyou had confessed that her donation to secure a marriage was a means of self-preservation. At that time, she had spoken of her concerns regarding her stepmother, but had not mentioned the Jiang family schemes. He had believed her plight under her stepmother's rule was a difficult one. However, after the incident with the aphrodisiac, he had dismissed her words entirely. Now, everything made sense. Wanyou had, in her desperation to escape the clutches of the Jiang family's greed, been compelled to part with her dowry. Fearing her stepmother's wrath, she had sought protection through a marriage arrangement. Wanyou had never truly intended to marry him. A frail woman, discovering that the man she liked was a predator, and feeling utterly isolated in her struggle for survival. How challenging that must have been for Wanyou. Nanzheng felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Then, abruptly, he asked, Wanyou, you did not administer the medicine that night, did you? He realized that Wanyou had no motive to do so. Caught off guard by a sudden insight, she wondered if this could be considered an unexpected revelation. If I say I did not, would you believe me, General? You need not say anything. I believe you. Nanzheng replied affirmatively. Yet, in the next moment, his mood soured again. He recalled how he had nearly choked her in a fit of rage over the matter. Wanyou, are you foolish? If you did not do it, why would you confess? At that moment, if I had denied it, would you have believed me? If I did not admit it, you might have wished to strangle me even more. Nanzheng was at a loss for words. Do you not comprehend the consequences of admitting to such a thing? I do. I will be despised by the general. Wanyou responded nonchalantly. Nanzheng discerned her indifference. Wanyou genuinely harbored no affection for him. Had she felt even the slightest inclination, she would not have been so readily forthcoming. Realizing this truth, Nanzheng felt even more frustrated, as if something had lodged in his throat, making it hard to breathe. I apologize on behalf of those who wronged you. The medicine was not administered by Wanyou. Aside from my mother and Wang Sijuan, there is no other suspect. Wanyou gleaned from his words that Nanzheng had a specific suspect in mind. It certainly was not Muwaner. Indeed, who would suspect Muwaner? The first to be suspected would be Wang Sijuan and her mother. Let go. Wanyou had no intention of dwelling on the matter. You will not pursue it? Nanzheng was taken aback by her nonchalance. After all, this incident had not only led to a profound misunderstanding, but also resulted in her losing her virtue. Wanyou scoffed. Pursue it? I had Jiang investigate the matchmaker, who claimed it was a cousin from the residence. However, I do not know which cousin it was. Even if I pursued it, it would merely implicate Wang Sijuan. Muwaner had already devised her escape route when she orchestrated this scheme. Wang Sijuan is detestable, but Muwaner is even more loathsome. One matter does not negate the other. General, thank you for saving me today. Had you not come, I shudder to think of the consequences. Allow me to treat you to a meal, 3 days hence, at Juxianlu. Should Muwaner dare to fabricate any scandal, she would ensnare both her and Nanzheng. Muwaner had not only placed spies in her courtyard, but had also dispatched people to follow her and Huayang. Such provocation could no longer be tolerated. She no longer wished to remain passive. She aimed to draw the snake from its lair. Though their last encounter had ended on a sour note, today had unexpectedly provided her with an opportunity. Is there something special about 3 days from now? Nanzheng inquired. Not particularly. It is merely to allow Muwaner a couple of days to prepare. Surely, I must rest for 2 days due to my injury? Or do you crave a meal tomorrow, General? Nanzheng, dismissing her frivolous remarks, chose not to respond. Wanyou remained silent, content as long as he acquiesced. General, let's rest. Wanyou's eyelids grew heavy. After a while, Nanzheng's distinct, cool voice broke the silence. Wanyou, regarding your departure, grant me some time. I need time to contemplate our relationship. Chapter 84. Schwerer analyzed Nanzheng's words went unheard by Wanyou, as she had already succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, she discovered that Nanzheng had departed. It remained uncertain whether the efficacy of Nanzheng's medicine was remarkable or if her injury was merely superficial. Nonetheless, she experienced a slight tugging pain in her lower back only when moving. Naturally, she would not confine herself to bed for 2 days, as that would be unbearable. After breakfast, Wanyou issued 3 directives. Bai Lu, please seek out Brother Huayan today and request some effective rat poison. The presence of rats in the courtyard is quite disconcerting. Additionally, Have Brother Huayang send someone to relay the message that I have arranged to meet him at Jushin Tower in 3 days. Convey this information to Mu Wan'er and observe her subsequent actions. Wanyou eagerly anticipated that either Mu Wan'er or Wang Xiyun would catch someone in the act. Since the Duke's residence aimed to tarnish her reputation, she now possessed a valid reason to depart at once. Yi, please have Aunt Li come in and tidy up the general's recliner. The 2 servants sent by Madame Wang include Swayer, who is Mu Wan'er's informant, and Aunt Li, who serves as Madame Wang's spy. Swayer has already been compromised, while Aunt Li remains unbought, being an elder of the Duke's household and an agent of Madame Wang. Summoning her could potentially alert them. Let Aunt Li in to tidy up, but merely to convey a message to Madame Wang. Although Nanzheng spent the night here, nothing transpired. He simply fulfilled the role of a night watchman. After Aunt Li completed her task, she exited the courtyard shortly thereafter, and Wanyou paid her no heed. Thus she departed without needing to exchange pleasantries. Aunt Li went directly to Granny Yu and recounted the commotion regarding the rats and Nanzheng's use of the recliner. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang pondered for a moment before stating, "It appears that Gu Wanyou is quite diligent in her propriety. Let's send over some rat poison." Consequently, Granny Yu dispatched the rat poison. When Wanyou received the poison, the old woman merely mentioned it was sent by the madam, without any further remarks, leading Wanyou to understand Madame Wang's intent. The message was clear. She was well aware of the affairs at Yijin Pavilion and the events of the previous night with Nanzheng. The delivery of the rat poison indirectly signified that as long as her son remained unharmed, all would be well. Madame Wang's transparent intentions held no sway over Wanyou, who was now solely focused on leaving. Shortly after the departure of Madame Wang's servant, Bai Lu returned, bringing with her 2 cats, one a slender, white and orange tabby, and the other a tiny, fluffy, snow-white kitten. Where did Brother Huayang find this little creature? It's quite adorable, Wanyou remarked, reaching out to cuddle the cat, only to be rebuffed by Bai Lu. "Miss, you cannot hold it." "Why can I hold it?" Wanyou protested. Bai Lu sighed and whispered, "Miss, it is not advisable for pregnant women to hold cats." With a pouting expression, Wanyou relented, instead gently stroking the kitten. Brother Huayang said the larger one will catch rats, and the smaller one is for you to play with. Immediately, Wanyou sought to name the kitten. "This little cat is so cute, Mississippi. How about calling it Schwer?" Gu suggested eagerly. Wanyou's eyes sparkled, and she gave Gu a thumbs up, finding the name quite fitting. In the midst of winter, with the courtyard feeling stifling, having Schwer around, even if she couldn't cuddle it, would provide amusement and alleviate her boredom. In the evening, as Nanzheng entered with Jiang Nan and Jiang Bei, each cradling cat, Wanyou was engaged in playful antics with Schwer. Nanzheng stepped in first, and within the room, Gu held Schwer while Wanyou sat beside her, absent-mindedly stroking the kitten and murmuring something inaudible, her expression relaxed and smiling, radiating warmth akin to a blooming magnolia bathed in the early spring sun, exuding a gentle and tender love. Nanzheng found himself mesmerized, contemplating how Wanyou resembled a mother delighting in her child, enveloped in soft maternal affection. It dawned on him that she had an affinity for cats, and he thought of the snowball-like cat Jiang Bei was holding, with a slight twitch of his lips. At that moment, Schwer stretched her limbs, yawning as if awakening from slumber, which elicited laughter from both Wanyou and Gu. Upon lifting her gaze, Wanyou finally noticed Nanzheng standing at the door. "General?" With a joyful smile, she rose and presented her find. "Look, General, is this cat not adorable?" She pointed at Schwer's fur. "Schwer, greet the General. You like cats?" "Yes, I do. Don't you find it adorable with its fluffy fur?" Wanyou replied, adding, "Brother Huayang also brought a tabby to catch the rats, so now that issue is resolved." Nanzheng's eyelids flickered momentarily. "You didn't tea-buy these cats yourself?" In a cheerful mood, Wanyou was oblivious to the sudden change in Nanzheng's demeanor. "Yijin Pavilion has rats, so I asked Brother Huayang for some rat poison, and he conveniently brought along 2 cats, one for catching rats and the other for this little darling." With a darkened expression, Nanzheng turned and exited. Wanyou, puzzled by his peculiar behavior, soon saw him re-enter holding another white cat, slightly larger and plumper than Schwer. equally adorable. Wow, General, where did you get this one? Wanyou's eyes sparkled with excitement, unaware of her own newfound affection for cats. Without a word, Nanzheng placed the cat into Wanyou and Appo's arms. Though she initially recalled Bai Lu's warning against holding cats, she couldn't resist the temptation, especially since she had longed to hold one. Can the Duke's household not afford a single cat? Must you procure one from a wet nurse's son? Wanyou was taken aback, feeling inexplicably bemused. Her cheerful demeanor prevented her from discerning the veiled tone in Nanzheng's words. Nanzheng coldly addressed Gu, who was still holding Schwer, return it. Ki ye fruovnid. Why? Does the general not like Schwer? If the general does not, I certainly do. Nanzheng replied. Do I appear to be fond of it? Just return it. Two cats will keep each other company. Wanyou dismissed Nanzheng's grievances, as she was more interested in the cats than his peculiar mood. Since they were already gifted to her, and she adored them, there was no reason to send them away. While toying with the cat Nanzheng had given her, she inquired, General, does this cat have a name? It's called Schwer. What? It is also named Schwer? Upon realizing the coincidence, Nanzheng scrutinized the first Schwer before expressing his disdain. Gu Wanyou, you named it Schwer? Yes, what of it? Suddenly, Qiu Ji's eyes widened. General, could it be that Schwer is a servant? Nanzheng nodded, relinquishing his insistence on returning it, and casually suggested, let us call it a lie. Wanyou furrowed her brow. Naming a male cat Schwerer seemed inappropriate. A lie? Very well, it shall be a lie then. After all, a name bears no relation to cuteness. In high spirits, she invited Nanzheng to dine with her, to which he did not decline. As he took his leave, Wanyou reminded him, General, do not forget, we are to dine at Jushin Tower the day after tomorrow. If you want me to treat you, your little kitchen is more than sufficient. Nanzheng felt it unnecessary to venture out in the frigid weather. While a little kitchen sufficed, he believed the thank-you banquet should honor the general with the finest fare. Noticing Wanyou's whimsical demeanor returning, he feigned disdain, though a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Just don't regret spending the money. Chapter 85. Killing two birds with one stone and using a knife to kill the following day after Nanzheng sent a cat to Wanyou. Mu Wanner was the first to inform Wang Xiyun. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xiyun felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Yijin Pavilion and vent her frustration on the cat. Soon, do not act impulsively, Mu Wanner cautioned. If you confront your fourth cousin-in-law now, you will not only displease Aunt, but if she embellishes the story in front of Nanzheng, what will you do then? Wang Xiyun gritted her teeth in restraint. Sister Wanner, this time I will heed your advice. I will wait a couple of days until I catch Gu Wanyou in the act of secretly meeting a man, and then I will settle the score with her. They had already heard rumors about Gu Wanyou meeting Huayan. Soon, please do not act recklessly, Mu Wanner urged again. What reckless actions? It is a fact that Gu Wanyou is secretly meeting a man. I'm merely a coincidental witness. Perhaps you should reconsider. If you go alone and your fourth cousin-in-law denies it, you will have no proof. If you take someone with you, and if she truly is with that Huabua, her reputation will be ruined. Ah, you have reminded me. I must bring my friend along. What I desire is for Gu Wanyou's reputation to be utterly destroyed, to be cast out. Perhaps you should reconsider. Mu Wanner feigned concern, but inwardly she scoffed. Wang Xiyun, go ahead, bring as many as you like. What she wanted was for Wang Xiyun to bring outsiders along, regardless of Gu Wanyou's status as General Ji's wife. Wang Xiyun and Appo's act of exposing her would reflect poorly on the Duke's residence. Wang Madam cherished her family's reputation above all. A woman who disregards her family's honor for personal desires is unfit to become the future matriarch of the Duke's residence. Both disgrace and exposure would lead to their downfall. On the day Nanzheng was to dine, Gu Wanyou received word from Huayan about Wang Xiyun bringing her friends. Upon learning of this, Gu Wanyou was momentarily taken aback. She knew Wang Xiyun often acted thoughtlessly, but bringing friends along meant that if she did anything, it would bring her shame to light. How could Wang Xiyun be so foolish? She mused. Did she not realize that her scandal would implicate the Duke's residence? A cold smile crept across her lips as she considered the intricacies of Mu Wanner's scheme. Wang Madam valued family reputation above all. How could she trust Wang Xiyun, who would act selfishly for personal gain and tarnish the Duke's name? If it were proven that Gu Wanyou was indeed meeting Huayang, Wang Madam would never tolerate it. Thus, both she and Wang Xiyun would be sidelined. As for Mu Wanner's subsequent plans, Gu Wanyou was unaware and did not need to know. What she needed to do now was assist Mu Wanner in ensuring Wang Xiyun's complete downfall. Once Wang Xiyun became a scapegoat, she could turn against the one who had pushed her into the water. She need not lift a finger. All she had to do was present evidence of Mu Wanner's ill intentions to Wang Xiyun. Before leaving, Gu Wanyou paid a visit to Wang Madam's courtyard. When she arrived at Jushin Tower, there was still nearly half an hour until her appointment with Nanzheng. She proceeded to her exclusive private room. Located at the innermost part of the second floor, with windows on both sides, one of the best spots in the entire establishment. After a while, Huayang finally entered. Wang Xiyun's private room was near the staircase on the second floor, and she instructed her maid to keep an eye on the situation. Once it was confirmed that Gu Wanyou had arrived and Huayang had also come, she was filled with excitement. As long as they collectively witnessed Gu Wanyou alone with an outsider, her downfall would be assured. Wang Xiyun exchanged glances with Yanggu, who then stepped out of the private room. After a short while, she returned. Miss, the general's wife has also come to Jushin Tower for a meal. Would you like to go greet her? One of the women immediately inquired, which general's wife? Is it that Gu Wanyou? Yanggu nodded. Perfect. I've long wished to see her, to gauge just how shameless she truly is. After stating this, the woman pretended to apologize to Wang Xiyun. Xiyun, do not hold it against me. You know well that there are rumors everywhere about Gu Wanyou's lack of shame. Wang Xiyun feigned concern, saying, well then, considering my brother's reputation, you must not make things difficult for her. We won tea. They exchanged pleasantries, but in their hearts, they thought, it is precisely because of Nanzheng that they would make things difficult for Gu Wanyou. Accompanying Wang Xiyun were ladies from the most distinguished noble families. Gu Wanyou had taken away the affections of someone belonging to their rank. How could they not retaliate? Thus, Wang Xiyun led several of her friends out. However, just as they took a few steps, someone called out to her. Xiyun? To her surprise, it was Nanzheng ascending the stairs. Dressed in a silver-purple cotton robe that complemented his complexion, Nanzheng looked even more handsome. She was momentarily stunned, thinking how striking he appeared today. In the next instant, her eyes sparkled with delight. Brother Jiang has arrived. Having him witness Gu Wanyou meeting an outsider will be more effective than any words. This realization filled her with joy, causing her to forget to ask Nanzheng why he was at Jushin Tower. The other ladies were captivated by Nanzheng's appearance. Everyone knew he was handsome, but the chance to see him up close was rare. Every glance was precious. One lady, feeling a mix of envy and admiration, commented, "Is the general here to accompany his wife for dinner?" Wang Xiyun seized the opportunity, responding, "Brother Jiang, I heard that cousin Gu is also at Jushin Tower. I was just about to greet her. Are you looking for her? I could take you there." Nanzheng did not believe Wang Xiyun would be so kind as to greet Gu Wanyou, but out of consideration for the ladies present, he could not refuse her invitation. He thought it would be best to greet her and then send them away. He could hardly endure the stares of those women, as if they wished to devour him. Such blatant gazes were not uncommon for him, yet he could never quite grow accustomed to them. What was wrong with the women these days, being so forward and unreserved? Compared to them, Gu Wanyou's glances were far more discreet. The ladies stepped aside, allowing Nanzheng to lead the way, while Wang Xiyun walked alongside him. Overcome with excitement, Wang Xiyun felt her palms sweat as they took a few short steps. As they turned a corner, she spotted Bai Lu and Xiao Gu standing at the entrance, and her excitement surged. In a normal dining scenario, maids would be present to serve. Gu Wanyou has sent hers away, indicating she must be engaged in some improper activity. Chapter 86. The sudden appearance of Lady Wang Zhenggu. It is over there. Wang Xiyun pointed ahead, feigning confusion. Why doesn't my cousin allow the maid to serve inside? Why must they remain at the door? Nanzheng frowned. Were it not for the presence of other young ladies, he might have hastily dismissed Wang Xiyun. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Lu pretended to be flustered. General, seeing Bai Lu's demeanor, Wang Xiyun became even more convinced that something was amiss inside. She haughtily declared, "Is my cousin inside? Open the door quickly. Please wait a moment, Mississippi." The young lady is in a meeting and cannot be disturbed. Disturbed? What secret dealings could possibly warrant such secrecy? Juner, Nanzheng, observing her lack of decorum, swiftly intervened with a cold gaze. Wang Xiyun feared that the commotion outside might alert someone inside, and if that person were to escape through the window, it would be too late. She signaled Yungu to hasten and open the door. However, Bailu and Qiujie firmly blocked the entrance, refusing to allow entry. Wang Xiyun, now more certain of the dubious circumstances within, took matters into her own hands and attempted to push through. Get out of the way. Have you lost your eyesight? Can't you see Jingu is here? Qiujie, still nursing a grudge from a past encounter, retorted fiercely. The young lady has instructed that no one is to be let in. Do you see this, cousin? Not even you are allowed in. Don't you wish to discover who is inside? Juner, cease this commotion and take your companions home. Nanzheng's brow furrowed, his expression dark and foreboding. Despite his insistence, Wang Xiyun was unwilling to leave such a promising opportunity. Resolutely, she shoved Qiujie aside, prompting Yungu to swiftly open the door. The moment the door creaked open, Wang Xiyun dashed inside like an arrow released from a bow. Gu Wanyou, did you think that by having the maid block the entrance, I would be unaware of your machinations? As her words fell, she entered the room only to find no men within. In fact, there was an additional figure present. Aunt, what are you doing here? Wang Xiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. What are you making such a fuss about? Lady Wang had overheard Wang Xiyun's earlier insinuation and, seeing her in such a flurry, scolded her. Did you not notice anyone upon entering? Wang Xiyun felt utterly bewildered. She had clearly witnessed the arrival of someone. How could there be such a significant discrepancy? She refused to believe that the man was not still in the room, convinced he was simply hiding. Her gaze darted around, searching for a place where someone might conceal themselves. Are you searching for someone, Juner? Wanyou inquired languidly. Gu Wanyou, confess where you've hidden him. Wang Xiyun, faced with the stark reality, chose to trust her instincts. How ridiculous, Juner. Why would I hide anyone? Wang Xiyun shot Wanyou a piercing look, then turned to Lady Wang. Aunt, I saw a man enter. She must have hidden him, or there is some sort of trap in this room. Wang Xiyun believed Lady Wang would side with her against Wanyou, even if it was mere conjecture. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed Lady Wang and Oppo's expression darkening, her lips pressed tightly together, and her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Nanzheng, who had entered shortly thereafter, overheard Wang Xiyun's last two remarks and quickly grasped the situation. His first instinct was to send Wang Xiyun and her friends away, but it was too late. They had already entered. Ah, it turns out the Duchess is also here. Wang Xiyun's companions quickly greeted the Duchess. Seeing the young ladies, Lady Wang's expression darkened further. Nevertheless, as a seasoned matriarch, she maintained her poise and greeted each young lady, extending her regards to their families as well. Unfortunately, today is a family gathering, and we cannot entertain you all. Having greeted them, Lady Wang issued a subtle dismissal. The perceptive young ladies, sensing the tension, bid their farewells and exited. Among them, one particularly sensitive individual noticed the strange atmosphere and cast lingering glances at Wanyou, Wang Xiyun, and Nanzheng as they departed. Bailu, attend to the young ladies. Let them order whatever they wish, put it on my account. Nanzheng treated Bailu as one of his own. Initially disappointed, the young ladies brightened at Nanzheng's invitation to dine. General Ji is treating us? We've yet to hear of any lady fortunate enough to receive such an invitation. They were envious of their absent companions. Thank you, General Ji. They chorused almost in unison. As they turned to leave, excited glimmers danced in their eyes as they exchanged looks. Inside, once the guests had departed, Lady Wang no longer held back her fury, glaring at Wanyou. Gu Wanyou, do you think that by allowing me to witness Juner's foolishness, you can secure your position as the general's wife? Her intelligence was keen. From the moment Wang Xiyun entered and spoke, she understood that Wang Xiyun had fallen into Wanyou's trap. It was clear that Wanyou had orchestrated this situation to expose Wang Xiyun's folly. Even Wanyou's invitation to dine on venison was merely a pretext to showcase Wang Xiyun's blunders. And tragically, Wang Xiyun was indeed foolish, foolish beyond measure, bringing her friend along. Utterly oblivious to the fact that Wanyou's disgrace also reflected upon the Duke's household. Lady Wang was incensed by Wang Xiyun's inability to rise above her circumstances, but even more so by Wanyou and Appo's manipulation of both Wang Xiyun and her own position as the Duchess. Upon hearing this, Wanyou recognized that Lady Wang had deduced her scheme. However, she remained unfazed, having no intention of concealing her actions. Earlier that morning, Wanyou had visited Lady Wang, mentioning that a new batch of venison had arrived at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, a winter delicacy that few cooks could master. She had invited Lady Wang to join her. The pavilion was vast, and Wanyou's private room was situated in a corner, with the main entrance located in another. Wanyou, citing the desire to minimize walking, arranged for Lady Wang to enter through a side door, one she frequented. She herself claimed to need to purchase something and entered through the main entrance, which is why Wang Xiyun saw only her and not Lady Wang. As for Huayang, he had indeed entered, assisting Wanyou by delivering a box of sea cucumbers, which Wanyou presented to Lady Wang. "Mother, you have truly misunderstood my intentions. I did this to ensure that both you and the general understand that if I remain longer, I may find my reputation in tatters. Gu Wanyou, if you have done nothing dishonorable, how could your reputation possibly be sullied?" Wang Xiyun interrupted coldly. Silence. Lady Wang shot Wang Xiyun a fierce glare. She then turned to Wanyou, inquiring, "What do you mean by this?" "Gu Wanyou, let us discuss our matters privately." Nanzheng instinctively interjected, as if anticipating Wanyou's forthcoming words, not wishing her to speak them aloud. "General, I must clarify everything this time. Mother, ask yourself, since I'm married into the Duke's household, have I ever done anything to trouble you? Have I not been compliant? What do you mean by that?" Lady Wang, drawing upon her life experiences, sensed that Wanyou was about to extol her own virtues, which would inevitably lead to a request. Wanyou did not hasten to clarify her intentions. "Yet, despite my compliance, troubles persist. I know you are angry, thinking I invited you to dine on venison insincerely, merely to coax you into witnessing a farce. And I understand your irritation at my scheming against Junior. However, I had no choice. Junior has been tracking me and my maid, even following Huayang. If I do not take the initiative to set a trap, I fear I may fall victim to another's designs. Given Junior's mindset, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that not only my reputation could be ruined, but it may also implicate the general and you, mother. Moreover, should Junior's disregard for our family's reputation become known to outsiders, she would have no hope of marrying into any esteemed family." Chapter 87. 2 months later, departing at will 2 months had passed, and Madame Wang firmly believed that Wang Xiyun had been ensnared by Wanyou's machinations. Unaware that it was Wang Xiyun who had first followed someone else, in a fit of rage, she pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Xiyun. "You!" Madame Wang could barely utter a word before clutching her chest, gripped by heartache. How could a young lady of the inner chambers, especially one of noble lineage, engage in such disgraceful conduct? Not only had she tracked Gu Wanyou, but she also intended to drag her companions into a scheme to expose her. Good heavens! Did she not realize that Gu Wanyou was associated with the Duke's residence? Even if Gu Wanyou were not linked to the Duke's household, such actions were utterly unbecoming of a lady. What of her reputation? A wave of dread washed over Madame Wang. If Gu Wanyou had harbored malicious intent, she could have summoned a crowd of outsiders to witness Wang Xiyun's folly, leaving her with no reputation whatsoever. Although Gu Wanyou's words were harsh, they rang true. In noble families, reputation reigns supreme. And as a prospective matriarch, the foremost qualities assessed are lineage and the ability to prioritize the greater good with grace and dignity. Who would want a mindless individual as the future matriarch? Not only others, but even she, as an aunt, would never entrust the Duke's future to her after this incident. At that moment, Wang Xiyun began to grasp the gravity of her misdeeds, trembling with fear. "Aunt, I didn't I merely—" she stammered, her mind racing for a plausible excuse. "Enough," Nanzheng coldly interrupted. Wang Xiyun's reaction spoke volumes. She had indeed followed someone, and her invitation to her friends was a clear indication of her intent to humiliate Gu Wanyou publicly. Initially, he had assumed that Gu Wanyou had orchestrated a trap for revenge after the incident with the autumn dove, but this revelation unveiled a deeper layer. In their clan, there were few women, and Nanzheng genuinely cherished Wang Xiyun. Yet, he was taken aback by her desire to tarnish another's reputation. How venomous! While Wang Xiyun had previously behaved in a straightforward and unpretentious manner, her current actions were intolerable to him. He could not abide anyone with impure motives. Recalling the aphrodisiac from their wedding night, he reflected on Madame Wang's reaction afterward, which did not suggest suspicion of foul play. It was most likely Wang Xiyun's doing. A wave of disappointment surged within him, tinged with a hint of revulsion. "Mother, send Xiyun back to the Marquis's residence," Nanzheng declared. Convinced that Wang Xiyun could no longer remain in the Duke's household. "I shall not return." Wang Xiyun grasped Nanzheng's arm. Instinctively, she knew that if he sent her away, she would lose him forever. "I admit, my actions today were indeed thoughtless. But it is a fact that Gu Wanyou met with an outsider. As your wife, how can she conduct herself in such a manner? Her character is already tainted." Silence. Nanzheng removed her hand from his arm and instructed the nurse, "Please, take Miss Wang back to the Marquis's residence." Wang Xiyun had never witnessed Nanzheng's icy demeanor toward her, devoid of any warmth, and her heart trembled in fear. With a quavering voice, she pleaded, "Aunt, no. I will not go back. I will change. I swear I will." Although she had yet to fully comprehend the severity of her actions, she instinctively understood that departing would sever her ties with Nanzheng. "Nurse, take her back and confine her. Inform Madame Wang to come tomorrow to retrieve her." Madame Wang turned away, her voice filled with pain. Madame Wang had considered the implications deeply. With Wang Xiyun's friend present, sending her back abruptly could lead to unfavorable rumors. Say, it is nearly New Year, and Madame Wang is taking her home to celebrate. As Wang Xiyun struggled against the decision, the nurse hurriedly urged, "Miss, let us go. Do not resist." Wang Xiyun could not fathom how a well-laid plan had unraveled so drastically. Witnessing the disappointment on both Nanzheng's and Madame Wang's faces struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her hollow as if something vital had been wrenched from her heart. She felt as if a grave illness had suddenly taken root within her, following the nurse out in a daze. Once Wang Xiyun departed, Madame Wang immediately turned her ire toward Gu Wanyou. "Speak, what do you truly desire? Do not tell me this was all orchestrated merely to prevent Xiyun from ensnaring you in a trap." Madame Wang was acutely aware that following this incident, Wang Xiyun's prospects of becoming Nanzheng's legitimate wife were shattered. She could never entrust the future of the Duke's household to someone so thoughtless. From her perspective, she believed Gu Wanyou had acted with Nanzheng's interests in mind, mistakenly thinking that without Wang Xiyun, she would be welcomed. "Mother, let us eat first." Nanzheng interrupted again, unwilling to continue the discussion. Wang Xiyun's actions had been misguided, and he felt his mother should not treat Gu Wanyou with such contempt. Gu Wanyou shot Nanzheng an annoyed glance, displeased with his constant interruptions. Upon meeting his gaze, she narrowed her eyes, silently urging him to be quiet, and then disdainfully rolled her eyes at him. Turning her focus to Madame Wang, she earnestly stated, "Mother-in-law, as the legitimate wife of a general, I have retreated to the corner of the Duke's residence, yet disturbances continue to plague me. I have contemplated this matter and have decided that the only way to find peace is to leave the Duke's household." Nanzheng's eyes flickered. He had surmised correctly, and his expression darkened as if someone had offended him, rigidly taking a seat aside. "You wish to leave the Duke's household?" Madame Wang gazed at Gu Wanyou in astonishment. "Yes," Gu Wanyou replied steadily. "The general and I have already signed the separation agreement. I kindly request that you and the general consider a way for me to depart at the earliest opportunity." "Are you serious?" Madame Wang could hardly believe it. Though this was a development she welcomed, Gu Wanyou's initiative made it feel less genuine. From Madame Wang's expression, Gu Wanyou discerned that she was already aware of the separation agreement. Not wishing to elaborate further, she simply stated, "If you provide me with the separation document, I shall promptly return to pack my belongings." Her serious demeanor prompted a frown from Madame Wang, who then turned to Nanzheng. "Zheng?" She sought his opinion. "Give me 2 months," Nanzheng replied in a deep voice, seriously contemplating his future with Gu Wanyou, while she appeared indifferent, solely focused on leaving. He suppressed a swell of frustration. 2 months, and you may depart at your leisure. By granting Gu Wanyou 2 months, he was also affording himself time to reflect. He wished to approach this matter with the gravity it deserved, to fully discern his feelings for Gu Wanyou, and to hold himself accountable, as well as her. When the time came, if he realized he wished to continue with Gu Wanyou, he would earnestly plead for her to stay. If not, she was free to go. Gu Wanyou calculated the time. If she were to conceive, 2 months would not show any signs yet. It is settled then. Chapter 88, the final struggle. Wang Xiyun was escorted back by Granny Yu. Upon arriving at Linghui Hall, she encountered Mu Wanner. Granny Mu Wanner greeted sweetly, then turned her gaze to Wang Xiyun. Sister Yin, what troubles you? You seem somewhat unwell. Though her demeanor appeared calm, her heart was filled with suspicion. Wasn't Wang Xiyun supposed to expose Gu Wanyou? Why did she look like a stray dog? Something must have transpired. Seeing Mu Wanner, Wang Xiyun's eyes suddenly sparkled. Granny, I wish to speak with Sister Wanner. Although Wang Madam intended to confine Wang Xiyun, Granny Yu's compassion for her led to acquiescence. Mu Wanner ushered Wang Xiyun into her room, eagerly inquiring, Sister Yun, what on earth happened? You mentioned. The unspoken continuation was understood by both. Neither had to voice it to avoid the risk of eavesdropping. Sister Wan and Amp, Oppos, please help me. You are my only hope. Wang Xiyun, in a state of disarray, recounted the day's events in their entirety, feeling particularly aggrieved. That wretched Gu Wanyou set a trap to turn my aunt and brother Jiang against me. Zista Vanya. Think of a way. My aunt has already sent someone to find my mother. I shall return to the Ho residence tomorrow. I have a premonition that my aunt is utterly disappointed in me, and she won't permit me to marry brother Jiang. Mu Vanya listened, furrowing her brow in contemplation for quite some time. Her objective had been achieved. Wang Xiyun was undoubtedly out of the picture. Yet, instead of relief, her heart churned with unrest. She desired not just this outcome, but also the removal of Gu Wanyou. In Yijing Pavilion, when mice appeared, Nanzheng sent a cat, claiming he had no feelings for Gu Wanyou, a statement that was utterly unbelievable. Mu Wanner understood Nanzheng well. If he had truly set his sights on Gu Wanyou, not even Madame Wang could intervene. With the troublesome Wang Xiyun on the verge of departure, Madame Wang lacked a compelling reason to insist on Gu Wanyou and Oppos' removal. The most critical concern was that if Nanzheng developed genuine feelings for Gu Wanyou, it would be nearly impossible for her to insert herself into the situation. A shiver of dread coursed through Mu Wanner as she pondered these possibilities. Sister Wanner, what troubles you? Why are you silent? Please think of something. Mu Wanner's eyes flickered with impatience, yet she maintained her composure. What can I do? I cannot sway my aunt or brother Nanzheng. Mu Wanner was utterly flustered, fearing that Nanzheng had already developed affections for Wanyou, leaving her with no opportunities. What am I to do? I have liked brother Jiang since I was a child. I cannot marry anyone else. Wang Xiyun was in complete disarray. Mu Wanner, her thoughts in turmoil, felt an urge to kick Wang Xiyun out. Suddenly, she recalled a conversation from days past, where Swayer mentioned that when mice invaded Yijing Pavilion, Nanzheng had accompanied Gu Wanyou for an entire night. Yet he chose to sleep in a chair. At the time, she wondered why he would willingly sleep beside Gu Wanyou rather than share a bed. Indeed, Mu Wanner's eyes brightened. If Nanzheng was fond of Gu Wanyou, how could he resist sharing a bed with her? On such a cold night, he chose a chair instead of a bed, which suggested he harbored no deep feelings for Gu Wanyou. Having unraveled this thought, Mu Wanner's expression softened considerably, and she regarded Wang Xiyun with newfound warmth. Her mind raced as she contemplated how to use this to her advantage before Wang Xiyun departed. Dear sister, I truly cannot assist you in this matter. We are respectable young ladies and cannot resort to the underhanded tactics of certain lowly women who rush to consummate their desires. Wouldn't you agree? Mu Wanner regarded Wang Xiyun with feigned sympathy, adding, You must accept your fate. Marriage is a matter of destiny. If you and brother Nanzheng are not meant to be, it is simply fate's design. Do not blame others. You should take heart. As the legitimate daughter of the Ho family, you will undoubtedly find a suitable match, although he may not compare to brother Nanzheng. All noble young ladies in the capital seek husbands who pale in comparison to him. Do they not? Sister Wanyou, I shall take my leave. Wang Xiyun, having absorbed Mu Wanyou's words, seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and turned to leave. Watching Wang Xiyun's hurried departure, Mu Wanyou's eyes gleamed with calculation. Miss, could it be that cousin Will? Xiling, her loyal maid, asked with trepidation. As Mu Wanyou's confidant, Xiling immediately recognized that Mu Wanyou was encouraging Wang Xiyun to take a reckless gamble. Observing Wang Xiyun's frantic demeanor, Xiling felt a wave of apprehension. She feared the consequences if Wang Xiyun realized Mu Wanyou's manipulations. And what if cousin succeeds? I will never allow that to happen. A cold determination glinted in Mu Wanyou's eyes, leaving Xiling with a foreboding sense that Mu Wanyou was plotting something significant. Wang Madam, angered by Wang Xiyun's folly that disrupted her plans, had no appetite for the deer meat and returned home in a huff. Upon her return, Wang Xiyun promptly knelt before her, acknowledging her mistakes. Aunt, I truly erred gravely this time. I know you are disappointed in me, and I have let down your nurturing. I have come to terms with it. I will return to my mother's side tomorrow. Wang Madam regarded Wang Xiyun's submissive demeanor, her heart aching. She had once held great hopes for Wang Xiyun, believing she could bear the future of both families. Now, she would have to seek a suitable match anew. Yet no matter how outstanding a woman may be, marrying Ji Nanzheng would only bring glory to the Ji family, leaving little attention for the Wang family. Child, do not blame your aunt. As the matriarch of the Duke's residence, I must prioritize our family's interests. You cannot bear the weight of the entire Duke's estate. No matter how much I care for you, I cannot neglect the future of the Duke's household. And I understand. Intrigue. Wang Xiyun remained kneeling, her voice trembling. I know you care for me. I alone am at fault. Brother Jiang must be disappointed in me as well. When he returns tonight, I will bid him farewell and return home to let my mother find me a suitable match. Seeing the tears brimming in Wang Xiyun's eyes, Wang Madam felt a pang of sorrow. She recognized the innocence in this child, who seemed to have changed overnight, as if a heavy burden were now upon her shoulders, nearly crushing her spirit. Rise, Wang Madam, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears, helped Wang Xiyun to her feet and spoke earnestly. Allow your mother to find you a simple match. You possess a pure heart. A complicated family is not suitable for you. I will heed your advice, aunt. Wang Xiyun, taking the opportunity, nestled against Wang Madam as she would typically do, seeking comfort.